Chapter 101. With the schematics for Bucky's arm and the serum done, along with the design for their suit which was the same as the one they were using right now, I focused on the hardest part of the pet project. Experimenting with adamantium and vibranium. This was entirely new territory for me, and even with things I remembered and could read on these two materials, with nary a bit of information on the latter, calculations I've ran and also speculations, experimenting with these ores would give me new insights which would do more than just pay for the troubles I went through to get them, not that it would make it any easier. The first problem I had in regards to the ores was a machine that would allow me to freely use the processed materials form the ores, as I was 100% sure that a simple smithy won't be cut out for the job. Adamantium was easier to handle since all I needed to do was form it into the shape I wanted it to work with and then done. Vibranium on the other hand I needed to be woven into fabrics and also for different weapons, and I also needed to understand how its abilities affected the ore in its processing method. The antidote to this query was that I had a lot of vibranium to work with, so that meant I could afford a lot of trial and error. Aside from the projects I was about to dive into, I also needed to install new securities inside the house. I already had multitudes in place to monitor any alien signals that were not registered in my cloud. The reason I opted for one was due to the amount of stuff inside the house. Some of Doom's things were in here, and even though I combed through everything during these past 3 months to be sure that none of his books, gold, energy devices, and tomes were bugged, I now had over 2 tons of adamantium, if I added what I found in Doom's cache, and also the most bountiful harvest of vibranium on the planet since the Wakandans. I would talk to Fury about getting a satellite into outer space, maybe 3, to fully set up my digital autonomy. I had Fmail, Facebook, ViewTube and the local WhatsApp, all gaining traction and popularity as the day went by. ViewTube was already on its way to becoming the most used media platform in the world due to strange occurrences happening every fucking where on the planet. To make it even more appealing to users, I even reduced the stipulations on censorship to almost zero. Anyone could post the shit that they wanted, 60% of the fault lies with the viewers anyway, 10% for the company and 30% for the ViewTuber if their content was ever called into question. I had eyes and ears everywhere that made Fury jealous. Oh, I knew he was. All I needed was a few numbers of satellites to make my network completely global without any fucking soul on the planet even knowing. Such were the beauty of viruses. No one could come within 5 kilometers of my house with a gun without anyone at home knowing. I still hadn't gotten the time to study the Sentinel parts I had lying around that I snagged from Doom's home, nor have I delved into the inner workings of the cell in correspondence to the X-gene. If not, I would have added that to my sensors. I made sure to keep all the security devices in the basement since I still wasn't cool enough with those fancy techs lying around the house. Keeping the entire place old, plain and simple. Back to the metals. Everyone at home was having their entire wardrobe changed to vibranium-made clothing. I had enough of the thing to outfit an army like Ultron did, and there would still be tons of the stuff left to make whatever weapon I could think of. I just needed to know how vibranium worked on a cellular level and then maybe build some sort of fabric printing machine. Maybe I could even try those ideas I had on nanomechanics. Looks like I would have to postpone my trip by another month, max. The Black Panther suit was a marvelous piece of technology that even dwarfed 9/10 of Tony's wardrobe. It was all the hallmark of what science had accomplished so far, all shoved inside a piece of jewelry. I spent my next few days inside my lab, reviewing every piece of information I got from the synthesizing serum and from the slab of glowing rock I was working with. There was a component, or composition of vibranium that I found that could blend into the serum and even strengthen the cells that take in the Vita particles that were present in abundance in my serum. I had to put the final experiment of the serum on hold and then focused most of my time working on the slab of rock before me. I had broken some parts of it and heated them before comparing the two different components to see the limit they reached, and I easily found out that processing vibranium made the bonds between its atoms more flexible and more conductive. With a breakthrough in vibranium, I focused on the fabric printer, something that I resolved to build with diamonds and vibranium, not for a show of wealth but because I would need it to print a lot of hardcore materials like adamantium in strands. To do that I also had to melt the diamonds and other metals that could work well with whatever sort of printer I was making. I never thought a day would come where I would be using my fists to flatten heated metals, but apparently that was what I was doing now. Hours turned to days, which extended into weeks as I worked on the machine and the vibranium. Sometimes, I wouldn't come out for 5 days in a row and would have to have someone personally come draw me out. With the printer done, I then finally focused on processing the adamantium for Bucky's arm. Adamantium was easy compared to vibranium. All it needed was to be heated to unholy temperatures and then start casting. Using the printer to create some vein-like inlays on the surface of the adamantium casting, I then started fitting the technological part into the arm-shaped metal. This arm would be heavier than the one Bucky was used to, but with the application of my serum, it'll offset any kind of negative effects Bucky might face when it comes to maneuverability. The printer helped me out a lot in printing miniature parts of the technological facets for the arm that decreased its weight by a lot. Due to my preferred use of medieval weaponry, I'm pretty sure the only person who knows of my technical prowess is Bucky. Fury definitely has no idea what I'm capable of. The completed form of the arm was something of a technological wonder in the present time. It was a sleek black appendage, awfully reminiscent of the one Bucky wore in the Infinity Saga. At his knuckles were tiny imperceptible holes which functioned as a directing release for the expelled force, creating some kind of air tunnels. The knuckles also had some kind of sharpened edge to them that could also be elongated for 5 centimeters for more painful bruising. Retractable claws that worked on intent like everything else on the arm along with every goodness that comes with vibranium. The serum needed some revising, but with this, apart from the satellite, I was done with any major project that I figured would be a must. The fabric printer could run on input commands, with it being mostly automatic, as the only thing you needed to do manually was to have the materials ready and the design along any specific pattern you wanted and all those little touches, and then voila! You'll have your printed fabric in minutes to hours depending on the materials. With everything packaged in a box, I left my lab and called everyone to gather at the living room. The looks they all gave me made me realize that somewhere along the days, my clothes got burnt as I was standing there shirtless with part of a burnt shirt hanging loosely around my shoulders. I telekinetically pulled a robe to me and wore it. Now that that's out of the way, let's get this started with. The first on the list was Bucky's arm. A technological wonder that can adapt to brain waves. This arm is made from the 2 most rarest metals on Earth. For those of you who don't know, Steve's shield was also made from the product of the combination of these 2 metals, and that thing wouldn't have a dent in it if a nuke dropped. But different from the basic ability of Steve's shield to absorb and redirect force simultaneously, Bucky's new arm would allow him to store the force so it can be used anytime he wants in battle, and the amount of force it can absorb is way higher than that of Steve's shield. Whoa! That is cool. Yelena stared at the Black Butte with star-spangled eyes. You know the government, not to mention the army, would kill for this, right? You might face a lot of pressure if they find out you have, or had, any kind of amount of vibranium. I know Howard definitely did. Steve folded his hands as he leaned his back against the wall. They can go suck a dick on that one. I huffed. Bucky. Bucky turned to look at me and then at everyone in the room, and the only thing he said was, why? Why what? Why this? Everything? Why vibranium? Why adamantium? I'm not trying to be ungrateful, but why go to such lengths? Why are you preparing as if there's some sort of war coming? I sighed at that. I knew it wasn't going to be this simple. Heck, I haven't even opened the smaller boxes and I knew they knew something else was in there. Sure, we were brothers and friends, but there had to be a reason for doing such a thing. I got gifts for everyone, you know? For Christmas. But, you know, Doom and Magneto came and wrecked it all, turning everything to ash. That got me thinking, what if it happens again? What if this time they decided to hold one of you hostage? What if this time they decide to attack you instead of me? What if this time I'm not strong enough? It's a whole scenario of what ifs. Drawl, you know it's not your fault. Steve had a sympathetic frown on his face. It might as well be. I'm not saying I'm drowning in a sea of guilt or something like that, fuck no. All I'm trying to say is that it's going to happen again and the probability of it happening is 100%. I got out the last time due to some fucker's game, but the next time? I'm afraid there won't be a redo then. Doom is still out there, and when he comes back, cause he definitely will, he will be exponentially stronger than he was before, and I can't for the love of me play that one by ear. This is as much a power-up as it is some form of assurance. There are a lot of people still stronger than me in this world, and inevitably when I run afoul against one of them, I want the belief that you guys can protect yourself against them without too much trouble to help me focus. You think we are weak? Bucky asked with anger clearly evident in his tone. Yes, you are, and that's a fact. You might not understand this clearly, but someone raised the city of New York by its roots. With sufficient training, one of the kids from Xavier's could kick all your asses. The human war ended a long time ago. Last year was a clear proof and reminder of that. I will not, with a good conscience, let you all out there when I know there's a high chance of dying if you went with your current strength. It might be insensitive of me to say this, but you lose people in war, Drawl. Steve said. The war isn't here yet, Steve, it's coming, but it isn't here yet. Right now? What we are facing, like last year, is just opening night. The red lights and carpets are just to show off, to get a feel of who the real players are. Those who get wowed with just the prelude have no hope of making it to the end. So this may not be my call, but it sure as hell is an option I would present. The entire living room fell silent as I finished my rant. This here was no joke. There were universes out there where the Avengers died or were never made. There might not be any Avengers here, but I'll make sure they sure as hell ain't dead. At least those with me. You think we'll face more fights like last year? Steve asked, his face mirroring the serious atmosphere of the room. It's only a matter of months, or if we aren't lucky, weeks before one shows up. I told them. Kid me up, quack. A smile blossomed on my face. Happy new month, y'all. And the story continues. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheomenus. 103, Chapter 102. First of all, sorry for not posting yesterday. It wasn't the best of days for me, let's leave it at that. I spent the next week getting my affairs in order as well as telling Fury that I might be off the grid for a while and also inquiring what it'll take for me to get my satellite out there. The requirements for having a personal satellite was huge but not one I couldn't waver. The problem, however, came from some haters in the parliament according to what Fury told me, they hate your ass. I didn't really care much about what they said or did as I could just use the guise of wanting a satellite due to the network traffic most of my media platforms faced which was a real thing but not an issue currently. I left everything, took some essentials and some cash, and had my pilot fly me all the way to Nepal. Since I wasn't able to locate the Sanctum at New York, I figured I'd probably have to go to their home base. To be honest, I didn't know what I was looking for. All I knew was that it was somewhere in Nepal, at some place where I had no idea of. Telling my pilot to go back, I left the hangar and made my way into the country of Nepal. I walked around the place looking for anything, a door in the middle of the road, disappearing figures that only appear at the edge of my vision only to disappear when I focus on them. Words or arrows with a follow me sign or even being teleported directly to Kamartaj. I spent the following days walking through the cities of Nepal while also taking in the sights. It was the least I could do after not finding the home of sorcerers. It was when I finally spent a week in Nepal that I finally received the sign I had been looking for, a floating orange circle tearing through space and time, adjacent to my bed. That it was the first thing I saw when I woke up. I couldn't see what was beyond the portal but like any sane person in my shoes, I walked right through it. It's about damn time. The room I arrived in was something akin to a dormitory with some robes by the bed, a few parchments, some ink by the desk and finish. I reached for the door and tried to open the room but it wouldn't budge, not even a tiny bit. I tried once again but like my previous attempt, it refused to budge. Not even an inch. I frowned at that and increased the force I used but still nothing. In a moment of brashness, I augmented my hands and the moment I touched the knob it flung me against the wall. I had to take a second to realize where the fuck I was and calmed myself down. Hopefully I was not claustrophobic, because the feeling I got when I found out the door was locked and I couldn't open it was not something I liked. For a moment, it felt as if I was back in that fucking Hydra base. The thoughts of blasting a gigantic hole through the roof and raze the place to the ground flashed through my mind for an instant but I ignored it and looked around the room once more. The room was as plain as it could get with only the robes standing out. Taking a deep breath, I changed my clothes into the robes and took a step towards the door. Because of my prior experience and also the unnerving feeling of knowing that I couldn't brute force my way through, I hesitated for a moment before I reached for the knob once more. All that power, just to be humbled by a casual display of magic. I shook off that thought and turned the knob. I would be lying if I said my heart didn't skip a beat when I heard the click of the lock opening. I pushed the door open and found myself in some kind of hall with numerous doors, to lodges I presume, along it. Following the routes to the nearest part of light and also the direction of the noise I could pick up, where I found myself was a large clearing with people doing some sort of meditation exercise. It got awkward in less than 5 seconds as I was the only one standing while more than 50 people sat on the ground with legs crossed, eyes closed, and their hands making some kind of motion. I made the wise decision at the 6th second mark to leave but the moment I took a step away from the clearing, the sound of a cough caused me to halt. I was prepared to launch a telekinetic blast but the static shock I felt from my robes caused me to groan and I was quickly getting fed up. The man who coughed was an elder but when it came to magic, that just meant more dangerous. What made me alarmed was that I couldn't sense when he was just a few meters away from him. The only people that registered in my senses were those who were meditating and if not for him coughing, I definitely wouldn't have known there was someone behind me. You look new. I made to speak but he waved his hands in dismissal and just pointed at the people meditating. Doesn't matter. Get on with the exercise. With that he went to sit in a corner and took his own meditating position which was different from the students, which was what I assumed those at the clearing was. And looking at my robe, I was one too. A part of me wanted to ask the elder that I wanted to speak with the Ancient One, but that same part of me also reasoned that the reason why I came here to meet her, or him, in the first place was to learn the mystic arts. And now I'm here, being told to learn. I sighed as I made way to the back of seated sorcerers in training and watched them for a while before I started copying their motion down to the way they breathe. Sometimes I would open my eyes to catch the gaze of the elder on me with a disapproving look as if I wasn't doing something right which I clearly wasn't as I was just mirroring the breathing pattern of the majority and the motion of their hands. It got to the point where I shrugged at his admonishment but instead of helping me out he just closed his eyes and went back to doing what he was doing. Although not what I expected, I did however follow through with the rules set. I could already meditate since I did that a lot when I was in captivity but there was something about this meditation exercise that I wasn't getting. I could perform the breathing and hand motions to a T but there was something I instinctively knew I was lacking. It was in this entire place. Ever since I stepped through the portal, I could feel the slight changes in the air. It was like a cool ocean breeze with something else in it. Even in this clearing, everyone seemed to be acclimated to the environment with me being the only difference. It was as if I was entirely out of my element. The exercise continued till the sun went down before everyone started getting up to leave. Some had dejected faces as if they failed something while others appeared tranquil. I was the only one with confusion visible on my face. I couldn't take it anymore and made my way to the meditating elder. Excuse me. I tried getting his attention but his eyes remained closed as such that they didn't even twitch. Not even when I waved my hands in front of them. I was about to tap the elder on his shoulders when a voice startled me. I wouldn't do that if I were you. This time however I was able to conjure flames in my hands as I turned to the second person who was able to bypass my senses since I came to this place. The man before me was a black man wearing a green robe with a staff on his back. I remembered him from the first Doctor Strange movie as Karl Mordo. I frowned as my instinct thrummed with something akin to a low warning. While I was sure I could snap this guy in half in less than a second, something else about him made me wary. The unpredictability of it was what set him off. Magic, hey. I'm so learning that. I'm afraid I haven't seen you before. Are you perchance new here? He asked me with only a raised brow at my hands set aflame. Yes. Came here this morning, a few hours ago specifically. I answered him but I still kept the flames on. Are you going to put that away? He glanced at the flames which I eventually put out. No need for me to antagonize the people I wish to learn from. What's your name? It's not every day we have a mutant, or was it metahuman now, as an apprentice. My name is Mordo by the way. Drawl, Saint Cross. I relaxed my stance and moved away from the elder towards Mordo. Cross then. How did you arrive at Kamar-Taj? He started walking and I followed behind. I woke up and I saw a swirly portal by my bedside. So like any other sane person out there, I walked through it. I shrugged at the bewildered gaze he gave me as I said that. I don't think that would be the sane choice to walk through it, is it? Of course it is. You think a sane man would see a portal and not want to find out what's on the other side? They'd be insane if they let up such opportunities. That aside, would you mind telling me why you wanted to disturb Master Piandeo during his astral projection? He asked me with a serious look. Okay, first of all I had no clue what he was doing, what I'm doing. In fact, none of this makes sense to me. I gestured to everything while turning around. So the meditation exercise. I'm pretty sure I failed that too. He fell silent for a while as we walked before he turned to look at me at an interception. Since you found your way to Kamar-Taj, then I'm sure there's a reason you are here. I'll look for you tomorrow to run you through the exercises. In the meantime, I suggest you take some books from the library. I'd suggest Fundamentals of Harnessing Energy and Reikjalam's Script of Spirit and Self-Intunement. See you tomorrow, Cross. He said as he started walking away before stopping. Oh, take this. He waved his hand and a paper flew towards me with impressive speed which I caught easily. What's this? Password. I raised an eye at that. To the Wi-Fi. I nodded with a chuckle and made my way towards my room to sort out what had happened to me today. I was tempted to seek out the Ancient One for answers, since it was pretty clear that this was her doing, but I figured that learning the arts this way wasn't bad. It's not like I came here expecting special treatment just for the damned reason that I sought her help in the first place. Learning the basics is the best foundation for anything, and besides this coincides perfectly with the reason I came here anyway. The Ancient One POV. She watched as the man she had brought here made a decision that she knew he would. It was not every day she met someone who could capture the interest of a being as magnificent as the Phoenix. She had been rather skeptical of the rash decision she had made this morning after watching him look for Kamar-Taj for months. She had even taken the precaution of hiding the New York sanctum from his sight when he searched for it. She could sense it. Beyond him, was something else. Something that bred chaos. Not then, although it felt like that being of chaos, what was hidden beyond his veil was deeper than what the elder god of chaos represented. Abstracts. She prayed she was just being paranoid, but with such entities, you could never tell. After all, the births and destruction of a universe were based on their whims. Master Mordo, can I help you? She spoke as one of her former students came into the room. You took in Cross, yet you were on the fence with Strange. Can I ask why? Mordo asked as he came in front of his teacher and master. The times have changed, greatly. I wonder if having two of such pivotal destinies in the same place would fester a greater bond, or whether they would devolve themselves in chaos. Mordo had a look of confusion, but the Ancient One made no effort to clarify for his understanding. That little test today, and a few I have in store for him along the way, would hopefully let me know how to view him. Now then, for our other guest. She took her gaze away from the mutant and focused on her other new charge and almost resisted the urge to sigh. Although he had arrived much earlier than what she expected, she still, after much contemplation, took him in regardless. He was already sneaking into the library and stealing books to abate his unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Fright not, Master Mordo. Time will reveal to us what it has in store for them. Now, be a dear and invite the other masters for tea. she said and made her way to make a brew while Mordo still looked confused, but having already grown used to his Supreme Master's eccentricity, he left and went to attend to the chore he'd been given. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 104, Chapter 103. The following days passed by without anything new other than what I was currently used to. I spent my days trying to meditate, which was getting my body and spirit in sync, and the rest of my time reading and watching some of the other disciples training with magic. Mordo had been taking me through the meditation and magical training, but so far I haven't been able to do anything. Sure, I could somewhat sense the energy they used in magic, as Mordo had been kind enough to explain that they're different sources of energy for performing magic. Though he didn't dive into the different forms, he did however teach me the orthodox way, a synergy between myself and the environment. Today however, he wanted to start my combat training. Given how this stupid robe haven't malfunctioned in the past few days, I got the impression that I was in the clear as long as I didn't go overboard with my abilities. Are you sure about this? Not to be arrogant or anything, but if you wanted to stand a chance against me, then you'd have to use one of those magical artifacts you carry around. Not that staff though, maybe something with a little magic in it. I said to Mordo, who stood opposite me in a clearing. Other students were already sparring while I was waiting for Mordo. Speaking of Mordo, what I said seemed to have ticked him the wrong way. What way it was though, I didn't know. This is the staff of the Living Tribunal. It is as magical as any other artifact out there, even surpassing more than a few. Roll back for a section. The staff of motherfucking who? I look at the unassuming staff on Mordo's back, and let's just say I was as flabbergasted as I was cautious. That was not a name I was expecting to hear at all, definitely not on Earth at least, and certainly not ascribed to a weapon. Mordo didn't answer me and motioned for me to take a stance. Regardless, I believe I would be an adequate judge of your skills, and if you can, I would very much like it if you could make me draw my weapon. Okay, Mordo is definitely pissed. Seems like he has a soft spot for his weapons, but still. He attacked me only for me to sidestep and send a chop to his exposed neck, which he quickly reacted to and ducked while my hand sailed harmfully above his head. He spun in his crouching position with his legs outstretched to cleave through my footing with a sweep, only for me to raise my toes while keeping my soul grounded for Mordo's kick to strike at the arch of his foot. You're good. Mordo said, this time fully appraising me as he circled around me. I just watched while keeping myself open for him to attack. He seemed to get the message as he grunted before he attacked me. Kicks were deflected. Punches were parried as we continued fighting, not knowing when a crowd formed around us. We didn't care about that, or them, which they seemed to know as moved with our fight. We crossed into the lethal range as Mordo, either due to frustration at me being able to keep up with him, used some kind of cheat boots and kicked himself into the air and started walking in it, catching me off guard for a second. He exploited that opening and sent out a force blast which alarmed the others watching, but I just countered with mine, and seeing as the robes I wore gave no reaction, I grinned. Mordo seemed to have understood what he did as he descended with an apologetic face, which I just waved aside. Sure, I could pick a bone with the guy, but there wasn't any need. Not to mention he looked genuinely apologetic about it. Forget that. Seems like I just got clearance to use my abilities, though I can hazard a guess and say this is most likely a probation. So, ready for round 2. Mordo took a second to look at me, and seeing that he was in the clear, he smiled and said, round 2. Taking care to go past the limit the Ancient One has set for me, since it was definitely her who brought me here. I created 2 Chakudos made of ice while Mordo settled for magic as 2 magic circles covered his hands. This time I went in for the attack and tried an overhead slash only for Mordo to completely block with one barrier. Seeing this, the Chakudos in my other hand elongated into a sword. Mordo reacted quickly as he used those cheating boots of his to gain room for himself, but I was already on him. Seeing as how he wouldn't be able to overpower me in simple weaponry, he kicked his spells up a notch. He created some constructs on the air with magic and sent them towards me. This is just too easy. Not that I was going to tell him that, but A for effort. I wanted to see how I'd fare against a sorcerer, but this little play of ours, because that's what it definitely was to me, proved to me that unless they devolved into the eldritchy part of their codex, or as long as they weren't mooks, then I'd simply walk over them. Sure, I knew that Mordo still had spells in his arsenal that I most likely would struggle again, but it still fell in that consideration that unless he brought out his A game like some ridiculous spells that negate durability, because Doom could definitely use those with ease. So even though I wasn't taking none of this serious, so was Mordo. Sure, he wasn't even my match physically, but magic didn't give a fuck about that. By now, the students seemed to have gotten the clue that staying around our fight was dangerous, so they moved to the distance away while they still watched. I could see some elders which the students deferred to, most probably masters of the arts, also watching, but I didn't pay them any mind. Mordo was already breathing heavily while I was still at the same pace I was when we began, as we slowly increased the level caps of our fight. The fight was starting to take a dangerous turn as I wanted to increase my output, but my robe once again decided to act out as it sent some kind of shock through my body that I haven't been able to adapt to yet. Mordo had sent some type of long thin sharp needle at me which I just used my hands to snatch out of mid-air and broke it even as the man stood there shocked. I believe that's enough. I told him. He nodded. That it is. It was probably my fault anyways. He performed a bow to me as I did the same. I'll have to say, you really are strong, had me going there throughout the fight. If I have to ask, what made you seek out the arts? Putting it bluntly, I'd say it's to cover up my weaknesses. Another way is so that I could one-up a certain bastard. Revenge then. I know it's not my place to say this, but revenge is not worth it. He said. Might not be. But it definitely would be worth it considering the bastard I'm up against. You should know him, he's pretty famous after all. Who? Mordo raised an eye in inquisitiveness. Dr. Doom. The monarch of Latveria. Mordo came to a quick stop as I said that as he looked at me, this time it wasn't appraisal but something else. I've heard the Ancient One once talk about the King of Latveria. She once said he had the potential to be the strongest sorcerer to have ever existed given his genius. Why would you? That attack on his home on New Year, that was you. Bewilderment was bleeding through his voice. Yet. I was still pretty pissed off then. What made you want to kill him? Nothing much. Just for the simple fact that he ruined Christmas. Christmas. Impossible. I turned to look at the man who now had frightful eyes as he looked at me and pointed to me with shaking fingers. That disaster. Me, Doom and Magneto had a slugfest. Bastard teleport the way though. I shrugged and started walking away from Mordo's rooted form. Why then? If you are already that strong, why want to learn from the masters? For power. Mordo came up to me and asked. Like I said, to cover up one of my weaknesses and also to one-up Doom when he decides to show up. It's as simple as that. I told him before making my way to the library, leaving Mordo to contemplate on what he has just heard. The library was where I spent most of my time when I was not training and not in my room. Sure, there were a lot of restrictions on the books I could read given that I haven't even gotten a sling ring and most of the books I could get were mainly theoretical or newbies go-to guide. Nice fight. Someone called out to me as I made my way to the archives. I stopped and looked at the man who was quietly reading at his desk. Thanks. Mordo had it coming anyway. I quite liked Mordo and could not understand why he was a villain to the future Doctor Strange, who I was currently looking at. Never took you for a mutant though. You know me. Well, most people wouldn't know the CEO of the tech platforms they are using, well most of the public wouldn't know and think it's a sophomore running the company. Kinda wondering what you are doing in a place like this. Right, not everyone knew I was the sole owner of all those platforms except for Facebook, since I had Marky running everything as the acting CEO. It was a hell lot of work but he was satisfied with the money he was receiving. Well, that and the fact that he knew that if he tried sabotaging me and wanted to jump ships then none of his apps would enter the internet and stay there for more than 24 hours since a random virus would just destroy it, down to its last atom. So yeah, Marky was really incentivized to work harder. Well, I'm here for the same reason everyone is. To heal. No. To learn magic. Right. Magic. Everyone else. Sorry, it's just that. What happened to you? Why are you here? He sighed as he dropped the book he was reading to look at me, then looked around before settling down again at me. Lost my hands. During that nightmare at New York. I was in my car that day, I just successfully operated on a brain tumor, again, about to go have dinner at a fancy restaurant. I already had my date waiting for me, and then it happened. They said it was lightning that struck but I had blacked out and the only thing I could remember was my car tumbling. I lost my hands that day, lost my job thereafter. Haha, I needed hands for it after all. He held up his shaking hands with all the fingers crooked. I tried all I could but, turns out the technology to perform such an operation hasn't even been invented yet. So I searched around until I found myself here, instead of teaching me medicine they taught me magic and turns out magic isn't as omnipotent as the books made it out to be. Still can't get my hands back. He let out a deprecating laugh which just made him look more horrible than he currently did. Magic can't fix it? I asked. It can, but the bald lady said it won't be worth it, so I researched, still researching, and all what I've seen, the rituals, the conditions for such a wish, it's enormous. Shit like eternal servitude for a wish, or becoming a vessel for some eldritch being. It always a price too high to pay. Sorry about that. I consoled him, most likely due to the fact that he is here because of what happened. From what I knew from the comics and the movie, his coming here and learning the arts was something of a universal constant. Somehow or other, I was the cause of his accident and inadvertently became the reason he came here. Don't need to worry about it. I'm not as hurt about it as I was months ago. He waved me off. Yeah, about that, I wasn't talking about your feelings. He looked at me seemingly taking offense at what he perceived was a jab but I continued. That, nightmare you called it, was my fault. Well, not entirely, but I was one of the two reasons it happened. The fight spilled out of control and affected New York. I sat down before him as I said. You are joking, right? Right. Seeing my silence at his question, he banged at the table and shouted at me. Millions died. And you are saying it was because a fight spilled out? Do you understand what the disaster did to people? Do you even know a single name of a victim who died due to your little fight? Strange was heaving as he said that. His hands was curled up in a fist but he didn't strike. He just stared at me with anger, pure anger, visible in his face before he took his books and left, ignoring the looks from those around us. That could have gone a lot better. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearRaoulTheomanus. 105, Chapter 104. A/N, yes, I posted today. Someone pointed it out and I also felt it was kinda unfair to leave you lovelies with 4 chapter this week, so stave off your hunger with this. Dr. Stephen Strange POV. Strange walked out of the room with anger simmering inside of him. If he hadn't watched how Mr. Cross had been able to fight a heated battle with Mordo without showing a hint of fatigue, then he would have struck that man there and then. Consequences be damned. In his anger, he made his way towards the abode of the master known as the Ancient One. Blinded by rage, he forgot to knock and barged in on her tea time. Did you know? He asked her, not really in the mood for one of her mind-blowing tea or a philosophical session. You would have to clarify your query, I'm afraid. She said, not even bothering to acknowledge his presence as he continued on with her tea with her back towards him. That monster. You knew what he did, right? He killed millions and he dared call it a fight. You said the order existed to protect Earth from threats. Isn't someone like him, who professed the deaths of millions as casualty, more than enough to be seen as a threat? At this the Grand Master of the Order of the Mystic Arts turned to him. We are duty-bound not to interfere in disputes between human parties. No matter how much destruction they bring on themselves, the Order exists for something more terrifying than their nukes and cyber warfare. And for your second question, no, he doesn't classify as a threat. She answered coolly. Strange was aghast at the nonchalant attitude of the elder woman before him. What the hell did she mean that he doesn't classify as a threat? Someone with that kind of power shouldn't be allowed to learn the most versatile art in human history. If he doesn't classify as a threat, then what does? Instead of answering his question, she looked at him with that ephemeral gaze of hers that looked as if she was looking at something behind him. You are not that different from him, Strange. Strange scoffed at that. How could she think he had any kind of similarities with someone like that? When all the superficial thoughts and obligations are removed, both of you become the perfect mirror for each other. Highlighting both your beauty and your flaws for both to see. The same carefully concealed superiority, but whereas you showed yours in a vain and mundane way, he showed his in truths. Facts. The same apathy you both have that, in your case, make you unable to see others as an equal or a comrade, his makes him unable to care for both. While with your arrogance you wouldn't think twice about saving someone's life, he wouldn't think twice about ending multitudes just for one he decides on a whim. The more Strange heard, the more he felt sick to his stomach. Where was the similarities she talked about? Those attributes she mentioned were just on different ends of the spectrum. I still don't see the likeness between me and him. You both are free, at least under the illusions you've come to believe. You consider yourselves dictators of your life when you know in reality it couldn't be far from the truth, so you strive to defeat or ride along with inevitability. A word of advice, Strange, do not be so quick to judge, for nothing is ever as it seems. Good night. Before he could ask her what she meant by what she said, he found himself back in the hall with his room a few doors down. He left for his room with his head swarming with thoughts. When he'd found out about magic, he had made a resolve to never again be put in a situation where he would be entirely powerless, and meeting Cross fueled that resolve more. Drawl St. Cross POV. The exercises I performed fell into a pace as I immersed myself in my studies of the elements of magic. I had been here for almost 2 weeks and I still haven't met the Ancient One, but I wasn't in a rush either. There were a lot of books to read, and while I still haven't been able to perform anything magical, I wasn't depressed. I spent almost 10 hours every day in the library and only left when the librarian kicked me out or for training and food. Today, however, was different. Mordo gave me a sling ring. I didn't remember much from the Doctor Strange comics and the movies, but his explanation about the ring already had me sold on its value. It wasn't as redundant as a tool to open portals and help guide in casting spells as shown in the movies, but also an index and gateway to different dimensions across the vast multiverse. Yeah, you heard that right. The multiverse. Mordo was quick to explain the intricacies about the sling ring, its importance and uses, and also some taboos pertaining to the ring. The ring was as well as crutch and also a nuke when it came to the different levels of mastery in the arts. It was during this time that Mordo delved deeper into the sources of powers concerning using magic and its consequences. There were 3 sources of energy to draw from when using magic. Personal energy, This one was powered by the user's life force and it could be used to strengthen the body and amplify mental abilities like astral projection, telepathy, telekinesis, and hypnosis. There was also a pure form of it that was called Qi, and while Mordo didn't go into details about it, I already knew what my homework would be about. The second was universal energies. The was the most common and most used source of energy when it came to the inhabitants of Kamar Taj. It was simply drawing from the abundant energies present in every part of the universe to conjure spells. It also was the reason why sorcerers who used this source of energy had an easier time learning conjugation, transfiguration, and teleportation. It was easier to use it as it helped tremendously in forming constructs like the shield and weapons the sorcerers of Kamar Taj were known for. The last was dimensional energies, which Mordo didn't bother going into, his excuse being I wasn't strong enough to have access to that knowledge. Although the books in the library of Kamar Taj were free for all, there were certain knowledge that was retained, not for hoarding's sake or for personal powers, but rather to guard the young ones from being swayed easily. The knowledge of a more powerful and easier shortcut with unclear ramifications would sway others in multitudes. That said, Mordo then went into explaining the type of magic they used, which was Eldritch magic. Light-based magic that worked with channeling the universal energy around us with either through chanting or motion of hands. The first exercise Mordo walked me through was forming a simple magic circle. All it needed was 3 motions from both hands, but... Gak! Why isn't it working? I frowned as I saw the sparks around my hand every time I ran through the motions. You are forcing it, Cross. You need to let it flow. There is no need for precision about it. Mordo stood off to the side while I and other students were performing the same exercise. Off to the distance, I could see Strange performing more complex magic with deft hands. He was more accomplished in magic than I was. By a large margin at that. Strange and I haven't talked since that day, ignoring the other's presence when we met, which was something I dearly appreciated as it saved me from any drama that would have happened. Focusing on my exercise, I placed my palms in an enclosed fist, switched the positions to make them perpendicular and then drew in the fist while the palm remained outstretched. And like the countless tries before, I failed. You are being too restrictive, Mr. Cross. A soft, almost fragile, voice entered my ears, which made me look to my side to find the Ancient One coming down the stairs with 2 masters behind her. Even with her in my line of sight and range of perception, I couldn't sense anything from her. It was so eerie that I only heard her footsteps when she was a few feet away from me. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I doubt you introduce yourself to every new recruit. I bowed to her like the other students did. Regardless of who I was before I came here, being in front of her, I could only afford the greetings of a student to their master. It was basic etiquette. I don't, but it is not every day someone like you seeks to learn the mystic arts. I tend to keep my eyes open for such people. She said with a faint smile on her face while she gestured to me to follow. Thank you for the pleasure of acquaintance, but I don't think just introducing yourself to your new student is why you are here. I said as we made our way farther from the training grounds that Mordo was overseeing. I figured it was time to get introduced now that you are starting to learn magic. She said before stopping to face me. Well, about that. I don't think it's going too well. No worries though, it's just my first day, so I think I'll be able to get it down in no time. I told her. You will. But words of advice from a master, magic is not meant to be controlled but to be in sync with. You have too tight a leash on everything around you, let it flow freely. She said and placed her hands on my chest before closing her eyes for a second and stepped back. I didn't know what she did, but since I didn't feel anything wrong with my senses scanning my entire body, I forgot about it. Probably some sort of Master Y magic sensing. I brought my focus back to her words and a frown appeared on my face due to her advice. I don't think letting my emotions run wild and free is a good idea. You should know why. Oh, should I? She asked with a smile as if she found something amusing. Keeping such intense emotions locked in would prove detrimental to your studies. Magic, after all, is an extension of your true self. And you can't know who you truly are without learning to be in harmony with all of you. I'll see you another time, Mr. Cross. She said before she made her way to Strange, but I couldn't focus on that as my thoughts were on what she said. I kept a good tight leash on everything concerning my mind and every other involuntary actions of my body. From the circulation of blood flow to my heartbeat per minute, my senses, skin sensitivity, etc. The only thing that I didn't bother with much control on were my emotions, except with anger, which was on complete lockdown. Letting all of that out, and also the repressed anger, and letting it flow through my entire being freely, was a recipe for disaster with everyone present here. I just couldn't risk it. I went back to my group and joined them in conjuring my first magic circle, or trying to anyway. Mordo came to me after seeing that I wasn't as focused on the task as my mind was seemingly elsewhere. My body moved on automatic as it performed the hand motions on its own while my mind pondered on what the Ancient One said. What did the Ancient One tell you? Mordo asked as he came to my side to correct one of the pupils, a middle-aged man's, stance. Basically, I'm too wound up tight and I have to loosen up. I said with a huff and tried once more to go through the motions, but this time there was not even a tiny bit of spark to serve as proof that I was trying to make a magic circle. She is right, you know? Magic is an extension of yourself. Keeping one part of yourself hidden from it won't produce anything. You should take her advice and try to fight whatever demons you have. Mordo tapped me on my shoulders before walking away. I sighed at myself and looked at my sling ring. Maybe I should just wrap up today and hit the books? I thought about it for a moment before I shook my head and continued trying to cast my first circle. Though I tried all day, I wasn't able to erect a circle of any kind as I kept stumbling either with something else or what the Ancient One said really got to me. Hopefully it was the former. Which was just a lie, as I could tell it was the latter. I left the training grounds and made my way to my room to chat with those at home and ask them how it's been since I left, as I haven't called them more than twice since I came here. We ended up taking a lot before I cut the call and focused on my evening meditation and learning to channel my personal energy. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 25 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. A/N, exams are coming and I don't think I'll be able to keep up with my 5 chaps/week schedule. Though I will try to post whenever I can, so fingers crossed. 106, Chapter 105. I had spent 3 weeks at Kamar-Taj already and I could already tell that the place was doing wonders for my mind, which would have been wonderful if only I had been able to conjure up a fucking magic circle. Mordo even told me that, it's like Strange all over again. Speaking of Strange, we had a spar once during the last week and let's just say Mordo had to stop me from pummeling the shit out of the man. Even using human stats was still more than enough for him given my experience and abilities. What the man thought of me was his own. It wasn't like I came here in the first place to meet him or be friends with him. Other than the fact that he was here way earlier than his MCU counterpart, which wasn't exactly true as he arrived at Kamar-Taj way earlier if we were to go by the comics, everything else was going swimmingly. I told you to let go of control, didn't I? The Ancient One said as she came into view, appearing mysteriously like always. And I told you that maybe it wasn't such a good idea, right? I stopped the futile exercise that I had been practicing for the past hour. You did. But what I believe is preventing you from taking that step is assurance. So let me give you that. Come. She beckoned for me to follow her as she led me to a room with low lighting that had incense burning on different parts of the room, giving it a surreal atmosphere. Almost like being high on the most clarity-inducing drug ever. The sound of broken glass and the distortion in my sense of space told me that something was wrong with the room. This is the mirror dimension. A parallel world existing on the same plane but entirely separate from the physical world. In here, the influence of both dimensions can never meet. Feel free to express yourself, she said coolly. Now if it were another person talking, I might have been skeptical, but given who she was, her prestige, her title, her centuries of experience, her unseen might with all that to her person, all I did was nod. I increased the anger factor of my emotions and immediately thought of killing the seemingly fragile woman flooded my mind, but I was able to retain a bit of clarity. Since there was no cap on the level of emotions one could feel meant that I could build up my level of tolerance to anger to a high limit and still have control over it when I slip into this state. Impressive intent. Now let's see how I didn't hear her last words as optic beams crashed into an eldritch shield. I was already above her, but the ground shattered and increased the distance between us only for me to punch at her former location with a flaming fist. I felt something crash into me and slashed at my former sides, but I ignored the now familiar sensation of magic as ice constructs shot out of thin air in a circular path. She cut through the ice in an impressive display of reflexive agility, but I couldn't admire it as a spiked mace appeared in my hand as I slammed downwards on her head. She weaved a quick motion on her hands before palming the air, causing it to shatter like glass but somehow still tangible as it held against my attack. While you seem to be attacking me based on blinded violence, the fact that there remains a sliver of your clarity in your eyes gives us a step forward. Try and bring your clarity forward or try to balance it with your violence. That's the first step, she said as she dodged. I blitzed forward in a burst of speed to catch her unawares, but eldritch ropes spewed out from the moving surfaces around us and bounded me regardless of how much I struggled to move. She came forward and with a palm, hit me square on the chest, and that was when I felt something was cut as my astral body floated out of my now slumping physical body. Marvelous. A very specific piece of soul, and yet. She spoke as she came closer to look at my astral form, which I guess was something different as even now I couldn't see how my astral body looked, but I could see some sort of red markings around my legs. You have no idea, do you? She came to my astral face and asked. I don't, but I would like it if you could share what you found. I really wanted to know. The Phoenix had looked at me and found something, but even she didn't want to tell me what it was. Are you sure you are a mutant? She asked a surprising question. That, I'm pretty sure of. What can you see? Would someone just tell me what they know instead of going through parables? Those markings on your body, I believed I'd seen them before, but looking at your body now, I can finally see the difference. You've been marked by a being, a ridiculously powerful one at that. As soon as she said that, she stopped, and before I could ask why, the entire mirror dimension screeched as it cracked into numerous small pieces. I looked at the Ancient One, who seemed to know the cause, and sent me back to my body before the mirror dimension shattered. What the hell was that? I screamed at the woman who had maintained her unfazed look after the mirror dimension was broken. That, Mr. Cross, are entities who govern vast domains of the present universe. She explained, which only made me more confused. Do you know who or what it was? Just that moment Mordo and some other masters along with Wang and Strange came into the room, and they all stopped when they saw me. What happened? We felt a breach in the defenses for a second. Are some dark forces attacking us? Mordo came forward and asked the Ancient One. Master Caecilius, ensure that the defenses and wards are up till further notice. We might have a battle on our hands, hopefully not. She spoke to one of the masters, who looked at me for a second before he nodded and left. Great. The makings of a villain. Master Wang, please check for any traces of dark energy in any of the sanctums. Pass on this news to the 3 sanctums. She ordered Wang, who responded with, yes, Sorcerer Supreme, and went to do his task. She directed the other masters, who left to their task, leaving only Mordo and Strange in the room with the 2 of us. What was that? What the hell are we dealing with? Strange was the first one to break the silence, giving me the side eye as he questioned the Ancient One. Is it the thralls from the dark dimension? Mordo asked. For now, I'm not sure. From what I know, whatever it was seems to have some sort of connection with Mr. Cross here. She pointed at me, which at this point she didn't have to do, as I'm pretty sure no one could ignore the dude who had some weird red writings all over his body. Cross, what does that mean? Do you have any sort of allegiance with the wretches of the dark dimensions? Was this guy always this wound up? He was looking at me as if I betrayed him, and he was ready to pay whatever the cost might be to take me down. Wait, everyone back up for a second. What is this about dark dimensions? Strange came in between me and Mordo. Mordo first looked toward the Ancient One, who didn't look like she was going to say anything for the time being, so he answered. The dark dimensions and others like it are home to the most treacherous of evil beings. Vile and malicious eldritch monsters who dwell in chaos and evil and everything in between. He stopped there and looked at the Ancient One again, but seeing as she didn't say anything, continued. They are the most powerful of cosmic beings who enslave thousands of worlds all through the multiverse. One of such beings is Dormammu. A monster beyond even the concept of time, who tries all it can to consume Earth at every turn. Kamar-Taj exists to protect the Earth from such beings. He turned to look at me, and all others related to them. Okay, let me stop you right there. I have no connection with any type of evil or chaotic entities. None that I'm aware of. I said the last part silently. Your present visage doesn't inspire the fact of such truths. He pointed at the crack-like writings on my body. And your judgment is superficial. He made to rebut, but a shout from Strange stopped him. Stop. What are you talking about? I only came here to heal my hands, not fight some mystical war. Mordo was taken aback by Strange's statement. What do you mean? I'm out. I didn't sign up for this when I joined. Strange said. You would refuse to be part of something that is bigger than yourself for the first time in your damn life? And I thought you strong, Strange. Mordo walked out of the room, followed by a confused and bitter Strange. Why aren't you saying anything? I directed at the still silent woman. Because there was no need for me to say anything. Why don't we focus on your magic for now? Since I wouldn't be able to get much from her, and given how she said she didn't know who or what entity was linked to me, I focused on the matter at hand. Right, I don't think that fight did anything to my inability to use magic. Try again. On her order, I performed the motion for a simple barrier spell and was pleasantly surprised when I was able to fully form a rather simple shield, though the constructs were still shaking. She explained before I could ask how. Your astral body is, in a sense, your true form. Conversely, meaning that how strong it is correlates to how powerful you can be. You were able to keep your calm when in astral projection, which in turn diffused most of the raw emotions on your body. Though your anger isn't gone, you can now use more of your strength without the fear of losing control of your faculties. I paid little attention to her as I stared at the wobbly shield in front of my fingers. This is magic. Most would call it that, but personally I think sorcery suits it better. I disabled the shield and turned to look at her before bowing my head in thanks. Thank you for your hospitality. You are different than I imagined you'd be, Mr. Cross. She chuckled. And pray tell what that perception looked like. Arrogant, condescending, brash, unwilling. But despite having all of those in abundance, you manage not to show it, if at all. Your degree of control sure is an astonishing thing to see, mildly terrifying even. I left for my room after some small talk with her. It would be a lie if I said the prospects of magic didn't appeal to me. I mean, it was magic after all. I immediately dove into my magical books the second I took a shower and started experimenting with some spells, small ones. I was still a newbie after all. I performed the few spells I could multiple times just to get the feel of magic. I believe that magic was undersold in the MCU, even though it had some fantastic highlights, the magical community wasn't given the same edge that I could see in the present-day sorcerers. The prime example for that was the Ancient One. Sure, I wasn't fighting at my best as I was trying to keep my emotions in check while also being careful, but she wasn't either and I wasn't able to touch her. It could be that the visual effects of the movies couldn't replicate it or due to a lacking imagination of the directors and scriptwriters. Whatever the problem was, the fact remained that a sorcerer like Agamotto could fight a celestial on equal ground and even best some of them. The feat even went up ahead when he could fight with beings like Dormammu and Galactus. Sure, he had a somewhat special birth, but that in no way deducted from the true fact that he was purely magical. And given whatever my stupid patron or whatever it was decided to do, that was if I didn't die before then, I would eventually find myself being put against beings of those level. Magic was something that would give me an edge against anything, that feature being owned to its simplicity and contradictory complexity in nature which could be assigned to it woven intricacies with the very fabrics that govern the universe as well as. Why couldn't my redo just be a simple life in a crazy universe? Everyone else gets it, so why couldn't I? Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DeRaulTheoManus. 107, Chapter 106. A/N, sorry for the late upload. Had a soccer game today that I couldn't miss. My team lost if anyone is wondering. I need to sleep. Boom. Mordo slid back while using the vaulting boots of Volter, one of his personal relics, to stabilize himself midair. You've become terrifying in your mastery of the arts. But you still have a long way to go. He swung his staff while elongated and collided with the staff held by Drawl. Twisting the short staff in one hand, Mordo used his other hand to conjure a transfiguration circle on the ground, making gnomes come out of it and surround Drawl, who showcased his brilliance in the arts by using the remnant energy of the circle Mordo used for his transfiguration and melded it with his own circle, casting a restraining spell that shot out eldritch ropes that bound them, and with a change of motions of his hands, the ropes seemed to drill into the earthen gnomes and destroyed them. Mordo, expecting such a move, and taking a page from Drawl's use of remnant energy, which he still couldn't tell how he did it, used the fading energy in the earthen gnomes to form a circumference of quicksand around Drawl while he continued forward by running a few centimeters above the sand to Drawl, seemingly wanting to motion a two-pronged attack and clinch the win of this duel to the numerous ones they've had. Unfazed by the two-way attack from his opponent, Drawl formed a circle which did something that surprised the incoming Mordo. The quicksand swallowed him whole in one swift moment, which stunned Mordo for the consequent second, which a reappearing Drawl used as an opening to slam his staff into the back of the Mystic Master. That was uncalled for. Marad readied himself for the second chance confrontation, which Drawl commenced with a higher level spell. Drawl had set a countdown circle when he went under the sand, which Mordo immediately understood as 6 huge serpents burst out from the now hardened ground and attacked Mordo with jaws ajar. Flexing a greater range of mobility with his boots, Mordo kicked into the air, opening a portal quickly behind his heels for the incoming serpent to pass through before he closed it, rendering a clean slash of one of the negative effects of spatial magic to cut through the neck of the serpent. The others, seeing their comrade dead, rushed at him with frenzy from different angles, where Mordo showed a glimpse of his mastery in the arts as he conjured many magical circles which sent out construct weapons that pierced through the hides of the serpents. Not taking his focus off Drawl, as that would spell his doom, pun not intended, he found his troublesome opponent smiling at him while making a gesture with his eyes for Mordo to look around. Unfortunately, he was too late to realize that the motes of residual energy, instead of dissipating, formed a circle in front of him which conjured a huge fist that punched him hard, sending him careening into the floor, only for him to feel the blunt end of a staff against his chest. Your loss. That brings the tally to 17-14. In my favor, obviously. Mordo rolled his eyes at the smugness emanating from his opponent and grabbed the outstretched hand held out to him to help him up. For one, your so-called energy assimilation is bullshit. How do you take control of the residual energy of a failed or completed spell and use it to make a layer for a new one? That's genius, and also normally impossible unless it is to a higher degree of mastery. And for another, how strong would you be if you used your meta powers? Mordo questioned, which wasn't the first time he'd done so. Firstly, energy assimilation is a meta ability of mine which enables me to take in, absorb and assimilate and redirect any form of energy my body has sufficiently adapted to. And since magic is a part of the universal energy constant, it falls under the same criteria. And secondly, you would be dead in the first 10 seconds if this wasn't a magic-only duel. Both men, one in red robes while the other in green, made way to the Ancient One's abode. I see you've finished your duel. Congratulations, Mr. Cross. Your advancement in the arts are astonishing. Now if only someone else knew the meaning of restraint and wouldn't spend most of his time breaking into and stealing books from the library. The Ancient One congratulated Drawl while serving tea for the two masters. Though not official, and might never be due to Drawl's nature, she along with the other masters were already made privy to the fact that Drawl could fight any master in Camartage on equal grounds and running most of the gauntlet. Then there was Strange, though he and Drawl, rather than say reconcile since there was no enmity between them, had varying differences in thought processes, had far more magical potential than anyone she'd ever seen, even eclipsing what she could see from Drawl. Though the man was a monster, when in or taken out of context, Strange eclipsed him in magic due to his unending thirst for knowledge, not power but raw knowledge. While Strange once pursued fame and acknowledgement, the current Strange however only pursued knowledge far above anything else. She was surprised at this turn of events, how things could vastly change due to little differences. Though not everything changed. Is someone talking about me? I knew Wang was a tattletale. His face tells that a lot. A man in black sorcerer robes walked in with flair, a tome in hand. Mr. Strange, so nice of you to join us for tea today. One would be bewildered how little she cared for formalities given her title and esteem, but that was how she has always been. She served the newcomer tea and took a second when none of their attention was on her to take in the picture. She dare say they, the three of them in the room, were her best students through her forgotten centuries. Mordo with his uprightness and rigidity. A beacon of righteousness for all to see. But she feared it would also be his shortcoming. The best heroes made the most evil of villains after all. Strange with his keen eyes to see the bigger picture, not afraid of blurring the lines for the ideal goal but never for personal gain. Along with his knowledge of the arts, he had the making of being one of the most strongest sorcerers in history long past, reaching heights that only the fathers of sorcery ever did. But his pride and arrogance had always been his shortcoming. Though not as it was before, it still was there, fueling his thirst and ego to surpass the raised bar. Drawl with his eccentricity. But unlike the other two, he perceived morality as something he decided. Was it due to his connection with whatever that being was? She didn't know. He didn't have the rigidity of Mordo or the thirst for knowledge like Strange. Not the righteousness or the care for the bigger picture. He was the most free of the three of them, and with that she was glad. Glad that such bright lights were nurtured by her and she lived long enough to see them grow, and she was fine with it. She'd seen her time. Even now, she could feel the draw from the other side. I heard that their spar had concluded, so I just made my way here. Oh, and there were some questions that I would love to ask you. Strange took his tea and sat down by Mordo's side. I believe that was the main reason you came here. Am I wrong? She asked the most eccentric sorcerer in the room. Well, you certainly aren't right to expose it that way. Strange chuckled before he turned to the last man in the room. Cross. Strange. The simple getting was the only thing they shared, as there was a bit of bad blood between the two of them, well only from Strange, as Drawl just straight out ignored the man for most of the time. The Ancient One smiled a bit seeing the two of them trying to move past their enmity, which was a glad decision on Strange's part, since from his point of view, Drawl was the reason why he lost everything. From his fame, wealth, and renown to the woman he loved. She was glad at the small steps the man was taking, but looking at Drawl, she almost burst out into full laughter and risked ruining her sagely image, as she knew for a sure fact that the coolie-looking man just didn't care. It was impressive how someone that caring could also be indifferent to such a degree. He had sympathized once and that was it. Mordo was the only one who looked like the awkwardness of the room was getting to. The Ancient One had her calm smile on her face while Strange was focused on the time he was reading, sometimes needing the elder's clearance. While Drawl had his full focus on the tea. Seriously considering whether to remove whiskey and add tea to liquid Holy Grail. Is it a plant? The bizarre question brought everyone to Drawl's focus. What is? Mordo was confused. The tea. Is it a plant or some kind of rare ingredient mixture or natural resource? The man clarified while at the same time was able to make it sound like a serious question worthy of debate between masters. I'm afraid that's a secret. The Ancient One said. I'm willing to bargain. Name your price. Are you now? Try me. I need it. Recipes and all, down to the last-minute details. The two other occupants in the room watched as the Ancient One and Drawl haggled for the secret of her tea until Drawl bought it for 5% of Facebook. Needless to say, the two men were shocked not at the price of the tea, which was outright ridiculous, but the look of triumph on Drawl's face. Did he just take that as a victory? Almost $10 million in worth just for the recipe and ingredients for tea. Regardless of how they felt, Drawl basked in the knowledge that he had been able to acquire such treasure for cheap. Haha, in their faces. He enjoyed the look of shock and envy on Strange and Mordo's face until the voice of the Ancient One brought him back to the table. I believe you started learning runes after your transfiguration studies, where are you with it? While the standard languages for spells in Kamar-Taj are based on Sanskrit, somehow, Greek, Norse and even some obscure ones like Yoruba have more stronger rune systems, so I focused on those more. Unfortunately, our library seems to lack a lot of books concerning most foreign pantheons, so it isn't coming as fast as I would like it. Drawl sighed, knowing why books on those runic systems were hard to find. Most of the runic text here, he presumed, were from time long past, ancient Norse, dating as far back as before Odin ascended as king of Asgard. Odin with his paranoia won't leave a sizable amount of his traditions and teachings of his people in Midgard. First step of safeguarding one's history is safeguarding the culture. Spread too wide and people won't take it seriously anymore. Unfortunately I can't help you with those as their circulation is, dutifully guarded. Thought so. Why are you so focused on runes anyway? Mordo was curious. For my weapon. Your staff? It's already imbued with runes, why want to add more? It wouldn't hold if you did. Mordo didn't bother about saying the negative effects as Drawl with his expertise would surely know that. Not the staff. It's a more personal weapon. A few actually. Drawl explained. What kind of rune are you thinking of? The Ancient One asked intrigued. Something to do with space-time manipulation. His words chilled everyone, even the ever-eccentric Strange, more so Mordo. You know that tampering with the space-time continuum is one of the few things forbidden in Kamar-Taj. Why would you need such forbidden practices for a weapon? Mordo stood up in reprimand. Chill dude. I was only thinking of a return or rather call complex runic array. Not something as banal and dangerous as messing with the time stream. And after all this time I'd thought you'd be chill. It's like a second Bucky all over again. Drawl waved the man's worry off. Why call though? If it's a weapon you'd be using, a simple return rune would be enough, unless you are thinking of calling it to you disregarding space, time, and matter from anywhere within the constellations. But that'd be impossible. Time spells are seriously forbidden for practice, not to mention the workings of such runes. I think I understand why you'd be going for the Norse rune system. The stories and text told stories of Odin and Bor traveling through the stars to the heart of their enemies. We don't know if the fabled Bifrost even exists, nor do we if the gods do. Unless you are thinking of crafting your own runic system, what you are currently looking for is impossible, definitely so in the short term. Strange analyzed while the Ancient One's and Mordo's face formed a frown. Always the magical Wikipedia, ain't ye? That reminds me, I would be gone from Kamar-Taj for a while. Is that okay? Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 108, Chapter 107. Drawl St. Cross POV. I've been gone for almost 6 months, although I'd learned how to make a portal early enough, I still postponed coming home. Not for anything else other than the fact that the Ancient One told me I needed discipline. And given the fact that I talk with those at home almost every week, I saw no reason to portal there. Which was also the reason why I was currently on my plane going home instead of just ripping a hole in space and going through to land on my couch. I hope Yelena hasn't wrecked my car or else I'm taking Bucky's. The flight back home was quiet as I enjoyed my tea, which I sold for 5% of my Facebook stock. It was definitely worth it. I always win. I didn't bring anything with me of worth to Nepal, and the only thing I took with me was my sorcerer's robe, which I transfigured into my tie. She got lucky. I saw my car exactly at the hangar I left it when I took the plane to Nepal months ago, with no sign of scratch or damage repair. The ride back home was quick, which between my weaving through traffic and driving at 150 miles per hour was a piece of cake. I got home and the first thing I smelled was blood, but I wasn't panicked as I could clearly feel everyone at home and they were alive with no limbs missing, so that was good. You all look like crap. Drawl. Oof. Yelena crashed into me with a hug, which I returned before I went to the others. Everyone was suddenly all hugy, so I just went along with it before I told them of most of the things I did. Granted, they already knew a lot about what I was learning since I talked to them every week. Sabretooth and a guy who could make things explode, and also a dude who could shapeshift. Sounds like you guys had a rough week, I said after listening to the group they had been fighting. Sabretooth I understood, as he could give any of these enhanced super soldiers a fight, not in pure physical strength but a no-holds-barred fight. But Gambit and Mystique? How the hell were they able to fight off Steve? Steve saw the blatant incomprehension on my face and scratched his head in embarrassment. The dude turned into a nude woman, okay? How the hell was I supposed to fight a nude woman and then be ambushed by a dude who can make things explode? By punching the supposedly naked woman in the face. Bucky would have done that. Steve lowered his head in perverse shame. Yeah, I would. And trust Bucky to bring the pain. So have you guys managed to figure out who these guys were working for? Because there's no way Sabretooth, Gambit, and Mystique were working together without someone at the helm. Well, it's their problem now. Not yet. We've been able to identify the Sabretooth and Gambit's profiles, but the shapeshifter is an almost impossible task and they are good. Being able to somehow keep up with Steve's strength is proof of that. Nat said. Her name is Mystique, probably. She was the only shapeshifter who I could remember that Gambit had some history with. Who's Mystique? It is a somewhat apt name, by the way. She used to work with Magneto, and given that she knows he's dead, I think she allied herself with someone else. Who that is the real question. I stopped there and dropped the garbage on them. It was their mess, so as the responsible adults they were, they should fix it. Why not me? Whoever said I was the sanitary prefect of the Marvelverse? As long as it had nothing to do with me, they could bomb America for all I care. The injuries Steve had were mostly on his lips, which were almost healed since his cowl didn't protect it like Bucky's did. I had a feeling that I should look into this matter more, but I snuffed it out knowing fully well that it was the hero syndrome taking rise, so I delegated it to the real heroes. I had gods and shit to worry about since it was an inevitability that I would fight them later on the line, and I couldn't involve myself with every meta or enhanced case now, could I? So why are you back? You said you weren't finished with your magical training, so why come back now? Steve asked. Well, other than the fact that Obadiah Stane is trying to buy the stocks of my company and Marky is being tempted and my personal weapons are here, I figured a change of pace was needed. I sipped from my tea and noticed the suddenly quiet room. What? Where did that tea come from? The kitchen. But that's hot tea. No one made tea. I know. I was making it while we were talking. Magic was bullshit like that. And I thought you being almost unkillable was ridiculous, and now there's this. Yelena was disgruntled. I wanted to work some runes inside my weapons, basic runes for now, and also on Steve's shield. Nothing like Thor's Mjolnir, but a simple cum would suffice to make his shield come back even when it's knocked off course. I shelved that for later and spent the rest of the day chatting with everyone about what had happened when I was gone. It was a fuckfest, and boy was I glad I was gone. First of all was the Fantastic Four going public and stopping crimes and newly termed villains and all that comic bullshit. Then there was the X-Men, who were doing the same, but for some fucked up reason, they had more hate than the FF group. Maybe it was the publicity? The Fantastic Four were very transparent about what they did, even going as far as showing their abilities in public, which could be unavoidable in Ben's case and Johnny being as flamboyant as ever. Maybe that was the reason why the Fantastic Four could go in and swoop a police case and then get thanked, but when the X-Men do it, they get the mouth of a gun pointed at them. If I had to choose between the two groups, then I'd go for the X-Men for the simple reason that they go for the bad guys, as in mutants who want to cause trouble and wreck the planet, while the Fantastic Four were poster boys. For now at least. That reminds me, I have to meet Ororo. Apparently Charles wanted to speak with me and he used Ororo as a medium, so I'll have to go and see what the Baldy is up to. After our little get-together, I went to my workshop and immediately got started on my weapon. It was hard carving a rune into an adamantium vibranium weapon. The axe was segmented into two parts, the skeletal segment and the outer skin. The skeleton of the axe was mostly adamantium, from the head down to halfway through the handle, which I made from pure vibranium so as to absorb whatever shock would travel through it to my hands. The outer layer consisted of the head being part adamantium and part vibranium. While I wasn't able to make proto-adamantium, I was however able to synthesize the two ores in a way that didn't neglect their special properties. This weapon was a masterpiece, and while I could not find the cheating ore known as anti-metal, I believe that my axe was easily in the top 3 weapons made by humans. I don't even know the limits of the axe, but I would have to find that out. Unfortunately, it wasn't something I could use every time, as it would just cleave through most people, and while I enjoyed splitting God's children in two, it would make most fights boring. The rune I etched into the axe was a simple come rune. Come as in walk back or fly towards me, and not the defy space and sometimes time rune. With that done, I transfigured the axe into a red tie. Transfiguration magic was weird. Weird in the fact that with enough magical power and understanding, you could transfigure anything, even living things and the soul, but that part of transfiguration was branched as necromancy, and while there were some books and spells on it back in Kamar-Taj, the practice of it was one that was strictly forbidden unless you wanted to be cast out or hunted and killed. For the most part, Kamar-Taj was a pretty easily chilled place. The constricting rules there were pretty non-existent, and even the sparse few that were actually implemented for the benefits of those studying the arts. Heck, there was a library full of time spells that, although the practice was forbidden due to the valid fear of messing with the time streams and creating paradoxes and time loops, the knowledge of it was freely given. And while I was as much of a magic encyclopedia as much as Strange was, I wasn't interested in being the second Reed Richards of magic. I practiced what I wanted and what I felt I needed, not like Strange, who actually experimented with the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone just because he saw a spell in one of the books. One thing I also avoided doing, partly due to an advice from the Ancient One, was that I should in no way practice dark arts, and practicing such arts usually creates a link to the being under which that arts was schooled. It was something I had considered when I remembered characters like Wanda and Strange from the older day comics who sometimes used dark arts from beings like Thun, Sidarok, Dormammu, etc. She was pretty skeptical of me after our first spar, which was our only spar, when something attacked her from outside of the mirror dimension. According to her, it was more like a warning than an attack, and even she couldn't tell what it was. So with that warning and my cautiousness in play, I steered clear of any dark arts, not that I didn't read, but I didn't as much as weaved a spark of energy in that direction. Talking about dark energy, that dude, Master Caecilius, had been getting pretty sketchy with his movements lately. I wasn't sure if I was the only one who noticed, but lately I've been seeing most of his students in the library scheming through texts with forbidden practices. I didn't bother with them as by the books and Stan Lee's words, that was Strange's problem to deal with. There were a lot of things on my plate, and one of them was finally launching my satellite after the big break of the company. I had thought that Facebook would be more popular, but I severely underestimated the might of an app that was the combination of YouTube and TikTok. I needed multiple satellites to further progress the data traffic on those apps, and not to mention the things that I would be having Nat and the others do with it. I had talked to Fury a while back and he had given me word that the government wouldn't shoot down any of my satellites, and I couldn't help but laugh at that ridiculous poorly veiled threat. The second, I had a satellite up in the sky was the moment I won Earth's networking and digital warfare. I could hack into S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Pentagon in less than 10 minutes, and they thought that they would have some kind of sway over me when I could finally control the network of over 3 continents. If I was the typical megalomaniac who was obsessed with conquering the Earth, then I would be laughing my ass out, but the reason I wanted my satellite up there was for a few things. 25% my company. 30% to propagate memes. 30% access to any digital information I wanted. 15% because Steve and the others would need it. So with that okay from Fury, I had called my team of engineers who would be responsible for building it. Sure, I could build the damn thing, but that was 3 satellites, and not to mention that I had other things on my plate and they were equally important. I had given them the blueprints and the money was there, so all I had to do was wait for the launch. Whoever said having money can't solve all your problems? That was pure cap. As long as it wasn't a time or health problem, money was sure to solve it. And if it can't solve it, then you simply don't have enough of it. Since my weapon was good to go, I focused on Steve, Bucky, and Nat's combat suit. What I wanted to experiment was if I could somehow etch in a bioelectricity to magic rune on their transfigured supersuit. It would save them the awkward moment of being someplace bad by chance and not bringing their suit or weapons. It was an idea that was inspired by the Flash's ring that stored his suit, but with magic in the mix. I think I could use a belt as Steve's item, as that would be inconspicuous given the way he dressed, while Bucky would be a simple compartment on his arm. Nat would be a piece of jewelry if she wore any, or something else. I would need to ask her about that. All work and no play makes Drawl a magician. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 109, Chapter 108. It has to have some sort of mass to it for energy conversion unless you want it to sap a lot of your energy. I had explained to Nat what I wanted from her, and the first thing she told me was a gun, and I was like, of course not. It was the obvious choice given her profession, but it's not like she could carry a gun everywhere. Scratch that, she could. But I felt a gun wouldn't be an ideal suit compartment and it would be a ton of extra work to do, but we just settled for a piece of jewelry. A single earring that also functioned as a normal ring. It was a piece of work given the energy needed to unveil what it really was after it was transfigured. It didn't need much energy to swap it back to her suit as much as it was needed to transfigure it into a ring. I was only able to carve simple thought runes into it given my lacking knowledge of more sophisticated runes, but what I did was all they needed. A simple thought transfer rune within a 1 kilometer range and another rune to change their suit back. The energy consumption from them due to the suit's transformation was negligible due to their super soldier and enhanced super soldier status. Thank God that Nat didn't turn buff, which was due to the fact that while Erskine's research focused more on muscle mass and tissues, streamlining them into peak performance state, mine was more energy focused and augmentation. For Yelena, I had to give her that serum. Against my better judgment I knew it was something I had to do, but it wasn't before warning the adults in the house never to let her go with them on their missions, even when I knew fully well that that warning wouldn't hold. I had to step back when I realized that no matter how averse I was to the idea, at the end of the day, I was no more than a friend maybe. All this happened before I left for Kamar-Taj, and seeing as how Nat was fine with it, though after a long talk with the younger girl. Yelena's suit was a smaller version of Nat's with red accents, fitted after the Black Widow. Done with my little upgrade on their wares, I retired into bed to start the next day with a meeting with a board of staff I've never met. On second thought, I'll call Marky and let him do that instead. I don't pay him to laze around in my company. The next day, after getting Marky to attend the meeting with Obadiah, I drove my car down to the mansion and had Aurora meet me the moment I passed the gates, which turns out they've been out on a mission. So Mystique. Yes. We ran into them when Logan picked up Sabretooth's scent. This isn't the first we've clashed in recent months, but according to Logan, Sabretooth and Mystique working together is a lot of problem. We believe they are working for somebody, but we have no idea who. I looked around as we walked, and apart from some iconic faces that paid me attention, most of them were new. It seems like you guys have been busy with the recruiting. How are you holding up? Truthfully, it's been hard these past few months. We've been moving non-stop due to distress calls from different countries, trying to put out the flames of violence against meta-humans. It's the reason why there are so many new faces. Add that to training the diverse abilities of the children and also acting as emotional supports for them. Not that I'm complaining of the work, but it sometimes wears you down. She empathized by slumping her shoulders in a tell before straightening up. Not that I can say I understand, but that's gotta be rough. And given who you are, I believe you don't believe in taking a day off. I said as we made a turn to a room where they usually hold their meetings. And what is that supposed to mean? She raised her brows at me in mock offense. When was the last time you slept through the day? When was the last time you went to the park to unhinge? And when was the last time you did something that was not X-Men related? Exactly. Not that it's bad or anything but, forgive me for saying, you don't have a life outside these walls. I don't know why she looked surprised when I was just pointing out the obvious. She seriously never thought about that, did she? When you say it like that, even if I am slightly offended, it sounds true. But unfortunately, not all of us can be as free-spirited as you, disappearing for months off to who knows where. Some of us have something we would dedicate our lives to, regardless of what it demands. She said. That sounds awfully like how fanatics speak. And I think I don't need to tell how they are wrong 100% of the time, mostly due to bad reasons, evil leaders, or they were lied to. I couldn't help it. That was exactly what it sounded like. What are you trying to say? She said with narrowed eyes, coming off a little serious. I looked straight into her eyes, undeterred. It means you should get a life, preferably outside these walls. No one can deny the fact that what you do is as noble as the word comes, but pledging your life to helping others without trying to help yourself is not a way to live. Trust me on this. She matched my gaze, still remaining unconvinced. And how would you know? Because I'm proof. If you think what I said is a lie, then ask Logan. He'll tell you otherwise. I said before I pushed the door open to find Charles and Hank inside. Why'd you call? I immediately got to the point. There were no feelings lost between me and Charles, in fact between me and anyone in the X-Men except Ororo. I wanted to ask you something. Magneto. Is he dead? That's what he is. I obliterated him down to his last blood cell on Christmas Eve. I said and saw the already beaten form of Charles look defeated. It might just be me thinking this, but did you seriously expect me to let him live if I had the chance? Everyone has the right to. Not him. Eric Lenscher lost the right to be anything other than dead when he decided to come after me. The reason why Doom is still roaming the earth is because I haven't found him yet. If that is all, then I would be taking my leave. Try your best not to reach out to me again. I said and rose up from the seat I sat on, totally ignoring Ororo's silent plea for peace. Wait. That wasn't the only reason why I called for you. I wanted to apologize for what I did. I was short-sighted and in my act of hubris and paranoia, I have greatly erred against you. Please forgive me. The whole room fell silent as the two guests watched Charles and I before I sighed. It's been over a year, Charles. I don't care much for how you feel in regards to me, but the time for apologies are long past. 13 months overdue. If that is all, then I'll be having my leave. Will you help? The meta-humans, will you try to help them? He asked in a hurry, seemingly trying to grasp at something, but I shook my head, not at all oblivious to how they all seemed to deflate. I can't, or rather I won't. Too selfish to be a saint, regardless of the irony there. I'll try to help you guys when I can, though it would be better if you don't count on that for the time being, as I'm rather busy at the time. I told the man, which made him let out a weak smile before he asked again. What do you think about the current meta-human situation, and how do you think we should act in moving forward? I don't know why you would think I am a good choice for opinions, but I think we can both agree that the mutant race don't belong under any existing government. What's with the alarmed faces? What do you mean by we don't belong under any government? Oh, so that was the reason for their faces. $100 says they all thought I was going for terrorism. Different from the outrageous thought process you are currently traveling on, what I meant is for you to create a new body. There are at least more than 2 million mutants around the world, and as much as you would like to believe otherwise, there is no hope for peaceful coexistence except you prove to be a strong body that countries, not government, countries, wouldn't be able to neglect your words. Mr. Cross, I don't think that is the ideal way. Ideals can't be implemented in the real world, Charles. Unless you understand that, then I'm sorry to say, but what you are chasing is a fool's game. Drawl. Ororo called me an admonishment, but I wasn't having it. Think about it for a second. Violence is a part of every living being. No revolution was wrought with peaceful talks, none. Thinking you could do that is a child's dream. Unless you are ready to fight back, the meta-humankind would continue to be oppressed. The reason why Magneto was taken seriously was because he fought back, trading every blow for blow and then some. You are saying we should be like Magneto? Charles asked through gritted teeth. No. I'm saying you should grow a spine. The room went dead with noise as the clear admonishment to all of them. I believe I've overstayed my welcome, I'll be seeing myself out. I walked out before any of them could stop me, not that they would want to after what I just said. Wait. Or maybe I was wrong. I'm beginning to think you have a reason for always having my back. Well, you wouldn't be entirely wrong. Did you mean what you said? About taking a strong stand? Do you really think it'll help? Ororo said with a pensive look as she thought over her own words and mine. What do you think? Review human history and you'll have your answer. I know for a fact that Charles's way won't work. You don't become a leader or the voice of such strong people without a degree of might. Later Ororo. And remember, try to have fun. You are not getting any younger. I laughed at the small shock I felt in my hands before I waved her off and drove to my next destination. To talk to Fury. Granted he should have been the first I went to meet due to the issue with the satellite launch, but I figured I wanted to listen to what Charles had to say. You know, to get the potential bullshit out of the way before the real stuff. Where the hell have you been? Was the first thing Fury said to me the moment he saw me. I was off state for an important issue. Had to get my head in order. My days at Camartage helped me in retaining my volatile self and also helped me in control of my overwhelming anger. Although I could still be blinded by anger, I now had a higher level of tolerance and I could also use most of my clarity when in that state. It had gotten a lot stronger after last year, the plateau of its strength I mean, that I only spared with Master Hamir once in the mirror dimension, which if not for the intervention of the Ancient One, I would have killed him. The more I got stronger, the more my anger got terrifying. Well, I'm thankful you're back. I was hoping you could help me with something. Fury said as we both got inside his office. What with? There have been some abduction cases of metahumans. Normally my team should have been able to deal with things had it not been too severe. There encountered some metas, one was some kind of diamond-like man and the others were some dude we could identify as Gambit who used exploding cards and the last was some girl with a weird mouth who could attract things. Her abilities are mostly unknown at this point. Oh that? I think Steve and the others were on it and, also the X-Men. Now that I think about it, it could be something big, but between S.H.I.E.L.D, the X-Men and Steve and, okay they have to come up with a group name, but between you three, I don't think it'll turn into something you can't handle but if it turns out I just raised a flag then I'll take care of it. I really should look into this just to make sure it isn't something big happening behind the scenes. About that. Could you tell them to cooperate with us at least on this? Fury looked as if he was dealing with a huge headache. You'd have to talk to them about that. I have no business, nor the energy, to snoop around in their heroics unless they specifically ask me. So I wouldn't be able to help you there. Yet I figured. Didn't hurt to try though. As much as I would love to continue our conversation, let's talk politics for now, Glorg. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 110, Chapter 109. Cold Chronicles 2. Steve Rogers POV. People might think that having someone as overpowered as Drawl would make life easier or give you a solid sense of security but Steve Rogers would disagree. Sure he would never say it to Drawl's face, but his presence, or rather existence, was a huge pressure on everyone in that house. He'd seen it multiple times to know that Drawl was constantly holding back, always putting a lock on the height of his abilities. Steve would say that at this point, anything short of an A-bomb would find it extremely taxing to kill Drawl. It carried a lot of weight when someone like Drawl said he doesn't know his current limits, and that was after he, Magneto and Doom almost destroyed the state of New York. What made it worrisome was that Drawl was still sure, 100%, that he definitely wasn't in the top 10 on Earth. Maybe the top 20. The world grew a whole lot larger in just a year and being with Drawl meant you felt the brunt of the weight. It was also a driving factor for why Steve accepted Drawl's serum. Drawl had told them, there and then, that they were pitifully weak and no matter how much they tried to deny those words, it hurt more when they realized how true it was. They were weak, impossibly so. But now? Though no as ridiculous as Drawl, Steve and Bucky could shrug off most things. Their strength coupled with their suit gave them a boost in their defenses. The only reason why Steve had received an injury was that his mask wasn't covering his lower face, nothing else. But why? Why even with their weapons, mastery, strength, and defenses could they not win over him? It had been 3 hours of constant fighting, an all-in match where everything goes, against Drawl. Even with the team effort of him, Nat, Bucky and Yelena combined, they were still unable to make him exert himself. They had used everything they could, even weapons like his shield and adamantium knives along with vibranium gloves but still nothing. The only effort he made was dodging or either parrying their adamantium weapons. And the worst part about it all was that Drawl didn't hold his punches. He had slammed Natasha on the ground before booting her to Bucky's way, nor did he hold back when his fist snuck into Yelena's stomach, lifting the girl up by a few centimeters off the ground. He had received the flat end of his shield to his face which was followed by a ground-shattering suplex. I didn't miss that. Bucky said after wiping off the sweat on his face after an intense workout. Well if it's any consolation, you guys are terrifying when fighting together. Take it from me. I'd like to run some test on you guys later but for now, you guys can rest. Drawl left the room without as much as a sweat on him. I wonder whose idea it was to spar against him. Natasha massaged her sides. That slam had to hurt like a bitch. It was Yelena's. If I knew what that pipsqueak had in mind, then I would have left the house this morning. Bucky huffed and swung a towel over his shoulders. I don't think it was that bad. Apart from the having our asses kicked part. Steve gave his honest opinion, which wasn't well received. That was the only part of the spar. Surprisingly, it was Natasha who cried out. Exactly. Bucky added. Okay, Sour Pants, I get it. Oh, before I forget, Drawl said Fury said he wanted to talk with us. Something about the missing metahumans case and those ones we fought. Steve informed them. Drawl was right. Whoever they are working with is bad news. Metahuman experimentation brings about nothing good. Nat is right. When are we supposed to meet them? We could go after we are done here. Anyone knows what he might want to talk about? Steve asked. Probably cooperation. Although it is almost an impossibility, but there might be a chance for him to want to recruit us. Natasha answered after she thought for a while. Steve just frowned, but Bucky showed his distaste for that idea happening. Fet chance. Though given who he is, he'll be willing to take the gamble. Not that it has any hope of paying off. They left the house with Steve riding with Yelena while Nat paired with Bucky. Hey Steve. Yeah. Do you think there'll be an end to it? To what? Steve asked, even though he knew what the young girl wanted to ask. The fight. Drawl said it's an impossible task, that's why he didn't want to go out helping people even though he'll be the best at it. We have S.H.I.E.L.D., us, the Fantastic Four and the X-Men fighting in whatever way we can. Is there a chance or a point where we all go back home thinking finally it's over? Steve had to take a second to look at the young girl beside him who asked such a thought-wrenching question. No one knows. I'm a soldier. Though we pray for wars to end, we can't live without a fight. I think the reason why Drawl tries not to get involved is because he knows this. If the fight is everything you know, you'll never be able to enjoy a normal life. About coming home, that I don't really know. Yelena twisted her lips in frustration, showing that what Steve said didn't really help. But thankfully, at least we know someone who'll drag our asses back home if we are past curfew. Yelena laughed till small droplets of tears escaped her eyes. You are right. Amidst the whole nonchalant and I don't give a shit vibe he has when he's outside the house, he's such a worrywart. With the mood lightened between the soldier and the young assassin, they engaged in smaller talks as they drove to S.H.I.E.L.D's grounded base. Steve, what's up man? Clint was the one who greeted them when they arrived after sharing a handshake with Steve. We had a pretty rough week, but other than that, all good. Right, I heard. Nasty fight hey. Fighting someone who could turn most things to explosives was bound to not be an easy one. Where have you been? Some of the agents stopped what they were doing to look at Steve, who no longer had a need to hide his identity. Most had looks of awe either due to who he was or due to his looks. Why are all the guys at home so buffy? Yelena muttered to herself. We had to deal with some remnants of Magneto's group and also apprehend some people calling themselves Friends of Humanity. It was a cult. And every single member was sick in the head. Clint said in response to Steve's question. Clint took them to Fury's office and left them standing there in front of the bald man. Captain Rogers, glad you could make it this quick. Drawl said it was kind of important, so I figured it was best to deal with it as soon as possible. Steve said. That he did. Did he tell you anything about what we talked about? Fury asked while discreetly surveying the four of them with his eyes. He was both as impressed as he was envious of these people Drawl had by his side. No, he didn't. He only said there was something you wanted to talk with us about. Steve shrugged in ignorance. Well then, allow me to cut to the chase then. This was something I thought of when Drawl and I were still going up against Hydra. Fury slid some folders to them. I believe we need this now more than ever. Though the terms could be changed, the initiative remains the same. Who is Bruce Banner? Bucky asked. He is a doctor, a ridiculously brilliant one, who was one of the few who tried to replicate the super soldier serum. Although he did it in ignorance, he was somehow able to achieve something entirely different. Fury didn't say anything about his suspicions about Drawl and Banner's research. He wasn't a fool to not see some similarities in the coincidence. He just feigned ignorance, hoping it was all in his head. So the serum made him into a green monster with anger issues. Bucky gave the files a look over. Reminds me of someone I know. What do you want, Director Fury? A group of remarkable people, having the highest degree of autonomy under any government in the world. The world is changing fast and we need people to help us fight the battles in which we find ourselves lacking. The Avengers Initiative was something I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. would need, but now I think it's what the world needs. Steve took one more look at the folders and the names. At the topmost corner was an unidentified profile titled The Consultant, which no one needed a reminder as to who it was. He saw different people's names, some he didn't know, some he knew as well as the back of his hands. It was a well-thought-out team, focusing on efficiency and power when needed. Destructive ability and subtlety, this would have been a very terrifying group had it already been approved. He turned to look at his friends and family. Sure, none of them were related, but Steve would bet his life that their bonds were stronger than that of any family. They looked at him for the decision to be made and he couldn't help but smile at that trust. I guess it runs in the family. I'm sorry, Director. But I would have to decline the offer. He said resolutely. Fury released a sigh, already expecting an outcome like this, though he wouldn't say he was happy about it. Is there any particular reason why you declined? We don't need a reason to help people. We help when we can and when we want. If there's a fight coming for us, you can be damn well sure we'll face it head on. I don't believe we are heroes, we are just a semi-dysfunctional family. No need to add the hero gig to it. Steve said with a small smile. He was sure he would have jumped at the chance to help the world had this been a year ago, but like the talk he had with Yelena, they had a home to go to. Sure he would fight, but family first. You know that doesn't tell me anything. Fury gruffed out, clicking his tongue at the sentimentality of the war hero. What he's trying to say is that we don't need a word or group to define us and what we do. We'll help in any way we can, not because we were asked to or for some higher sense of morality but because we want to. Bucky voiced out in clarification of what Steve meant. I knew I should have made that pitch sooner. I hope we can work together sometimes in the future. He shook hands with Steve and then proceeded to tell them the reason for the call he made to them. So you are saying this is more serious than what we thought? Natasha, after perusing the files on sightings and location S.H.I.E.L.D. had fought with them, asked. Yes. We think there are more to the goals of this group. Unfortunately, this group is rather competent, which is annoying, and they have been totally unharmed by anything my agents could fight with. They were in a room with Fury and his trusted aides along with some new faces. I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was putting together some type of meta-human strike force. How did they fare? Yelena's question cast dark shadows on the faces of a few people, but the younger girl didn't care. Sir, with all due respect, I don't believe these people would be at all helpful other than having access to the information we acquired. A young man with spiky hair raised his objection, which was supported, going by the nods from some of the others, while the minority kept it neutral. Fury just grunted, which quaked the youth, but he managed to hold his ground. It must be tough. Nat whispered to Clint, who just gave a wry smile in return. They are way too cocky. Had to take out their whole team before they listened to what I had to say. Did it 3 more times before they knew not to talk back to me. Agent Thirst, Miss Belova here has 76 confirmed kills in the last 6 months, which is 10 times yours, which is not even considering the fact that 3 of those kills were stray shots. So unless you have more to bring to the table other than a big mouth, then I suggest you sit you lil ass back on that chair. Came the cold savage from Fury. I'm sorry sir, Miss Belova. The agent, Thirst, sat back down, but not before he heard the closing reply from Fury. Sorry for yourself. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. Happy weekend y'all. 111, Chapter 110. Drawl Saint Cross POV. The days went by with me continuing my study into runes. Since time magic practices were strictly forbidden in Kamar-Taj, I avoided it completely. I have watched too many time-related movies to know that fucking with time was never a good idea. With time magic completely out of the window, I focused on the other aspect of the continuum space. It was just a passing study, but I thought that maybe having a sufficient understanding of space runes would allow me to inscribe my Kum rune on my axe. I had visited Kamar-Taj a few times for some books on rune research, and with the Ancient One helping me I believed that I was getting close to it. Runes were harder than spells by a large margin, but were also easier when you got the hang of it, just like computer programming. It was a multitude of arrays and directives packed into a few words and symbols, using it in different combinations to form something entirely new and powerful. That was the reason why, according to the Ancient One, most books on rune study were kept private, not in Kamar-Taj though. Runes were like an encyclopedia of information stored in a drive, as heavy as it was small. I was deep in my research when I sensed a subtle wave of spatial magic. The only one who could directly sneak up on me without me knowing was the Ancient One. I had been able to learn how to use magic to confuse someone's sense away from my presence, which was what the masters of Kamar-Taj were all doing when I first arrived. I didn't know who had snuck up on me, but I didn't do anything and continued my research as if nothing was happening. It wasn't Mordo or Wong, nor was it strange, as those were the only people apart from the Ancient One that I conversed with. The moment my instinct rose, lasers shot out from my eyes before bending backwards, only for it to be blocked by the eldritch shield of my assailant. She had wanted to escape the moment she saw that her assassination failed, but I had already broken though her shield with ease and caught her throat. Caecilius' disciples, hey? What does he want with me? I asked her. Master will have what he wants one way or the other, Ark. She screamed before she had the chance to finish her sentence as one of her legs was on fire. What does he want with me? I asked her again and decreased the intensity of the flames to only microwave scalding hot. He thinks you are a key to the dark dimension. He wants to use your connection to it to gain access to the Dark God. I snapped her neck the moment I got what I wanted and opened a portal to a volcano and dropped her there. It looks like I need to upgrade security to the magical variety. I don't want to move so soon. I left a note on the fridge, informing whoever read it of what had happened and that I was going to be busy. Even me leaving Kamar-Taj for Caecilius and Strange was not enough. I had wanted to open a portal to Kamar-Taj but I stopped when I felt a wave blow past me. Unlike most sorcerers, I could sense when magic was used in my surroundings and I immediately picked up some magic activity and without wasting my time, I opened a portal and stepped through it to land at the top of a building, the place I had sensed magic being used. I could feel that there was something going on given how wobbly the surroundings felt before I knew what was happening in the mirror dimension. With the open connection to it still available, I conjured up a spell and sent myself into the mirror dimension. Upon landing, I saw Strange, Mordo and Wang fighting some of whom I assumed were Caecilius' disciples who dreamed of an eternal life with him. One of them was running towards an occupied Wang and a wave of my hands split apart the already split building he was running on and then he was skewered by ice spears. I wrapped a rope around one of their necks and drew him towards a clock-like rotating building and watched him get crushed. Thank you. I helped Wang up and then slaughtered the rest of the disciples who were fighting him. The ones remaining in the mirror dimension were Caecilius and a few of his acolytes who were fighting against Strange and Mordo. They stopped when they noticed that their other accomplices were dead. Cross. Just who I wanted to see. I can't really lie and say the feeling is mutual, Caecilius. The guy had balls to say something like that after arranging an assassination attempt on my life. He looked around for a second before he turned to me. I take it she's dead. For someone so spry, you are quite slow on the uptake. I didn't wait for the monologues to have an effect before I appeared in front of him with a hand intending to rip through his heart. My hand pierced through his heart but what I didn't expect was a member of his motley crew to suddenly have his chest torn open. It took less than a second for me to realize that he had linked his life to his disciples, using each one alive as an extra ticket away from death. Strange, Mordo and Wang were still in shocked states but not me. Beams shot out from my eye and pierced through two of the sorcerers' heads only for it to clash for a second against an erected shield before it broke through and killed the guy. Caecilius immediately understood what I wanted to do and tried to free my hands from his bloody ripped-through chest but I already held his heart and bones. Showing his intellect as a master of the arts, he came to a decision and immediately opened a portal that swallowed him, forcing me to remove my hand to prevent it from being sliced off by the folding of space. With Caecilius gone, I turned to the trio that were with me. What happened? Strange looked like he was going to puke while Wang and Mordo had on their natural expressions. Caecilius betrayed Kamar-Taj. Was all Mordo said with a biting tone as we left the mirror dimension. I can see that. He took the book of Cagliostro from the library and escaped with his acolytes. We don't know what they intend to do with it. Wang said as we made our way to the Ancient One. I've read that. There are some rather exotic spells in there. It would be more apt to call it a personal diary rather than a spell book though. Why are you here, Cross? Mordo asked. He sent one of his acolytes to assassinate me. Tortured her a bit and then found out that they intend to summon some dark god for the blessing of eternal life. Dormammu. Bingo. We arrived at the meeting place of the Ancient One to find her looking pensive. I don't know if it was only me but she was looking paler than she usually did but given how no one, especially Mordo, was mentioning it, I shrugged it off for later. Caecilius and his zealots are planning to summon the dark god Dormammu. If Dormammu gets a link to Earth, reality as we know it will cease to exist. Mordo was frantic as he paced around in anxiousness. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't anxious about Dormammu getting to Earth. Strange was here way earlier than he should have been and he also looked a little older than he should have been at this time if we went by MCU timeline so there was no telling if he would be able to pull off the time loop shtick he did with Dormammu in the movie, and the Eye of Agamotto wasn't dangling on his neck, not after that time manipulation spell he pulled once in the library. This was one of the problems with multiverses, there was hardly any such thing as constant. Strange learning the mystic arts and becoming Sorcerer Supreme might have been a constant but there was also multitudes of verses where he died due to one fight or some fucked up phenomenon, or due to his spells. But Dormammu. Sigh. Do you think there may be a possibility that they fail to contact Dormammu and just get eaten? No one? Okay then. I just kept to a corner while the Ancient One paced around before turning to Strange. You guarded the New York Sanctum in its time of attack, for that I thank you. But the New York Sanctum cannot remain without a master. Master Strange? No. It is Doctor Strange. Not Master Strange. Not Mr. Strange. Doctor Strange. When I became a doctor, I swore an oath to do no harm and I have just killed 3 men. I am not doing that again. I became a doctor to save lives, not take them. Strange looked beaten as he said that. You became a doctor to save one life above all others. Your own. The Ancient One spoke calmly. Still seeing through me aren't you? I decided to butt in at that point. Strange, that's enough. We have a lot on our plate right now than to comfort you, so save the bicker for later. Right. I forgot. This isn't anything new to you, is it? No, it isn't. I'll kill 100 more and it still will have no effect on me. What about millions? I doubt that too has an effect on you. Strange scowled. No, it doesn't. Not anymore at least. Get off your high moral compass and realize that the world doesn't revolve around you. You being a doctor or losing your hands means nothing. So for once in your goddamned life, think of something other than yourself. Strange kept quiet, which gave me time to look, and the Ancient One with a rare surprise look on her face. We still have a dark god coming for us, so if you are not going to fight, or if it goes against your moral values, then leave. Leave Kamartaj. I transfigured my shirt and trousers into my red sorcerer's robe with a thought with my axe tie under it. They will be going for the Hong Kong Sanctum next, we have to get ready. Mr. Cross, I hope you can keep your temper in check. I laughed at the light tease, which also was a veiled reprimand, and just shrugged. Easily. Then let's go. Okay, maybe it was me, but the Ancient One looked chirpier than usual as she led the way through the sanctum doors. We were pretty early given that the apocalyptic scene from the movies was in play here. Since the Ancient One was with the Time Steen this time around instead of Strange, I had no idea how things would play out. This was Dormammu, for crying out loud. The big dark daddy. The only assurance of a chance we had, or that I knew we had, was that Dormammu always found it hard when confronting the Sorcerers Supreme. He had a bone to pick with almost all of them, with Strange being the latest in line for the lotto pick. They are starting the spell. The Ancient One spoke. I propelled myself forward with flames spewing from my legs towards the location of the spell. Some of Caecilius' zealots were already attacking the sanctum, but with the Ancient One, Wong, Mordo and a reluctant Strange along with other reinforcements, they would be able to hold out for a while. I was almost on them when something tackled me to the side of a building. I was thinking I wouldn't see your ugly mug again. Doom. I looked at the armored tyrant as he stood at the edge of the building, looking down at me. You and Caecilius? Never thought that was possible. Well, it works in my favor, so I'm not complaining. I could see the Ancient One portal to Caecilius to fight him, only for them to disappear into the mirror dimension. He is but a pawn, getting me to my prize. His raspy voice echoed out. Dormammu, hey? Didn't peg you for the submitting type. I removed my tie and wrapped it over my hand while Doom, still his egotistical self, went into monologue mode. It is my prize. With such monumental power, everything dreamt of would be at my fingertips. Your death, a fleeting thought. Then your thoughts must be outright delusional since I'm still here. Remind me again who ran the last 2 times we've fought. I taunted. And like every megalomaniac, his ego spurned forth. I see. It was my folly, but it will be my last. Your skull shall be used as a chalice to toast my victory. Well, maybe you are right, or maybe you are not. Who knows, 3rd time's the charm, right? My axe materialized in my hand, a bastard axe, almost the same size as me, which was way too big for a human to carry. The bladed end was the most gigantic part, easily bigger than 2 heads put together. My axe clashed against his sword. Why the hell did he think he could compete with me in physical strength? The evidence of that was him on the losing end before his legs gave out and he was flung away. A/N, Doomy is back, people. Yee-hoo. 112, Chapter 111. Doom was flung out of the building, but he managed to stabilize himself midair, but this time instead of him rushing at me to kill me, he looked at me with caution. Your strength. It has increased folds over since then. Your potential is astonishing, Cross. His voice sounded almost disbelieving. I jumped out from the floor I was on and swung my axe overhead at Doom, who dodged and sent a blast at me which I just shrugged off. That display seemed to set him off as different magic circles appeared in front of him and from them crawled out dark creatures with multiple limbs and eyes. Dark Invocation. So this is how far you have fallen, Doom. We were in the middle of Hong Kong fighting and the resulting collision had already started damaging the infrastructure, and then there was the sorcerers and Caecilius who were fighting a somewhat weary Ancient One. Ancient One. Dormammu. I knew it. Her magic felt stronger but somewhat weaker, as if she couldn't draw all of them out but only multiply the effects of the one she was given. She drew power from the dark dimension and right now that was what was affecting her. The ritual was halfway done with the symbols floating in the air due to the Ancient One's interference. Hopefully she could hold her own while I try to wrap things up with my homeboy. My source of power needs no criticism from anyone, least of all a dark spawn like you. History is written by victors, but with the power I shall gain from the dark dimension, reality will be what I wish it to be. His ever-arrogant voice sounded out. Throwing my care for Hong Kong's infrastructure out of the way, the entire street and main roads around me were frozen, nearing ever closer to absolute zero. The frozen spawn suddenly burst out in a gore of flesh and ice spikes before the ice started receding. From the initial exchange, Doom knew that his technologies had minimal effect on me, so he battled me with magic while using most of his weird techs for his support. The earth rose around Doom as his magic transformed them into chains with some sort of red runes on them. I didn't need my sense to tell me for me to know that they were bad news if they bound me. I dodged as I made my way to Doom, weaving through his attacks with a huge axe in my hand. Doom formed a shield to keep me back, but I ignored it as lightning coated my axe as I brought it down with a bang, shattering his shield to motes of lights. Using the turning motion of my swing, I batted at his head with the flat part of the axe head and followed him as he sailed through the air, only for him to see a red gigantic fist as I punched down on him. The impact and resulting explosion as my fist collided with the ground destroyed the cars and nearby buildings, but my sense told me that Doom escaped. I ducked as an adamantium blade was swung at the previous location of my neck, my only saving grace being that he somehow was able to get into my range of perception in an instant. Demonic wisp serpents grew out from the ground and slithered their way to me. Due to the close proximity between me and Doom, some were able to bite me, somehow piercing my skin with ease. That was the prompt I needed to immediately distance myself with Doom and the serpents, only for me to see that where they had bitten was growing grey, almost as if it was decaying. I formed an ice blade in my hand and quickly cut out the portion that were bitten while I dodged the serpents' venomous attacks and sent magic blasts to kill them. The part of my flesh I had cut away rotted away in seconds before turning to dust in front of my eyes. Life-draining demon spawns. What kind of eldritch monster have you made a bargain with, Doom? First those summons and now this? They all had life-extinguishing features to them. If knowing the answer will bring you closer to your assured demise, then I shall oblige you. While the foolish zealots have tethered themselves to the being of darkness, I, with my profound intellect, was able to draw on the excess power flowing through its dimension to myself while also keeping my being away from his reach. Even without making a deal with one such as Dormammu, I have attained similar powers. No wonder I hated Doom. Who the hell does something like that? He and Reed were the only people I knew who could use whatever bullshit they called science to create wonders that even celestial technology failed at. I brandished my axe and was upon Doom at the next second, cleaving my way through the constructs he had made to strike against his chest. I prevented him from flying back due to the impact with ropes and drew him back to the axe once again, sending him flying away, only for him to pass through a portal and then be welcomed by my glowing fist. Doom shot forward like a rat on fire and smashed through a few buildings before stopping. I didn't stop, however, as a portal formed below my legs and dropped me meters above the building. My axe glowed red as I brought it down on the building, destroying everything in an explosion which unfortunately engulfed some people nearby. Drawl. Keep the destruction to a minimum. Please. I turned to see Strange floating a distance away with his cape, his eyes clouded with hateful resolve. I'll try my best. Hurry up and destroy that spell, but be careful. The space around it is messy. I warned him and turned to look at Doom, who was crawling his way out the fiery debris. Though there were few splatters of blood on his armor, he remained unhurt for the most part. You are strong. Stronger than you were the past year, a mistake I failed to assimilate in my calculations. But one I nevertheless will rectify with your death. His armor lit up in green runes and the feel of magic I got from him told me that this dude was finally getting real. Well, joke's on him since I've been the realiest since day one. Drawl Saint Cross, this fight will not end like the last. The ultimate prize will not escape my grasp this time, and your dying breath shall be the proof of it. He sounded sure, like he had already won, but then again, when has Doom been anything but certain? One question though. What happened to your arm? Did you grow a new one, or is that cybernetics? I was really curious. His other arm, I was sure, had been thoroughly destroyed, reduced to dust, during our last fight. I didn't get the chance to ask then, so I figured now would be a good time. It looks like I hit a nerve as this motherfucker pulled a taboo practice and absorbed all the green from the surroundings. Whatever that spell was seems passive, maybe one of those inscribed runes on his armor. He rushed at me with lightning speed, leaving a blur in his wake, but I replied to him in the same fashion as red lines and steam appeared on my body. We clashed our weapons, his a mix of adamantium and something else I couldn't figure, and mine, a new mix of adamantium and vibranium. Shockwaves were produced from our fight due to our strength and the shock released from my axe which pushed back Doom. Unlike before on Christmas, I totally Doom in a contest of strength as we traded blow for blow. Doom flexed his hand in a quick motion only for space to fold for a bit and explode out, destroying everything in a circumference. Spatial attacks were hard to defend against and I was sure my durability wouldn't hold, but thankfully I had super regeneration. I shot a thick beam at him which pushed him back for a bit before he held his own. I stopped the moment I knew this prick was somehow assimilating it, evident by the spike in power I felt from him. He rushed at me with greater speed than before, but I was able to react. We locked our weapons in a deadlock which I used as a chance to summon some little creatures I've always found disgusting. Leeches. Energy-eating leeches. Different from the life-eating serpents Doom had summoned, these leeches only fed on energy and they stopped feeding either when they are full, which I've never seen, or when the energy of their host becomes distasteful or falls below a certain range. Picky pricks they were. Doom snarled at the little buggers that were clinging to his oozing energy. My body was a well of energy of its own, so I wasn't bothered by them, but Doom thought differently. You dare use worms to fight Doom? Oops. Looks like someone is scolisophobic. Doom disengaged from me and slaughtered the little beauties on him and turned around to scowl ragefully at me. Something about the way Doom was powering up had me skeptical. Sure, he said he didn't sell his soul to Dormammu, but there had to be a limit, right? He couldn't just keep powering up like that multicolor-haired alien child and his posies from that Japanese fiction, right? The reason I wasn't hulking up was due to the people hiding in buildings. That form of mine was total destruction, as the Ancient One said. Central Hong Kong would be gone if I were to fight Doom in that form, and he was to keep up with it, and judging by the way our current fight was going, he could keep up for a while before he started losing. Oh, Doom would lose for sure, but it was how long it would take to lose that had me frustrated. I couldn't forget that an apocalypse was brewing a few kilometers away from me. I extended my senses to a kilometer radius, painting a 360 degrees visual in my head as I confronted Doom again. With his passive green absorption, the already burning areas had a tinge of grey to it. Doom, seemingly foregoing all aspects of holding back, formed a red magic circle. The ground and debris cracked and floated around him, joining together to form something humongous. It looked like a humanoid giant, towering over buildings. I felt a sense of foreboding as red lines started forming around the giant, as if lava was flowing through its veins as it came alive with a deafening roar. Doom floated above its head and commanded it to attack. I casted a binding spell to prevent its movement so as to reduce the magnitude of destruction that thing could cause, but Doom was battling with me on that. This is not power of your creation. I surpass your mastery in the arts, and in time I shall surpass all mortals and gods alike. Lay down your life for my new age, mutant with the name of Cross. His every arrogant voice thundered forth as the massive thing punched downwards, wanting to squash me in its might. If that thing was to continue with its attack, then half of Hong Kong would be gone by the time we were done. That was the only thought I had, which prompted me to drag both myself, Doom and his hulking monster into the mirror dimension. The mirror dimension? Ha 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 ha, foolish move, Cross. Your death is all but assured here. Can you just shut it for more than a minute? Humor will take you nowhere. But sarcasm will, I'm sure. Are those your final words? Dude, you've been speaking since the beginning. Shouldn't you be the one getting a timeout? It was the only prompt needed before we began our fight again. I started releasing more of my power gradually as we fought. The giant was a prick to deal with, as it had Doom as a vanguard who was doing his best to defend against any magic I was using on its fat ass. With red lightning around my body which extended to my axe, I swung it in a downward slash which produced a wave of red energy that collided with the giant, tearing a long gash on its chest but not completely killing it. Manipulating the dimension, I cut the ground around the area on which its feet were balanced, causing them to be divided, and then rolled the area of its right foot in a kaleidoscope and effectively destroying it. I could see Doom charging a spell at me, but I didn't relent in my pursuit of the demise of the damned rock. I threw my axe at Doom with blinding speed to stop whatever he was doing, while I formed a ball of chaotic energy in front of my fist which I punched into the head of the giant, destroying it in a red explosion. Finally we are all alone, Doom. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 113, Chapter 112. The Hong Kong Sanctum, Dr. Stephen Strange POV. Strange felt torn. A fight like this was not something he thought he would ever be a part of, and here he was hovering over the ruins of where Draul and Doom had fought. He was grateful to Kamar-Taj for opening his eyes to the wider world, but like Mordo always says, the price comes due. And his was a choice: forego his mundane life and dedicate his all to the mystics, or abandon the mystics and go back to being a world-renowned neurosurgeon. It was an option Draul had laid forth to make his choice easier, as that was the only two ways he could go. But try as he may to think of himself as Doctor Strange, all he found was himself, wearing the cloak of levitation as Master Strange, not Mr. Strange. Not Doctor Strange. He had taken more life today than he had ever lost patience. It was a sickening thought, maybe because it was due to his pride or the selfish comparison he had made in regards to their life. First of all, it had been a simple one of which life was more precious, and undoubtedly, he chose his. Then when the importance of his life dwarfed his enemies, the comparison changed, just like his worldview. These people, these zealots, wanted, according to his understanding, to bring in a dark entity that would subsume the world and everything within in darkness, all for their selfish goal of power and immortality. That choice had been a little easier to make due to those facts, and it was what allowed him the reprieve to choose the majority and the minority. Rather than choose which of their ideal goals were better, he let simple statistics solve it out for him. He wondered if it were the same way people like Mordo and Draul made their choices. Strange had made his choice very quickly and had joined the fray against the zealots, doing what he had never done: kill. It got to the point where he didn't feel the gut-wrenching feeling again as he flung a zealot to the wall and used the debris around to turn her into a pincushion. He was just in time to see Caecilius attempting to stab the Ancient One through a small portal that he created. Creating a smaller portal, he opened it a few centimeters from the opening of Caecilius' portal the exact moment the master ran his spear through it, only for him to pierce through his own back. He had thought that at that point it had ended, only for him to be proven naive in the way of flags and villains. The mark bearing Caecilius and his zealots as vessels of Dormammu lit up as the body of both those dead and alive rose up in the air before cracks started appearing on them like the most fragile of porcelain. They didn't have enough time to react before they turned into misty wraiths that hovered in the air before coming together in a swirl which expanded to form a hole in space that filled every sorcerer present with dread. It was then that he noticed that someone with them was affected. The Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj, his teacher, bore the mark of Dormammu. He wasn't the only one to see this, both Wang and Mordo who were with him saw it. His mind was filled with incomprehension before something clicked. Immortality. It was something so profound that it made sense the moment the thought crossed his mind. The reason why Caecilius seemed to have it out for her. The reason why she was the oldest person in Kamar-Taj. The reason why she seemed so knowledgeable about the cons of dark practices. Strange turned to the others with him and saw Wang looking a bit shocked before his face went back to his passive neutrality. Mordo on the other hand expressed more emotions than the other two. He seemed as if he was looking at a stranger the way his face expressed a monumental shock. It was his practical mind that subsided the surprise he had gotten from that reveal that made him focus on what was more important. He rushed to the side of the Ancient One who seemed unfazed despite her current ordeal. Strange. The relic. Wang's call was the prompt he needed for him to see the Eye of Agamotto flying towards him as the Ancient One relinquished her control of her symbol of Supreme. It was instinctual. Something he understood as he saw the Eye of Agamotto flying towards him. She was choosing him as the next Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj. Think, Stephen, think. His advanced mind browsed through the multifold of spells he had read and researched. A spell he needed. One that could reverse casuality and reality, bending the domain of absolute to his will. Dormammu existed beyond time, so that meant there was no distance he couldn't reach in the time-space stream. Caecilius called him the One. Him and his followers strived to be part of the One, so rather than saying they were his followers, it was more accurate to say they were his vessels. An extension of Dormammu on Earth, so was the Ancient One. He needed something that surpassed the time hold Dormammu had on the Ancient One. He paused in his thoughts as he saw the same genial smile she always had, sitting right there on her face as she approached sure death. The bill always comes due. He ignored those words that flowed into his ears as spells and indexes came into his mind. He cast aside the warnings and taboos he had been taught and focused on the words that came to his mind. The spell he got was not one he deemed enough, so he started merging the spells with others in areas in which it lacked. He didn't open his eyes as he concentrated even as he heard shouts and cries of his name nor the foul stench of death that wafted through his nose until he completed what he was doing. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of death. The city of Hong Kong was no more, nor was half of the earth. Only he floated in the void of space of the ruined planet as the spell he had conjured protected him from the reality before him. He turned around to see the most terrifying and huge thing he'd ever seen in his life. Dark red eyes with a hazy dark figure over it boring into him. So you are finally back, pest. I've been waiting for you. The thing in front of him spoke in amusement. You saved yourself, but for what I wonder? You or that guy, I wonder who would make the best meal. Dormammu. As Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, I bound you to relinquish the hold you have on this dimension. At his command to the dark being which only got him a snort before tendrils of death flew towards him, but he already was protected by his spell. Taking one last look at Dormammu, Strange let go of his constrained spell. Dormammu's amusement was cut short as he felt a wave past him that made him shudder. Not in a reaction to being attacked but a wrongness in the spell that the mortal sorcerer casted. What do you dare? He felt it at that moment. Something that rewrote, no, not rewrite, but somehow it was able to ignore whatever he had done to Earth. Cancelling out his impressions on this dimension. It was some sort of repayment that was never bargained for, as whatever he had given was returned, and more as a sickening act of compensation. He raged. His cry traveling through the galaxy and into the wider verse as his food was taken from him. His prize of conquest once again denied him by the damned sorcerers of Earth. After he had taken his joy in feasting on the corpse of that Sorcerer Supreme who had made the mistake of thinking she could outsmart him for all of time. He cried at the unfairness of it all, destroying the other planets in this small system, but yet the new pest of the bunch kept on staring at him with runes covering him as he casted his abominable spell that had the universe cry out in retaliation. You. Is that the upper limit of your vocabulary? And here I thought the all-powerful dark being would at least be somewhat knowing. Well, we can't have it all, can we? Rack. Its intelligence keeps declining due to stress? Paranoia? Or is it lacking intellect in comprehending what is, not what should be? Regardless, I think we should remove Smart from his introduction in the ancient books. The history books aren't accurate after all, who knew? Dormammu couldn't take it anymore and unleashed all his might in hope of exterminating the bug from his presence, but all he got was a repayment, as even reality refused his price for the death of the sorcerer. Even the universe, which was supposed to be the impartial judge and watcher, sided with that mortal. He tried all he could as he felt everything he took been taken away from him. At that moment he knew he had lost, again. From the beginning when they had started crawling out of their caves like ants from the crevices of the very earth that they walked on had he coveted the planet, only to be denied of his prize time and time again. And now when he had finally tasted his most sumptuous meal and relished the delicacy even as he took his time to fully consume his long-awaited conquest only to find it been taken away from him, leaving him with nothing but the phantom taste of the food he had once again failed to eat as his compensation. A reminder of his failure. You think you are smart, boy? You think tampering with the thread of reality is without a cost? You think taking the universal right of time, that which belongs to it who is eternal comes without a recking due? Ha 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 ha. In your desperate attempt to wage futility against me, in the folly of your ignorance and unfounded pride, all you've done is pit yourselves against those who govern and those who conquer. Nothing more than a shout to go against the universal way. A declaration of a war of supremacy. Ha 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 ha. When they come, and they shall. I will also be there to collect my due. Be glad in your victory, mortal child, and despair in its short-lived passing. Dormammu's crazed laughter rang through the void at the realization of the irony of what the sorcerer had done. The mortal saying of fighting poison with poison was never truer in this case. He could feel his presence and impressions on the planet receding at a faster pace as the spell went on. What is your name, sorcerer? It is only right that I know the name of my most hated being. Strange. Stephen Strange. An apt title. Strange brows furrowed in confusion at what Dormammu meant, but the Dark Lord continued. Strange Stephen Strange. Your death will be my most sumptuous delicacy. The next time we meet, sorcerer of the strange ways, will be the recompense for your error. Saying that, Dormammu receded into his darkness, unwilling to bear the sight of the sorcerer, as he knew everything he did would result in futility. He would wait. He had tasted that planet, even though it now seems like a dream, a fleeting thought, all an illusion. He knew it had happened. He had been so close to victory only to have it seized from his hands. He had thought the shackled Ancient One was his last obstacle in obtaining the earth, only to once again be reminded of the cockroaches that were the sorcerers and the undying worms that were the sorcerers supreme. Now he knew who was his foe, Strange Stephen Strange, a practitioner of strange arts. All he had to do was wait for the opportune moment that he could already feel coming. Ha 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 ha. He went silent as his rage grew in frustration as the last vestige of earth left his phantom hands that he was struggling to grip, but alas, all was taken. A last laugh echoed through the reconstructing solar system as the Dark Lord went back to his domain, leaving Strange as he hovered in the air as reality bent to his will. He heaved a sigh before bringing his head down to look at the green energy that was coming out of the eye of Agamotto. He knew that it was only through this thing that he had been able to cast that spell. The vast amount of energy in it was something that should by all right be impossible. It could be used to power the most dangerous of spells as long as its host could withstand it, and the relic made the last defect, the only disadvantage of using it, null. The eye was made to restrain the power and toll of whatever was held in it from affecting the user. Wong, Mordo, and Drawl weren't kidding when they said this thing was dangerous. I feel like they downplayed its danger by a lot. The depreciating chuckle that left his mouth as he saw everything repairing itself blew out most of the tension he had felt in front of that being. He still remembered what Dormammu had said, even laughed, about the price he would have to pay for what he had done. Guess I need to hit the books. Despite the joking tone at which he said it, his thoughts were the complete opposite. He had to be ready to pay the price for his debt. He had paid the debt the Ancient One owed for centuries with the destruction of his planet. What then would his debt be, what scale would it weigh, when the price for bending the flow of the universe and existence to his will be? His feet touched the ground as the last vestige of casuality spell he cast ran out. What Mordo was the first to react as everything went back to how it was. Before Strange could answer, the sound of glass shattering stole their focus as Drawl walked out from the mirror dimension with an axe on his shoulders and a body in his hands. What the fuck just happened? Strange? Geez. A thank you would be nice. Strange thought. A/N, just for clearance on how Strange could be that strong, I'll like to inform you that this is classic Strange as opposed to Doctor Strange from MCU. For those who don't know, Strange at his strongest was easily multiversal, maybe more. Then there is also Black Priest Strange, which was just something else entirely. And don't get me started about Magic God Strange. Strange spells has always been hacks level, what with things he could throw against beings like Dormammu, Galactus, Mephisto, and even one-upping the Living Tribunal. So yes, in case I didn't make it clear, when it comes to magic, at least in the Marvelverse, no one trumps Strange, and Drawl won't either. And while it is true that this Strange was still new to the mystic arts, having spent less than a year in Kamar-Taj, it still doesn't take away from the fact that Strange is the most talented sorcerer Earth has ever known, surpassing the likes of Cagliostro and even the father of magic, Agamotto, and the Vishanti. And not to mess up the power scaling, I made it clear that without the Time Stone, he wouldn't have had enough energy to make his spell work. Hope that helps. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraHulTheoMenus. 114, Chapter 113. Drawl Saint Cross POV. Doom and I continued our fight after I destroyed that titan of his. Since this was the mirror dimension, I wasn't under the restraint of holding back, so as I fought Doom, I increased my output only when I saw he could keep up. My fist smashed into Doom's face and then another, and lastly a completely black fist with red lines pummeled him through the spinning buildings. This was an ability I was able to replicate from my fight with Sunspot. By sucking in ambient light both outside and inside my body, my hand seemed like a void, and it would have been the same with Sunspot if only the red lines weren't shining, contrasting well with the darkness of my arms. Absorbing and refracting light were things Sunspot could do very easily, and while I had the edge in absorbing energies, Sunspot had the flair for it. To him it was natural, but to me, it was something I had to focus on actively. For now at least. I called back my axe, causing it to smack against my open palms in a second before cleaving the building Doom was in, opening it with magic before descending on him. All this took less than 5 seconds after Doom had smashed through the building. I cleaved Doom in two, which turned out to be an illusion a moment later as I felt his adamantium blade slicing through my sides even as I made my attempt to dodge it. Ignoring the shallow wound that was already healed as soon as the blade exited my skin, I batted Doom's face with the flat of my axe, causing blood to seep out from the little openings on his mask. I made to give chase only for him to open a portal on his trajectory to my back. Anticipating his attack, I swung backwards to block his incoming slash only to find the Doom before holding back one of my hands, preventing me from blocking his slash while his other hand was already slashing through the portal in hopes of skewering me as I couldn't defend. Beams shot out of my eyes and zigzagged behind me, shooting Doom straight in the face, which resulted in him screaming as the overwhelming heat of the mask burned his already ruined face. I decreased the distance between us, but Doom was faster as he controlled the dimension and split us apart, putting space and building between us as if he was shuffling cards. I flew towards him even as he ran in a futile effort to get away from me. He tried opening a portal outside, but I was always quick to interfere with it, either by using the dimension as obstacles or creating a portal before it, or just bombarding Doom. You can run, Doom, but you can't hide. I teased him as I flashed to his side in a streak of red lightning only for him to block my axe with his sword and then being pushed back due to the overwhelming force of my strength. You should be stronger than this, Doom, or was it just my perception? You haven't even pushed me anywhere near my limit, and yet you are running. Doom screeched to a halt at my words and cracked his neck towards me in a robotic turn. I just stood back leisurely and watched him, registering every slight motion of his nerves to my senses. You have grown too insolent and drunk in your illusion of power. Appearing nothing but foolish for entertaining the thought that Doom's death would be wrought by your hands. While you may have temporarily surpassed Doom in strength and speed, Doom overshadows your wildest dreams in magic and intellect. In simpler words, you can't beat me, so, strategic retreat, right? I could hear the gritting of his bloodied teeth from where I stood. Doom was angry, not like I didn't know, at his humiliation and also for the act of turning his back to me. He was cornered and he knew it. If you think Doom's life is so easily taken, then come and try it. Dark magic burst out from Doom, tainting his classic green to red, magic so overwhelming that it weighed on the mirror dimension, shattering it further than we already had. HOH? A last stand? Fine, I'll entertain you. I twirled my axe before beckoning for Doom to come. Your bravado deserves an applaud, but your foolishness spiteful. Doom squeezed his hands and a part of the mirror dimension became like jelly as he sucked them to his palms. I really hate dark magic. I countered Doom's spell but was pushing back due to the overpowering element of his spell and how the sturdy mirror dimension gained viscosity. Doom warped, not through a portal, but directly warped to my side in the fraction of a moment I knew I would have to increase the stakes again. My hands up to my shoulders turned void with only red broken letters on it. I spun around with a greater force than I've done since the beginning of my fight with Doom and clashed my axe to his sword. I hacked while he slashed at me, trading lethal blows to each other, each with the intent to overpower our adversary. We blurred in sparks of red lightning as we destroyed anywhere our weapons clashed. The moment we disengaged, I formed 3 orbs of chaos energy and batted them towards Doom, who once again warped away from there to save himself from the resulting explosion that erased everything in its path. While Doom had the surprise advantage with his near instantaneous warping, I nullified it by having the entirety of our battlefield printed in my brain, which in turn enables me to dodge and react as soon as he warps. Doom ducked under the red slash I sent his way only to be bombarded with arrows that he couldn't dodge on time. He never got the window to get away as the entire building froze over as if it was the top of the Himalayas. A red flash was all Doom saw before the explosion engulfed both him and I, with me walking out of it unscathed while Doom wheezed as blood poured out of every crack in his armor. Most of the defensive runes that were etched into his armor had been destroyed as well as most of his skin were burnt. Doom raised his hands towards me in an effort to attack only for him to be sent flying due to another explosion. And then I saw his face. The mangled and burnt flesh, smooched together to create the unholy visage of what was once Victor Von Doom. His hair, lips, nose, and mouth could not be found as it had melted into his skin during its healing process, making him look more terrifying as blood bled from everywhere. He cut off the tatters of his cape and held his sword to me. Come! He croaked out, his pride refusing him to cower even in the face of an inevitable defeat, not like I cared. I rushed at him as he conjured red ropes and sent them towards me. The ropes felt like the strongest of metals even as they stretched but didn't cut as my axe met them, the crimson bends of Siderock. With a magic circle in my hands, I clapped them together which caused the omnidirectional road I was on to divide and join together. Eyes blood red as haunting beams found their way to Doom despite the obstacles he put forth as they seemed to pierce through anything before clashing with the shield he had made time to fortify. The demarcated sky of the mirror dimension shattered into numerous pieces of glass as red lightning fell upon us. They crashed into me but unlike Doom did with my beams, I didn't bother putting up a defense to it. While I wasn't immune to magic, which I doubted anyone was, magic in pure energy form did little damage to me as my body was learning how to absorb and dilute this new form of elusive energy. Despite it holding me down somewhat, I still attacked Doom with everything I could think of, increasing the lethality of his injuries with every hit. As the barrage of attacks went on, Doom seemed to have lost it as he returned each one of my attacks with renewed ferocity. A strike to the chest only to receive one to the head. Not caring for himself any longer, Doom allowed his magic to consume him as he sacrificed everything to it. The scale of magic power emanating from him was more than double anything I had sensed from the Ancient One. Runes came alive into his flesh even as the mirror dimension fractured and broke down into nothing more than a kaleidoscope of colors. His flesh down to his bones and blood became saturated in magic so much so that everything I could sense in my range was all Doom's magic. Red Doom floated in the air with glowing red eyes reminiscent to mine while a cape of red flames draped over his shoulders but despite everything I was not fazed. Finally. It would have been a shame if I didn't kill you at your best. My voice boomed forth as magic oozed out of every pore in my body colliding with that of Doom's, painting the mirror dimension in a glow of red. My form grew from my 6'1" to over 8 feet as my muscles bulged. Flames covered my eyes but my clarity was never sharper. A rune on my axe lit up and enlarged it, finishing my transformation as I readied myself to face Doom. What are your last words? A final courtesy. I felt that if Doom was more grown up and had tempered his arrogance then we would have been good friends, but alas, he crossed me too early. Doom prophesies your death. He flashed at me as the dimension screeched while I returned in kind with my axe crackling with lightning to meet his magically enhanced sword. The boom from the initial confrontation rearranged the mirror dimension in the vicinity around us. With clarity unlike any other, my form besieged Doom with slashes that each promised death. I didn't care about whether his attack reached me or pierced through my hardened skin. All I cared about was how close he was to his overdue demise from every swing of my axe. We moved so fast, destroying the sound barrier with our first step that only red flashes of lightning sped around the entire place wreaking havoc. We would have destroyed Hong Kong for sure had we fought there instead of the mirror dimension. The explosions that followed each of our strikes felt like nukes. Maybe it was due to the fight that I noticed too late that my magic circles were all blood red with a tinge of black which only served to make it somehow darker and more ominous. I neglected it in favor of my battle as one of Doom's spells hit me and sent me skidding backwards in the air. With red fire and lightning coating my axe, I sent out slashes one after another at Doom who blocked it with ease than the first time only for his eyes to widen in surprise as my axe broke through his shield with the same ease as it cut through his chest, bringing him one wound closer to eternal end. He faltered in his flight for a while, stabilizing himself only for him to warp away the next moment as my giant axe tore through his previous spot. In the next instant, I caught the slight shift in space and was upon him again as he weakly tried to use one hand to defend against me while the other was clutching his chest. Unlike my regeneration which could heal from almost any physical injury, Doom's was hindered by my chaotic destructive energy, the same as some types of spells could cut through my skin so also could mine also prevent him from healing as fast as he could. My destructive energy was exactly what it was, disintegrating everything it could to nothing which was what was killing Doom. It was no surprise that he failed to block my strike and let my axe tear through his chest again resulting in his blood and magic flowing out. Held by the scruff of his neck I approached the ground with blitzing speed and slammed Doom hard to it only for another punch to his face to embed him back to the ground as his beaten and battered form bounced up from the initial slam. I could see his life dwindling by the seconds until all that was left was a small flame, flickering in hope for a miracle only for its heart to be crushed, literally. Doom's eyes widened as my hand held his heart in a tight grip, shattering it. I lost. It was a question formed like a statement. You did. Was I wrong? Yes. Was I strong? Yes. Did I matter? No, you didn't. Not to me. I see. And yet I thought that only Reed or Susan could succeed in killing me. He spoke with such clarity that you wouldn't have expected him to not have a literal heart. Drawl St. Cross, bask in the honor of killing this king for you will never again have such an opportunity in this lifetime. Doom bids you farewell. With that his eyes closed in death. Dr. Victor von Doom died on this day after a great magic battle in which he showcased his vast superiority in magic and intelligence to an equally superior foe. Even I couldn't argue with the fact that he died with grace and his pride intact. What brought me back to focus was the swirling of magic that filled the mirror dimension in the form of a cyclone. I had not yet reacted to it before my body did, the cracked symbols blazing to life as it absorbed every bit of magic from the space, leaving it with the broken state of the mirror dimension. I cancelled the spell as I remembered that a battle was still raging outside, only to be stupefied as I appeared on the sidewalk of the pristine city of Hong Kong, with no sign of destruction or any kind of recently fought battle. What the fuck just happened? I paused as I saw Strange with the time stone hanging on his neck. Strange? Looks like Doctor Strange, the movie repeated itself. I didn't know what Strange did, but I was glad I didn't have to fight a universal being only for me to die, because that was what would have happened. A/N, finally satisfied? Doom is dead, y'all happy now? Doom was one of my favorite characters and I couldn't give him a useless death like I did Magneto. What greater death than a battle where reality was at stake? I deserve a pat on the back for a job well done if I have anything to say about it. It's crazy how a story can change with but a thought. I had originally planned for Doom and Drawl to be something like friends, each understanding the other with appropriate respect. Doom would make a better impression as a Simpson character due to his coldness, while Drawl would be a dear type. Some sort of brother-in-arms relationship between the two of them. Imagine Drawl getting his ass beat by some dimensional being only for Doom to show up and say something classic like, "You dare bring harm to him who is my sworn brother and righteous equal? Your arrogance and presumptuous nature foresees your death at this king's hands." And bang! The Go Badass Brothers on the motherfucker. It would have been awesome. I would have made it awesome, but unfortunately we can't have it all. Bye. I'm still sad at Doom's death. 115, no chapter today. Exams are a bitch to live through. Sorry for the bad news, but from henceforth till the next few weeks, updates will be irregular, but I'll try my best to keep up to the normal pace, but it's also an inevitability that I will fail. The most I can promise will be 3 chaps a week, maybe more, but fingers crossed. I need to catch to a lot of studies and I also an extensive paper today. So. Next week? Wish me luck, guys. And no, I'm not dropping. 116, Chapter 114. The scene I was welcomed with was not what I had been expecting, nevertheless it was one I wholly accepted. I would have been happy had it not been for the tense atmosphere between the 4 sorcerers I met. "Hey, what's up?" I inquired as I made my way to them. We were getting a lot of views from people seeing as I had somehow appeared out of nowhere. "Let's get out of here for the time being." Taking their silence as approval, I opened another portal that took us straight back to Kamar-Taj. "Okay, someone tell me what's up and why the stare down." "Dark magic." Mordo was the first. Like Kisalias, she too also draws power from the dark dimension, from Dormammu. Wang clarified. "It's the source of her immortality, why she had been able to live through the centuries without the erosion of time." Even Strange had something to say. The room went silent as the 3 sorcerers stared at their master while I conjured a wrap of cloth for Doom's dead body. "You have something to say to me too, Mr. Cross?" The Ancient One turned to me with an expression on her face that I couldn't quite tell. "Me? Nah, I'm good." "Cross? What?" I turned to look at Mordo at the shout of my name. "You don't have anything to say?" She taught us that drawing powers from the dark dimension was a vile act, and yet it was exactly what she did, what she had been doing, for centuries even. It was her folly that drove Kisalias to Dormammu and almost destroyed the Earth. "Do you really have nothing to say?" Now everyone turned to look at me except for the Ancient One who had been looking at me for a while. "Right, because I'm the best advocate for what is morally correct," I quipped sarcastically. "I don't know what you expect me to say, because while I don't agree with the use of taboo practices for personal gain, I don't think I'm in any position to judge her for what she did." "So you side with her then? You seriously think that her actions dead are considered squared with what just happened?" Normally I would avoid situations like this since I tend to be a solo party, but given as to how she could be called my master in a sense, then yes, I side with her. Mordo looked shocked as I said that, but that was something I couldn't understand. What did he expect me to do? Condemn her to death? She was more knowledgeable about the multiverse than anyone I know, and also one of the people I didn't hate. On the contrary, I quite liked her. Her eccentric ways of teaching were the reason why I was able to learn about the arts as much as I could in these past 6 months. "I think you are the one who don't understand, Mordo. Everything is not always black and white. Sure, what she did was morally wrong, but you forget that we are in no position to judge her. Why? 1. We were all her students at one point in time, even the oldest master in Kamar-Taj was once her student. 2. She's stronger than us, of that I have no doubt. Even now I could feel the minute tell of her magic fluctuating. She was weak as far as I could tell, but I had no doubt that if it wasn't because of whatever backlash she suffered from Dormammu, she would be far stronger than all of us put together. Even now I had the slight feeling that she could still hoop my ass if she wanted to. Weak or not? Maybe not, but I wasn't willing to find out. I was never a stickler for the rules, which made me a direct opposite to Mordo. He was all about the righteousness, while I took things as I saw them and how they responded to me, which made me a lot like Strange in that regard. "Can we drop this here?" We just survived certain death and I don't know about y'all but I need a bath, a long one. The debate on morality and right and wrong can continue another day. And without hearing what anyone wanted to say, I portaled myself back home only for me to look up and find 3 muzzles pointed at me. That thing is freaky. Yelena and Nat lowered their guns after seeing that it was me. Hey Drawl, can you teach me magic? Erg. I need a bath. I ignored the adolescent girl and made my way towards the bathroom where I proceeded to spend the next few hours submerging myself in a tub full of frozen water, just how I like it. The following days went by with me doing nothing other than micromanaging the company and being lazy. So bored in fact that I opened the mirror dimension just so I could train. With my abilities getting more destructive, it was getting harder for me to train to my current limits without wrecking a part of the city. The mirror dimension became my new training ground as nothing I did there affected the material world. It was because of my abilities that made me turn to my weapon in case I needed to fight in the human world. Sure, I had an astonishing degree of control when it came to it but destruction was destruction. An explosion was an explosion, no two ways about it. Without any form of augmentation, I was fast enough to react to bullets and other high-speeding projectiles. Then with added augmentation, I could easily go over 7,000 km per hour by my mental calculations, which would put me faster than Quicksilver, and yet Doom had managed to keep up with me, barely, though he had somehow managed to turn himself into a magical being. He could use that form to power his most dangerous spells, but I felt something was holding him back. It could either be that it was drawing his life for every second he fought or that he was hindered by a prerequisite. And yet, somehow, I had absorbed every magic he had left after his death. What I wanted to see was the scale of destruction I could bring when I tried to push my abilities to the limit without going into overdrive. The Ancient One had easily established that my abilities had destructive properties to them, what she termed as chaos energy. An energy form that was as deceptive as it was dangerous. Chaos energy could be used to power the most simplest of spells and make them lethal. So it came as no surprise to me that everywhere around me ends up being destroyed, one way or the other, when I have literal chaos running through my skin. Whatever brought me here was no benevolent being, that I was sure of. The mirror dimension gained a red hue as my hands turned black with red accents on it. The next thing I wanted to try in this form was my magic. I drew a magic circle and confirmed once again that it was red, signifying its corrupt and ominous nature. I wonder what Mordo would say if he saw this. Strange, I knew, wouldn't care so much as I know for a fact that he had practiced some of the dark arts in secret, but Mordo definitely didn't. Mordo was an orthodox practitioner, never straying for his chosen path. As for me, as long as it didn't leave a bad thirst in my mouth or introduce me into the ways of a megalomaniac, then I was fine with whatever avenue of power came my way. I figured out quickly that adding my magic power and chi, fueling them together with my meta abilities increased its potency almost 5-folds, but I couldn't keep it up for long unless I was in either of my augmented or chaotic form, which was what I was calling my 2 advanced forms respectively. The reason for the strain was that for some reason, I could not channel dark energy through my base form. It felt like I was missing a crutch, which was what the broken symbols on my body gave me. Speaking of symbols, the more I looked at them, the more they resembled something like a map, joined together by cracked lines. I could tell that the symbols, or letters, or whatever they represented were mostly on my limbs and back, while the rest were just jagged lines, making me look like a broken sculpted doll. I had tried researching what they were, even looking through dark tomes, but I came up with nothing. Not even a similar symbol. Even the Ancient One couldn't tell what they were other than a link to something, probably the dark dimension I got my powers from. I took my mind off the dark thoughts that were swimming through it. What I knew for sure was that it wasn't any of the dark gods of the Marvelverse that brought me here, for the simple reason that there are nowhere powerful enough to bring me here. The Phoenix knew who it was and didn't want to interfere, meaning that whoever it was, they were definitely high up the ladder. The top 10 probably. But then again, the top 10 were. Well, they were the top 10. I had a feeling that number 1 to 3 were out, as they had no reason to do this, except maybe the Beyonder, and that brought me to a startling thought that for the first time had to occurred to me. Was this universe pre or post Rietken? Shit. Stop thinking about it, Drawl. I swear I almost had a heart attack at that realization, because that meant that. It's better I stop this train of thought for my own good. Some things were not for me to know at this time, and I was content with being ignorant for now. I need the peace of mind that comes with it after all. I stopped my training as it seems that my mind was really active anytime I distressed. Breaking out of the mirror dimension, I arrived on time for dinner to be greeted with takeouts. The peaceful atmosphere that came with dinner in the living room among laughs soothed my burning mind into tranquility. So Quack, where have you been since morning? Oh, training. Bucky stood up from his chair and went to check the backyard before coming back to plop back into his seat. Stop lying. You are too old for that. Sometimes I felt that Doom didn't do a very good job of taking Bucky's arm. He should have taken the 2 of them in a limb, because I swear Bucky knew how to piss me off with the slightest things. I had to explain within bites about the mirror dimension and made it clear how I couldn't train anywhere near the house, anywhere near civilization in fact. Was that the reason why no one knew about the fight you guys had in Hong Kong? I'm pretty sure it would have made the news if you were there. Steve asked. Something like that. I wasn't interested in explaining what had happened since I didn't know what really happened except for the fact that Strange might have pulled the time loop move he did in the movie on Dormammu. Only God knew how they would react to time manipulation and their thoughts if they knew time travel was real. That was not a conversation I was interested in having with anybody. While I cared for them, I was strictly for the notion that time should never be messed with. Half and a quarter of the shit that happened in DC was because the Flash always found a way and excuse to mess up the time stream. If it wasn't him then it was another time-traveling fucker. That coupled with all the time travel movies clearly supported the claim of leaving the pouting bitch known as time to itself. How is your case going? I asked in an attempt to change the subject. Fury had some breakthrough in tracking some of their bases down. Hopefully with you satellite launch we'll be able to dig up all their tracks. Nat supplied. My satellite launch was just around the corner, though it was the first one as we needed to set a base first before another launch. It would be the first fully automated satellite in the world. The materials and money I poured into building it would make it the first of a kind. You guys have anything doing tomorrow? No. Got something in mind. Figured we could use the day to let off some steam and tension. We definitely need it. I spoke my reason. I needed a distraction and they had been running around for the last few days with leads and fighting metas so a day off sounded nice. And besides, no heroes allowed in the house. We were a selfish bunch, only doing things when we wanted to. I'll admit that I rubbed off way too much on them, though they still had their heroic streak, it was somehow timid compared to the image I had of them. Where to? Case in point. We could hit some fancy restaurant and then the beach. In any order you guys want. Sounds fun. After that we'll go shopping. Fuck. The look on mine, Bucky, and Steve's face were pale as Yelena said that and Natasha agreed. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 117, Chapter 115. The next day saw the group of 5 out of the house and inside a clothing line as Nat and Yelena went around their way while the 3 men they brought along sat awkwardly on one end as they became the recipient of the stares of hungry eyes that even made someone as stoic as Bucky's skin crawl. It said a lot about them given their physique and masculine gait that it was obvious they would be in the top 1% of female attraction. It was for this reason alone that they didn't want to come with the 2 ladies but unfortunately today was a family day out of sorts, which meant they had to stick together for the whole day. Drawl had it better than the 2 enhanced soldiers as he had learned a trick during his study. Killing intent. This particular intent was something that could be exuded by anyone, even normal humans. A milder form of it was that sort of instinct of danger that someone sometimes feels when he sees a particularly dangerous man. A baser 6th sense that all living things had. What Drawl did was just release some of his dark magic aura in smaller quantities and that was enough to keep some of the married women that came to bother him away. Unfortunately it wasn't enough as some, those who could be called as clueless or having no sense of danger, still flocked to him. Steve was a natural at this as he was a naturally easygoing person even when he was in a fight. Though the fake smile on his face still told of his trial. The person who had it worst was Bucky as even his unapproachable stoic expression couldn't keep the army of cougars away from him as he was the one flocked the most among the ill-fated trio. His scowl did nothing but increase his misfortune as the older women seemed to take a shine to his hard-to-get nature. They had to remain hanging for the short but long hours that Natasha and Yelena spent shopping. It was probably their fault that they came in exotic cars and spotted the figure of ideal masculine men. Since this was an outing they all wore simple clothes with Steve sporting a white t-shirt and shorts, the same with Bucky, showing off their body. Bucky was able to go out like this because his arm had some sort of camouflage built into it making it look like a normal hand. For Drawl, he had a palm tree print shirt with matching shorts. Thankfully they were saved as Natasha and Yelena finally came out from the intersection with someone pushing the trolley of clothes behind them. That would be enough, thanks. Bucky wrestled his way from the claws of the women holding him captive and made his way to the trolley and yanked it out from the hands of the dude pushing it. He didn't say another word to any of the others and trolleyed his way to the cars parked outside. Taking that as a preemptive, Drawl and Steve copied him and managed to escape successfully but not before sending the stink eye to the 2 female assassins who just laughed the reprimand away. The next time either of you want to go shopping, do it alone. Bucky snarled before getting into his car with Natasha and Yelena while Steve rode with Drawl since they opted for only 2 cars. They left for the beach after a light breakfast since they were going to eat a lot today at all the different pit stops they planned for. Apparently someone froze this beach a few months ago. The news said it was due to some meta-humans fighting. Steve spoke as they came out of the car and surveyed the beach while Drawl had a wry smile on his face the entire time. They had to close it for up to a month so that the ice defreeze and to make sure that there were no lingering effects on the aquatic life ecology. They made their way to a secluded corner of the beach with less people and made their stand while Drawl and Yelena went for the surfing boards. The tide wasn't as impressive as Drawl would have wanted it for a thrilling surfing experience but since he was here, that would be no problem. It took less than 3 minutes before the lifeguards sent out a call for a high tide incoming, which prompted the kids playing at the shore to go back to land and also to those swimming away from the shore, leaving only a few people who were readily anticipating the incoming wave, including which were Drawl, Yelena and Bucky. It came as a surprise to the two men, mostly to Drawl, that Yelena could surf, not until she told him that she spent most of her free time moving from hobby to hobby, which at one time included surfing. The first sight of the wave sent the dozen surfers swimming towards it, each wanting the first experience of the thrill. Drawl, you're cheating! Yelena shouted, seeing as fast he was moving ahead of everyone and didn't need a reminder to know that Drawl was controlling the water for aid, just as how he called forth a tide. The smug laughter of the meta-human was the only thing she heard before he plunged in first, only to resurface a moment later as he surfed the tide like he was born with it. The scene of Drawl effortlessly surfing the waves created a spark of competition for the fellow thrill lovers, and they tried to emulate the daunting and reckless way of surfing of the cheating meta. The appearance of another dangerous wave sent them cheering as they plunged forth into it, seemingly not caring about the possible danger. Even Bucky was affected by it, given how he sent out small air blasts from his hands without no one knowing, to send himself speeding on the top of a wave before flying into the air with an impressive display of acrobatics. Poor Yelena was left pouting as she surfed with the other surfers while her two uncle-like figures cheated their way to the admiration and cheers of everybody watching. They surfed for a while before the currents receded, leaving them no other option but to go back to land. You guys had your fun. Yeah. I was kinda getting carried away with the waves there. Drawl said as they rested from the exercise on the reclined chairs they rented with bottles of wine near them. Looking from afar, you could tell that they were people of opulence and power with the way they carried themselves and the things around them. Where's Yelena? I think she's talking to some boy around there. Natasha shrugged. I already feel sorry for the poor sap. Bucky chuckled. Why's that? I think it's a good thing that she's being social with other people. I don't think she has any friends or anyone else to talk to other than us, and I don't think I need to point it out, but we are not actually ideal role models for any adolescent child. Having friends or even a boyfriend would be good for her, I mean she's already 16. Steve said in a thoughtful tone which made the others think deeper on what he said. Where's my gun? Natasha said abruptly, only for Bucky to pass her a Ruger LCP he kept hidden in his shorts that somehow made Steve and Drawl sigh. Don't you think you are overreacting? Drawl said while he basked in the warmth of the sun. Yelena knows better, so I'm not that worried about her. But if any guy thinks they can hit on my sister, then they have another thing coming. Natasha didn't listen to reason. Steve only laughed awkwardly at the overprotective sister mode that Natasha went into. Isn't that the complete opposite of leaving her to do her thing if you chase away any prospective boyfriend away with a gun? You guys are taking this too seriously. Just let Yelena do her thing. 1 or 2 heartbreaks is not going to kill her. The ever-nonchalant Drawl drawled out. It's due to times like these that makes me think you have an astronomically low EQ. It's her life. It's something she's bound to experience down the line. The chances of your first relationship being the one that leads into marriage is almost impossible. She's got at least a decade to experience life however she wants to. She's strong. She'll only come out stronger after it. There he goes again with the philosophy. Guess the quack now has love doctor to his title. Bucky said sarcastically. Oh, there she is. Calling it now, $10 says she shot the guy. You really don't really believe she could do that, right? Well, 10 says she turned him down nicely. Fuck it, not even I am stupid enough to believe that. $20 says she broke his bones. Steve uncharacteristically laid down his wager. $10 for the vote of confidence that my sister is not a brute and she turned him down nicely. Drawl. Natasha couldn't help but join in as she saw what her friends thought of her little sister before looking at the last person who still hadn't made his bet. Double the table says she did all 3. Said man just laughed as he made his bet. Okay, now I know you are just being mean. The elder sister huffed and waited for her sister to arrive to know who won from the atrocious bet they all made. Before any of them had the chance to speak, Drawl asked in the same sunny voice he used when he was cleaving necks off. So? How was he? I can tell there were at least 10 guys who wanted to hit on you since we arrived. Yelena scoffed at that obviously fake expression. Well, between you, Steve and Bucky, I don't think any of them were bold enough to try. As for the guy? He was met. Ooh? What did he do? Came the follow-up. Well, apparently he thought that he had a chance since my brothers were no longer hovering over me and offered me a good time if I hung out with him. I turned him down politely at first, but the idiot thought he could cop a feel as I was leaving, which resulted in him breaking his wrist. He then proceeded to threaten me, saying that he was part of some gang around here. I was pretty tempted to put a bullet through him had it not been for the fact that people would easily find out. The entire group fell silent at what the younger girl said with disbelieving eyes. What? Oh my! What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Yelena was confused by the stares she was given. Guys, I think Steve might be right. Hey, if it's any consolation, I don't think it is any of our fault. Not now, Drawl. That aside, who won the bet? What bet? Seeing the looks on their faces, there was no doubt in Yelena's mind that the four of them made some stupid bet that she no doubt would have wagered on if she were present. We had a bet on what you'll do to the guy, and from the looks of it, Steve and Natasha won. Drawl said, but the irritation was clear in his voice. I don't know if I should be flattered or insulted that you guys won. Yelena said as she took her seat. If you had just put a shot through the guy, his hands or legs would have been okay, then we would all have won. Everyone would have been happy that way. Drawl scoffed. I think we can see now who is the source of the bad influence. Steve jibed while the others nodded in accord. I think it wise I say for myself as the most pragmatic one among the lot of us. Drawl argued. And you think shooting someone if they piss you off is a pragmatic decision? What am I saying? Of course you do. The amusement in Bucky's tone was clear for all to see on how he thought of Drawl's influence. Their conversation was cut short when something shot towards them with a speed no one could react to before it was already too late, if a certain meta wasn't there. The projectile in the form of a man paused midair before it crashed into them. The others already had their guns drawn but held fire as a light of cognizance flashed through their eyes as they saw the man. Piotr, mind telling me why you had to crash our little outing in such a way? Drawl's tone was bored as he acquired from his acquaintance. Sorry about that. We are having a little scuffle at the moment, so if don't mind letting me go. Piotr of the X-Men scratched the back of his metal head in embarrassment at his current position. Okay. Drawl shrugged, and before Piotr could mutter a word of thanks, he found himself being flung back to from whence he came. What was that about? Natasha asked with a raised brow as she surveyed the surroundings once more. Oh, nothing important. Just the X-Men having a clash a couple of 100 meters away from us on the other side of those rocks. They've been at it for some minutes now. Drawl said as he continued sipping his drink, but his party didn't share his nonchalance nor amusement. And you know this because I've been keeping an eye on them for a while, ever since they arrived on the beach. And you don't think of helping them out? The only thing they received at that question was an expression on Drawl's face that said, "You're kidding, right?" To each his own, was all he said before taking a deep breath and reclining further into his chair. To each his own. To each his own. The others just reclined and let the X-Men battle their enemies away from their setup. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DeRaulTheoManus. 118, Chapter 116. Should we try to help them? It's been a while now and their fight hasn't ended. Steve suggested after they had enough rest and even hit up one of the stores for food. You can if you want to, I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Drawl made no action of moving from the spot they all sat, watching the X-Men fighting some metas who used to be part of Magneto's Brotherhood. Even with that, no one moved from their spot and watched the students of Xavier battle it out with their foes. You weren't kidding when you said some of them could kill us if they learned how to use their abilities. Bucky remarked as he watched some of the kids he'd seen before use impressive abilities that he would say were a pain to deal with. Impressive as they may be, they are still a long way before they can truly manifest the true scope of their abilities. Oh. If you would excuse me, I think I just found something interesting. Drawl said before flying towards a particular part of the beach where a real fight was happening. He arrived just in time to see the Juggernaut ramming the body of Logan to the side as he made way to Storm, who hovered mid-air. The moment he stopped his unstoppable momentum, he was given a dash to the head by Colossus, which only shook him for a bit, which gave the already running Logan the time to slice at the leg of the behemoth, only to scowl as his claws didn't do it, a first. The only reason Drawl came here was to see if this was the Cyberrock-empowered Juggernaut, and looking from the way he was tossing the Wolverine and Colossus all through the field gave him his answer. He couldn't be injured as his durability was one of the highest there ever was, and not even Drawl could boast otherwise. He didn't even fancy himself as someone with a high enough durability. He watched as the Juggernaut picked up Colossus for a slam, only for a bolt of lightning to throw him off. Bitch, come down here so I can squeeze your tiny little neck. I'ma knock ya breaths out. The man touted as Unstoppable roared at Storm, who wisely remained floating above. Seeing the man stopping his momentum, she created a dome of frigid air around him and electrified it, leaving the man trapped within in a crying fit. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to stop Cain Marko, who left her in shock as he forced his way out of the dome before breaking out into a sprint as he headed towards where Storm, who didn't look all too much worried, but that was before the man took off from the ground with a mighty leap that caused a crater to appear. If it were anyone else, then Storm would have struck them down for trying to fight her in the air, but unfortunately her opponent was Juggernaut, and he was in motion. He was almost near her legs even as she tried to move back before a huge axe with red lightning struck the Juggernaut directly to the face, which caused him to shift midair, missing Storm by a breadth. The giant axe, as if having a mind of its own, spun in a curve before going back to the direction it came from. That would have been too bloody for a PG-13 drama. The axe landed in the hands of the still-seated Drawl, who just held it lazily despite its size. Who the fuck are you, pal? Want a bruisin' or some'n? 'Cause the Juggernaut will give it to ye. Cain Marko shouted angrily at the man who made him miss the sparky bitch. Oh, sorry about that. I'll try my best not to interfere. Just wanted to watch a nice fight that I wasn't participating in. Drawl waved at the fuming man who was still cussing at him. You might want to focus back on your fight. Before Cain Marco could figure out what he meant, he found his balance uprooted as the Wolverine lifted him a few centimeters above the ground in an impressive display of strength which was complemented with a Superman punch straight to the Juggernaut's head by Colossus. It finally ended with a lightning strike from a scowling Storm who vented her frustrations on the man because of that close mistake. It was an impressive display of teamwork, but the Juggernaut still proved a daunting foe as he groaned for a moment before getting up and his eyes flashed red for a second. Now I'm pissed. He blocked Colossus' punch easily this time before charging into the Metal Man and carried him on his shoulders as he made his sights on the rock the bastard with the axe sat on as he munched on some pretentious fruit, most likely a pear. Oi! Oi! Turn around! You're going the wrong way. The man pointed his hands at the direction of his other enemies, but something in him just wanted him to crush that bastard who thought his fighting prowess was some sort of reality TV show. He rammed Colossus into the rock and threw it, but the bastard managed to escape at the last second. What gives, man? Drawl floated a distance away from the Juggernaut as he finished his pear before chiding the man. He truly wanted to just watch the fight. And also to see what he could glimpse from the energy that Cain Marco was exuding. Unfortunately, the Juggernaut was not the best listener on his best day. You plan on helping out? Logan asked the floating man. At this point he would not be surprised if the man grew adamantium claws from his knuckles. No. You guys got this. I'm just satiating my curiosity. The man shrugged before turning to Ororo. When I said you should go out and have some fun, though visiting the beach was a nice idea, I didn't mean visiting it in your uniform and hurling lightning as some dude who spent way too much time at the gym. Ororo just grunted and ignored the guy, but the intensity of the lightning around her form increased. Logan only raised an eyebrow at the two of them before turning back to the headache that just would not go down. Any reason why you guys are fighting this dude? Now sitting on a higher rock, Drawl asked. Since you don't want to help, then we can't think of any. Ororo cut off whatever Logan wanted to say, but even with the bite in her tone, Drawl still remained sitting with an apple in hand as he bit into it with a loud crunch. Look at Piotr go. Drawl took on a commentating role as he watched the living metal and the human boulder smash their way at each other. The Juggernaut was a frightening foe to face, if he wasn't standing still. While it has been proven that there was no known force to stop him once he started moving, having his two legs planted as the ground at the same time made him easier to deal with. That was the reason why Drawl didn't want to fight him. Though the possibility of killing the Juggernaut was almost in the negatives, the possibility of winning on the other hand was over 90%. So what's the deal this time? Drawl looked towards Ororo, who stayed behind, leaving Logan and Piotr to face off against Cain Marco. In a rare show of emotion, Ororo scowled before reverting back to her calm face. They were trying to abduct a family of mutants at the beach. Apple. Drawl offered as she sat beside him. Where are you taking those from? He was too scantily dressed for him to be able to hide fruits in his pockets without anyone knowing. Regardless, she accepted the fruity offer. Magic. Oh. Not everyone has the talents for the lost arts. Congratulations. She seemed surprised, not at the knowledge of magic, but the fact that Drawl could learn it. You've seen people using magic. Yes, druids actually. They practiced a rather unorthodox way of magic. Oh, watch this. Drawl interrupted Ororo, causing her to turn back to the fight to witness the scene of Juggernaut delivering a spinebuster to Logan. HSS. That's gotta hurt. Even the stoic Ororo winced at the scene. Are you seriously not gonna help? The kind of help I could offer is the lethal kind, which I don't think is gonna do anything to him. Can you guys flirt later? Aro, we really need some help with the big guy. And that was Logan being flung towards Colossus, who in a rare I don't give a fuck moment, batted his incoming teammate aside and released a beastly shout before tackling the Juggernaut to the ground and rained heavy punches to his head. We really need to help them out, or I'm afraid they would not be able to knock him out anytime soon. Ororo stood up and left to accompany her teammates while Drawl remained behind, munching on a banana. From the looks of things, Ororo was able to hurt him more than Colossus and Wolverine, as proven by the fact that he immediately hurled a rock at her as she got nearer. That and calling her a sparky bitch showed his extreme displeasure at the presence of the weather goddess. As it turns out, ganging up on the Juggernaut was an easy way to disrupt his momentum as long as you are fast on your feet. The theory was considered true, as Logan always went for his legs while Colossus went for his head every time they got the chance. Now it's just getting sad to watch. Drawl muttered to himself as he finished his guava. The current scene of Logan latching onto one of the Juggernaut's legs while Colossus tried to choke him was disturbing. They looked like two children trying to prevent their favorite uncle from leaving the house. Having had enough, he took out his sling ring from his pockets and wore it. Giving it a once-over before nodding to himself, he turned his sights back to the fight, if it could be called that by this point, and conjured up a magic circle around his hands. The ground around the Juggernaut started sinking in, which made Logan immediately stop hugging the leg of the overgrown man. To stop the man from lashing out and gaining momentum, ropes shot out from the ground and bound his entire body, sinking him faster into the ground until only his head remained. And done. You guys might want to remove that helmet from his head. Drawl dusted his hands and jumped down from the rock and started leaving. You could have done that from the start, why didn't you? An irritated Logan asked. If only the overpowered prick had done that from the beginning, then he wouldn't have had to be tossed and kicked around like a ball. Like I said, it was entertaining watching someone other than me fighting. Though that sentiment got lost pretty quickly with all the hugs you guys were exchanging. Bam. The Colossus looked pissed if given the way he knocked out the Depot word Juggernaut was any tell. Drawl took one look at the helmet and turned away. Yeah, no way in hell am I going anywhere near Cyttorak's relic. You don't get the title of strongest magical being for just being strong. Though he was tempted to take the helmet, the rational part of his mind told him that going near any nigh omnipotent being was the wrong choice at this point in time. They left their battlefield with Cain Marko and made their way to where the younger X-Men were fighting. Drawl saw some new additions to their team, which included Sunspot, Rouge, who was easily identified by the small white tuft on her head, and, was that Pyro? Guess he joined the X-Men, huh? From what Drawl could see and what he knew about their current abilities, Sunspot was easily the strongest out of the bunch. Got some strong kids. He complimented. Who are just as troublesome. Ororo remarked. Some of the assailants were quick to escape with a portal, most likely the ability of one of them, as soon as they saw the teachers coming with a fainted Juggernaut. The only ones who remained were the ones who had been slow to act or were prevented from doing so by the students. Ebe. Everyone's attention was drawn to a frightened Sunspot who just caught sight of Drawl. Hey kid, how you doing? It came as a surprise to the others that the usually strong and arrogant Sunspot could be afraid of anyone. It was only the few older students present that nodded in understanding at Sunspot's reactions. Who is he? That rogue, is someone you don't want to know. Trust me. Came the advice from Bobby. Why? The Southern Belle further inquired. Just ask Logan. I'm sure he'll tell you why. Bobby escaped the interrogation because he wasn't feeling comfortable talking about the man. The man in question just walked by and left them without saying a word other than his initial greeting. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioMenus. 119, Chapter 117. So had some fun? Steve asked Drawl as he made his way towards them. Drawl just shrugged at the question. Yeah. Though it ended too quickly for my taste. Did you manage to get anything from them about the recent abductions? Steve asked, but Drawl shook his head. Not yet. They are currently making their way towards us, so you can ask them. And truly, like Drawl said, Ororo and Logan were making their way to the group. Never took you for a beach guy, was the first thing that came out of Logan's mouth. The second thing he did was grab a bottle of beer from the cooler before chugging it down. Easy there, big guy. I needed that after all that fighting. Logan, as the brute he was, picked another bottle of beer but went slower with the chugging this time. So what brought you guys out here? Ororo opened up the conversation as she took a nearby seat. I was bored. We were bored. Came the reply from both Drawl and Natasha. We thought a change of pace would be nice every once in a while. Can't spend the whole week fighting metas after all. Bucky said and clinked his bottle with Logan's, who shared the same sentiment. Do you guys have any idea who these people are? They seem to only go for unsuspecting meta-humans. Steve finally asked after a while of contemplation. At Steve's question, the look on Ororo and Logan's face changed considerably. Something happened, didn't it? Drawl asked, seeing their countenance. It took a while before Logan growled out an answer. John died. Everyone's ears perked up at that. Which John? Thunderbird. This time around Drawl was truly shocked. Who do you think I was talking about? Logan shouted back before he calmed down. A mission gone wrong. It was an ambush. They were aiming for Scott, but John got in the way. I tried to kill them all, but some of them managed to escape with his body through a portal. The more Drawl heard the story, the more he got a clearer picture of what was happening. Although the story differed a lot from the comics he knew, the key points all remained. Scott. John Proudstar. Abductions. Mystique. Gambit. Sabretooth. And now, Juggernaut. Sure, all these had more than a few things in common, but when you remove Magneto, Sublime, the Sentinels, Charles and the Hellfire Club, there were only a few things they had in the comics. And when you factor in the kidnappings and if what Logan said was true, Scott's attempted abductions and Thunderbird's death, then the list narrows down further to only a few individuals. Mr. Sinister. If there was ever a person that was very hard to kill, that it even bordered on the realms of impossibility, that person was Mr. Sinister. Drawl could feel the headache that was coming from this revelation, though outwardly, his face didn't change. What did Charles do about that? Though Drawl had an inkling, he still wanted to know, and the answer was just as he thought. Nothing. He said he couldn't find who killed John, even searching the minds of those we managed to capture didn't help a bit. He wouldn't even allow us revenge, to kill them like they did one of us. Logan's voice fell low as he spoke. I've already said my piece. Speaking more on that matter would just be sounding my own horn, so I'd rather refrain from that topic. Was all Drawl could say. Though I have to ask, what would you do if you found the person that killed John? He'll die. Simpler words have never been said and Ororo said it. There was no need describe your path of revenge when it all lead to an inevitable end. Drawl nodded and made a mental note to find out about Sinister when they were through with their day. What of the kids? They wanted to take the time to enjoy themselves on the beach so we said yes. Ororo answered. And then pray tell why you are still wearing your uniforms. Logan just shrugged at the question while Ororo pondered on it before shrugging too. We didn't plan for it. Then how come the kids get to go to the beach but you don't? Natasha asked. DaCosta offered to pay so they went flash shopping. Bucky snorted at Ororo's statement. Flash shopping, she said. Don't mind Bucky, he's just being his usual grumpy self. Yelena just waved off their concerns, ignoring the hard stare the soldier shot her. Well, we still got some hours to burn, so why don't you guys go hit the store and enjoy your unplanned day at the beach? It's all on me. Drawl offered the two teachers. Sure. Logan immediately agreed. I don't think that's appropriate. Ororo, who was trying to refuse, was immediately cut off by Drawl. Ororo. Please, I'm begging you. Try and have some fun. You're way too serious. This way you're going to stay single without as much as one boyfriend for the next decade at least. The man was not having it. Nat, please be a dear and help her out. Ignoring the frosty look the storm goddess was giving him, he implored the redhead for help. Natasha laughed at Drawl's antics before leading the white-haired woman away. So. Do you know who it is, Drawl? Logan suddenly asked, which took everyone by surprise. And what makes you think I know? Drawl didn't bother denying anything but rather asked back a question. Nothing, just that my instinct says so. Logan didn't press the issue any longer and got up after finishing his third bottle. If you'll excuse me for now, I think I have a few appointments with some single beauties in the vicinity. He said and went on to chase the finer things in life. Everyone remained silent for a while before Bucky spoke. Do you truly know who responsible for the abductions? I think so. Honestly, I just figured it out when he mentioned John's death. What's special about John's death? Asked Yelena, curiously. Nothing. But a thought occurred to me. What if it's not just a random abduction? What if all the victims' abductions were planned due to the nature of their abilities? It's a far stretch, I know, but it gave me a lead on who I think might be our suspect. And you know this person how? Steve asked. Oh, I don't know him per se, but know of him. I don't know which name he goes by currently, but you'll be the first to know if I find him. With that, Drawl waved off the concerns of Steve. So far, Drawl would say the day had been going pretty well if you minus the few hiccups here and there. The knowledge of Mr. Sinister was unexpected, but Drawl was almost entirely sure that it was the Dracula wannabe that was behind the recent rise in metahuman abductions. Drawl didn't remember much, but Sinister had something to do with Scott and Jean. Clones? Fuck. Oh god, please let there not be a baby phoenix in that lab. It truly was hard to get some quality time away from stress in such a universe unless you were one of the bad guys. By some unknown rule or work of some higher powers, bad guys tend to get more off days than the good guys. Well, you guys have fun doing whatever it is you do while I'll try to have fun the normal way. And with that, Yelena was gone to mingle with some girls on the beach and left the three lazy bums on the same chair they've been sitting on since the beginning. She didn't take her gun. Bucky made an idle observation. I don't think she needs a gun to have fun on the beach, Bucks. Steve chided. I know. But the fact is she didn't take it. No one ever said you can't have fun without a gun. Bucky said with such sureness as if it was a fact of sorts. Steve groaned. Father Lord. It's like you are a Papa Bear or something. He just couldn't believe his best friend, so he turned to the most sensible person he knew, only. You don't have to worry, Steve. I've got it all under control. Just tried to drown the idiot who thought he could get a feel while swimming. I held his neck with vines underwater, but he'll live. Barely. Drawl muttered the last part to himself. Captain America, the war hero, the world's first superhero, the vintage soldier, the righteous man, the man who stopped World War II and prevented the prelude to World War III, Steve Rogers, stared in shock and disbelief as the two men he considered as brothers fist bumped each other while discussing heinous ways to traumatize the young boys in the beach who were unfortunate enough to think of nearing their ward. As smart and hard-headed as they could be most of the time, there could also be childish the rest of the time. You guys are unbelievable, you know that. Steve said. How is she supposed to even get a boyfriend when one of you wants her to walk around with a gun while the other just resolves himself to eliminate any shadow of a boy near her? I see you are still naive, Steve. It's not just boys. Drawl chuckled darkly. You wouldn't dare. Oh I do Steve, oh I do. It's boys and girls. I can read their intentions from a mile away. Bucky's eyes shine at such brilliance that he couldn't stop himself from nodding. You evil man. Okay that's it. I'm telling Nat. Steve got up to leave the psychotic duo and talk to the real voice of reason. Oh I wouldn't bother with that if I were you Steve. Drawl said in a sing-song voice. And why is that? Because she already knows. Steve stood rooted to a spot in shock, before he gave up. It was sad but she'll have to suffer in ignorance for a while longer. Steve sat there between the two of them in silence before it was broken by Bucky. Speaking of relationships, when are going to get into another one Steve? You know you're gonna have to let go of Peggy one day and move on. Steve sighed and looked at the sky. I know, it's just. Don't you think it's too soon? Steve, that has got to be the dumbest shit you've ever said. I'm sorry to say this but, you can't have your old love back. She's not coming back and you're gonna have to find another date for that dance. Drawl spoke softly. It's sad and unfortunate but you will have to move on someday, hopefully soon. You don't understand. She waited for me, even as she got old she continued waiting. Steve felt like crap at that moment. And you think that moving on so quickly would be unfair to her? That it shows that you didn't love her as well as she did? God, yours is one hell of a love story brother. Drawl sighed and laid back into the chair and joined Steve in gazing at the sky. When last did you go talk to her? 2 weeks ago. Even Bucky sighed. Listen, there is nothing wrong in moving on Steve and it couldn't be truer in your case. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to say Steve's love life was the most complicated in history. The girl you all but promised everything to, a budding romance of the ages, only for you to wake up one day and realized that you are 50 years late. And while you didn't look a day over 25 she grew old enough to be your mother. Complicated was understating it. And you, love guru, when are you going to get over your own complications, cause even I can tell you've got some. Bucky hit a curve to the resident meta who was all but expecting such a question. It less a complication but more of I don't know how to go around with dating a girl. No, I think it's more of I don't remember how or what it felt like to date a girl, so I'm just winging as is. Drawl shrugged, not bothered a bit by the question. Bro, how long has it been since you last dated a girl? Even Steve was curious about that answer. About 10 years now. Give or take. In other words, excluding Yelena and Natasha, you've gone the longest while being single. At least from both I and Steve's perspective, it's been like 2 years since we last had a love interest or were in any type or relat. Well, what do you know? He turns out to be a quack after all. Smugness was practically radiating off Bucky's face. Steve's face in a rare occasion, contorted into a schadenfreude expression. I just shot myself in the foot with that didn't I? Drawl did a mental facepalm. From now on, he was sure he would be on the receiving end of the endless teasing. Even Steve was looking smug, so he was sure it would be brutal. Just thought I'll bring back an early reminder. There will be no cloning. Definitely not of the MC. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 120, Chapter 118. Y'all missed me? Cause I'm back. Another week for exams and another week of juicy chaps, however much I can give out. Nathaniel Essex POV. Evolution sure was a fascinating thing. He looked at his new body, a work of art, a milestone in the direction of success he was working on. He had spent over a century grafting and experimenting on mutant DNA. His recent success reaffirmed his belief that he was going in the right direction. If only he could crack the biocode of that mutant. Once upon a time he had thought Darwin was the key, but even if he was fascinated by the ability of the man, Darwin turned out to be a cheap copy. Evolution was always behind the door of adaptation, and Darwin couldn't evolve, always unable to scale that grand bridge. He had played his cards right. Right now, S.H.I.E.L.D, the X-Men and that ragtag bunch would be chasing trails that ran through a maze he had set up. All the hideouts they had discovered were all places he no longer had use for, places that would never be traced back to his current identity. All his actions, and the diversions, were just a prelude to his most treasured prize, evolution. And finally, after so many years, it was finally in his hands. He needed the strength for when he would take it. Sure, his body was the height of anything biologically possible, he figured that there had to be a certain criteria for the process of evolution to kick-start. The mutant race was a proof of his theory, with most of them, 99% of the entire mutant kind, having a linear progress on the evolutionary road. To him, the abilities that mutants displayed were the trials and failures of nature's attempt at evolution. In other words, there had to be a criteria to be fulfilled to make evolution seamless. And that was where Drawl St. Cross came in. From what he could tell, the X gene of the man was a blank state, only changing its form when an ability was being used. It was as if he was a baseline human jumping straight to mutant every time he used his abilities. So was Dral St. Cross a mutant or was he a human that had achieved evolution? He wanted to know. He really wanted to know, and soon he will. But Dral St. Cross wasn't the only one he had his sights on. He still had something in store for the children at Xavier's. He had been wrought with agony when he thought he had missed his chance at creating the ultimate mutant when something had happened to Jean Grey, but then a miracle occurred that made him change his mind. Why use Summers when he could use St. Cross? It was such a brilliant thought that didn't occur to him for a while, making him doubt his intellect for a moment. He would create the most perfect being in existence, one that was strong enough to trample him at their feet. With that child, he would finally be free of his machinations. Please be patient for a while longer. He caressed the surface of a tube as he spoke in a soft fatherly voice. The surprising thing about the tube was that it had someone inside it, as still as a dead person. POV change, back to the beach. The group of 5 plus the 2 teachers, continued their day at the beach while ignoring their wards who took the rare opportunity to have fun away from the mansion. Hey, so, you're like living together with Dral, right? Kitty asked Yelena, who joined them after leaving the company of Bucky and the others. Yeah. Want to ask something? Yelena eyed the cute petite girl who she could tell with a glance had a bubbly personality. What are they like? I mean Dral and Steve Rogers with the other guy. Yelena wrinkled her brows in incomprehension. I don't think I understand what you mean. I think she meant to ask if they're single. Her name's Rogue, by the way. Rogue interpreted for the smaller girl, which made Yelena's eyes lit up in understanding. Oh yeah. Sorry, but the only advice I'll give is ending whatever crush you have on any of them. She dashed any budding hope in the heart of any female student present. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to deter the young feline. Why? They all have someone. None I can think of, but Bucky, the other guy, it might just be me, but I think he's interested in my sister. So no hopes there. We are not even talking about the baggage you'll have to face to get him to open up. Then we have Steve, who's still hung up on his old girlfriend, for 50 years. God, it hurts to even think about it. And then you have Dral. Honestly, I don't know what's his deal. The last time a girl tried to flirt with him in a bar, he just stood up, took his drink and went home. But I'll say he's the most approachable of the 3, assuming you aren't put off by the bluntness. The younger assassin gave away the basic profiles of her targets as if she was a sales marketer, trying to pursue the customer to only look at the pros. Wow, that's hot. Not just Rogue, but even Kitty reacted that way. Well, sorry to burst whatever dream bubble you are in, but the chances of your crush progressing to anything else is nil. These girls had to be suffering from something in the head, Yelena thought, as it would be the only reason why they seemed even more enthusiastic even after she told them that they were just fantasizing. Guess I have to shoot whatever this is, down, maybe literally. Do you think you can put in a good word for us? Come on, we all just girls here, Eshuga? Rogue asked. I don't think that would be a good idea. She refused. Come on, Yelena. Please. Kitty begged as she hugged the younger assassin with puppy eyes as opposed to her feline self. I can't. Why? Aren't we besties? Kitty whined. I can't, because then I'll have to kill my only friends. I've been doing that for almost a decade now until recently, don't want to go back to bad habits. Yelena confessed. Say what? You heard me. She shrugged and left the 2 who stayed rooted to the same spot for a while before they finally comprehended what she said. Kitty? She was used playin' right. I don't think so. So cool. Poor Yelena would never know that she just created a fan base by accident. Unfortunately, they would never know how true what she said had been. While back at the teacher's lounge. Sounds like you've been having a rough time. Aurora was seated with Dral and Natasha as the other 2 men decided that they've had enough of sitting down and tried to find something fun to do. It wasn't always like this, you know. Now everyone just feels conflicted. John's death took us by surprise and, well, most of us don't know how to react to it. On one side we have the professor with his constant preaching of peace and justice within the law and how we are to act within the laid down rules to be accepted back into human society, and on the other hand, well, you have people like me and a few others who think that maybe showing them how we feel would bring about a subtle change. No one knew whether it was because of the glass of wine she drank or she was just looking for where to unwind the things that had been bugging her for a while, but her 2 audiences nevertheless listened with rapt attention. Isn't that just slavery? Telling people who are above a certain type of rule to conform to your own rules before you accept them. I don't see what it is apart from slavery. Natasha said. True. It was why Magneto was a better leader of the meta-humankind than Charles ever was. A pity he had to resort to terrorism and was blinded by revenge. For all his wit and wealth, Charles is a failure as the leader of a group of powerful individuals. Unless he admits that fact to himself, then I'm afraid all he'll do is drive the meta-humans to a corner where they'll either have to fight for themselves or those who can't who have to surrender themselves. But I doubt he'll consider that. He is as stuck in his old ways as Magneto was. They really do make a complementing pair together. Dral could see where they were heading, the meta-humans. This wasn't like the DC universe where they learned to accept meta-humans and aliens into their society with ease, as almost all their protectors were either enhanced beings or aliens. The DC universe had a more hero-worshipping society than Marvel, which was perfectly fine and understandable, because if for some reason the Flash or Superman were to turn bad, well, injustice happened for a reason. And it also didn't help that all their fights were in view of the public. So like it or not, the public had to accept these new groups of people as a functioning part of their society. Marvel? First problem SHIELD. They denied the public of any information pertaining to aliens, decreasing the chances of a changing mindset to be present in the world. The mutant exposure happened out of nowhere and took everyone, even the privy government, by surprise. But instead of helping these people, they segregated them as a virus, a plague that threatened to harm the human society. And the public, as the always ignorant sheep they were, gobbled everything up and helped fan the flames further by spinning all their horror tales into it, to the point that just with the exposure that you were a mutant will have the police, army, and even state defense on you. They fucked up big time, and now they had two different people fighting for their rights to live in the planet. It was for all these reasons that Charles was a failure of a leader. He lacked the backbone, pun also intended, to make the hard choices that every leader was supposed to make. All the great men and leaders in history were all called tyrants at some point. Charles lacked that very resolve, and coincidentally, it was what Magneto had in excess. What are you going to do now? He inquired from Ororo. I think I'll take a page out of your book for a while, she said. HOH? Which of the pages? Drawl seemed amused as he asked. Hearing the amusement in his tone, Ororo laughed. The one where you couldn't be bothered and just do what you want. Be careful, I might sue you for piracy. Natasha looked at the two of them with an amused smile on her face, as she was sure that they had even forgotten that she was here. Not having anything else to do, she just relaxed and listened as they both got into their zone. How do you do it? Do what? Do whatever it is that you want. How do you make such decisions? She really was curious. This might be bad advice to some, but I usually don't care much about people in general or how they think. All you need is an interest, either in yourself or people around you. When you find that interest, then it's up to you to work in favor of it. For me, if the president of the state were to go against my interests in a way that seriously hurts me, then all I'll have to do is cleave his neck off, as simple as that. A word of precaution though, don't try to be interested in too many things. Drawl said. If Natasha was surprised by what he said, then she sure as hell didn't show it, probably because she knew what he said was true, and to some lesser degree, the same with Ororo. She'd seen him kill and knew how brutal he could be, but she still asked. Why can't I be interested in many things? Because at some point, they'll cancel each other out and you'll be left stranded, looking for something new to attach yourself to. Better to have a scale of preference, not too many and not too small, and before you know it, you'll find that those outside your list never mattered all that much in the first place. You can't care for everyone, Ororo. Even God had to cast out his brightest angel. It was times like these that made Natasha remember why Drawl was someone she looked up to. Apart from the age difference, there was something else about him that made him look as if the way he saw everything was different from anyone else. It was like he saw things as they really are, the good, bad and the ugly. Everything he said was exactly how he saw it. There was no need for him to doubt his own words or beliefs, cause at the end of the day, he'll say that he couldn't be bothered to care all that much. And it wasn't only her who thought this way, both Steve and Bucky did. Thanks. Thank me by having fun, it's the beach for crying out loud. Ha 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 ha. True, it is. Very well then, since a certain someone says I can't have fun, then why don't you show me? Ororo stretched out her hand in an invitation. Drawl eyed the hand and then her before he shrugged. Sure, I don't see a problem with that. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 121, Chapter 119. Though not how he planned it, the day so far had been entertaining. Ororo had dragged him across the beach, hitting up any joint that looked fun. Even he had to admit that it was actually fun. Who knew Ororo could be this outgoing? He didn't know if it was because of her powers, but even though she was having fun, she sometimes seemed to keep it at bay, as if she was careful to not show too much emotion. Drawl could understand, as he was someone who had the same issue, though his were on the negative spectrum. It was a calm yet nice way of having fun, not the boisterous type, those Drawl hate. Even though they were going at a smooth pace, Drawl could tell that it was affecting her. Not being able to show how you really felt would put a damper on most of your feelings. It was the reason why Ororo was seen as the serious and no-nonsense teacher back at the mansion. Sigh. He was the one who told her to try and have fun, it would be remiss on his part to not help her have it when he was her chaperone. Hey, Ororo. Can you surf? He thought of a good idea. Yeah. But I don't think the waves are good enough to surf, she said while taking a glance at the shore. Oh, don't worry about that. Drawl said and went for the boards. Ororo already had an idea about what he wanted to do, so she waited until he came back with boards for both of them. Ready? Sure. Though I don't think it'll be a good idea to do whatever it is I think you're going to do. She showed her skepticism while looking at the people who were in the water. Don't worry about that. I'd worry about myself more if I were you. Brace yourself. Drawl waved off her concerns with a small smile. What are? Drawl. She couldn't help but curse at the laughing bastard as they fell down to the middle of the sea through a portal that the bastard had to be the cause of. She stabled herself midair while Drawl did the same, although the smile was still on his face. Out here you can surf without having to worry about ruining other people's day. The words he said shocked her because not once had she ever spoken about her inability to control the weather's link to her emotions. How? I noticed the slight change in the clouds a few times when we were on the beach, and also how quick you were to get your emotions under control only for the clouds to go back to being sunny. An easy deduction on my part, or anyone's in particular if they were paying attention. He explained and then pointed to the sea below them, which was already starting to rage in turmoil. Figured this would be the best way to get it out of your system. Come on. With that, he dropped to the sea in a free fall only for the water to spit him out a few seconds later and a small ice platform to form around his feet as he stood and waited for her. As if telling of her excitement, the sky rumbled as she made her fall, but unlike Drawl who splashed into the water, she slowed down as she neared the water surface where an ice platform extended to let her stand. You sure about this? Despite the question, a smile was plastered on her face. Trust me this once. It'll be fun. They readied their boards atop the ice while they waited for the exact moment, the sign for kickoff. Krakoom. They shot forth at the sound of thunder, going faster with a speed higher than any car on Earth could move at. Croc. They ignored the sky-high waves that were coming for them and continued moving faster amidst the sound of laughter and the symphony of thunder. Drawl sped through the high-rising wave and shot himself into the air and spun around to catch the graceful white-haired figure of Ororo being bathed with lightning as she rode the waves of the sea with lightning trailing her course. Taking that as a challenge, red lightning coursed through Drawl's form as he descended back to the sea in a pursuit of Ororo as she had sped ahead of him while he was in the air. Ignoring the waves that would have given the bravest of seafarers the fear of death, the two individuals, one clad in white lightning while the other in red, raced against each other with the laughing sky as their only audience. From afar, they looked like tiny sparks of red and white occasionally dancing in the black canvas of the sea. This is amazing! Ororo shouted at the top of her voice, which was echoed by Drawl's mad laughter. Right. Kraka. Drawl's voice was cut short as lightning struck him by surprise, sending him into the sea. Drawl. She spun around and surfed to where Drawl had been submerged only for the man to resurface while laughing like a loon. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. That was unexpected though. Crap, looks like my board broke. Drawl frowned as he controlled the water to bring back his sinking board. Should we go back? Even though she asked, the frown on her face showed that she hadn't had enough of the thrilling experience yet. Nah. We're not done yet. Before she could say anything, Drawl made a board of ice, got on, and hit her on her shoulder. You're it. Before he blitzed away with lightning speed. She stood there for a while before realization dawned on her and she contorted into a scowl. Oh, you're on. And she followed behind. And so the game of tag continued in the ocean with two fun-starved adults surfing on boards made of ice as they tried to tag each other. It got to the point where, aware of each other's resistance to the natural elements, they started hurling lightning at each other as well as controlling the sea to act as obstacles. Too absorbed in their little game, they didn't take the time to witness the state of the sea they were in, for if they did, they would have known that where they were playing had become a spot for natural calamities. Lightning from heaven, numerous in numbers, each struck to the sea at the same time, making that area around the sea look like a birdcage made of lightning then stretched all the way from the clouds to the sea. Even the sea had risen more than 20% of its normal height, but neither cared as they hurled lightning, ice, and gales at each other in order to take in the highest tag count. Drawl surfed behind Ororo hurling one lightning bolt after another which she dodged with ease. None of them were actually trying that hard to hit the other, what counted at the moment was the amount of fun they were having. They had to stop after they saw where they were, from the elevated surface of the sea to the eye of a hurricane hundreds of meters below the sea level. It was only at that point that they thought of the repercussions of what their little game would have on seamen and any civilization hundreds of kilometers away. Thankfully, none of those fears came to pass as Ororo and Drawl had to spend the better part of 30 minutes to calm the sea and tides and also to make sure that any effect from their actions were negligible. I think that's enough work for today. Drawl nodded his head as they both gazed at the calm sea after they were done with the reconstructing of the ocean ecology. Now then, shall we? With that, Drawl opened a portal back to the beach and they both stepped through. The beach was free, save for a few people still having fun, as the day was coming to a close. Hey, whatever happened to the Juggernaut and the others? Drawl asked Ororo as they made their way to their group. Piotr took them away on the jet to be locked up. He should be back by now to pick us up. And pray tell where the hell have you two been? Logan asked the moment he saw the duo making their way to the stand. The Pacific. Logan snorted at that answer but humored him nonetheless. To do what? Surfing. Wait, what? Logan did a double take. Did you just say you were surfing in the Pacific? Drawl nodded. So what the news had been running for the past hour, was both of you. He stared in shock at the gall of the two adults in front of him that called whatever the nauticals and marines were freaking about, surfing. You know what? You do you. And he left it at that. Did they not realize that they had half of the continent worried about the predicted upsurge of tornadoes, hurricanes, and cyclones in the coming months due to the stunt they pulled? Whatever it was, he didn't have it in him to argue. I'll have to go now. I believe thanks are in order for showing me such a wonderful time. Ororo smiled. No biggie. I've never had fun on such a large scale before, so it's a big win for me too. He laughed off her thanks and grabbed a fruit on the table to chew on. Still, I still wish to thank you. I've never had fun, as wild as that ever before, so it was a thrilling first experience. Let's just say the most I did were movie nights with Jean and some of the students. Haven't done that recently, however. She winced as she came to the realization that she was really lacking when it came to such activities. God, I can tell from the expression on your face that it's actually worse than how you said it. And if you still wish to thank me, just plan the next one. I'm more of a go with the flow type of guy anyways, and planning things isn't really my style, so you do it. Deal. Ororo took a second to think before she beamed a smile. Deal. And then shook on it. See you later, Drawl. And with that, she walked towards the changing room to get ready for her leave, which left Drawl alone on the spot as he decided to wait for wherever his group went. It didn't take long before they started filtering in, having gone out for some food. Look who decided to come back. And here I thought you wouldn't be in a hurry to end your date. Natasha winked at Drawl and stole his second apple before he could take a bite. Oh, so the quack finally saw the need to date, huh? I'm glad, Bucky just gruffed in a low voice and sat on his chair. It wasn't a date, the next one might be, but not this one. The man shrugged and snatched back his fruit from the redhead's hand. She's that interesting for you to be looking forward to a date? Natasha asked as she settled for another fruit. Ororo is, nice. At least she's not someone that I feel uncomfortable with, so there's that. And please, enough about the prospective date that may or may not be. Are you guys ready to leave? Drawl asked as he reached for another fruit, only to find the bowl empty as everyone had snagged one when he was talking. Sure, that's enough time spent at the beach. Where are we going next? Yelena asked, which earned her bewildered stares. She sighed as it was quickly becoming a trend as of late. What is it this time? You still want to go somewhere? Steve asked. Of course. It's only past 5, we've got like 6 more hours to spend before we hit the bed. And it's not every time we all get to hang out like this, so yes, I want to go somewhere else. She said matter-of-factly. Turns out she's right. So where are we heading next? How about the cinema? I think a new horror flick came out. We could check it out and move from there. Yelena suggested. Hopefully it has a lot of blood. Drawl said. I don't think horror flicks have much bloody elements. Natasha remarked. Okay then, a lot of screaming it is. He corrected himself. I think you are mistaking a slasher flick for horror, man. Bucky said. So what is it about horrors that scare people so much? Drawl was curious. I think it has to do with the fear of the unknown. The best horror films tend to be the ones where the cause of horror gets the least screen time in order to boost the expectation and fear factor. Yelena explained. Could have just gone with some action. At least those have blood in it. Drawl shrugged. They got to the car and the moment they were about to enter. Can I drive? Just this once. She stared intently at Drawl and Bucky as they were the only ones who brought cars. You know what? Fine. You drive for the night. Drawl tossed her the keys and got into the car with Steve while Yelena stood outside, looking as if someone just gave her the most valuable treasure on earth. Yes. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 122, Chapter 120. First of all, sorry for not posting yesterday. I had the time but I just completely forgot. Yesterday's paper, which was programming, completely blacked me out. I might drop another chapter tomorrow as compensation and apology. So. Forgiven? Oh, and happy new month, y'all. Don't know about everyone else but I'm not exactly psyched up for the upcoming holidays. The X-Mansion Ororo Monroe POV. The day had been pretty entertaining for Ororo, so much that mere hours later and she still felt nostalgic. When was the last time she did something like that? It was probably when Jean was around. Even now, a year passed, she still misses her best friend. Though Jean was younger, the two had been able to form a bond that Ororo had never formed with anyone. Her death had been the impetus for a change that spurned inside Ororo. She had been thinking since then about what she could do. What type of change she wanted to see. And then came the death of John. She had never been so broken and frustrated at not being able to show how she really felt at that moment due to her abilities. She wanted to cry, she wanted to rage, she wanted to freely be able to express the agony she felt at her friend's death, but she couldn't, so she kept it in. Everyone thought she was putting up a strong front but she really wasn't. She just couldn't grieve like they do, not without risking a natural disaster. It had always been like this for as long as she could remember. Her people first, then her. Always the ideal leader and strong voice. It was also at that point that she saw just how flawed the professor's vision was. The professor wasn't just being passive and naive, no, he was a dreamer. His was of an ideal place and time where everything could be settled if both parties sat besides a table and talked it out. It was the psychologist in him and his naivete that formed his ideals. Even now after Jean and John's death, even after the Sentinel massacre, even after the Christmas battle, and now, even with the kidnappings, he still refused to see the world for what it truly was. He still tried to appeal to the good in humans, fully ignoring the fact that none of those in places of real power were virtuous. Sure, they were those who would sympathize with meta-humans, but compared to those who wished to exploit them, they were negligible in numbers. No, I'm saying you should grow a spine. That was something Draal had said the last time he came to the mansion, and it was something that struck a chord in her. Since when has she been so passive? Back then, all those years ago, when she was but a little girl, everything she had and was able to get, she fought tooth and nail for. Her food down to the little pieces of clothing she had on her were proof of a fight she had won, one way or the other. Why now, when the stakes were higher, did she choose to sit back and let the government council decide how dangerous they were and how they should leave if they wanted to be a part of their society? Thinking back at it now, it was when the professor had found her. It was the promise of somewhere free, a place where she could be herself without the name-calling and finger-pointing. It was something she strove for every night she went to sleep on top slabs of wood and hay. To the child version of her, it was something straight out of a fairy tale. Something straight out of a fairy tale, hey. She had been so enamored by what Charles had told her that she agreed, no one in her shoes would give up the chance of attaining sanctuary. With Charles, she had grown so accustomed to everything around her because he had said so. The simple words of "that's just how it is" were enough for her to accept it as a norm and move on. Since when had she been so passive? Looking back at it now, it felt as if she had been content and comfortable with the status quo and would only react when something or someone threatened it, because she believed in the professor's ideals. She had taken his ideas as the only way they could be saved, simply because she thought there could be no other way. It wasn't a bad belief to have, but it wasn't the right one either. She could feel the strain in the relationship between the teachers and the professor that cracked into the open after their first confrontation with Draal on the school grounds that night. Rather than a battle of good and bad, it was a battle of morality. It all started from there, the broken trust. And now a year later, all she could see were mistakes and flaws of what the professor taught. He wasn't a bad person, that was a point she wholly agreed on. In fact, he was one of the nicest people Ororo had ever met, so nice that he dedicated his life to helping out others like him and the less fortunate. But what he was doing had long left the realms of charity and into leadership. Charles Xavier was a failure as a leader, and only recently had she begun to accept that fact. Time and time again she questioned when the change that Charles was hoping for would come, but, looking back at it now, no one was fighting for the change. Even humans sometimes riot and destroy properties when they've been oppressed by the actions of their government, but they who prided themselves as the protectors of meta-humans, did nothing. Maybe Draal was right, maybe she really needed to look beyond the walls of the mansion. Who knows? Maybe there would be a surprise there, a helping hand they really needed. Draal had made it pretty clear of how selfish he was and how he wasn't going to fight for the meta-humans, but he did say he would help if he could, so there was that. She thought the reason why Draal didn't want to help was because he thought everyone was doing it wrong and he didn't want to be the first or the spearheader of change. Whatever his reason might be, she was sure she could get his help, but only if what she was doing was working and showing results. She thought back to the teachers and couldn't help but sigh. Something really was wrong. Now it was only her, Logan, Piotr and the professor. Scott. Scott had drowned himself in guilt that he was hardly at the mansion nowadays. Though he seemed to be coming out of his shell as the days went by, he even trained in the danger room a few days ago, according to Kurt. If anything, this proves that they really needed help, and not the one they could get from anyone within the mansion, especially not the professor. Da Costa did say something about Draal destroying the Hellfire Club. The only notable figures in it should be the two queens. Since no one has any idea who the Black Queen might be, maybe I can talk to the White Queen. She could be reasoned with if Da Costa's words are to be given credit. This could be the start of a solution, and the White Queen of the Hellfire Club was the first step. She needed not just the overwhelming strength of the meta-human race but also connections and political/business prowess. She was sure she could count on Drawl when the time came, and if she succeeded in her talk with Emma Frost, then that was two major players in the real world who were both powerful businessmen and metas. No one was foolish enough to not see that Drawl's chain company and its app were taking over the social media platforms by storm. Drawl even freely made his company stand in the side of metahumans and sponsored some campaigns. He had made it pretty clear that he couldn't care less about the metahumans who faced injustice every day, but also made it open that he would at least be willing to help them out if they were to help themselves. It felt like she just woke up from some dream, as if some intricately woven spell that had been cast over her eyes were broken. Was this why he said that it's good to have fun every once in a while? She thought. Turns out she really needed something to take her mind off everything else, even if only for a single day. You still up, Ro? She heard Logan's gruff voice behind her. Just having some thoughts. Couldn't sleep without getting them out of my head. Yeah, I can tell. Beer. He brought with him his six-pack, the one every kid in the mansion knew to stay away from. A late-night drink wouldn't be bad, so she accepted. So what's on your mind that you can't sleep? I've been thinking about us. The metahumans, the mansion, all of it. She started. I don't think that it's such a wise decision to have those types of heavy thoughts hours after you've had your first real fun experience in years. The elderly man, who was easily the oldest person she knew, stopped her. And why is that? I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but you know it's not really working, don't you? She asked in a low voice. Logan looked at his beer, then at the night sky before sighing. Why did they always have to make drinking time so serious? Maybe we just aren't doing it right. Or maybe we are doing it wrong. Ororo countered. And what's the difference between the two? The beer all of a sudden tasted heavy, much more than he remembered what he was sure it tasted like. I think the first would be that we think we are correct in our actions and believe that all we need are just a few tweaks to make it work seamlessly. While the other would be a complete overhaul. Ororo said as she opened her beer to take a sip. She was not a fan of alcohol of any kind, but she did endeavor to take a sip once in a while. Don't you think you are reading too much into it? I've been alive for a long time that I've forgotten what my first memories were like, Ro. But one thing I can tell you is that change takes time, so much so for a lasting one. You can't force a revolution. But you can fight for one, right? She cut him off. Isn't that what we are doing? A revolution? Isn't that what we've been fighting for years? This mansion is proof of our fights. The fact that there are children that are running around, laughing freely, is a testament to our winning streak. We just have to continue doing what we are doing, right? How is anything going to change that way? We promised ourselves that they would experience a better future, and yet we are content with the status quo. Content with letting them stay within these walls. Most of them can't even go shopping or into the city to hang out because of a hidden stigma or how they look. While it is mostly true that they are happier here than they were out there, it still doesn't change the fact that we are chaining them to the boundaries of the very walls we used to protect them. When you look at it like this, it really isn't a nice thing, is it? Logan just stood there and contemplated on what she said. Even though he knew she was right, it still doesn't change the fact that the kind of change that they wanted wasn't one they could force, definitely not on others. They weren't perfect by any means, but that did not in any way mean that they weren't trying their damned hardest for it to change. He wouldn't let anyone, not even Ororo, say that all that they've done didn't matter. Just what are you trying to say, Storm? Gone was the rascal vibe he always wore around him like a cloak, and what stood there was a man that had fought more wars than any human alive on the planet. Seemingly not noticing his change in attitude, or maybe she did but she didn't care, she answered him. I'm saying that maybe it's time for us to grow beyond these walls we use in holding ourselves down. Why are we afraid of what they'll think of us when we are our own people? What I'm saying is that, maybe it's high time we took a stand. It's our life after all, if we can't even fight for it at every turn, then who would? She drained the last sip from the can and smiled at Logan. It's high time we did that, isn't it? Logan bawled out in laughter, a pure hearty one, even as he clutched his sides, but Ororo didn't seem the least bit offended. I see that you've been listening too much to Drawl. Well, he isn't wrong for the most part, is he? No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Chucks ain't gon' be too happy, you know. It doesn't matter if he isn't. She said. The smile on Logan's face faded away as he asked Ororo a final question. Are you sure about this? This isn't about you, you know. I'm very sure. And contrary to what you think, this is very much about me. I just added it to the very small list of things I care about. And the beginning of change started from the night talk on a balcony. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 123, Chapter 121. Drawl St. Cross POV. The days that rolled by after our little outing saw us plunging back into our old ways. Unlike the others, normal training didn't do it for me anymore. I had more than enough explosive power and what remained were the applications. Right now my abilities included cryokinesis, hydrokinesis, pyrokinesis, optic beams, telekinesis, electrokinesis, energy absorption, energy assimilation, psychic perception, minor electromagnetic kinesis, energy projection, energy augmentation, and that was it. And the cream of which was my superhuman physique. To be perfectly honest, none of my abilities were up to par with my physique. Sure they were cool, but then again, I wasn't the only one who had these kinds of abilities in this world. Though you would be hard-pressed to find someone who had as numerous abilities as I do, of which there absolutely were some, your chances of finding them were almost zero. Even though my body's adaptation was not at the level of Doomsday from DC, it was coming up swimmingly. And that was not even factoring magic. Although not as noticeable, the complexity of magic was a huge boost to my strength. Sealing, transmutation, summoning, runes and the dark arts were something that even if you took away my mutant abilities, I would still be able to hold my own against all the foes I fought against, maybe not Doom though. It was pretty clear that he eclipsed me in the mastery of the arts. Same with Strange. Why was I doing a roll call of my abilities? I just wanted to keep a tab on my skill set and see where to improve on. Presently, the only part of my abilities that really needed work was my electromagnetic kinesis. I was not at the level of Magneto's mastery, which was not that hard to believe as the man had decades to perfect his abilities. I was nowhere near being able to control the different ends of the magnetic spectrum. I could generate force fields though, like Susan Storm. Speaking of Susan Storm, I haven't heard a peep about the Fantastic Four in a while. The news and media were quiet about any of their activities, which could be attributed to the assumptions that they were spending their time in the labs, but it's none of my business what they do. Back to my abilities, apart from my small mastery of magnetism and its spectrum, I was able to use it in flying. Though that would be more of telekinesis and my ability to create force fields. Using telekinesis alone was harder than anyone made it seem, so I opted for the two similar abilities. One thing I also figured when experimenting with my abilities was that they could be evolved. It was a thought that occurred to me during one of my rare geeking out moments, that with sufficient proficiency in one's abilities, one could divert from the clear linear part and onto a more obtuse domain. And Magneto was the prime example. During our fight last year, the man had been able to not only control metals but also the Earth's geographical poles to the point that he lifted the state of New York, subconsciously. It wasn't an active action on his part but rather an effect of him tapping into the wider arrays of his abilities. And not only that, he had also been able to increase the gravity of the environment we were fighting in for kilometers, also a subconscious action. The piece of the cake was when Magneto made his last stand by twisting space. That had been the hardest of his attacks throughout the fight. But it didn't end there. According to the comics, Magneto could very well create black holes, and anybody with 2 brain cells would know how dangerous a person who could create black holes was. So yes, though a very powerful meta-human ability to have, it was also very hard to learn how to control it. And when I say hard to control, I meant blasting EMP waves and shifting the Earth's plate or even manipulating gravity. Controlling metals was just too easy, way easier than the time I spent learning how to control the dual elements. So with the check on my abilities out of the way, the next thing on my plate was locating the undying creep known as Nathaniel Essex. And as everything unholy would have it, I was able to find a match on him as a staff of Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane. Now why aren't I surprised? Not only was he a psychotic genius and admittedly the world's foremost expert on bioengineering and the X gene, but he also chose to work in a place where he would have a steady stream of experimental subjects. From what I remembered about the guy, he was practically damn near unkillable as he always came back, was crazy strong, had an unhealthy and borderline psychopathic obsession with the Summers and Grey blood, and also, clones. This guy was single-handedly responsible for all the clones in the X-Men franchise. He made a clone of almost everyone, be it from the X-Men, Brotherhood, or Hellfire Club. Any meta that just so much as catches his eyes. Boom. Clone. And also yes, he was partly responsible for Scott's fucked up life. Not that that particular subject mattered, as the kid was basically a prick from his adolescent years to old age. He never seemed to get the stick out of his ass even after so many fucked up relationships and breakups. None of it, all his experience in life, changed the fact that he was a grade A asshole. I had already told Steve and the others what I found out about Essex, and given what I knew from the guy, there was no way I was letting them go into his nest alone when you had no way to be sure they would come out the same people that went in. To be perfectly honest, I was of the mind to nuke the entire place but couldn't, since I knew for a fact that the fucker would live 100%. Hopefully the bastard didn't have a clone of me, because if he did, even if it were a little child, I'd be killing it. He was like a certain pale snake humanoid from a popular Japanese animated series that I watched for a while when I was a kid. Way too obsessed with his experiments and cloning to the point that every clone was an extension of himself. This guy single-handedly made the DC universe, and anyone else for that matter, look like rookies when it came to the cloning arts. So now I had to prep my friends on how to fight a wannabe but deadlier, more annoying and almost impossible to kill Dracula. What happened to the days when the only thing we had to fight were Hydra? Even Steve and Bucky had asked that very same question. Sometimes I wonder how this type of shit always finds itself in front of me. When I thought that I could take the next few weeks and just relax and work on my runes or something, this shit just somehow magically ends up in my laps. If it had been any other villain then I would have maintained my hands-off policy and chill the fuck out, but no, it just had to be one those don't fuck with me villain types. I haven't told the X-Men since I didn't know how far Essex's reach on them went. Call me paranoid, but I wasn't taking any chances of him catching a sniff that we were onto him. Heck, I haven't even told any of the others what his name was. Though with all the bad that came with Nathaniel Essex's name, also came a lot of good. This guy was successful, had been for centuries, in cloning the X gene and cultivating it in himself. His mind was a literal hive of meta-human research knowledge. It was exactly what I needed to make the serum I gave to Bucky and Steve bring out its potential. Right now they were just really buffed super strong soldiers. Steve could most likely bench a weight over 20 tons, same with Bucky. Such the serum made them super strong, super fast and notched up their durability to superhuman levels. It was actually made in mind to be paired with a meta ability. Something I created to make the most rounded soldier. I could say that the research of Essex was the only good thing of his existence as far as I was concerned. But what really stood out about this whole thing was how easy it was to find out about the meta-human kidnappings. According to Logan, Charles had been able to pick up the thoughts of a child whose elder sister was kidnapped during one of his peeping sessions with Cerebro. They immediately knew something was up when the same thing started happening with different other meta-human families and children, only becoming full-blown when one of the kidnapped victims fought back with his attackers. He was a young man who had apparently trained with his abilities since young. He had been able to hold down his attackers until the X-Men came on the scene. I had run that angle for a while with reference from the information Fury had shared with Steve, and what I found out was that most of those trails, even the bases that were raised, belonged to different organizations and institutions that dealt with organ trafficking and meta-human experiments. It was only the reminder of Logan and Fury's paranoia that made them know that there was something else behind the kidnappings and trafficking. Sabretooth's and Mystique's appearance alluded to that fact. All these thoughts were making my head dizzy. Well, not really, but it was the thoughts that counted. Right now I was swimming in the Mauna Loa, the world's largest active volcano in Hawaii. Why was I swimming in a volcano? For the simple reason that I lost a bet against Clint and he dared me to dive to the bottom of an active volcano. A weird dare it was, but I was a man who honored his bets. Hydra really did a number on me, didn't they? Anyway, I dived to the bottom, at least on the surface, land height, of the volcano I was currently in, and after reaching the bottom, I took my sweet time before coming back up. It said a lot about my resistance and the physiology of my body to be able to survive under such temperatures for as long as I did, comfortably. Maybe I should take a dive in Antarctica next? Nothing beats the ice-cold water on a sunny day after all. Unfortunately, it would have to wait as I had a pest problem to deal with. Nick Fury POV. When Barton had told me that the motherfucker was sunbathing, I had no idea that this was what he meant. Sir. The Council. Fuck them. Even though I agree with that sentiment, we still need to decrease their influence inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson and Hill were with me, watching the latest video Barton had captured of the source of my headaches, diving into the depths of the biggest active volcano in the world. What did this mean? Well, from a theoretical point of view, nothing short of an atomic bomb could kill him in one shot, given his wide arrays of abilities, and that was no even talking about the fact that he could somehow now open portals. God damn it, Drawl. What are they still doing? I needed to focus my frustrations somewhere. And those old fogies dutifully presented themselves as the scapegoats. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was all in my hands, the time I've had control of it wasn't enough to thoroughly remove and weed out every pulling power they had invested in it for decades. This wasn't like Hydra where we could kill all of them. What happened to the days when all we had to deal with was Hydra? Those days are long gone, sir. You and Drawl made sure of it. Why was Coulson talking as if he could read my mind? Is he a meta? No, I'm not, sir. You've been talking out loud for a while now. Have I now? You did it again. Fuck you, Drawl. If it weren't for that shitty move you pulled in the Pacific, none of this would have been happening. Gah. If only I could strangle that bastard to death. It was a very pleasing thought to have, if not for the fact that something told me he was more than likely to shrug it off. And it also turns out I owe him money since he can now fly. That dry cunt had billions in his account and he still asks me for $50? That's it. He needs a talking down from dear OL Fury. Clear out my schedule for the day. It looks like someone needs the talk. And boy was he going to get it. Yes, sir. That reminds me. I needed to talk to him about his satellites that were almost ready for the first launch. If I could secure a deal with him to use his satellites to monitor everyone connected to it. Motherfucker. That crazy bastard. I could sue him for invasion of privacy. Oh, there was no doubt in my mind that that was what he planned to do from the start. I hate that guy. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 124, Chapter 122. The Ancient One POV. Weeks had passed since the threat of Dormammu hovered on our reality. Mr. Cross had returned to New York, choosing to pop once in a while to browse through some books. As I predicted he would. He was not someone that could be tied to the arts and have him remain there. Like Strange, his place was in the wider stars. Though the threat of Dormammu's resurgence came a bit early, it still didn't change anything, at least not in the grand scheme of things. It still didn't change the end, not like I thought it actually would. Though the changes were one of the few scenarios I foresaw, the changes it brought to the others involved in that incident, Strange, Drawl, and Mordo, was one I gladly welcomed. It opened their eyes, a glimpse, of what laid abound should they make the decision to explore beyond the realms of our knowledge. Speaking of changes, the one who was affected by it like I knew he would, was Mordo. Though the man was a beacon of righteousness, he lacked the eyes to see past the thin veil of morality. He was obsessed with what it thought was right and I was afraid that it was eating him up, driving him insane, to the point of him one day snapping. But then again, I guess it was my fault. It was my failure as a teacher for misplacing the trust he once had in me. But as regretful as it was, there was nothing I could do. It wasn't my place as a teacher to direct his thoughts. His decisions were his to make and his alone, and it was one I would respect. It truly was regretful. One I would forever admonish myself for till I die. That's enough dreary thoughts for the day. Now then for the most troubling one. Even though I knew he practiced some questionable spells, I didn't think he could use a spell like that. Sure, he unknowingly had one of the greatest relics on the universe aiding him, but the sheer fact that he could comprehend and use a spell like that was astonishing. With the three of them present, I was sure the Earth would stave off the threatening times that were coming. Drawl St. Cross POV. Are you sure we should go in like this? Steve didn't look comfortable, just like the way I didn't care if he did. It says something when we were outside a criminal facility, with the others decked in gear, about to attack a parasitic immortal inside a mental facility where it was an inevitability that we would have to fight some mentally unstable people. From what I could see from here, there was a huge space underground which was probably Essex's lab. According to the files, Nathan Essex was working as a staff of the facility for over 10 years now. He had a small apartment in downtown New York, but my 10 cents was that it was a clone that used that abode to keep up appearances when he was in his labs. Is he in there? Steve asked. I can't see him yet, but considering that he's a shapeshifter or my visual range can't cover him, the ball is still out there. I had been keeping tabs on his apartment every day since I tracked him down, but unfortunately, he hadn't been home for almost a week. The logs from Ravencroft told me that he had been working overtime, and since most of the older staffs were provided dorms inside the facility, allowed him to stay there for as long as he wanted. Let's go. I opened a portal to the underground base and sped through it with the others following me. That's pretty nifty, and handy. Logan whistled as he stepped through the portal. I did promise them that I would tell them when I decided to attack Essex in case they wanted to ride along. Though the participants this time were not as many. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, Colossus, Sunspot, and Iceman. These were the heavy hitters of Xavier currently, while mine just consisted of my household super soldiers. This shit is sick. A low mutter escaped my months as I could see with my X-ray vision all of the tubes and cryogenic chambers filled with bodies. Some were missing different parts of them, organs and limbs, while others, the minority, were left intact. What is it, Drawl? Bucky, who was by my side, heard my mutterings. You'll see soon. We walked into what could be considered as the heart of the lab, and the others stood, rooted to the ground in shock, at the sight of bodies hung from the ceiling with chains like some kind of meat storage. Some of them appeared to be dried husks, while ethers had tubes inserted inside their bodies. Oh my God! I see you found my hidden cache. A low raspy voice echoed through the dark room. Okay, that was disgusting. Seeing someone form a whole body with just a mass of writhing flesh was, glurg. It was like the raw-mashed meat of flesh with ringing veins all around, spewing out more meat to form a man. He had pale, almost bleached skin, as if he had never known the sun, a gentleman gait to his steps, wearing a suit with a red crystal embedded on his forehead. Nathaniel Essex. So you do know of me, Mr. Cross. He walked in a settled pace as if he wasn't surrounded by people that were dead set on taking him down. I am rather surprised that you were able to find me, if at all. My calculations were sure that you and S.H.I.E.L.D. would be chasing headless tails for the next few years at least, until you give up. If there were any doubts that he was the one responsible for the kidnappings, then what he just said threw that doubt out the window. Ah, so many prizes. I'm afraid I won't be able to collect them all for the time being. But... His eyes surveyed everyone gathered. I think I can make do with a few of them. His eyes then stopped at me and a soft smile emerged on his lips. I'm not the only one getting the creepy vibes from this guy, right? Bobby asked, his body already emitting frost. Trust me, kid, you're not the only one. Bucky consoled him. Before anyone else could say something, I felt the slight tremor that passed through the ground. I would have cursed if I didn't already expect something like this to happen. A small army of Essexes were walking out of a portal towards us. Some of them had some deformities visible on their bodies while others had physical mutations. Just seeing them made my skin crawl. Do you guys feel that? Logan asked. Something is coming our way. Everyone was alerted and on guard while Essex just kept the easygoing smile on his face. Just as that moment, I felt a psychic wave smash against my own shields and immediately knew the culprit given the small, almost imperceptible twitch of his lips. Training myself in Qi helped bolster all my psychic abilities. I could even transfer my thoughts and speak to someone telepathically, and not to mention the boost it gave to my telekinesis, astral projection, and telepathy. Not everyone with us had good mental fortitude. Note to self, remember to teach the others about Qi. They had excess energy in their cells due to the serum, harnessing Qi should be easier for them and help them form mental barriers. I covered the entire area with my psychic field so that I could disrupt any psychic attacks before they got to their targets. I felt him trying to control Yelena and Cyclops, who were both at the back, but my psychic field was able to prevent that. What the hell are those? Looks like they finally saw the horde of monstrosities making their way towards us. Now let's start. Boom. Essex's words were cut short as an explosion impacted his face, but I could tell that he suffered no damage whatsoever, seeing as healed almost immediately. That was RU boom. This time around, he was flung away but still taking no damage whatsoever. Who knew fighting people who had absurd levels of regeneration was this annoying, and the fight hadn't even started. General POV. Withdrawal opening the fight with an explosion to Dr. Sinister's face, the others rushed at the horde of clones. Adamantium claws and blades emerged from Logan's and Bucky's implant arm as they sliced through the horde with easy efficiency. Seeing 3 clone coming his way, each having some type of ability that was specialized in close combat, Bucky didn't slow down, his crafted arm glowing a dark purple. He punched at the skull of one of the clones who was too slow for a crossguard, which resulted in his head caving in, skull pulverized as he was flung away with the punched. Opening his hand, a blade grew from it which he held with his other hand and ducked under the blow of a clone that had vibrating spikes all over him. Bucky swiped the knife at its jugular and kicked it away. His last current opponent was the bulkier one of the 3. Matching the big guy's blow for blow, he took his time below, delivering a precise kick to one of the clone's kneecaps and then spun around him and broke its neck against his shoulders. Shit keeps getting weird by the day. Looking over at the girls and Steve, he saw them easily taking care of their enemies and nodded his head before diving back into the fray with a huge boom as he shattered the area around with a concussive blast. Away from Bucky, the girls were having a bit of a problem due to the abilities of the clones. They were still able to take care of them with pure skill and bullets. Steve. Without turning to look at who called him, he threw his shield towards the direction of the voice for it to be caught by Natasha, who batted the head of a clone with it. Using the shield as some sort of cleave, she swiped at the legs of a clone who had 3 legs and 1 elongated hand. Losing its tripedal balance, it tried to gnaw at Natasha as its head was near her, only for it to bite an unbreakable construct and losing its oral senses to numbness. Natasha didn't care for its woes as she got behind him and twisted the shield still lodged in its mouth, breaking its neck. You. She cleaned the shield with its body before tossing it back to Steve with an impish look on her face. Bang. She shot at the head of one of the clones trying to sneak up on her sister. Bang. She raised an eye and turned back to see the falling form of one of the clones with a bullet hole through its head. Stay sharp, Nat. Yelena giggled, causing her to roll her eyes. She took a glance around the entire place and noted everyone's position and the type of enemies they were fighting. Could you help me take out the mutant that is creating the portal for these things to come through? She reeled in shock at the clear voice that spoke with clarity inside her ears and spun around with a snarl only to find nobody behind her. Relax, it's me, Drawl. Telepathy. Did she ever mention she sometimes hated his ass, mostly for pulling stunts like this out of his flaming behind? Chill with the hate, will ya? And no, I'm not reading your mind but rather picking up your emotions. If it were someone else who had said that, then she would have been hard-pressed to get them out of her head, but unfortunately the person this time was a lovable bastard that she trusted. Thank you. Now if you're done with the accolades, there's a girl on the floor below this one. You might want to hold up on that thought and go with Bucky and Steve because we just got new incoming. I'll keep Essex out of the way. She shrugged as the voice left her head and went to meet Steve and Bucky with Yelena, who decided to tag along as they made their way downstairs with caution, only to be stopped as they came against a group of people they knew. Oh, I can smell him all right. Come to me, James. The Sabretooth ignored them and lunged at the Wolverine, who snarled as he saw his brother/nemesis baring its fangs and claws at him and responded in kind. It looks like it's time for round 2, boys. Natasha smiled, but the smile didn't quite stretch into a genuine one as she gazed at Mystique, who smiled sultrily upon seeing her. Oh, it's you again, how wonderful. I'm sorry our chat last time was interrupted, how about we take it somewhere else and let the boys do their thing? The way Mystique spoke was as if they were bosom friends or two girls who bonded very well the first they met, which could not be entirely true as the figurative sparks that flew through them were definitely not of positive emotions. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 125, Chapter 123. Yee-hoo! Just rounded up my exams, guess some celebrations are in order. Uploads will go back to normal, 5 chaps a week. God. It feels as if it's been so long since I last posted. Hope you guys enjoy your holidays like I plan on enjoying mine. The ensuing fight started as soon as Victor Creed confronted Logan. Before Logan finished his words, Victor used his superior speed and crashed into Logan and pierced his skin with his claws and ripped them out, causing Logan to grunt but also not enough for him to not retaliate as he drove his claws into the wild man's shoulders. The two of them forwent all forms of decorum and began thrashing around each other like beasts in the wild, slashing, grunting, and roaring. They created an entire battlefield for themselves as everyone knew to steer clear away from them. Come on boy. Try and kill me. Victor laughed even as blood poured out of his mouth. Maybe I should take that lil girl away from you. You are losing your edge these days. He riled up Logan who responded in kind as he ripped off the battered form of his suit leaving him with only his pants. He swiped his claws in an uppercut sway and created 3 long hashed on Victor's chest to his nose, bifurcating his throat in the process but the man didn't seem to care as he scratched at Logan's jaws, opening new cuts there. Theirs was an unending battle as both were beasts of stamina and regeneration, forsaking durability for pure offense. They swiped their claws at any clone that was foolish enough to come near, ripping off their head and limbs. Off to the side a rather heated battle was going as Ororo faced off against the glass-like Meta who could absorb energy and redirect it, drowning their battle into a heated give and take. It ticked her off how the man could siphon off whatever lightning she threw at him and struck her with it, either with lightning or in the form of light beams. Enough. She raised her hands towards him and shot out lightning at Prism. You don't learn, do you? The glass-like man seemed unfazed at the incoming lightning and just let it hit him. But unlike before, instead of Ororo to trade strikes with him, she continued charging her previous lightning strike that it soon wrapped around the body of Prism. Feeling something was wrong, Prism tried to redirect the energy that was filling up his body back at her, only for him to realize that the lightning was binding him in a way that should not have been possible. I said. Enough. Not caring about his face of incomprehension, Ororo pulled back her hand and the lightning drew Prism towards her before she smashed him hard off the ground before sending him flying off into the distance. Good riddance. While all this was going on, Natasha was fighting against Mystique and as much as she hated to admit it, the shapeshifter was one hell of a fighter. She knew more fighting types than even Natasha herself did with the only thing keeping the redhead in battle was her improved strength which almost seemed useless against the woman and her agility which she would gladly say was on par with the woman or at least with a slight difference. You seem frustrated sweetheart, don't tell it's that time for you? Oh my. Natasha, though aggravated by every word that came out of the woman's mouth, managed not to show it, not even a single change in expression. Tisk, why such a buzzkill? You won't get a boyfriend that way, you know. She increased the ferocity of her attacks by a level with every sentence that came out of the woman's mouth. You know, I thought the Brotherhood were supposed to fight against meta-human oppression, but seeing as how you would ally yourself with someone who would run experiments on them, makes me think otherwise. Mystique paused at Natasha's words, looking genuinely confused for a second which was a mistake as Natasha gave her a fully powered punch which threw her to the ground. She wobbled for a bit while standing up before turning to look at Natasha with a rageful frown on her face. What would you know? Mystique said through gritted bloodied teeth. He killed Magneto. He killed the only man who could help us. Her form changed as she turned into Victor Creed and snarled at Natasha. Natasha was thinking about how to engage the woman who was outright angry when she felt a tap on her shoulders. Go take care of the one creating the portal. I got some unfinished business with her. Bucky said. Natasha didn't say anything else and put her feet on motion leaving Bucky alone with the shape-shifted Sabretooth. Oh, what is this? Do I sense some feelings in your actions? Well I can't say I'm surprised, we redheads got the charm going for us after all. She teased him but like everything else that has tried to rule him up, he remained as stoic as he always was. I want to get this done as quickly as possible so I'll be going first. She reacted as soon as those words left his mouth but it still turned out that she still wasn't fast enough as Bucky's metal arm buried himself deep inside her stomach fueled by a speed she thought was impossible from him. From what she knew, he was a super soldier and even if she didn't mean to brag, she was sure she could take care of a super soldier with relative ease and from everything she knew and heard, Bucky Barnes was a super soldier. Her thought was cut short as a hand grabbed her throat and lifted her up before slamming her down to the ground. Bucky pointed his metal arm at the woman, wanting to end her then and there but he just shrugged and walked away. With the way he was sure he had broken numerous bones in her body, unless she had an impressive regeneration factor like Drawl's, getting back into the fight, or any other fights for the next few hours, was impossible. Boom! Crash! Could they at least take their fight somewhere else? He muttered under his breath as he watched the two spearheaders going at it, while at the same time destroying everything. Such strength! It makes me want you even more. Essex said as he maintained his distance from Drawl. He had to acknowledge the fact that this mutant known as Drawl was truly powerful. Forming an hypothesis and seeing the actual results were always two different things. Why don't you work for me, I can help you bring your abilities to levels you never knew of. You will have nothing to fear on this earth. Essex stretched his hands in a welcoming gesture only to lose it the next moment. Looking at the new stump, he sighed. This is becoming meaningless. There is no way for you to kill me. I am immortal. There really was no way to kill him from what he knew. Sure, he could be disintegrated down to his last cells, but even in a scenario like that, he had a backup. The ability to manipulate his flesh to his cells negated any kind of physical damage he could receive, as he would simply manipulate his body to heal. Drawl looked at the man and could not help but twitch his lips involuntarily. How envious he was of the ability to regenerate limbs and tissues, even organs. Such an ability could easily make someone immortal and immune to aging and any physical defects. But regardless. It still didn't stop him from dissecting Essex before he got the chance to react. Essex was fast, like very fast that normal humans would only see a blur or even nothing when he moved, but compared to Drawl's reaction speed, his speed was the same as Steve's. It made no difference. Drawl had an ice sword construct in hand that he used in cutting Essex to pieces the moment the man lost focus. He wasn't rampantly attacking Essex because he thought that it would be useless, given that the man could most likely switch consciousness with any of the clones present, and Drawl didn't want that, so he settled for keeping the immortal test subject away from the rest of the battle. But even that was starting to become boring as the second ticked away. By now, a visible scowl had emerged on the man's face as he looked at Drawl with a healthy mix of anger and contempt. I see that I must educate you, that in terms of powers and ability, I am unmatched. Red beams shot out from his hands, beams that were eerily similar to Scott's lasers but packed more heat, arrived in front of Drawl in the blink of an eye, who did nothing but let the beam crash into the magnetic barrier that he made. The beam subsided to show a transformed Essex, Mr. Sinister, in a get-up that Drawl recognized. His eyes were blood red in whole, and his pristine two-piece suit had transformed into what would be aptly termed as a costume. An all-black costume with a red diamond symbol on the chest and numerous amounts of stripes that ran from the shoulders to the floor. As much as I hate the whole hero/villain costume thing, I, however, have to admit that that was cool. Drawl commented with a whistle. Sinister made no remark in the comment and just waved his hands in Drawl's direction, and a concussive blast was sent his way, but the man still made no reaction. I see that everyone is almost done with their task, so I should get started. He heard the man's voice behind him but cared not as metal spikes shot out from his back, hoping to pin the human, but all he received were the same spikes, shooting him across the platform on which he stood to the nearby wall and pinning him there. His body morphed into a liquid state and escaped the bindings of the spikes. I see that my predictions came through. You do have his ability. Magnificent. Mr. Sinister's red eyes shone even more in obsession as he looked at Drawl, as if he wanted nothing more to do than wrap up the man in a box and take him to his lab. You know, you really should pay attention when someone is trying to kill you, you know. Drawl said lazily, which prompted a scoff out of Sinister. What part of me being immortal don't you understand? The part where you actually believe that you can't die. Drawl remarked. Even if what you say might be true, it doesn't change the fact that you have no possibility of killing me, so my statement still stands as true. Then let's put that assumption to the test. Drawl slashed the sword at Sinister and a jet of flames rushed at man, who half assumed the attack to be water-based, not that it would have made any difference as a force field blocked the flames, resulting in an explosion that engulfed their surroundings, causing those nearby to escape before they were eaten by the flames. I'm curious. How did you find out about me? The atmosphere between the two of them could be described as relaxed, not at all resembling the surroundings of destruction around them. I know for a fact that it wasn't the X-Men, I made sure of that. S.H.I.E.L.D remained a variable, but I think I know the kind of man that Nick Fury is. He chases the clues until he finds something, another way to say that, give him a clue and he'll run all over the world for you. It then remains you the most unpredictable variable. So tell me, how did you find out about me? Can you stop with the talk? It's almost as pointless as this fight is. Drawl grumbled, but the moment Mr. Sinister made to retort, he was up on the man again with his blade slicing through the neck, decapitating the man. He pointed a finger at the flying head and sent a bit of chaotic energy and completely obliterated it. He held the grumble that wanted to come out of his mouth as the body melted into a puddle of flesh and reformed itself. I wonder what it will take for you to understand how fruitless your actions are. Though that beam you shot just now, it carried such destructive properties that can destroy down to the atomic level, not subatomic yet. The man ignored Drawl as he tried to understand the properties of the energy Drawl used, but soon gave up. I think this calls for an experiment. Don't you think so? If he couldn't understand it, then he'll just have to make Drawl use that energy. A very nice ability to add to his arsenal. Without giving Drawl the chance, he pressed forth in his attack, first a compressed air blast and then, hands spewed forth from his back and attacked Drawl from different angles. Drawl took a step back and brandished his sword and performed multiple slashes, some sent ice blades while others were lightning that cut through the appendages of Sinister. He turned around only to find Sinister gone, at least that was what others would think, but not Drawl, as he could already sense the man around him, a few centimeters away from him in fact. One of the cut-off limbs dissolved into a puddle of flesh that grew into Sinister only for it to be frozen solid in less than a second before Drawl bathed the half-ice sculpture of Mr. Sinister in destructive energy. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 126, Chapter 124. The problem with killing Mr. Sinister was that all of his cells contained the entire biological code of every clone of himself. Meaning that he could form back with just a living cell at worst or a living clone at most. Drawl experienced the headache that was Mr. Sinister as he broke the man time and time again only for the man to reform himself with detached limbs and fleshly puddles. Drawl wasn't the only one having a problem. The same could be said for Mr. Sinister. His calculations were all wrong. He realized that the moment they started fighting as Drawl would easily slip through his notice, only for him to realize that he had lost a limb or sometimes even his head. Unlike Drawl, who had a definite way of killing Sinister, the said man had no idea how he could go about with incapacitating Drawl. He had tried some of the tricks he had used against people with psychic defense such as illusions and trying to overload his senses, but the man completely acted like he had no idea what Sinister was doing. He shrugged off every psychic attack like oil to water, only for him to comprehend his folly after he lost a limb. Though I have all day, I'm not in mind to spend it in an underground facility, so should we wrap this up? The lazy atmosphere around Drawl disappeared, though his expression remained the same. Something about him screamed danger to Sinister. Without taking any further risk, Sinister pulled all stops on his ability and telekinetically controlled everything his influence could reach and hurtled them at Drawl. All he saw was Drawl pointing a finger at him and that familiar red destructive energy before he felt some parts of his body missing. A gigantic hole had been blasted through chest which made him relinquish the hold he had on the objects for a second, but Drawl was anything if not precise. The beams, scalpels, and every other thing within his range of influence were already under his control. He sent them to Sinister, who found his movements halted as they were all embedded into his body. What made a flash of panic appear in his face were the shining letters and symbols on the object's surface. He didn't know what they were, but they were somehow restraining his body from dissolving. That should do it. Drawl walked forward and placed his hand on the head of the restrained Mr. Sinister. If before it was just the surprise and incomprehension of what was happening that flashed through his face, now it was full-blown panic as he felt his mental shield that he had erected over the centuries be forcefully reprogrammed. Normal psychics, even those with vast expertise, way of brainwashing or remodeling someone else's psyche was one that depended on them having a higher mental fortitude and experience than their target, or simply brute forcing their way through. Drawl's way, as Sinister would describe it, was a more sophisticated approach. If the normal way every psychic went about it could be likened to chess, then Drawl's was complete computer programming. It didn't matter if it were 100 years of experience being the mental defense, it stood no chance against the almost systematic approach of Drawl's consciousness. It was like an app. It didn't matter if the former was made 50 years ago and was used by the whole world as one of the best apps of the time. The moment a new app comes out with a better operating system, feature, and software utilization, the old app would lose all its shine and value, maybe except for sentiment, not that the sentiment would do anything to reduce its new worthlessness. Sinister likened Drawl's consciousness to a virus. Instead of trying to break through his mental defenses, it was eating through it. Eliminating and assimilating it into his own. He had to say, if not for the current situation, that it was a beautiful approach, but not when said approach was cutting off his way to rebirth through his clones. This was bad. Using his hive mind, Drawl connected to all the other active clones and destroyed the imprint of Sinister that was present in all of them, turning them to wildly thrashing zombies that just acted on impulse. WWDD. What did you do? The ever-poised Mr. Sinister was frantic as despair started creeping into his face as he felt all his connections to his clones destroyed to the point that for him to be able to link them back, he'd have to go inside the head of each and every one of them and connect them manually. What have you done? His already pale face turned ashen, if that was even possible, as he stared at Drawl. He still couldn't understand what was happening. How did it get to this so fast? Weren't they exchanging probing blows that didn't do an ounce of damage moments ago? What happened? He stared at Drawl, his brain unable to comprehend what was happening to him. His life's work, his masterpiece, his opus, shattered in the span of minutes. You. How dare you? He jumped at Drawl with blinding speed fueled by rage, only for Drawl fists to impact his face and send him flying back like a cannonball. Do you know what you've done? Do you? If I had to take a guess, then it would be that you're no longer immortal. So tell me, am I wrong? The bored tone that had been in his voice since the beginning filtered into Sinister's ears as he finally realized why that tone was familiar and why it also irked him. It was one he used when speaking with other people, people he deemed insignificant. It was a tone he used in talking to everyone he's ever said a word to. I see now. You are way stronger than I could have thought. But I wonder though, what do you think is your current limit? Is it enough to wipe out an entire city? Or maybe the state even? Sinister questioned with what seemed to be genuine curiosity. To be honest I don't know. Hopefully I don't find myself in a situation where I have to find that out, but given my shitty luck, fat chance of that happening. Drawl breathed out as he crouched in front of Sinister. But I bet you won't be alive to see that. Do you want to wager otherwise? He asked with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. No? Well, I think my time here is done. He held Sinister by the head and channeled huge amounts of destructive energy through the man's body that shredded him down to the last atom. Sinister watched, in slow motion, as his body disintegrated as the energy wrecked through every component of his cell, shredding everything to dust and then destroying it further. He couldn't scream because the energy had already destroyed his nerve endings. He looked at Drawl as his life ended with a look of hatred and the reply he got was the same nonchalant gaze he gave him since the beginning. How foolish. He still had a card to play, an ace up his sleeves. Since Drawl had forced him to make a bet, he would go all in, his last chips on the table. That was tiring. Drawl turned around and left, leaving behind an empty floor, no indication whatsoever that someone else had been there. The only fights remaining were almost at their end, with only a few straggler clones left, trying to escape or just thrash around before they were put down by the others. Well, that was easy. No, it was not. Bobby snarled, his body still emitting frost. Drawl just shrugged and made his way to where the others were. He stopped for a while and looked at the knocked-out form of Mystique on the floor. From Sinister's memories, he knew why she had no choice but to help the man, even though she held a great distaste for what he did. Well, with this, hopefully, she can just disappear from the scenes and just go live her life. First it was Xavier, the Magneto, and then against her will, Mr. Sinister. All this just re-evaluated the fact that the main cast of the X-Men had fucked up lives. Well, to each his own I suppose. Drawl. You have to come see this. Yelena's call broke him out of his thoughts as he made his way to what looked like the basement of the underground facility. He found the others, his group, and the X-Men, huddled over something, each with disbelieving looks on their faces, with Cyclops kneeling on the ground. He wondered what they were on about until he saw her. Jean Grey. Her body was held in some kind of stasis chamber that the only thing that verified that she was alive was the slow and drawn-out heartbeat that only beat once or twice in a minute. Jean, can you hear me? Scott was on the ground, tracing his fingers on the surface of the chamber where the sleeping Jean lay. Drawl. Some of the others turned to Drawl to see the visible frown of annoyance on his face. I thought she was gone off to somewhere far away. How come she is here? Bobby asked skeptically. Drawl, do you know what's happening? Ororo turned to Drawl, who was arguably the most knowledgeable person in the room about Jean and Sinister, looking for an answer. Drawl ignored her, with the frown still plastered on his face, and pushed his way through to the front of the chamber and as if on a timer, the Jean's eyes inside the chamber, fluttered open which resulted in gasps in the background. Drawl held the chamber by the contours on the side and yanked it open, giving way for Scott to hug the awakened and confused Jean Grey. Do you remember me? Do why you remember us? Scott's voice cracked as he asked those questions whilst the others waited in suspense. Only a few noticing the expression on Drawl's face. Scott? I don't know. Your name, I remember but... Her words seemed inconsistent as if she was struggling to remember something important. That's okay. You don't have to force yourself, okay? We'll get you help, I promise. Scott soothed the confused girl which only increased the frown on Drawl's face. Drawl, is something wrong? Bucky asked, not missing the expression on Drawl's face. It was one he had been able to tell given the amount of times that said particular expressions appeared on his face. It was annoyance. The type that always appeared on his face when something ruined his day. What makes you think so? Yeah, the contrast of his reply and his face wasn't fooling anyone. You look like you're about to blow your top, that's what makes me think so. Bucky answered. Drawl just hummed, not denying or acknowledging his claims, but that was enough for Bucky to know that something was wrong, and it took him a few moments of brainstorming to form an hypothesis that he believed was at play. Given the way Drawl had stressed about the man's ability, Nathaniel Essex that is, to create clones and have them act as each of their own individual persona and also have them act as extensions of himself. Oh. Bucky's face became clouded as he reached that conclusion. The same expression was evident on the other's face as each of them took a subtle stance to be ready for anything. Drawl. Ororo called out again after seeing how those with him looked at Jean, as if they were gearing up for another confrontation. She paused the words that were about to come out of her mouth as Drawl stood in front of Jean after shoving Scott to the side. She didn't know why but her heart started beating in a foreboding rhythm. Something was wrong, a sentiment that those from the X-Men were just catching up on. Do you know me? Drawl asked Jean, who looked confused before she answered unsurely. I think so. Sorry, I don't remember your name, but I feel that you are familiar at least. What are you doing? Scott stretched out his hands in reflex to catch the thing that was spinning towards him. Jean? What's wrong? Jean. He, not only him, but everyone, had their brain short-circuited as they saw Scott holding Jean's head in his hands. Jean? Talk to me, please. Jean. Scott seemed to have lost it as he started understanding what he was holding while the others were still in shock, including Bucky and the company. The room fell silent with only Scott's indecipherable words being heard as the members of the X-Men twisted their necks like machines to turn and look at Drawl. They held that look for a while before someone broke it. Ragr. Logan rushed at Drawl only to find himself being held down by Bucky, who simply flung him aside. Calm down, James. Bucky tried to reason with the man who seemed to have lost all reasoning, but his words fell on deaf ears as Logan was in him once again. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 127, Chapter 125. As Logan and Bucky started fighting, or rather Logan tried to fight a super-enhanced Bucky only for him to be thrown aside and punched so hard that he went down to the floor at every hit, only for him to get up back and have the same thing repeat itself. Colossus followed in Logan's step and rushed at Drawl, who just stood there with a bloodied ice sword that he used to decapitate Jean, only to find his way being barred by Steve. Though they were confused, not as much as the X-Men, it didn't prevent them from jumping in when someone decided to attack Drawl. It was a comical sight, seeing a small Steve Rogers facing off against the behemoth Colossus, but he was holding his own with ease. Rather than the peak human strength they both had before, Drawl's serum pushed them deeper into the realms of superhuman, making Steve being capable of hitting Colossus with so much force on the face that the human giant felt it and staggered back before pouncing back on Steve. Bobby looked conflicted, the same with Sunspot, though for the latter, he didn't know who they were fighting about, so he wasn't inclined to put his neck out there, and besides, he still hadn't forgotten how the man in front of him threatened to kill him if they crossed paths in a bad way again, and seeing how he just lopped off the head of someone who was clearly some of his teammates' friend, yet Acosta had enough incentive not to move from his spot. Aurora went pale as he saw the head of her friend, but despite the grief she was feeling, she kept a somewhat level head and asked with a shaky voice, why did you do that? Her voice was low as if she was afraid that if she spoke too loud, then she might cry. She already had an idea, but it still hurts, especially when it was her best friend's head that was just cut off. Sinister lost the bet. It would have been a game changer had I not had a different hand than what he expected. Though she didn't understand the analogy of what he spoke of, she nevertheless understood what he meant. They've just spent the last half an hour fighting clones that had some of their abilities to an extent. They all saw the bodies, and Drawl had even explained to them on their way here about Sinister's expertise. The man was as much as cloning metas as he was himself. But still. She had thought, the moment she saw Jean, that it was a miracle. Even though her mind told her that this was not how miracles work, even then, she held hope. She should have known, maybe she did, but that didn't matter as it still hurt just as much as it did that day. Are you sure? A tear trickled down her cheek and she asked a question to an answer so obvious that she already knew it since the beginning. Even then. Yes. It still hurts. It was like ripping open a wound that had already healed and turned to a scar, but 100 times worse. Jean was gone, that was a fact she had accepted a few months after she left, or rather her death to the Phoenix. No one could replace her, even if there was, it wouldn't be a clone made by Nathaniel Essex. She was thankful, even though a bit resentful, that Drawl did what she knew none of them had the heart to do. Save it. Drawl cut her off. It should be clear by this point that I didn't do it with your best intentions at heart. I did it because there was no way I was letting Essex make a comeback this late in the game. No resurrections this time, guess it's time to fold. She smiled at that. The honest reply was something she appreciated about him. I know that. Still, thank you. Well, you'll have to hold that thought for a moment. Why? Because. Boom. A red optic blast collided with Drawl, surprising Aurora, who was a few meters away. What did you do? Scott screamed in agony as he continued blasting Drawl. Scott, stop. Scott couldn't listen as grief momentarily blinded him and led him to take out his frustrations on Drawl. I can see that you've been tolerated for far too long. Let's rectify that. A calm, frigid voice filtered out from within the blast. Scott was shocked, temporarily blinded by pain and rage, that he completely forgot about Drawl's resistance and blasted him again with the full power of what he could emit from his eyes. As compared to last year, Drawl's resistance to temperatures had increased drastically, so much so that stopping Scott's beam required no effort from him except for the movement of his hand, which he used to stop and absorb the energy into his body. The energy from the blast was a spark if compared to the sun of energy inside every cell and molecules inside his body. With a flex of Drawl's finger, Scott's visor closed, rendering his ability unusable unless he took it off, which quickly became a problem as it refused to come off no matter what Scott did. With relaxed steps, Drawl made his way. Scott, who was still trying, got take the visor off and punched him in the side of his mouth, causing the young man to spit out blood. Scott, still under the influence of his anger, rushed at Drawl and proceeded to receive the beating of his lifetime. The beating was so fierce that it forced the others who were fighting to stop and watched as their teammate and friend was broken down to a bloody pulp. Aurora wanted to step in and put a stop to it at intervals, but she was stopped by Natasha, who gave her a reason. What Scott needs isn't mental therapy, but a physical one, she said. Thud. The sound of Scott's body hitting the floor resounded throughout the room along with his barely audible whimpers. From his head to his toes was covered in blood that someone would think that he'd die due to blood loss. Did you have to go that far? Aurora looked quite uncomfortable as she saw the beaten-up form of her teammate. Someone had to do it, and he chose me, so yes. I had to go that far. God knows he seriously needed it. Drawl just waved off her concerns. You think that this is over with just that? Logan scowled loudly enough to draw Drawl's attention. Yes, it is. How can you say that? What if she was Jean? Logan shouted. Drawl resisted the urge to sigh at what he knew was the famous, or rather, fucked up, love triangle between Jean, Scott, and Logan. If that was Jean, then I wouldn't have been able to kill her. Plain and simple. I think that's enough blood and gore today. Drawl waved his hand and the unconscious body of the beaten villains floated to him, and then he transfigured some metals lying around into chains and bound them. All of them except Mystique. You're leaving her alone, why? Natasha asked. Her reason for her dislike of Mystique was still a mystery to Drawl. She wasn't a part of this by choice. Essex held someone she holds dear as hostage since he needed her genes, so she had no choice but to work for him. Doesn't change the fact that she's still a bitch. Now Drawl was getting curious about why Natasha seemed to hate Mystique as much as she did. I'll be dropping them off with Nick along with a note of their abilities. He proceeded to do what he said, and after he was done, he opened a portal to one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detainment facilities and threw them into it. Now that that's done, I think it's time to put a stop to this episode. He opened two portals, one leading to his living room, while the other leading to the X-Mansion. I'll call you later, Drawl. Aurora said and lifted up the body of Scott with her powers and walked through the portal. Sunspot followed while the others continued staring at Drawl, who just ignored them and made the portal swallow them back to their mansion, before he stepped into his. That was entertaining. Yelena commented as she crashed into the chair. Girl, you better go wash off the blood on you before you get them on my couch. Bucky's eyes were threatening as he stared down at Yelena. Fine. Geez, such a buzzkill. She grumbled but still got off the couch. I heard that. And that was her running away. It would have been a normal family scene if it wasn't for all the slaughter they just did moments ago, and also the bloodied weapons on her person. Guys, I'll be up in my room if you need anything. Drawl said before he made his way to his room. His mind had been digesting the information he had gotten from Sinister's mind about cultivating and grafting the X gene into someone. Sinister hardly kept notes about his research if it wasn't about some observations. Even then, they were still not that many, which was the reason why Drawl didn't bother with sweeping for any files that he might have kept, since he just went for the bank of it, which was Sinister's head. The digital files he had were already being downloaded with the virus that Drawl had uploaded during the fight. He had gotten all he could from Sinister, and all that remained was for him to organize the information, something his brain was already working on. He filtered through the tests and experiments that Mr. Sinister had done and went for the results and procedures, the chances of success and compatibility factor. The amounts of abilities that Essex had stored in his body were numerous, but most of them were just mundane abilities that he couldn't grow further. A lot of them had a decrease in effectiveness after he cloned them on himself and on his clones. He had made sure he ran hundreds of experiments during the centuries he was alive, and the information he had on the X gene was something that was at least 50–100 years what was thought possible in the present day. It was these bits of information that Drawl needed. All the compilation that Essex had made throughout his life was fully presented to Drawl for his unhindered perusal. He had left a note for Fury on information about Essex's base and other places where some of his clones were, though they were just zombies now, so he was sure that Fury would have a field day with all the findings he would unearth from those places. Apart from his studies in magic and runic systems, which he only focused on because of his weapon and how terrific it would be to be able to summon it from anywhere, he had nothing on his plate which would enable him to fully devote his time to research. He pulled up the downloaded data he had pillaged from Essex's database before frying the system on anything related to him and most information about metahumans in general. He was not giving Fury a lead on how to graft meta-DNA into his people, and he was definitely not giving America that kind of power, as it would just be a reenactment of the witch hunt and slavery all over again. Giving any group of body the source and control of power was just creating a hegemony. He had no idea if Fury would give such information away, but even if he didn't, he was sure someone else could get it, so it was better to just read the whole thing and wipe it off any digital interface on the planet. He wasn't being a hypocrite by hoarding everything to himself, as he was not interested in cultivating mutations into his body. The only reason he was interested in the research topic was so that he could do it for Yelena and the others. Superhuman physique was not going to cut it for long. This was not a Disney story where the happily ever after came after a few hours of tribulation. It would continue on for centuries. The fight in this universe never ended, and there was more than enough time travel proof of evidence to support that claim. There was no way a super soldier was going to cut it, not when he knew fully well that this wasn't the MCU. Even if it wasn't like the MCU had ended before he was zapped. He needed something that he could be sure would grow with them, something that would enable them to stay in the fight for a bit longer. Essex had a lot of research materials that Draal didn't need to go grave digging or abduct metas, and he definitely was not using materials from the bodies of those dead people in Essex's lab. All he needed was the formation of the X gene in correspondence to the ability of the mutation, and luckily he had them thanks to Essex. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 128, Chapter 126. Happy New Week, y'all. Don't forget to drop some stones and visit my Patreon for more chaps. So without further ado. Draal St. Cross POV. A week had gone by since the day we raided Mr. Sinister Space, and ever since then, I buried myself back into research. It was quickly becoming a routine at this point. I didn't hear anything from the X-Men, meaning they were most likely grieving Jean's death, or they finally made the decision to stay away from me. Whatever it was, I was fine with it. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about my research. Though I had some degree of success in my study of Nathaniel Essex's data he had collected over the years, there was a part of it that showed warning about possible physical mutation. The theory that he put forth was that it was because the cells of normal humans had to expand to accommodate the influx of information that the grafted DNA brought, thereby leading to possible physical mutations. This defect seemed to be of a low rate if the host to be grafted was already a mutant, as the diversity of their DNA made it so that they could accommodate more than what normal humans were capable of. The growth index was what he called it. Though the topic was concerning, I wasn't too worried, since I was sure that Bucky and Steve's cells could handle the strain without any visible deformity. I still had to make sure though that the possibility of a defect was as close to zero as possible. Then the second problem, not in the least a minor one, crept up. I had the biological code of a slew of abilities I was sure that I could replicate, though the percentage of degradation was yet to be known, but the problem was that I couldn't find one that would suit them. I even tried asking them subtly what kind of ability they would have liked to have if they were metas, and Bucky said he was fine with super strength, the same with Steve. It didn't help that they now had super strength, so they weren't all that interested in having new abilities. So it was up to me to find an ability that went in line with super strength, something that was classic and suited their personality. And the only thing I could come up with was more super strength. And that was easily achievable with the serum I gave them months ago. The serum very much propelled them into the realms of super, but it still had a limit on how far they could push it. Just that alone would not be able to break through the strength cap that would come soon when they reached the height of what it granted them, so I wanted something that, even if not useful now, would be a boon to them in going forward. And yet I don't know why my mind kept giving me super strength. It was literally all I could think about when it came to them. Since I couldn't figure what I could really give them that would ensure they didn't change in the any way, I decided to go forth in the super strength direction and see what I could find. And what I found definitely made my day. It was something so simple that it flew through my head for the past couple of days. Augmentation. It was something that was easily complementing on super strength. Heck, without my augmentation, I would be far weaker than I currently was. And talking of augmentation, two people that could augment as well as I did came to mind. Sebastian Shaw and Roberto da Costa, Hellfire Club's Black King and Sunspot. Shaw could augment himself to ridiculous degrees with kinetic energy, so much so that it could be said that his ability was based on aspects. Aspects were terrifying to say the least. The sheer ridiculousness of being able to empower yourself with anything that acts against you or produce force and motion against you was a pretty damned ability. The problem with Sebastian Shaw was that he had a limit. At his base, his body was no different than a normal human, and augmentation was basically just addition and multiplication of your base parameters. Now imagine someone like Bucky and Steve with superhuman physiques augmenting themselves. It would be a replica of me and the Hulk scenario all over again. The same could be said with Sunspot's ability. The ability to augment himself with light or photosynthetic energy. Both enhanced soldiers were walking Earth-destroying nukes if we were to talk about the energies contained in their bodies. There are at an average of 37 trillion cells in the human body, with each cell holding much energy than our body could ever use without bursting open. We use barely even 1% of the total energy in our body. Now imagine a superhuman who has over 20 times the energy as a normal human and was able to use 10% at his lowest. It was frankly terrifying, and that was what Sunspot's ability was. The boy could move as fast as light speed if he could channel more energy from his cells. The same could be said about Bucky and Steve. If they could channel the huge reserves of energy that was just sitting inside their body and increasing by the second, then they could give the Hulk a run for his money, not at the Hulk's strongest though, but you get the idea. Nobody else had as much potential in augmentation than the four of us, Sebastian Shaw, Sunspot, me and the Hulk. I could understand how Sunspot's ability worked since I could use it myself and Essex had data on how Shaw's ability worked, so all I had to do was figure out how to replicate it either through a serum or biological engineering. I was pretty ecstatic when I found out that the problem I was wrecking my brains for was already solved by my brain on the first day if only I had thought about it. There was no rush though as I wasn't pressed for time at the moment. It was best if I didn't rush it in case I may have missed something or get a new thought of improvements along the way. I shelved the research aside to focus on my runes which were coming along swiftly. I wasn't much for spell casting like Strange was as I decided to focus on the part of magic that my intelligence highly favored. I was still nowhere close to creating my own runic system because of my lack of knowledge and also my power. It was something the Ancient One had cleared me on. Using a runic system was more like a trade, though she didn't go too deep into what we as sorcerers were trading, I was able to understand what she was trying to say. In simpler terms, if Asgard were to be destroyed, or its connection to the World Tree was destroyed, or the Alfethor dies, the Norse runic system would be severely weakened almost to the point of it being obsolete unless the user was manually powering it. It was why only religions held down by powerful gods had runic systems like the Greeks, Norse, Aztecs, Sumerians, Mayans and Yorubas. Sure they were other powerful gods in other mythologies like the Shinto pantheon, Chinese pantheon and Hindu pantheon but they weren't as much focused in runes as the others, though I think the Hindu pantheon had some ridiculous runes but their texts were hard to find like others. That said, runes were a symbol of a powerful community in drumrolls. I ain't got none of that shit. I think one of the prerequisites of having a runic system was to belong to a community of gods since that was just what runes were, language of gods that humans transcribed. Anyone could power a rune as long as they had the required energy because each symbol of the god's language carries power the moment they are edged. Ethereal things like belief and faith were needed to edge a working rune though. Things got complicated real fast as I delved deeper into the study that made me realize that I might have to go to either the Greek or Norse pantheon at some point if I'm ever to continue my study. Since there was no hope of me creating my own runic system since, newsflash, Drawl wasn't no god, and the last time I checked, I didn't have a divine language or a council of gods to convene with. I was 100% sure that ain't no motherfucker on God's blue earth was praying to me so there was no way f. You know what? Just forget about it. I get tired whenever I think of the requisites to create my own runic system. It also didn't help how irritated I was when I found that my dreams were squashed, once again, before I could actualize them. I even upgraded the Steve and the others' suits. They all settled on some bracelets so I just retransfigured it and gave it back. No biggie. That was my highlight for the week. Ororo Monroe POV. Ororo spent her days after the event at Essex's, thinking about her meeting with Emma Frost who she had reached out to a few days ago. To say she was nervous, albeit a little, was not a lie. She knew that what she was doing could possibly estrange from her team and the students but she felt like it was something worth doing. The times were changing and she wanted to make sure that the status quo did too. It was now or never. This was the best time to ride the winds of change and she was taking the chance. The next hour saw her leaving the mansion in a semi-formal dress that consisted of a black trousers with matching shoes and a beige top. Though she wasn't one to keep in touch with the latest fashion, she knew how to make herself presentable in any setting and the current scenario called for a healthy mix of formality and informality. Emma Frost could as much as refuse to support her and that would be the end of it, or it could be seen as a business proposal to the White Queen where the said party could stand to earn something. Regardless of what it entailed, Ororo wanted to make the meeting a success, though she was surprised when Emma Frost called her and told her that they would be having an interested party joining them. While she was surprised and also skeptical, she nonetheless welcomed it. The more the merrier, as they say. She made her way to the front desk of Frost Pharmaceuticals and asked the receptionist for Emma's notice. She was immediately directed to the top floor where the office of the White Queen was situated. The doors slid open without her interference and ushered her in with a clear path. Ororo took a deep breath and walked in, resolving herself to see this through. Inside the large office were two women, both blonde, and while she recognized the White Queen with her signature wild garb, the other blonde was totally a stranger to her. Ms. Monroe. Can I call you Ororo? Ororo nodded as it was better to be informal in this kind of setting. Well then Ororo, you can call me Emma, welcome. Since you already know me, there won't be an introduction on my part but I think you would also like to know who she is, no? Emma began and then pointed at the other blonde who nodded and then started to shapeshift, turning into a familiar blue-skinned woman. Mystique. Ororo got up from her seat in shock as she growled, sparks of lightning cackling in her hands. Calm down, Ororo. Emma stood between the two enemies, which earned her a glare from the weather mistress. What is the meaning of this? Ororo asked as her hands lost their lightning, but she still labeled a stare at Mystique, not trusting the shapeshifter for a second. I was the one who reached out to her after I heard what you wanted to talk about. Emma started, seeing as how the hostility has toned down a bit. Believe it or not, Mystique also wants the same thing as you do. I doubt terrorism and metahuman experiments are things I would want. Ororo glared at the White Queen. Well, I'm sorry, but forgive me, who were the ones who made sure that metahumans were seen as people not to be taken lightly? Magnetos and I did, while you sat back at your mansion picking the children Charles wanted while leaving the rest. We gave them a reason to fight, while you gave them a reason to hide. Mystique was not having the hostility directed at her without replying back in kind. And the experiments? Was that a part of your empowerment too? Ororo was livid. That. I didn't have a choice. Mystique's voice went down and then the room descended into an awkward silence. How about we start from the top? Emma Frost became the mediator between the two. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioMenus. 129, Chapter 127. The discussion between the three women started with a rundown of their past, at least the part they were willing to share, and then it went into their experience in their different organizations and then finally their opinions on what should and could change. So Drawl killed Magneto? And Sebastian Shaw? Why hasn't he killed Charles yet? What? I'm just saying. Considering he's killed the most notable people in our organization, I just figured it would be fair if he put the axe to Charles's neck. Mystique shrugged off the unimpressed stare that Ororo was giving her. What's your problem with Charles anyway? Emma, off to the side, asked. He lied. Was the words that came out of Mystique's mouth the very next moment. What do you mean? Ororo asked. When we first met, it was me, Charles and Eric. Just the three of us. We all had the same vision, we wanted to free the metahuman kind. Charles could read minds, Eric had seen humanity at its worst, and so had I. We've seen the brutalities that fell on our kind, so we made an agreement with each other. Until our dying breath, we will continue working for our future. She trailed off, seemingly gazing at nowhere, reminiscing about the past. That was what we did. We looked for like-minded people who could help us, people who shared the same vision as us, we were a team. But then Charles betrayed us. We were hunted down, they wanted to kill us, captured some of our friends and killed others. We wanted to fight back, but Charles didn't agree, he said there was another way than senseless violence. How could avenging our friends be senseless? He started making connections with the government while Eric wanted a more direct approach. I followed him, and so did a few others. We struck them as much as they did us, but I think that along the way, even Eric began changing. She turned herself a drink and twirled the glass for a while before sipping it. He became fixated too much on it that unknowingly what he wanted wasn't freedom but hegemony. He propagated a might was right mentality within the Brotherhood that it became a place where people fought for status, it was stifling. I tried to talk him out of fighting Drawl, but he wouldn't listen, that was when I knew he was far too gone in his thinking. Now, I'm just lost. None of my friends seem to want change, and those who do become warped so much in it that they come out as changed men. I guess this is supposed to be the part where I say I'm tired, right? But I can't do that, can I? I still haven't tried my own way. How can I when I don't even know what that is? She sighed and emptied the glass only for her to pour herself another one. That's the reason why I wouldn't work with Charles. When it mattered, all he did was fold in his shell while waiting for the tide to pass. Charles doesn't care as much as you think he does. At least when it comes to what really matters. The other two women remained silent as Mystique poured out the bitter part of heart that she had kept locked for decades. I'm sure you don't agree because dear old Xavier saved you and a whole lot of others, right? A bitter chuckle left Mystique's mouth as she turned to the only white head in the room. While I would agree with you that Professor Charles did in fact save a lot of people, me included, I will also agree that his method of doing things is not what metahumans as a whole want. Charles can't be made into the face of our kind, because if it does happen then I'm afraid nothing will change. The reason why we are here is because nothing has changed. The three of yous gathered here are strong metas in our rights and also belong to powerful metahuman-led organizations. We were all diverse in our dealings, each with our own experience and point of view, each of our moral compass are towards the extreme polar ends. With the three of us working together, I believe we will achieve more than we ever did on our lonesome. We will make the most terrifying team. At his house, Drawl sneezed and looked around his lab, confused. Is someone talking shit about me? Must be Fury. He ignored the reaction he had and focused on his work. What do you say? Ororo finished her piece. I'm interested, but you'll have to work to keep me invested. Emma Frost said with a smile. The two ladies turned to the last of them in the room. It's worth a try than me figuring it out on my own. Let's see where this takes us, girls. That's 3 votes. Now let's get down to business, shall we? What do you think is the first step we need to start with, Ororo? Emma Frost directed at her. I don't think any big moves are what we need right now, not even sure if we can pull one big enough to make the waves we want. What we need right now are people and influence. We don't need to be many, what we need are few people who fit the criteria, either personal strength, political prowess, or their influence on general people. Ororo then proceeded to tell them what she thought about their present predicament and what she thought would remedy it. I get all that, but I want to know is Drawl a part of this? Most people might not know because the someone else parades as its owner, but Drawl is currently one of the most influential people of the planet with his chain of social media platforms, and not to mention how strong he is. He also has some pull with the government from what I was able to dig out after he wiped out the New York Hellfire Club branch. He is someone who fits all the listed criteria, so I really have to know. At Emma's words, Ororo's face birthed a strained smile. About that? Is there something we are missing? The White Queen was curious. It's just that. It's just that he doesn't want to help, isn't it? Mystique finished for her. I saw it in his eyes. He couldn't care less, not that I blame him for it, considering what he had to go through for being a meta. It's not that, well it is true that he said he doesn't care about what happened to others, but he said he was also open to lend a hand if, and I quote, start helping ourselves. She clarified. Hey, and here I thought he hated Charles got too much to promise him anything. Mystique sounded a little disappointed. Well, I wouldn't say the both of them are fond of the other, but I wouldn't also say they can stand the other's presence. Mostly Drawl. Ororo, how sure are you that he would be willing to help if we needed it? Emma was quite serious as she asked that question, making plans in her head. Quite. If he didn't want to help at all, then that was what he would have said, so I'm sure we can factor in his help. Though in what form remains to be seen. She knew that despite the semi-formal atmosphere, the weight of what they were saying was enough to shake the powers that be in today's world, so they had to be precise in what they wanted to do. I see. I don't think Drawl would be interested in speaking to either I or Raven here, so I will leave you to form a connection between us. I once tried to get in touch with him recently under the guise of buying stocks from his company and seeking possible collaboration, but I couldn't even get his cell phone number. Emma sighed at her misfortune. That aside, I have some contacts in the club's branch in London and Hong Kong that I can reach out to for support. It doesn't help that most businessmen and women aren't the passionate kind. Are you? Mystique asked, which caused Emma to smile warmly. I am, when there are profits to be had. And this investment right here, will the first of its kind in centuries to come. I wouldn't be who I was if I don't bag this sweet deal, now would I? I don't know if I should be worried about you thinking of something like this as another deal, or I should be impressed at your ability to handle something like this as another deal. Mystique sounded impressed. Trust me, it's just another deal to me. And one I'm keen on cashing out my profits on. Emma beamed a smile. And what profits would that be? Ororo asked the blonde. Being known as one of the most notable women on Earth is just the tip. Having my name etched in history is a nicely added bonus. But it still can't compete with the allure of being the richest person in the world as well as being one of the most influential person on the planet. The profits just keeps rolling in. The other two looked at her wondering if it was a right choice to include her, but also glad that at least she was well motivated. So ladies, let's begin. As if her euphoric scene was a lie, Emma reverted back to her normal cold businesswoman persona, which wasn't fooling the other occupants of the room. Drawl St. Cross POV. Today saw Drawl in a monastery in Ireland looking for the broken remains of a staff he hoped was here. His study of ancient runes had led him to find an Asgardian forged weapon which he hoped was still hidden in a monastery in this universe. While he could use Asgardian runes, it was all mundane things like the Cum rune he inscribed on his axe. And call him crazy, but the letters on his body functioned a whole lot like runes. The runes on the staff he was looking for was supposed to be more sophisticated than what he had learned. Hoping that he would be able to glean something from it, he had opened a portal to Ireland. He used different spells to locate anything that functioned on personal or universal energies before he got a ping from his locator spell. A simple invisible spell later to avoid any unnecessary trouble with the monks here. He walked into the monastery and looked for the source of the ping. He found the staff, 1/3 of the broken piece of a whole, took it and portaled away from the monastery. His destination was the middle of nowhere, where he performed another locator spell but with the piece he had gotten as a foci. He remembered one piece being in Norway, but the location of the last one was not one he remembered. The locator spell kicked into motion with 2 different locations on the map he used as a medium. Norway and Spain. He didn't waste his time and immediately conjured another hole on space and walked through. With his invisibility spell in place, he flew towards where the map pointed in Norway. He found the second piece inside an old tree and ripped it out, taking his care not to touch any of the piece. Even now he could feel the attraction between the 2 pieces, yearning to be part of the whole again. 2 down, 1 to go. The next was in Spain, inside a crypt, and like the other two parts, Drawl retrieved it without so much as a soul knowing he was there. With the 3 pieces in his possession, he went on from there to the middle of a desert and brought out the 3 pieces to fuse them. The 3 pieces floated up and in a circular motion, joined together and fell to the ground. The staff, a long metal work, with runes on its sides glowed for a bit before regaining its dark sheen. Drawl hesitated for a bit before picking the staff up again, making the red glow resurface with intensity. Despite the thoughts that filled his mind with rage and despair, he continued holding onto it. It continued on for moments that seemed stretched, an overwhelming sense of power and the want to destroy everything bloomed in his head. Fwa! Labored breathing escaped his mouth, but the glow on the staff receded. That sure was something. Now, on to more case study. With that, he portaled back to his lab. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolfioMenus. 130, Chapter 128. Drawl Saint Cross POV. That staff was something crazy. The moment I held it, it was like someone just fed caffeine to my anger and violent impulses. The thoughts that dominated my mind was to smash something, anything. There was also a deep-rooted fear and insecurity that what I had would be taken from me and I needed to squash all those who wanted to take it before I could finally be free. I was able to snuff it out and keep the voices at bay while I focused on the weapon. The weapon worked as a conduit for negative emotions to fuel the physical parameters of the wielders. Which meant that to be able to bring out the might of the staff, one needed to succumb to it while simultaneously having a degree of control over it. It was a very strong weapon but not one I had much use for except for the runes etched into it. The runes etched into it were, Inspire, War, Rage and Power. Each had a neatly intricate spell woven into it. The user of the staff was a warrior, which meant the weapon was made for war and there was no better place to make someone feel unbounded rage than on the battlefield. These 2 abstract concepts were the focus of the runes. They amplified what the wielder already felt, the negative aspect, and turned it into strength. It was an arduous circle of rage and torment that it was bound to leave even the most battle-tempered soldier mentally weakened or sometimes negativity affected. If it wasn't for the runes and the way the magic was inlaid into it, then I would have called it a curse object. The concept around the weapon, if it was ever mass-produced, was to create unfeeling soldiers who could only rain down unbridled rage on their enemies without caring for themselves. Even studying it this close still gave me phantom chills. A very sinister weapon it was. I created a ward around my lab because of the staff because, hello? Home full of mentally unstable people? Ring any bells? Yet. I was not going to let anyone under my roof go all murder hobo because of a stupid magical stick. What I wanted to learn was exactly what was in abundance in this staff. How were they able, the rune masters of Asgard I mean, to make such a weapon with such ability with few runes? The magic circuit in it was something I wanted to unravel so badly that I was determined to spend a few days inside my lab trying to make heads meet with it. Maybe I should bring this to the Ancient One and have her decode it for me. Nah, all she would do is point out whatever it was that I was doing wrong and leave me all to myself to figure it out. My fascination with runes aside, Ororo called me to ask if I wanted to hang out with her next week, and since I had nothing on my plate, I told her yes. It was a healthy break anyway, and since it was a week away, it gave me enough time to clear out any schedule I might have for the day. My first satellite was due to launch this week, and with Marky overseeing everything, there was no need for me to be there. While to the public Facebook was the first media company to launch a satellite into space, only a few people knew that said satellite was privately owned by me. Meaning that Facebook was paying me rental fees for exclusive use of my satellite. The best way to make money was giving quality service and charging for every goddamned thing. So while Marky was riding on glory and having his name etched in the history books, I was raking in all the money and putting Earth under bird's eye. And they called me a madman. I also had a talk with Fury, well he had a talk with me rather, on the issue of partnering of some sorts with SHIELD. I flat out refused any sort of job as a consultant that he offered. I was in no way interested in playing hot potato of power with the government. Fury was the only man on Earth, apart from those at home, who would have an access to the satellite. It was something I decided later on after the talk we had that day. I wasn't worried about what he would do with it since I would know every click he ever made with my satellite. Satellites aside, the time spent outside of my lab working on magic or my research were boring. Sure, the occasional bicker and laughs we shared daily was still going on, but apart from that, my days were pretty boring. I wasn't complaining much since I don't spend much of it on anything anyway. On second thought, how about I bring this staff up to the Ancient One, see how Strange and Mordo were doing. One portal later and I was standing in front of the New York Sanctum. I later found out that the Ancient One had hid it from me, which was the reason why I couldn't find it and had to take a trip to Nepal in the first place. And I wondered who walked in. Strange came down the stairs. What brings you here? Do I need a reason before coming to the Sanctum? Strange had been pretty chill to everything else and even me after our fight with Dormammu and Caecilius. I would say he grew up and stopped being a dick. As a matter of fact, yes you do. He stated factly. Does being bored count? No? How about I wanted to pick either your nerdy brain or that of the Ancient One in understanding this beaut right here. I brought out the staff and didn't miss the slight twitch in his brows as his gaze landed on it. Is that some cursed weapon? He didn't sound as interested, which I could understand since living in Kamar-Taj tend to do that to you. I doubt there are things that could phase you after you spend more than 6 months in Kamar-Taj. Not cursed, but it might as well be. It was forged in Asgard. I threw the staff to him because compared to me, Strange was more versed in the arts, though not as much as me when it came to runes. Strange still bested me in spell casting and magical knowledge. The staff floated in front of him as he casted a scanning spell on it. Well, you're not wrong about it being a cursed weapon without it being one. The runes? He asked. The runes. Figured. He scoffed but continued doing what he was doing. Well, I'm sure you know this, but this staff is a one-way ticket to death if you keep using it. Though I can understand why you want to learn the old way of Asgardian runes, I would advise you not to wield this staff for prolonged use as it slowly corrupted the mind. Yeah, I know that. And don't worry, I can easily suppress its effects. What else can you tell about the magic circuitry? Is it something that can be easily replicated with other runic system integrated into it? The runes on their own are easy, but it is what lays underneath that's the real prize. I said as I cast my own spell on the staff, enlarging the magic circuit of it. I could have eventually cracked it within the week, but, bored. Replicating it and making it adaptable to other runic systems, hey? While the former is fairly easy, the later might take some work though. It should be pretty easy enough. He said and waved the display of magic aside. Where did you find this? In a crypt, a tree, in a monastery. I could tell. It's only been recently joined back as a whole. Why come to me with this? You could have easily figured it out by yourself, and besides it's not like there are many people who could best you in runes. He asked as he waved the staff back to me, which I caught easily with my hands, gaining only a raised brow from Strange. While the latter is arguable, I just wanted to stroll around a bit and poke some heads for ideas. Talking about heads, where's Mordo? At my question, Strange sighed and gestured for me to follow him. He went to a door and turned the knob before opening it. The scenery behind the door was vastly different from any part of the building given the clear blue sky that was easily seen above. We walked through the fields of Kamar-Taj before Strange began. Mordo left. I tried to convince him to stay, but he didn't. He said he couldn't stand us, both of us, behaving like nothing was wrong. Well, he called out on our short-sightedness and our ignorance of natural laws, that and a slew of others. Sounds like him all right. Have you managed to track him down ever since? I asked, fully knowing the answer that Strange thought to remind me of. Mordo is as much a master of the arts as us both. You really think it's going to be that easy to find him? The way he asked the question made it seem like he is talking to a stupid person. The reason I asked was because I already knew how Mordo turned out in the comics. There, however, is something I might need your help with. What? Dark sorcerers. Some of them were the students of Caecilius who ran away from Kamar-Taj after they found out he was dead. They seem to be working for someone. Strange explained. And you need my help, why? I asked. Because I would not be able to take care of all of them, that's why. We arrived in front of a door. Are you in? Sure. Just what I needed to kill the boredom. With a shrug, I followed him through the door to arrive at a forest. Where is this? It's where I could track them to. They are using a veil to hide themselves. He spoke as we walked. I used my X-ray vision to scan the surroundings and even the ground for a while. I think I found something. I called out to him and pointed in a direction. There were faint trails of a group of people passing there. What do we have here? They warded the place from any scrying and locator spell. I could see the small runes etched of inconspicuous trees and stones around the place, so small that you would need to know their location if you ever hoped to find them. I destroyed a few of the runes and then the ground shifted and I could see the rest of the trails. I could already see their settlement, a group of almost 40 sorcerers. So how do you want to do this? I asked as we casually walked to their camp. They would know something is wrong with their barrier any second now. And so we strolled into the middle of the camp. The group of rogue sorcerers looked at us for a moment before getting up and erecting magic circles in vigilance. They rushed at us while some remained behind and tried to snipe us from afar. The few who tried to open up a portal found themselves dead as they were bombarded with exploding projectiles. Seeing this, they put aside their quest of escape and tried to overwhelm us with their sheer numbers, which mattered little as a blade of ice appeared in my hand, which I used to cleave anyone that got too close. I broke the shield of one of them and thrust my sword through his throat, which froze his entire neck up. Drawing back my sword, I blocked the attack that came to my back along with sending out a frost wave that froze those in its radius before shattering them. Seeing as how they quickly died when they came near me, the others opted to attack from afar. Their resistance was futile and amusing from my perspective because all I needed to do was stomp on the ground and watch as the ground moved forth as if filling a hole in the center and they were back in front of me. They couldn't react fast enough before they were skewered to death. That was quick. Strange said as he came to my side. Is there a reason you went after them personally? I asked him. They killed a few members of the Sanctum under my watch. He said. I had to ask, because as far as I was concerned, Strange was a lot like me in the regards that he couldn't care if a bunch of fanatics went murder happy. His moral compass was as skewed as mine. Let's move on. We need to find who was behind them. Maybe I should use this opportunity to test the Berserker staff. I wonder what effects it'll have on someone during a fight. How will the war and Inspire rune function? Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DRAULTHEOMANUS. 131, Chapter 129. I fell asleep. So yet. I should have known the moment Strange said he wanted to get involved. It was a normal day, me being bored and all. How the hell then did it turn to this? Come back here, human. The scraggly demon shouted at me as I floated a far distance away from him. The Berserker staff was in my hands and I have to say that it was a wonderful weapon, not one I needed, but a good one nonetheless. The effects of the weapon were mostly lost on me, so it was nothing more than a very durable staff that gave me migraine. It also worked as a great conduit for magic. You know, when I said I was bored, this wasn't what I had in mind for a fun activity. I said as I struck the demon with lightning, making it shriek. Strange was fighting the demon while I floated behind, firing my spells at it or sometimes testing out ideas with the staff. Demons were durable, not just against magic but pretty much anything else, so this unfortunately native of hell became my target practice. All Strange had to do was keep it busy until a new idea popped inside my head. Are you done? Yet. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed through the cave we were in as Strange killed the demon with ease. Scattered all around the cave were bodies of demons and humans that we slaughtered. They were involved in some sort of ritual that had them sacrifice the limbs and organs of humans to some dark god. Unsurprisingly, Strange had lost it and attacked the demons while I used the staff to crush the bones of the dark sorcerers. It was during the fight that I knew what it felt like and the amount of force needed to use a blunt weapon like a staff to cut off the limbs of someone. The crunching sound of the bones breaking before it is forcefully uprooted from the rest of the body was a sight to behold. I wasn't sure if it was a lingering effect of the staff, but I quite enjoyed the brutal display. It was a fulfilling day with death and, okay, maybe the staff was slightly getting to me. It wasn't directly manipulating my thoughts, but it was making it more appealing than it was. I like bashing skulls in as much as the next guy, but not to the extent that I'd find it fulfilling. I stuffed the staff back into my storage space, a nifty spell I picked up. I couldn't store much inside it, so it helped a lot in carrying a few important things. That's one way to spend the day. I casually commented. See you later, Strange. And with that I was gone. Leaving Strange in the cave, I opened a portal to somewhere only a few people in this world knew about. as.h.i.e.l.d storage facility where they housed most of their hidden prototypes of mass destruction. What I was looking for was a suitcase. One out of place in a facility like this. Inside the specialized suitcase was one of the most powerful relics of this universe. The Tesseract. The cube that housed the Space Stone. While I have been pretty much chirpy lately, I didn't forget about my predicament. Fury didn't mention anything about S.H.I.E.L.D having something like this because even though I was a friend, I was not a part of SHIELD. Just because we were friends didn't mean we trusted each other with our darkest secrets. I even turned a blind eye to the Parliament who thought that they could harness the power of the Tesseract to build weapons that were capable of killing any metahuman, e.g. me. I could hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's network with no one on Earth knowing. A classic case of stalking the cicada and not knowing of the aureole behind. They could plan all they wanted, but all it would take was for them to push a wrong button for me to end them. They knew I meant business when I sent back the bodies of the dead agents that were sent to keep an eye on me after the whole Christmas debacle, and the fact that it was delivered in the middle of one of their meetings made sure the message was received loud and clear. They seemed to have taken a step backwards, but I knew that the reason for that was so that I could get a false sense of security until they were finished with their ultimate killer weapon. It was due to their paranoia that I was able to find out the location of the Space Stone. I didn't take the stone the moment I found it out because while I could just stuff it with me, I wasn't of the mind to hold a fabric of the universe in my pockets. Fury wasn't the only one with paranoia. I couldn't stand the thought of having it with me and me not being able to do anything with it. Though that didn't stop me from borrowing it every now and then to experiment with. It was my first try in absorbing cosmic energy and I had almost killed myself. Trying to absorb a part of the undiluted and concentrated aspect of space was. Well, it was as horrible as it sounds. I might or might not have blinked myself halfway across the planet on my first try, and that too inside the body of a whale. What made the experience terrifying was that all my organs were misplaced, even my brain. Bones burst through my nose while my hands were twisted backwards as if it was its natural position. And that was me just trying to absorb a wisp of it. While I didn't have any trouble using the Tesseract to tear a hole in space, Trying to absorb part of the universe's space was a very hard task, even for me. To put it in perspective, what I absorbed was nothing more than a drop in a universe-wide ocean. It was nothing in comparison, and yet I almost threw my life away, literally. Ever since then, I would take time to come and get myself attuned to the energy of the stone. I had no defense whatsoever, neither did I have any sort of tolerance to cosmic energies, and I figured that maybe it was something I needed for my next evolution. Magic helped a lot, and sometimes I got the phantom feeling of being stuffed full. But it wasn't the breaker I needed. Magic just helped me fill the requirements for my next evolution, but I felt that I needed something to blend everything together. And the Infinity Stones were the only alternative, given that they were actually solidified primordial energy that birthed the universe. I still haven't forgotten how I died last year, which no one knew about. While I might have been taking my sweet time and enjoying the moments, that didn't mean I neglected the other avenues of strength. 2 stones were currently on Earth: the Time and Space Stone. I couldn't go for the Time Stone since it was being protected by the Sanctum, and it was better that way, which left only the Space Stone as an avenue. The Power Stone was off-world and on an uninhabited planet. The Reality Stone was hidden in a forgotten world by Odin's father, Bor, millennia ago. The Mind Stone should be with Thanos currently, and I was in no way stupid enough to go fight him and his children on my lonesome. It says a lot about the guy if he could lay waste to planets and have his name feared throughout the cosmos. Yet, not yet. And finally, the Soul Stone in Vormir. I wasn't touching that shit by a planet-long pole. The only Infinity Stone that was loosely protected was the Space Stone. Hell, Loki floored S.H.I.E.L.D.S base and walked out with the stone, and they could do nothing to him. So I didn't feel bad about baptizing the specialized case for the Space Stone in runes that would let me know if someone came within 100 yards of the stone. That and a whole slew of runes with different functions that would ensure the safety of the stone until I portaled there. The Tesseract floated atop my palms as tendrils of my energy wrapped around it, trying to merge with the excess energy it was giving off. I had been at it for almost 2 hours now, but I still didn't have a benchmark of what I would call success. What would happen if I absorbed the concept of space? Could I even absorb a concept, talk less a primordial one? My body was made to accommodate ungodly amounts of energy, so why couldn't I absorb a concept that had been solidified into pure energy? Each of the stones contained a limitless amount of energy over their own domains, which meant that no matter how much I absorbed, it would cause no sort of defect on the Tesseract. The reason why I was going through this route was because it was a feasible way and a huge boost in strength. It was impossible to absorb something that held an unlimited amount of energy inside the body of any being unless the body could constantly change and adapt to it and act as a container for all the excess energy. My body was the perfect vessel to house an Infinity Stone without deteriorating due to absurd energy levels it emits, given that I am first able to adapt to it, which was proving quite difficult. I wonder how people would feel if they knew I was holding the crystallized form of what is essentially this universe's space in my hands. It was only when I held it that I was able to know the truth about the stones each having a level of sentience. It was more like a thought than an interactive sentience. I felt like there was no place in this world I could not go to. All I needed was a thought, and I could be anywhere. It opened up so many possibilities that I was almost tempted to open up a hole in space and visit alien planets, but I had stopped myself. All in due time, I suppose. I withheld a groan as my attempt for the umpteenth time in absorbing and controlling the cosmic energy inside the Tesseract ended in another failure. I was getting there, but the progress was too slow to my liking. While I could use the energy within the Tesseract to rip apart space, I couldn't in no way make this energy a part of me. If I assimilated it too fast, then I would just find myself, this time maybe not on Earth but on some volatile planet with my brain floating in the sun while my heart was drowning in the Arctic. All I needed was just to find a way to assimilate that sliver of cosmic energy, and I would be able to do this pretty easily. If only a stone was giving me this much trouble, then how much harder would trying to assimilate all 6 stones be? It would be a monumental task to find a being capable of welding all 6 stones with ease. And no, Ultron don't count. That guy was such a cheat. It was only when I tried absorbing the energy of the stone that I realized why it was that of the 3 people that used the stones, one died while the other 2 almost did. A normal mortal man couldn't handle just wearing the gauntlet that housed all stones. All it took was a snap and Thanos and the Hulk almost died, and these 2 guys were crazy durable and they couldn't survive more than a snap. It was the reason why I wanted to get used to its energy as fast as possible, because the plan I had in mind was one that would catapult me in strength by more than a few degrees and needed to be able to use a stone without any crutch. The things we do for power. I knew the possible consequences of what my action could bring, but like always, I didn't care. It was my survival on the line, and I was sure that no more than 10 people would care if I were to die, so why should I care about the numerous unnamed people who would die? I wasn't about to become genocidal all of a sudden. All I was saying was that it was inevitable that a lot of people would feel the brunt of the action I was going to take very soon. The last people to feel it would be those on Earth, but the universe? It would become so dark that it would make the night seem like day. I wonder when I became this bipolar. A few hours I was chilling with strange while dismembering dark sorcerers, but now? Though it was a hard choice for me to make, it was one I did knowing fully well that it might very well be the end of a universe. What else can a man do if not dream? I almost forgot, I haven't dreamt for years. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 132, Chapter 130. Odin Borson, the Alfather POV. Something just changed. Something monumental just happened right this moment and it just changed everything. Nay, it just destroyed everything. The threads were all tangled up so much so that I couldn't even see clearly and yet could see fine as if the world had never been clearer. Someone just changed the course of reality and I needed to find out. My king. I heard Heimdall's voice in my ears. Who was it? Gone was the tired expression that graced my face all day that the new generation took as signs of frailty and old age. I believe it to be the boy from Midgard. I peered through the veils of the realms and landed on the boy holding a piece of reality in his hands in the form of a cube. The space stone, a token of the universe that is and everything that was, and the vast expanse of its domain. I knew the Midgardians held 2 of the Infinity Stones and protected it, but I disregarded it, even took measures to assure that no one knew. Midgard acted as the perfect disguise. The moment my gaze fell upon him, I immediately knew what he was doing. It mattered not if he knew the consequences of his actions, but it couldn't come to pass. The sky rumbled in Midgard as I called forth divine thunder only for it to be dispersed. Who dares? Asgard shook at my words before the astral form of a woman formed in my throne room. Explain yourself. I don't think what I did deserved an explanation as much as what you wanted to do. She said, eyes fierce as if she would bear her might at me. As if. Do not play the fool, Yao. You know of the darkness and those that resides in it. If it breaks, reality as we know it would cease to exist. And yet you stand in my way? Do not test me. There's a way. A way out of this. She protested. How daft could she be? What you are doing would bring Ragnarok upon the entire universe. How couldn't she see that? Yes, it might. But it is also a way out of the current darkness. By drowning everything else in darkness? This isn't a way, this is mass suicide. Asgard trembled with my rage. Father. My 2 sons ran into the throne room, arms at the ready, but I sighed. What happened? Who provoked your wrath, father? Tell and I shall smite them down. As hot-headed as always, but unfortunately, this was not a fight he could win. I looked at where she was and she was already gone. Stand down, Thor. I looked at both my sons, the boisterous Thor and the cunning Loki. Would they survive? This was a question that needed answer, but boar's beard if it was one I could give. I didn't want to see Asgard in flames come Ragnarok, but I also didn't want to see it in flames before Ragnarok. Why is your anger spreading through the realms, father? The people are in fear. I scoffed at that and turned to my troublemaker of a son. Why are you silent, Loki? Me? Oh, nothing, just wondering. He said with the same look he always had in his eyes that made me realize when he was up to something. I just groaned in warning not to take it too far and he shivered in his boots. They were far too weak. Where is your mother? I'm here. Leave us, boys. Both of us remained inside the room while the boys left until she spoke. What is it this time? It's worse than I thought, Frigga. The Phoenix's arrival. It will change everything. I tried to stop it but she disagreed. I sat down with a huge sigh on my throne. I can see it. This time it isn't just Asgard but the entire universe that will be affected. But that's not everything, is it? She asked. It also a way. Though the chances are minuscule, the probability exists. A way for the Asgardians to break free from the wretched circle, but the risks, Frigga. The risks. It is not only the 9 realms but my entire family should we fail. Even now as I looked at the boy, I could already see it. The shadows his actions would cast on the universe. I knew what she meant, but fate wasn't something that someone could just break without due repercussions, even if impossible. I stood up from my throne in shock. What is it, Odin? His threads. They are cut. No, not just cut but thoroughly erased. I see. A mad laughter escaped my mouth as I figured it out. Why she would agree when she knew that her death was sure. Why she would agree when she knew personally how hard, almost nigh impossible it was, to change fate. Why she would be willing to make a gamble. Frigga just watched me in amusement, no doubt having come to the same conclusions I did. How thin? Was the question she asked me. One which I understood clearly. Quite. But we can make it work in our favor. They wouldn't even realize. Now wasn't that something? But though there is a chance, it still doesn't mean we would be safe from the storm that was brewing. Then ensure the otherwise. They are not fools, you know? You swore to do anything to ensure the safety of our family, Odin. Be careful. She advised. Fret not, I will. I looked at the source of my recent worries once more. HOH, I remember that staff. I see. We can work with that. Frigga left me to my thoughts as I pondered on how to ensure that my people's survival were indirectly linked to his actions. I knew I wasn't the only one who could see what he was doing, so it was bound to be troubling times for him, but that wasn't my problem. I would do anything to make sure that Ragnarok doesn't claim my people and my realm any longer. I wonder if... My eyes peered to see the threads of those who were close to him, a wonder to me how none of those threads bounded him, his presence even making the threads lose their hold on their hosts. Interesting. Well, let's just leave things to themselves. Notify me of any notable events around him, Heimdall. Yes, my king. And with that I closed my eyes and rested my head on my throne. If only things would go as planned. He smiled as he saw the senile old man close his eyes. Always happy to ignore the bigger picture. Maybe this time it will help alleviate the boredom he'd been experiencing in recent times. Having only your brother and his friends as your unwilling playmates for centuries was bound to get boring in one way or the other. That doesn't mean he would ever stop pranking them, it just meant that he wouldn't do it all the time. He wouldn't want it to get cold and stale. But now? It looks like the universe just gave him another playmate, one so down the drain that he didn't know how to look up. It's been a while since I've last been to Midgard. Let's hope this time doesn't go wrong. Should I take him or not? I think not yet at least. And with that, he hummed a tone as he walked away from the throne room his father rested. Drawl St. Cross POV. I felt a sense of danger, one so profound that I had never felt before, wash over me in an instant before it would gone. I would have taken it as my mind playing tricks on me if not for the sweat that had drenched what I wore. I hardly ever sweat, even when fighting. My only thought on what had happened was that someone was watching me, and given the universe in which I was, that claim was 100% true. They were always watching. There was no way I could hide my actions from those who were watching, it was an impossible task, at least with how weak I was. But I didn't care, my decisions didn't change but instead became valid due to what just happened. I wasn't interested in using the stones as a crutch like Thanos and everyone did. I stopped the little training I was doing and teleported back and kept the case back in S.H.I.E.L.DS storage. I didn't want to keep it lying around in my lab, so this was the only way to do it until I was ready with what I planned for the stones. Whatever was watching that made me feel such danger made me want to hasten up with my absorbing of the cosmic energies of the stones. After I kept it back, I opened a portal to meet with someone I had an overdue talk with. The other side of the portal was connected with the abode of the Ancient One. Regardless of decisions, she was one of the people I knew that could tell and understood what I was up to. I see you've made your decision. She was already brewing what quickly became my favorite drink. Her tea was just that special. I have. I hope you know that your decisions could very well be the end or reality. She poured the tea into 2 cups and set one in front of me. Then why let me go ahead with it? You of all people should know what's at stake. It's all in or nothing. It was something I didn't understand but still appreciated regardless. Her letting me do what it was that I wanted to do was a huge burden off my shoulders. The Sorcerers Supreme were the keepers of our reality. The road I was taking could very much end everything as we know it, so it wouldn't have been a surprise if she stood against me, so the silent approval she gave was what I was thankful for and what dumbfounded me. What do you know about the beings of old? She asked as she sat in front of me, sipping her tea. Nothing much. I answered truthfully. Their existence were always a mystery even in the Marvel comics. I see. When you first came here, I watched your every moment, deciding if my actions were sane that I would let one so tainted by a foreign essence live peacefully among us. Know that the old ones were not benevolent beings. There are hardly any books left in any realm that could tell you more than a sentence about them. As far as this reality is concerned, they never existed. Even what I knew about them was something I learned from the past Sorcerers Supreme. She started. Where are you going with this? Now I was genuinely confused. While the existence of the old ones can't be proven in present day, it was said that they existed some that even predated them. Beings of the most eldritch nightmare one could ever conjure up. They traveled throughout the multiverse, devouring realities and gods until one day they disappeared. Every cosmic being in existence fought against them and banished them to a place known as the Dark Outer. A place that exists between where all realities converge, a place outside the multiverse. The more she spoke, the more I felt that something was entirely wrong. Where are you going with this? What I am trying to tell you is that if you do what it is I know you plan to do, you alone will be responsible for the darkness that will engulf not just this universe but the countless other ones out there. She said. You still haven't told me anything that I don't already know. I said frustratingly. And like I said, I don't know much. She answered coolly. Then why tell me in the first place? She was a hard person to understand. So you know where to start from and also what to beware. I doubt there are gods, even if they are, it would be a scant few, who can link you to those dark beings. Most would mistake you for a vessel of thin, and that in itself is enough for them to kill you. The origins of your power is much darker than what you might think of. Do proceed with utmost caution, Mr. Cross. And she just threw in the name of an elder god and arguably the most powerful of the remaining bunch, as if my headaches weren't enough already as it were. You still haven't told me why you seem to support what it was that I'm doing, except tell me a story about why you shouldn't support me. I questioned her seriously this time. It is an inevitability. One day, now or in the near future, you will attempt the same actions you are doing now, and while I could try all I can to stop you, it wouldn't last forever, as it is also an inevitability that you will break free from any bindings that was cast on you. And trust me, you will be far more terrifying than I would find comfortable. This was one of the few routes I could take that doesn't ensure mutual destruction. She said in such a casual tone as if she was wondering if she should add more honey to my tea. Right. Even if the Ancient One was weak currently, she still had a lot of cards up her sleeves to seal me away, but like she said, it wouldn't last forever. It was one of the reasons why I was less surprised at what she said, because I had taken this scenario into account when I made my decision. Whoever said my death was easy? Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 133, Chapter 131. So what now? Now you go back to doing what it is you do. She said with the same disarming smile I've come to know her with. And pray tell, what is that? Why, it's doing your best to live while the universe tries otherwise. A very fitting irony considering who you are. I groaned at that. Tell me about it. Thanks, I guess. I said. What for? For not being my enemy, I guess. It would have been a fight I would have hated to happen. That was my sincere thought. That is quite arrogant of you to say that. Though she said that, the smile on her face just widened. While I would admit you are quite the tricky opponent, there are more than one way to win a fight. You would do well to remember that in the future. I know that. But I'd rather my enemies stay dead. Saves me a lot of trouble that way. But regardless, not having to fight you is a big boon to me. While I might be able to put up a fight, I think that the final victory would go to you. Magic was bullshit like that. It didn't adhere to any rules except its own, and they were more like guidelines than rules. And presently, no one on earth could match her in magic. I didn't know half the spells she did nor a quarter of the experience she had. I think you sell yourself short. I think the reason for your current belittling of your abilities stem from the fact that you can't perceive your current limit. Be that as it may. I just came here to clarify. Thank you once again. That was one less worry off my mind. All I needed to do now was hasten the absorption rate of cosmic energies, then I'll be good to go. With that I left her room and opened a portal, but instead of the normal yellow portal, this one contained wisps of blue. I see. But you still can't absorb it, can you? She said as she studied the portal. I can't, no. I can store a bit of it, but I would have to release it sooner or later, or else I'll just warp to somewhere in the wide universe. I walked through the portal and landed on my couch before releasing a loud sigh. The world just got more dangerous than I was comfortable with. All due to a single decision on my part. I had been putting it off for a while, just trying to enjoy what I had, but something at the back of my mind kept telling me what a bad idea that was. And given whatever that was today, that made my danger sense scream, those at the higher levels were not happy with it. The only thing keeping them from acting was that they were just waiting for someone to break the stalemate, and then it would be a free-for-all. Everyone was weary of the other when you were at a certain level of power, and it was because of that caution that they would leave everyone below them to do what they liked. They were content with just watching and making sure it didn't hurt them, but what I did, or rather would do, was going to break that rule. One thing about those in high power was that they hated when someone trespassed into their domains. Or when someone rose to power very quickly and surpassed them. No one liked the proverbial executioner's blade hovering near their necks. I just hope I wasn't too hasty. I still had a lot to do, and I felt that I was running out of time. It was always one thing after another that it barely gave me enough time to just sit back and ponder on everything so far. The best free time I've had in a long while was the trip to the beach, and even that was interrupted with the X-Men fighting the Juggernaut nearby, and after that was Essex. Well, I can't complain all that much, since it would be quite stupid of me and it wouldn't change anything. There were still things I needed to do. One was finding something that came to my mind after my recent talk with Ororo. I had told her how much of a pain it was. I had to look for a living island somewhere in the Pacific to act as a nation for the Metas. That was all I could do for them, since Ororo finally took my advice and started doing something about it other than waiting for Charles to get out of his wheels. It was somewhat of a surprise for me when she told me that she was in a collaboration of sorts with Emma Frost and Mystique. That grouping was a very rare one even in the X-Men franchise, but they do them, I guess. I wasn't interested in what they planned to do, nor was I going to get actively involved. The most I could do is point them to a place that might be able to house the rising mutant population. The living island of Krakow. I think they had to fight the island at one point, but well, not my problem. Between whatever lineup they could build, Taking care of the Man Island would be a walk in the forest, literally. But for that, I would have to wait for my satellite to be launched first before I could find it, so there was that. And then there was also my research in energy augmentation related X genes. And there was also the Berserker staff to still look into. One thing at a time, I guess. The first thing I went into were the runes in the staff. How conceptual runes like war and power were used the way it was to create a staff like that. Runes were very tricky to use. Just because you know the way they were written doesn't mean you know the effects of it. And just because you wrote them in the order they were written didn't mean you'll get the same effect. A simple rune could have multitudes of meaning and effects, and that was why I studied them as much as I did. The only sophisticated rune I could have etched on my axe was the flow, along with the runic symbol for untamed strength, Uras. These two runes worked together in tandem to increase every successful striking force of my axe for as long as I could handle it. It would take me a few days to decipher the staff and then to start experimenting on Asgardian magic, but without a book of study, there was no way for me to take it further. Fighting Doom hadn't pushed me to what I felt was my limit. It was more of me overpowering him than anything else. Maybe the Ancient One was right. I didn't know how strong I currently was because I've never fought someone who could take me to the brink. Magneto and Doom were the only ones that had made me fight with everything I had then, but even then I was still overpowering the both of them, and Magneto quickly lost when Ororo started fighting Doom. The same thing happened the second time I fought Doom. Sure, he was stronger than he was at Christmas, but so was I, so I didn't really feel the strain of a limit. Essex didn't even count, nor did the Masters at the Sanctum. Though I sometimes lost to them, it was a magic-only battle and not a no-holds-barred fight. If it was, I would have slaughtered them. It was the same reason that gave me confidence of being able to fight the Ancient One, but I still knew I'd lose because, like she said, there was no one way of defeating an enemy. Me being able to absorb magic wasn't something that would deter her, as it was not like I could absorb the whole thing but rather a portion of it. So at the end of the day, all I took was reduced damage, the same way as was all physical and elemental attacks that were sent my way. I would know better than anyone that the lines were blurred when it came to magic. There was no concrete path to follow, nor were there absolutes. Magic could be channeled with almost any form of energy in the known universe, even with electricity, which made the possibilities of it as endless as the size of the universe. It was the one reason why I never slacked when it came to magic. Sure, I could get stronger without it, but when it came to energy manipulation, nothing thought control more than magic did. I could lift everything in my house with just my telekinesis, which I strengthened in my training with Chi. And not to mention my other abilities that dealt with energy projection, which was frankly more terrifying ever since magic was added to the mix. It was the realization of this fact that made me sure that while I outclassed the Ancient One in brute force and possibly speed, she far outclassed me in magic and the sheer complexity of it. I might be able to beat her in her weakened state, but if she so much as draws power from the dark dimension, then my chances of winning would go down to the negatives. Even Doom surpassed me in magic after learning it in less than a year, but even him couldn't compare to someone who had dabbled in the arts for centuries. At least not the him of then. But too bad he never got the chance to be God Emperor Doom. That would have been quite fucked up for everyone in the multiverse. With the thoughts of magic out of my mind, I got up from the couch I sat on and went outside before blasting off into the sky, leaving a trail of booms. Flying was a good way to clear my mind, the same with free-falling thousands of kilometers from the sky, which I was currently doing. Looks like I'll have to step my training with the stone up a notch. First, space, then power, and then reality. It was shoddy at best, but it was what I could walk with given my current predicament. Maybe it's the space stone. It encompasses every point in the universe, maybe that's why it's harder to absorb. If it was maybe the Power Stone, then I think it would have been faster. By comparison, the Power Stone was the least complex of the Infinity Stones. Space, soul, mind, reality, and time, these were complex domains of existence, with time, reality, and space being the most complex. Trying to absorb the crystallized essence of these aspects was more harder than utilizing it using the stones in a gauntlet as a medium. Trying to absorb space and everything in its aspect, thinking about it now, was bound to be a lot harder. Thankfully I didn't start with something like time or, God forbid, reality. Those would have proved a lot harder. I slowed down as I came nearer to the ground before blasting off once more into the sky and freefall after getting to a highly comfortable height. Right now my strength was at a point I was comfortable with, but it still wasn't enough. Hopefully the stones were enough to bridge the gap by a wide mile. But even at that point, just having the stones won't be enough. It wasn't as if there weren't people who could defeat those wielding the stones. Just having the Infinity Stones by no means made anyone omnipotent, not by a long stretch. It was just a step up, nothing more, but one I needed nonetheless. All in due time, I guess. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 134, Chapter 132. The days following the launch of my satellite were as usual. The other satellites would be launched in the following week due to the success of the first. Right now I was getting ready to hang out with Ororo. She had called me 2 days ago and fixed the date, and I wholeheartedly agreed, as it was a change of pace for me rather than stay at home brooding on how I was going to absorb the essence of space. Since it was just hanging out, going with my favorite axe tie was a no-no, so I just settled for something plain. I left the house in my car rather than just opening a portal and drove to the meeting spot we agreed on. It was a small bar mixed with a diner. I would have picked a restaurant like anyone else with lots of cash in their pockets, but sometimes a quaint little place like this had its charms. It told a lot about the kind of person Aurora was. I could already sense her static inside the diner bar as I pulled over. The inside was just as cozy as the outside looked, with a few slowly spinning fans and dim lights with a slow song in the background. The atmosphere felt nice, which was complemented by the small pearls of laughter in the background. Yeah, looking good. Let's just say a dark-skinned woman with natural white hair could look good in almost anything and leave it at that. She wore blue jean pants and a white shirt, a look that was as casual as any, but it complemented her. Hey there. You don't look too bad yourself. I sat opposite her and we ordered some food. So, how's the movement going? I started after our order was delivered. We are off to a pretty good start, if I'm being completely honest. Though I still think everyone's still on the edge with each other, given how we were pretty much enemies at one point, but I think we can make it work. She said. I just wanted to ask, but that's good to hear. But enough about that, what's the plan for today? You'll have to pull out a trump card to tally the score. I joked. I didn't know it was a competition and we were keeping tabs. Well, now you know. Better up your game, unless I'll keep raking in the points. So tell me, what do you have planned out? She chuckled and put on a thinking expression with her finger on her chin. We'll just have to find out then, won't we? I'm looking forward to it. We continued to engage in small talks before we left the bar diner. We left the car parked there and continued on foot with Aurora leading the way. So tell me, what is it that you care about? Other than Natasha and the others? She asked as we made our way through a park. That's a hard question to answer. I said after pondering on it for a while. Why so? I looked at her for a while, a look she returned, and then thought it over. How do I say this? The reason I don't care for much is because at the end of it all, none of them were of any importance, and I'm not saying this to be nihilistic, no. I meant it in the most candid way possible. Aurora, what would you say if you knew the gods were real? I already believe them to be real, I was brought up that way. She said and brushed her hands against the bark of the surrounding trees. Right. What if you knew how to talk to them? How to meet them? What if you knew how to locate their hidden realms within the stars? She stopped at my questions with eyes wide open. You don't mean? Obviously I can't go there. Pitifully weak to do so, and besides, gods are not like we make them to be, except maybe a scant few. I meant how strong they were. Apart from some notable names in the history books, most mortals and metas could match the strength of a god, but there were some that were above the others in every other way. The Sky Fathers. The god of gods. Leaders of their pantheon. These were people that no mere mortal could ever hope to match. How do you know this? Let's just say different worldviews and leave it at that. Okay, so how does it correlate with you not caring much? She asked again. What I know is vastly different from what 99.99% of the world population are aware of. If you knew a fraction of the things I know, many things lose their colors. I can't bring myself to care about others when I know for a fact that in the end they would mean nothing to me, except maybe a scant few. All I need are a few people around me and I'm good. I can't be like you, caring for an entire race and working for their good when it is assured that the vast majority of them might never know your name. We made a turn and went deeper into the forest, leaving the park behind. I don't do what I do for recognition. I know that, but it's just impossible for me to do it. How you dedicate your life to it is a mystery to me, a very noble one. She stopped in the middle of a clearing and turned to me, receiving a raised brow in return. Hold on for a minute, I want to show you something. She told me and closed her eyes. I was wondering what she wanted to do when I felt the air shift, which prompted me to look at the sky, which was beginning to darken with little light seeping through. Come. Was what she said before flying to the clouds. Intriguing. I followed after her and we both ascended to the clouds and through it. The view I saw was one, if not the most, breathtaking natural scenery I've ever seen. Golden sunlight mixed with the blue clouds of the sky painted an image that anyone with little aesthetics of beauty would appreciate. Beautiful, isn't it? Aurora floated beside me, watching a scene she created. Very. It's something I've only ever done a few times since I awakened my abilities, but it still feels surreal every time I see it. It really is something. I could get used to it. You really did pull this one off. I chuckled, still immersing myself with the view before me. Haha, so I guess that tallies the score then. Definitely. Though you would have to pull something more than this to pull ahead. There will be more. She asked, surprised. I hope so. I liked Aurora, that much was certain. I see, then I'm looking forward to it. She smiled at the end, one that contrasted well with the picture of the sky she painted. We spent a few minutes basking in the sunlight above the clouds before Ororo dispersed it. Wouldn't want the people down below to be panicking about a perpetual nighttime during the day now, would we? We didn't descend at the location near the park but somewhere else and continued from there. So how long did it take you to plan all this? We were walking by a stream when I asked her that. A few days actually. She was somewhat embarrassed as she said that. Well, it was worth it. Came my consolation. I'm glad to hear that. Regrettably, I don't remember doing all this when growing up. Never to this level at least. Ororo confessed. Then we'll have to rectify that along the way. Seriously, what do you do every day? It's like you have a whole rooster for what you are going to do the whole week. Okay, that I do not. She said in mock offense. Tell me something about you that nobody knows. Classic question. Let's see, it's kinda hard now that I think about it. Oh, I got one. I died once. It was the only thing I could think of. Well technically, I've died twice, but she doesn't need to know that. She stopped in shock and looked at me, wondering if I was still joking but I wasn't. When? How? When Doom and Magneto attacked. Let's say they made sure I stopped breathing, and I did, not for long anyway. Pity they couldn't survive the way I did when it was their turn. That's too dreary, my bad. Your turn. Well. I used to be a thief when growing up, back in Cairo. She said after shaking off the oddball I threw her. And I half figured you'd join a jazz club or something, maybe rock even. But a thief? That's interesting. Why? Well, it's not something you'd expect to hear from someone. An interesting background, so to speak. I meant what I said. How many people from my world with such a background could probably say something like that so casually without facing some sort of judgmental stare? Thanks, I guess. Any hobbies? If you count trying to help the meta-human, that's one. Haha, I'm kidding. My deadpan stare at her as she said that made her laugh. Reading mostly. I think you've established pretty clearly that I don't have an outside life. I also like listening to music, not jazz though, definitely not rock. Any. Well, if you count my recent obsession with Norse runes, that's one. Trying to live as quietly as possible? Well, that's the end goal at this point. Cleaving heads? No, that's not a hobby. Getting stronger? A necessity. You can add making tea to that list, turns out I'm pretty good at it. That and whopping everyone's asses at home on game night. Ororo chuckled. That's oddly specific. You mentioned magic, why Norse runes? I would have gone for Greek but they are not as rune-focused as the Norse. They do have some pretty nifty runes though but not as much as the Norse do. Ororo Monroe POV. The day had been a roller coaster of emotions for her. Truthfully, she had been quite nervous on how the day would turn out because different from any other day they met, today, even if not implied, was a date. She had wrecked her head for the better part of 3 days, even contemplating on whether to ask Raven or Emma on what would be considered a fun activity when hanging out, because as Droll had oh so bluntly put it, she didn't have a social life outside of the mansion. The advice she had gotten to just wing it had come from Kitty. 3 days of thinking and all she got was to wing it. And that's what she did. The diner had been the only thing she decided on and from there everything they did and everywhere they went had been what she just thought would be nice. As much as she'd like to say she now knew more about Droll, she couldn't because there was too little to know about him, which sounded ironic when the subject was about a man who was trying his best to live his life. It wasn't until a few hours into the date that she realized that she was in fact with someone who could arguably be called one of the youngest successful entrepreneurs in the present day. Though she was sure the people who actually knew that were abysmal at least. The fact was that someone like him, someone who people would sell their souls to be, someone with as much power as him, happened to find most of it useless. I believe this is where we end our little escapade of today. She was brought out of her thoughts as Droll pointed to a circle, a yellow portal leading to the mansion. Thanks for the amazing time, though I had a few doubts, it was fun. Then I'm glad. She stood stunned for a while as Droll kissed her cheeks before stepping back. See you later, Ororo. And with that, the portal closed, replacing her sight with the familiar lawn of the mansion. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 135, Chapter 133. Sorry I was high ASF today and forget to set the chapter of schedule. Forgive me for that. Droll St. Cross POV. The date with Ororo went very well, not like a normal date where we try to visit a few places. We did more walking than anything else and her company was so enjoyable that I didn't realize we'd been walking for hours with only a few pit stops to try some delicacies by the road. You seem to be in a good mood. I guess your date with Ororo went that well. Nat leaned on a pillar and inquired with a teasing smile on her face. Yes it did. I replied. HOH? I guess another one is on the way, right? I don't know why girls were that interested in such things, but conversely so are men. But not on the date part but rather whether you've banged a girl or not. Each to his own, I guess. Yes it is, just not yet. I said as I poured her some tea. Well that's a bummer. My lips twitched in mild annoyance. And pray tell, why is that? She shrugged. It would have been fun. The idea of you committing to someone that is. You, of all people, need it. Are you patronizing me? Don't make me sound so pitiful, I don't like it. I told her. I'm not. I simply care about you is all. You've done a lot for everyone in this house, so much that we can't repay. You're stronger than us, you're smarter than us. Hell, you even pay us. She started. Unintentionally, by becoming our strongest rock you also cast this huge gulf between you and all of us. We know you mean well, but there's only so much that we can actually do for you. It's crushing you know? Not being able to stand besides the one person you admire. The very least we can do is cheer you and be there when you need us, if you need us. The depreciating smile on her face hurt me more than I thought. I didn't think it was that hard on you guys. For what it's worth, you all are a family to me. Not one I intended, but one I've grown to cherish nonetheless. It might sound corny or maybe it's not what you want to hear but, you don't need to be anything else, Nat. None of you do. If I'm to be perfectly truthful with you, none of you could fight half the battles I've fought, nor the ones I will fight. I knew well how that hurt her but I felt it was what she needed to hear, what they need to hear. The best I can do is make sure you guys are strong enough to at least survive whatever comes your way. I don't know if you know this but, the four of you are the reason I haven't gone off the deep end. I have somewhere to return to after every battle, you guys too. So don't for a second think that you guys have nothing to offer. All I've ever wanted was peace of mind and you guys bring that in droves. The fights you can't win, leave it to me. You can be what you want but never stop being you, is all I'm trying to say. Midway through my speech, we found ourselves hugging. Leave the heavy things to me, I'm that strong. I whispered to her as I ruffled her red hair to which she nodded. We separated which made Natasha turn to wipe the little tears that escaped her eyes. It's my fault but sometimes I forget she's just turned 21 this year and stupid ass me had gotten her a magically enhanced knife and a gun with infinite ammo, also magically enhanced. Armor-piercing rounds were the least of its functions. She coughed into her hands to disperse the touchy atmosphere which made me smile. So, Ororo. You like her? That I can say I do. I admitted. So what? Come and tell me. You think she's the one? And gone was the assassin and in her place was a normal redhead that enjoyed gossip. I don't know what kind of cringe romantic novels you've been reading but, not that fast. It's a gradual process. But there were sparks right. This was an image that I never thought I would see of the famous Black Widow. A typical young adult. Girl, I don't know where you've been sticking your head in but you better get it out. Sure, there's an attraction but I don't think it was to the point where sparks flew. I chuckled as I said that. But I quite like Ororo. She's nice, and not to mention beautiful. Who's ever seen a black woman with natural white hair and blue eyes? Definitely not me. She was right about Ororo. Ororo was a bit of a tomboy, most likely due to her childhood days as a street kid. But all that her past did was add substance to her person. She was as strong as she was intellectual. Thank you, and I'll tell her you said that. But unfortunately, your approval won't be the deciding factor in this scenario. We'll be going out again in a week or two, depends on her. I said. What about you guys? I heard you and Yelena went into town today. Any new fun activity you think that we can try on family night? Well there's this new restaurant that opened a couple of blocks away from Charlie's. They have some pretty good food. And oh, I think Yelena made a friend. Though he seemed quite sketchy and something about him was off. She said something which made me pause. Him. Looks like I'll have to put the satellite to use. She did say he looked suspicious. Yes it was a guy. She made a show of rolling her eyes at me exaggeratedly. His name was Loki. I think he's a metahuman though. Saw him pulling out a wallet from nowhere because he wanted to thank us by treating us to dinner. For some reason I just don't like him, he has this way with words that make him sound like a scammer. My thoughts went into a deep haze of frost as Nat kept talking about the guy they met. Now call me paranoid or stereotypical but I don't think anyone's gonna go around calling themselves Loki apart from the very person in the Marvelverse. One thought that was currently swimming through my head was why was the Norse god of deception here on Earth? And the fact that he met Nat and Yelena was definitely not a coincidence. Loki was trouble. It didn't matter about his personal strength but rather his cunning and intellect. Him having his eyes on you was already bad news and something must have happened in Asgard, or rather in Odin's palace that brought up my name and trickled it into the mischief god's ears. God. Why won't the trouble just leave me alone? Drawl, you okay? There's no need to overreact that much. Yelena is not ignorant, she'll know the moment she smells something is wrong. And besides, I'm going to dig up anything I can find on our Norse god. She patted me in the back and retired to her room, leaving me to think about the recent headaches that just made its way to my head. First of all, let's find out what Loki wants. Loki Odinson, god of mischief, POV. Mortals. Always made to be played within the palms of a god. They were as ignorant as they were feeble. To not even notice when a god was in their presence. Well, no matter. Not like he expected much from then anyway. He already gotten into his prize. He had tried projecting his astral form inside the building, but there were wards in place to prevent that, and even if he could break them, that would only alert the man inside. So he also dabbles in magic. Amusing. He drew back his spirit to his form and opened his eyes. They hadn't been able to even sense that what he was using was just his astral form that he materialized. Well, he can't complain now, can he? Like their destiny, they just made his work easier. Brother, you've been staying in your room for days now. What's the matter? Did someone air you? Tell me, and I'll bring down my hammer on them. A loud boisterous voice boomed its way inside his room, forsaking all decorum. The meathead. Who would dare bully me in the Nine Realms? Well, maybe those eyes for brains in Jotunheim, and the savages of Muspelheim. Be quiet, brother, you disturbed my mediation. Though he was a muscle for brains, Loki would admit that he had his uses. By father's beard. Who is the unfortunate soul this time, brother? I would have you know that the Vanir are still angry with you for the stunt you pulled in their palace. Also with the elves of Alfheim, they loathe you deeply, brother. You would take heed not to anger father with whatever bane thing you are planning. Thor advised. Loki just scoffed. Their father was but a fool, old in age. Long gone was the fearsome king that wrought terror through the Nine Realms and in the council of godheads. Odin, like all others, grew old into mediocrity, with only the tales of his youth painting the picture of the man that he was. You worry too much, brother. And besides, I'm not planning on hurting anyone. Anyone of importance, that is. Thor was not a fool, not that foolish that he couldn't understand the unspoken meaning of Loki's words. He worried because his brother tended to take things too far, especially his pranks, which most times than not, were not pranks per se, but devious schemes that would make even gods pale in fear. As long as you know that. Sif still hates you for that balding spell you cast on her, you know. Thor shuddered as he remembered an image he so wished could be erased from his mind. She was just petty. It's not like I did anything harsh on her, just a simple spell, and she screamed like the unfortunate souls of hell. He just shrugged, but Thor was not amused. The spell lasted for a year. Exactly. Loki still stood by his point, not seeing where the issue was, which made Thor sigh. As long as you promise. Tisk. As if anyone would be able to trace it back to me. Well, it won't stop them from speculating. Why did you come looking for me, brother? Loki asked, as it was very uncharacteristic Thor to come looking for him. Ha! Now I remember. I, together with Sif and the others, are going to watch Volstagg fight a giant. Personally, I think he's drunk. We want you to come along, brother. And cue the dog brain. You lot are a bunch of savages, you know that, right, brother? But I guess I can tag along and make sure you don't take it overboard. Poor Sif. Having to deal with all four of you for centuries. Loki shook his head in mock pity and got up from the mattress he was sitting on. His newest toys weren't going anywhere, and besides, he wanted to take his time to ensure they wouldn't break so soon. He could have his usual dose of fun at the expense of Thor's brashly bunch. Oh, the times he's had then clean up after him were as numerous as the days he's lived. Where to this time? You'll know it when you get there. Loki just sighed and followed after his brother, but the barbarian just held him by his shoulder and a chill went down the young god's divine spine. Don't you dare! Ha ha ha! It will be faster this way. And before Loki could wriggle his way out of his brother's arm, he was flown through the air by a hammer-swinging Thor who flew them with blitzing speed to the huge dome that stretched out to the edge of Asgard. I hate it when you do that. Loki huffed and dusted his apparel before turning to the others present in the dome. Hello, Heimdall. I see you got your shine as always. It was always fun battering some harmless teasing with people as straight as Heimdall. Loki. Remember, I Heimdall began, only to be cut by Loki. Yes, yes. You have your eyes on me, I remember. This ought to be fun. 136, Chapter 134. Yelena Belova POV. Oh, this guy was definitely sus. For him to coincidentally show up in front of me for the third time this week was already gonging on the drums that had been beating the first time Nat and I met him. It also didn't help that none of us were able to find anything on him, not even a security footage before he appeared. The only footage we found of him was on the day he met us. Yeah, sus. It also didn't help that Drawl looked as if someone just gave him the wrong tea leaves, a look of annoyance as if he was about to blow a top, and blow up the city. But so far, our newly found god of mischief had been keeping whatever his plans were under a tight lid. And he was strong too. It was just a feeling I got, anytime he did one of his so-called magic tricks and acted friendly, it felt as if snakes were around me. It was a disturbing sensation. Hopefully Drawl was able to figure out this guy's business before I was tempted to put a bullet in his skull. Magic wasn't going to save him from having his brains blown out. Another thing was his eyes. Eyes that his smile never quite reached. Arrogance? Maybe. It was like he wasn't living in the same world as everyone else. Like he was brought up in some golden castle in the middle of the stars or something. He was just that annoying. I would admit however that he was great in conversation. A little too quirky, but a great conversationist. And he was smart too, like really smart. With such intellect, he would have been a known genius if he went into the scholarly field. And he also knew a lot about history. Or maybe those jokes about the Greek and the early Vikings were just his point of view. I think it was the former, if not why would Thor get caught naked and chased by a bunch of men and animals for hitting on a man who was illusioned as a woman? And what did he mean good old days? Looks like we need to update his psyche profile too. So tell me, young Yelena, what brings you out today? Dressed in what I could identify as his favorite color, green, and his sickening perfectly permed hair accompanied with his unnerving smile. You know, it's getting awfully suspicious how you keep appearing when I'm out in town. Are you a stalker or something? Who would expect someone to be this blunt? Definitely not Loki, but like his hair, he was too smooth for something like this to stop him. That's quite a bold accusation you have there, but I'm afraid you are a century too young, at the very least. Did she mention he was annoying too? Because every word that came out of his goddamned mouth just served to boost whatever godly ego he had. It was like he felt that he was a god or something. If gods were like this, then I would lose all my non-existent faith in them. Right. Well, forgive me for being too young, but if you'll excuse me. Wouldn't want to make you look like a child predator now, would we? Yes, he pissed me off. But all of this was just an act to see what else he had on him. It was something both Nat and I quickly realized about him. Loki was very dangerous. We realized that without even needing a psychic like Drawl to tell us. Every infuriating thing that came out of his mouth were like time bombs that would explode when you were on your own and started pondering on them later on. A perfect psychological attack which just made us that much wary of him. Just like the persona of the Norse god he was putting on, this man who identified himself as Loki had a deceptively slick tongue. I could see the small, almost imperceptible smile at the edge of his lips as I turned away from him in mock not so mock annoyance. Don't be so angry now. I'm just saying is all. Right, what of the redhead? Your sister if I'm correct. He looked around and it might just have been me, but I think that he spotted Nat who was more than 500 meters away. She's at home, where I'm supposed to be in less than an hour. Hopefully I don't see you later, Loki. I needed to get out of here and fast. I ignored the wide smile he was now spotting and left the crowded street and weaved my way through in a way that he couldn't keep an eye on me. Nat? Do you still have a visual on him? I asked Natasha, already expecting the answer. No. I lost him, again. Same with Bucky. Drawl said to come back home. I think he found something on Loki. He always pulled a perfect disappearing act like the magician he was, so we haven't been able to track him down all week. I just hoped that whatever Drawl had on him would give me a warrant to put a bullet through his skull for every time he infuriated me. Loki, the magician POV. They have their guard up, not that it would matter much in the end. It was very easy for me to predict how they'll move, I am me after all. While they have their full attention on me, they'll never expect the, as humans call it, curveball I was about to throw them. Normally I would never put myself out here like this, but I had a very good feeling about this one, so I needed the front row seat. This Drawl was very interesting. A very strong mortal. Since when did the Midgardians become this strong? Yes, it's been centuries since I last visited this mundane realm, but still? Looks like I'll have to move things up a bit. From what I've been able to gather, it seems like this Drawl becomes quite the beast when he becomes angry. But I think I've done a good job by finding a perfect match for him. Oh, how Midgard had become amusing in the days I've been here. Mindless beasts in the form of men. I found one. Who would win, I wonder? The red or the green? That would be quite the show to watch. At least it will trump that of watching a giant pummel a drunk Volstagg across barren fields only to have Thor finish up the fight. Well then, time for the prelude I guess. Back at home. Drawl St. Cross POV. It didn't come as a surprise to me that they lost sight of Loki, who I confirmed to be the adopted son of Odin, if the face of Tom Hiddleston and that ridiculously slick hair was any giveaway. Loki was a master in magic, and his illusion mastery would put even the masters at Kamar-Taj to shame, having learnt magic from one of the most powerful sorcerers in the 9 realms. Evading Natasha and Bucky's surveillance was child's play for him. I think it's pretty much established, but he's a prick. Wow. Even Steve didn't like him, and he hasn't even met him yet. So? What's his deal, Quack? Bucky asked. Well, for starters, he's a god. Figured I should put the part that was harder to believe out there first and we'll work from the reactions. Well, he's done an overly extensive job on selling that story. Yelena scoffed. Actually, I meant that in the literal sense. He's a Norse god. They all looked at me with different expressions, but the first one to snap was. So no bullets. She sounded almost disappointed as she asked that. Sorry Yelena, but no bullets. It wouldn't do anything to him other than an irritating tickle. I was pretty surprised how she just seemed to accept that. Wait, you're not joking? He's a real god? Like a real Norse god from the myths? Natasha asked, blinking her eyes in incredulity. Yes. So that means Thor. Probably still in Asgard. And Odin. Probably sitting on his throne, in Asgard. That reminds me. Odin would surely know if Loki was here. Different from how the MCU made him seem, nothing happened in Asgard that could escape Odin's eye. Which meant that the Og White Fury had his eye on me. How troublesome, though it was fated to happen sooner or later. I know you talk about runes in Asgard a lot and gods being real, Quack, but I kind of felt that they'd be harder to reach. Definitely not expecting one of them to stumble upon us this soon. Bucky ran a hand through his hair and sighed. The myths weren't enough, now we have to deal with real gods too? When did our life turn out this way? He muttered to himself. Do we have any idea what Loki wants from us? I don't think it will be anything nice considering he's the god of mischief and trickery, if we were to go by the myths. Steve said. Oh, you can bet it won't be anything nice. And yes, though not entirely accurate, they are very much like the myths. Though I have no interest in playing whatever games he's cooking up. This world was a healthy mix of the comics and MCU, meaning that Loki was probably not the one-trick pony he was in the movies. He was a prodigy in magic and not just illusions like he was depicted in the movies. So I might have a chance to shoot him. Whatever did he do to annoy Yelena so much? Hopefully I never find out. Loki's presence signified a lot of things. One was that Odin was probably aware of me. Most definitely. Two was that he was acutely aware of what I was trying to do. If he was, it meant that other gods, most probably, godheads were aware too. That's discomforting. Odin was the Skyfather of the Norse pantheon and also a god of wisdom. His plans had plans. I didn't know what he saw with his eyes, but at least that was one Skyfather that doesn't have a beef with me. No way was I in any shape or form ready to face a galaxy universal level being. Yes, you might have a chance to shoot him, Yelena. I affirmed. Dealing with Loki was never easy. He could be downright a very wicked villain or just your normal trickster, doing everything for the thrills and giggles. We have any plan on how to deal with him? I have to say, I was impressed on how easily they were taking everything in. Do you think you can fight him, Draal? Steve asked. Can I defeat Loki? Yes. Though he's a prodigy at magic, I can take him on pretty easily. I might not be as experienced as he was with magic didn't mean I couldn't still beat the shit out of him. Loki was slightly stronger than your average Asgardian physically, though he trumps them all in magic. His illusions on the other hand might be a pain to deal with, but I'll manage. I should be able to fight Thor, though I don't know how strong he is. He shouldn't be all that strong considering that he hasn't been banished to Earth yet. So even though he was strong, I should still be able to take him. Might have to fight him to know how strong he really is. But won't we run afoul the Norse gods if we beat up one of them? I mean, the myths painted them as pretty stuck-up individuals, and looking at Loki, they still got their pride. Bucky asked worried. The only one to fear a retaliation from would be Thor. I don't think Odin would interfere. As long as we don't kill him and just let them come pick him up after we are done, we'll be cool. That won't work for the Greek though, thankfully it's not them. I explained. Great. Now we are talking about beating up a mythological being. We've really moved up in the world. Natasha lamented. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 137, Chapter 135. A/N, I'll like to make light on some comments I got about the Draal Sororo ship. I know that I made a list of characters that had the potential to be MC's love interest back in the auxiliary chapter, and the romance had already been decided with some characters not even showing up again or even getting screen time. Despite what I first thought of a possible Jane-Draal romance, I was quick to put that aside since there was no way I was stretching the story till the events of Thor just for a romance with Jane, which I would admit, would have been absolutely tasteless. Susan Storm was also out because, well, like always, the Fantastic Four quickly became obsolete. Sure, I could find way to fit them inside the story, but the thing was that it would change the direction of the story completely from where I wanted it to go. The Fantastic Four's survival through their comic years and also through their rogue gallery was nothing more than a stroke of plot armor, repeated strokes of plot armor. It would quickly make the story stale, and that was what bringing in Susan Storm as a love interest would do to the story. Maria Hill, despite what you all might think, was very close to winning the gauntlet. I had plans for a character like her, but as I said a long time ago, the story changes every so often. She would have made a perfect love interest had the MC been someone like a normal super soldier and was working for S.H.I.E.L.D, or if this FIC had been along the main storyline during the events of Avengers 1, Winter Soldier and Age of Ultron, but unfortunately the story diverted a lot from that road. Natasha. Yes. I admit I had at one point thought of Natasha as the most sensible partner for Drawl, which to some extent was true. However, all that changed when I looked back at Drawl from the beginning of the story to where he is now. Not to mention that all FIC, mostly smut and harem FICs, all use Natasha as one of their main love interests. A choice I can understand due to the sexiness of the actress who played the role, but that was not what I was looking for. I felt like if I were to go with the popular vote of the Drawlx-Natasha ship that had crossed the Grand Line, then the romance would become stale and predictable. Sure, there were some character developments in Natasha since the beginning, and even in the later chapters of this fanfic, those developments however was not something I thought would fit Drawl. And then there was Ororo. The premise of their relationship, as I had first mentioned in the earlier chapters, started after Drawl took the Hulk serum and fought the X-Men, going through the Sentinels, Doom, Magneto, Red Christmas and even Sinister. It was the differences between the two characters that made me go ahead with their pairing, and I would say I made a great choice since I have found ways to explore their relationship into bringing about character development in them and how they connected despite being so different. In my opinion, Ororo was the type of character who I felt perfectly matched Drawl. All I can say is you'll have to read ahead to find out how their romance progresses, and I also hope I can actually bring myself to write a perfect romantic synergy between them, as it turns out that writing romance, a meaningful one, is a lot harder than writing fight scenes. And that's the end of my rant. Please enjoy your overdue chapter. Thor Odinson, the God of Thunder POV. I was worried. Loki was immersed in his pranks once again, and this time he rarely ever left his room. For that I was worried. The last time he did something like this was a few centuries ago when he turned the pure white light of Alfheim into a dark green. The Light Elves have loathed the Sons of Odin since then. Well, they didn't hate me as much as they did Loki, but the hate was still there. Now if it were just that, then nothing would have been of it, as it would be attributed to Loki being Loki, but unfortunately, the Alfathor was in an official meeting with the elves. If it weren't for mine and Mother's plea, Father's wrath would have fallen on Loki, but for some reason he seemed not to care, even slightly amused by Father's anger. I can't help but think that whatsoever was the cause of his recent amusement had something to do with Father's outburst in the throne room a while ago. What is it, Thor? You've been brooding for the last few days. I thought that would be what Volstagg was supposed to do after his loss to Grundur. My great friend Fondrel noticed my distress, but I shook his worry off. What was I even brooding about? It's Loki after all. He's smart enough to make sure he comes out of every situation unharmed. Worry not, my friend. I was a little worried, there is all, nothing to be concerned about. I waved off his concern. Thor, I think anything that can worry your thick head is more than enough for the whole of Asgard to be worried about. So tell me, what is it? It's nothing really. Just Loki being Loki. There might have been something wrong with the way I said it, because he looked as if he saw the monsters of Muspelheim behind me. Thor. Yes. You have my condolences. Okay, Loki wasn't that bad. Sure, he was mischievous a bunch of times and he's completely loathed in 1/3 of the 9 realms, but he wasn't that bad. Just at that moment, Loki came out of the hallway with a smile, which on anybody would have been a telltale sign of joy, but on his face, somehow, did not instill me with much confidence. I see Volstagg is still brooding about his loss. Serves the brute right in my humble opinion. He said, and took one of the fruits laid on the tray before us and dissected it with what he would call godly decorum, before taking a bite. There's nothing humble about your opinion, Loki. Fondrel said, but Loki just scoffed at him. Well, unlike you brutes, I do value my time to perfecting perfection. Loki said before leaving. See you gentlemen later. Okay, maybe Loki was that bad, but he wasn't that bad. Regardless of his faults, he was still my brother, and as such I would always have his back. Support can be negotiated on. Drawl St. Cross POV. I've had a weird chill in the past few days. I think it was more of an apprehension than anything else. I've been trying on my own to track down Loki, but it seemed as if he just disappeared off the face of the earth once you lost sight of him. But with the assurance that he would be back and that I would confront him the next time he came around reassured me. I wasn't too worried about dealing with Loki because I knew he wasn't that strong, not even half as strong as Doom was. Thor was strong, but even then I was sure I could kick his blonde-haired blue-eyed godly ass back to Asgard. My apprehension was with Odin. Odin was portrayed as a pretty chilled old man most of the time, emphasis on most. He could be chill one moment and the next moment he would be the most annoying and scheming person you ever knew, and that wasn't even factoring the godly pride every god possessed. Hopefully I don't get to deal with the Asgardians gods all too much, which looking at the mess that was about to happen, was a poorly constructed fantasy. The only thing that appealed to me about Asgard were their runes and nothing else. Maybe also some books from their library. If they had one. But that wasn't only for Asgard but also the Olympians. But based on the folklore I knew about the two pantheons, I would rather go to Asgard. The Greeks were known to be prideful for a reason, and given how the godheads probably knew about me, I didn't want to get near Zeus and his paranoid ass. Sure, the dude had no equal when it came to the Skyfathers except for Odin, who was slightly stronger, but that didn't mean I was suddenly assured but the opposite. And also the fact that Asgard was the mostly portrayed pantheon in Marvel. I don't think Odin would have it out for me just all of a sudden, or the war-weary king would have been on my ass either by sending his sons or, God forbid, coming for me himself. This was just the smidgen of optimism in me talking. The realist in me was clear on the fact that the only reason a mortal could gain the attention of a god was either love, they had something to gain, or you triggered their paranoia, or outright got in their face. It definitely wasn't the first, so it either had to be one of the remaining three, or all of them. I wasn't delusional to the point of thinking that Odin just found me interesting out of the blue, yet, no. Whatever it is that the god of wisdom knew, I would very much prefer it if he kept it non-lethal. I had too much to lose if he deemed otherwise. But considering the current situation, I don't think he is out for me. I think. Regardless, first on my plate was Loki, then Thor. Oh please, of course Thor would be at Loki's heel if anyone ever did him wrong. That was just how strong a brother's bond was. It didn't matter who was wrong. You could give a slap of the wrist when you were alone with him, but outside? You're having his back no matter what. Except if he's a bad one. Like really that bad. Like homicidal bad. At that point, the bitch gotta go. The Ancient One POV. The storm was already brewing and he was at the center of it. He started it after all. It was surprising that he wasn't surprised about the effects of his actions. He might or might not know the scale of destruction that was to follow, but he nevertheless was fully aware that darkness and death would follow, but he was past the point of caring, or rather, it was because he cared. An acutely displeasing irony. Even I was taken aback on how he came to that decision and even managed to locate one of the stones. His knowledge of the stones were more than what most people who knew about the stones were aware of. So also was his knowledge about the gods and those who existed on different planes. Dral St. Cross was an enigma if I've ever seen one. I will admit that I was very skeptical of his decisions, even on the verge of putting my life on the line in an effort to slow him down to buy time for Strange to be able to put him down in the future. He was that strong. Though he might not be aware of it, or maybe he was but disregarded it, he was terrifyingly strong in his right. Not as destructive as some of the beings I've fought in my years, not as cunning or overwhelmingly powerful as them. He was terrifying, since the more he was alive, the stronger he got. Every passing moment was an addition to his strength. Every ray from the sun or illumination from the moon was all a tool for him to get stronger, and letting him learn magic just made it worse. Time was his best friend. The ability to adapt to every foe and evolve beyond them was something out of this world. I was very close to standing against his decision until I saw it. A few glimpses of what could be called normal Earth. A reality where everything fell in place. Where we triumphed over the hovering darkness. A reality where we never feared the monsters beneath us nor the gods above. A universe where the darkness was staved off and the earth regained a semblance of normality. It was the promise of the possibility of it that I gambled on. Haha. Looks like his bad habits are rubbing off on me. But no matter how much of a possibility it was, it would never come to pass if no one worked toward it. Thankfully Odin was quick to act, the reason I knew why. He had a lot to lose. But conversely, he had a lot to gain. It was why my first choice had been to convince him. A being like him should be able to see where all this was headed and find a way to weave through it. But Odin alone won't be enough. There was very little the Alfather of Asgard could do when it came to what would befall reality. He alone would not be much of a change. Looks like I'll have to make a bargain. It would be better if we could prevent them from interfering. But for that to happen, we would need someone or something that they were deathly afraid of and equally hated. And whether it was a boon or a misfortune, one very such being would be one of the first to step through the cracks on the veil of darkness. Another thing she was worried about was him. The judge, jury, and executioner. She knew Strange had done something unforgiving by tampering with the will of the universe and taking control of it using the Time Stone. With the Eye of Agamotto holding off the strain from affecting him, he had been able to get free rein and with it bent the law of causality and reality to his whims. Impressing himself on the domain of the endless. She could do nothing if it decided to judge him. Hopefully she was just been paranoid since Strange had put everything back as it should be, but what Strange had told her of Dormammu's words kept reverberating in her head. What was it about the new generation and causing problems for the old ones? And then there was Loki. To be honest, the moment she sensed his rather boisterous astral projection, she just ignored whatever it was that he wanted to do, as it was pretty clear his source of amusement was withdrawal and no one needed to tell her how that would go. Whatever it was that Loki was trying to do, she was sure the one-eyed bastard had factored it in whatever plan he had. It was one of the reasons why Odin was such a terrifying being to face. You never would know where his plan ended, nor where they started from. Leaving the old cog that was Odin, I guess I should get ready for what is to come. Even if my fate was slightly altered, my death is still a necessary constant for Strange to take the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. She never thought to cheat death any longer. Strange was here and was stronger than he should have been given the time frame, for this she was content. Strange being the next Sorcerer Supreme was in name only, and it was known to very few people since he could use the Time Stone. It was high time she made it official. Maybe she should take a page out of Drawl's book for some peace and quiet. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 138, Chapter 136. Hope y'all had a wonderful Christmas. Mine was kinda boring, a first for me. All I did was get high and eat, my first high Christmas experience. It was great. If any of you were wondering, definitely should try it out sometime. I don't know if I will be posting again this week, it's still debatable, but I just thought I should let you guys know beforehand. Seasonal greetings, and I wish you all a wonderful new year. Drawl Saint Cross POV. I'll kill that bastard. Rarg. Shut up, Bruce. Rarg. I ducked under the weighted punch and sent one to his stomach that made the green hulking figure before me staggering back a few steps before shouting in rage for the nth time since I met him. The day had started out like the majority countless others I've lived and woken up to, but immediately took a downhill route the moment I left the house. Now I wasn't the most superstitious guy out there, but I would admit that I expected something to go wrong the moment I stubbed my toe when leaving the house. But still, this wasn't what I expected. I had been prepared for whatever Loki had planned, but having to fight the Hulk, however, was not one of them. I had teleported to where the satellite had picked up Loki, but it appeared I was too hasty, as I had somehow fallen into the overdone plot he had cooked up. The raging beast of red. I expected you would come for me, was the first thing he said to me as I stepped through the portal. Though for what reason you might have come for me, is something I have no knowledge of. He said with arms stretched wide in a very Loki-like way. Nothing much. Just came here to see if we can come to a conclusion that makes you stay away from me and mine. HOH? And what makes you think I have a sinister plan of sorts against them? He said as he circled around me. Cut the games, Loki. You agree to stay away or not? We can even shake hands on it like the gentlemen we are. I was decked in my normal look with my red tie hanging a little loosely around my neck. An intriguing proposal, but I have a better one. Might as well get this show on the road since you are here. We couldn't start without our guest of honor, could we? He said, emphasizing on the guest part. Yes. Yes, you could. I muttered, already feeling something big heading my way. I sidestepped at the last moment, easily dodging the body slam that would have thrown me away, courtesy of the Hulk. You know, when I first came to Midgard, I heard stories about the disasters that had been wrought by this newly evolved race of humans, meta-humans as you call them. So I did a little homework, and imagined to my amusement when I came across your name. His figure fizzled out, but I could still hear his voice. So you came here looking for me? Gee, thanks. I think he got the sarcasm if his amused chuckle was anything to go by. You Midgardians have quite the baffling habit of keeping tabs on your beasts, while at the same time allowing them roam free. He continued. A little compulsion magic and I had all the information I needed. Plus extra. And can you tell me the reason why you are doing this? Loki was one of the most hardest character to understand, based on the fact that every word that ever left his mouth could be attributed to lies. It was in his nature. What indeed? But I'm afraid I can't have you knowing why this soon. I floated backwards to avoid the Hulk stomp, but the green monster wasn't having it and grabbed me and slammed against the floor. He was going for another slam, only for eldritch ropes to hold him back for a second before a blackened fist suckered into his face, sending him crashing against the tarred road and destroying it. Something had been bothering me ever since Loki's arrival. How did he come to Earth that often without no satellite picking up the beaming bridge? The way he disappeared left no magical trace of any kind, as if he is never there. I had pondered on it for a while before coming to a conclusion when I finally met him. Astral projection. For Loki to be able to project his astral form through realms, he must have a very powerful soul. That much was a given due to his god status. He wasn't an alien from an old civilization that came to Earth some millennia ago. He was a god. He had his own divinity, and due to his adoption by Odin, he was indoctrinated into the Norse pantheon, making his divinity valid. Even now, I couldn't sense him. I knew he was here, but where exactly I couldn't tell. The Hulk came running at me and rooted off an electric pole by the side and swung it at me. I created a spinning wheel with magic and sent it against the incoming pole, cutting it with ease only for it to be obstructed by the Hulk who ran through it, shouting bloody anger at me. Well, it was just a normal Hulk, which was the reason why I was still calm, unless I would have either yeeted him or myself the fuck out here if it were other versions of the green beast. Forgetting about Loki for the moment, I directed most of my attention to the Hulk who was looking at me with angry eyes. Yab. He's angry all right. How about we talk it out? Bruce. A dumb question, I know, but I sorta wanted him to listen to me. Though his reply was totally one I expected. Rarg. That. Who never once thought of going mano a mano against the Hulk? I didn't, but when life gives you lemons, I guess. I rushed at the aggroed Bruce. This time, instead of dodging his fist, I caught it dead in its track, surprising the Hulk for a second before it triggered him the more. Seeing as to how my size was a disadvantage to his monstrous physique, though the disadvantage was quite negligible, I bulked up in size. Even if I wasn't the same size as him, which I could grow to, I was not the size of an ant either. He lost it the moment I grew like he did and ran on all fours towards me with mad frenzy and tackled me to the ground. Knowing the pounding that would follow, I drove an elbow to his head and got out of his hold the moment he relapsed due to the stun and grabbed his head before driving my knee to it. I wonder what would happen if I were to defeat the Hulk in a fight. Unlike what most people think, the Hulk could not power up infinitely in one sitting. The energy required could not come from his anger alone. Evolution didn't work like that. Everything had a limit. There were different versions of the Hulk which could be attributed to the amplification and change or evolving of Bruce's negative emotions. Bruce had been the Hulk for less than 2 years. He was nowhere as strong as his decades-older counterpart from the comics who had grown stronger with every fight. The only people he's fought which was more of a nuisance than a fight was Ross Contingent. And if it weren't for Bruce's subconscious, then Ross would have been long dead. Unlike what most people might think, the Hulk's #1 priority was Bruce Banner. After all, the Hulk was simply the product of Bruce's trauma from his past that was overdosed on gamma steroids. In other words, the Hulk was strong, but I was stronger. A proof of that was me holding his arm and spinning him 360s before flinging him far away from the place we were fighting. The roads were already destroyed and an avalanche of rocks had blocked off any possible route of transport. Yes, I was stronger than the Hulk, but who knew for how much longer it would last? I could have just opened a portal and be done with it, but I had accumulated too much energy recently and I needed a recycling. I too needed to stretch my bones after all, and what better opponent than the Hulk? Loki Odinson POV. It has started. The prelude of my plan to ensure that Asgard came under my rule in the coming future. While Father still sits on the throne, it was till I was sure who the heir was, and while I might not hate Thor all that much, I still loathed him. Just a little bit. A little bit doesn't hurt after all. It was imperative of my grand conquest to reunite the 9 realms under me that I have control of the Odin force. Though I failed to see it, letting Thor have control of it was just letting Asgard fall. But regardless of who would be king, it is only wise that I secure the crown for myself early on while Thor still played the brute. And I just came up with the masterpiece plan. No one would complain if all it took were coincidences. I focused my sights back on 2 monsters fighting. One refused to shed his mortal skin while the other rejected his. One accepted and sought control while the other cowered in his hide. Well, no matter. All according to plan. They were strong. I watched as they exchanged literal earth-shattering blows and cracked part of the mountain they fought on. Mindless brutes. Apart from their strength, they fit according to my perception of them. I briefly wondered how Thor would fare against them. The brute might forsake the battle and drink with them, forgetting that they were his enemies. It was better to ease him into his role than just springing it under on him, because as much as most people might think, Thor was a pain in the ass to control. Throwing tantrums were his thing rather than mine. Having others work for your benefit was a more fitting way for a god such as I to live. I wondered why Thor refused to see it that way. Back to drawl. Fuck this shit already. This bastard was getting faster, like really fast and slippery like an eel. Oh, I was owning his ass, but he refused to stay down already. Like what the actual fuck? I know the hype around the Hulk, but goddamned if this shit isn't as whack as hell. I knew what I said about limit and all, but let's just say the Hulk's wasn't that clear. Just his famous Hulk clap uprooted a bunch of trees around the area and he started jumping higher and delivering punches that made it seem as if his arms were on steroids. To be honest, he was more irritating than dangerous at this point. Stay still, will ye? Rarg. Yes, I know. I said and slammed him to the ground before doing a much-aider double knee strike to his face, widening the crater further. His face had green blood on it, but the wounds were already healed as he drew my face down to meet his and head-butted me. No you don't. I said and slammed my head against his for a second time before letting him go. He got up and continued his relentless assault on me, but I was already expecting it and dodged under his flailing arms at the last moment and maneuvered to his back to grab him by the waist and followed with a suplex that completely destroyed whatever was still left of the bath vicinity. That seemed to have done some damage since he got back up slowly while looking at me with a very calm expression that was very terrifying since he was looking at me with the face of the Hulk. He spat green blood on the ground while still looking at me. Okay, it's not my fault you didn't listen, all right? So how about we shake on it? I said to him, to which he squinted his eyes as if looking for something before he surprised me by shrugging and even took the initiative to stretch forth his hand. See? We didn't need to. The next moment I felt the harsh impact of my sides on the ground before I was flung away. I should have seen that coming. We cool now? I only heard a grunt, but I took that as affirmation. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 139, Chapter 137. That had hurt. Hey, wanna come by my house for a couple of drinks? I don't know what it was that gave me such familiarity with the Hulk, but I didn't ponder on it but instead welcomed it. The Hulk looked at me and turned around for a while, seemingly trying to come to a decision before stomping on what remained of the ground, screaming at me, and started walking away. I guess it's a no then. A rain check. He grunted in what I think was affirmation before lifting himself off the ground and flying away. I could see him ascending and descending in the distance until he was too small off away to notice. Now then, why don't you come on out, Odinson? My eyes blazed red as I looked around, fully aware of his presence. That was quite the show to watch. He materialized out of thin air, but the energy around him confirmed what I had suspected. He was astral projecting. A very advanced form of astral projection than what I could do. What is it you want, Loki? If it's just a drink then I wouldn't mind having one with you. Would have to invite Bruce for it to be fair though. We sized each other up. I think you have poor taste in humor, mortal. Though I wouldn't find it all that surprising given the standards you adhere to. Right, the contempt was always real. What is it you want, Loki? The temperature around the area we were in increased, reflecting my seriousness. He chuckled at the display, not at all affected. Well, I would tell you, but a magician does not reveal his tricks until after it is performed, or so I've learned. He didn't take me serious, that much was clear. The blatant disregard was due to the fact that he was so sure I couldn't hurt him. And I don't think leaving me alone is an option. Not like he would give me another choice. He didn't have enough time before I projected myself at him and sent him careening through the astral plane. I'll ask again, Odinson. What do you want with me? He was still shocked that I could astral project, so he backed off. I see. You are quite advanced in the arts of magic. I must applaud you for that feat. However, I hate Loki. That statement might have seemed like an understatement when other characters said it, but it was when I faced him personally did I know how much he was undersold in the MCU and some comics. The astral plane we were in cracked in a pattern I was very familiar with. Why would he use the mirror dimension when he was astral projecting? I hate Loki. The entire dimension shone a green hue I was very familiar with, which made me realize that maybe, just maybe, Loki would be harder to deal with than Thor. He was very known for hiding his strength in the comics after all. I wonder. How would you fare against a god in magic? His voice reverberated. Now I was seriously wondering what angle was Loki playing. He was never one to put himself out there like this, so I couldn't help but wonder what it was that he was gunning for. But before all that, I was not as strong as I normally was in astral form, meaning the god of mischief and trickery just pulled me into a domain of illusions. Yet, maybe it wasn't such a smart idea to fight him using astral projection. While I was sure I could kick his illusory behind until Asgard's paramedics arrived in his physical form, fighting in a space where he had full control of was exciting. If this were the real world, then Loki would have been bending reality, but thankfully it was just a mirror dimension where he had most of the control. Keyword being most. The dimension coiled around me before transforming into a huge serpent that tried to gobble me up. Since the dimension could easily be influenced by our wills, everything around me caught on red flames that ate at everything it touched till it was reduced to its last atom. The serpent screeched as it caught on fire, only for the ground under me to break into parts. I looked around where I was as the entire dimension reconstructed itself, only for me to find myself in the palms of a gigantic Loki. That was the moment that whatever excitement I had in me bled out. An illusion. That was what this was, and the way the serpent had been quick to die out gave me the clue. The smirk on giant Loki's face was annoying. Almost the same that a megalomaniac would have when looking at their struggling victim. I didn't say anything anymore as it got annoying the more I thought about it, and just launched myself as the now smirk frozen face of Loki. I landed on his forehead, and before he could say anything, red lightning surged around me, which made him panic, but I was done with his bullshit. The lightning penetrated the head of the illusory Loki and made him scream in pain. I had been quite excited to see how it would have been to fight a magical being like Loki in his own domain, only to have him use paler tricks. I knew he was stronger than that, but his deceptive attitude would never allow him to show anyone his full might. The space crumbled, leaving only the fizzling visage of Loki's astral body trying to go back to Asgard, but I held it back and returned to my own body. I was about cast a seal on him when I felt a pull on his astral body that forced me to relinquish the control I had on it. All I saw a phantom figure of a hand holding Loki's astral body and dragging him to the clouds before completely disappearing. Ain't that just ominous? Too bad Yelena couldn't get a shot at him. Odin Borson, the Alfather POV. Why am I not even that surprised? Loki had found a way to hide his astral projection from the eyes of Heimdall. For all his faults, his genius couldn't be denied. But this time, he had bitten more than he could chew. When would he learn? Of course I knew what it was he wanted to do, but... Sigh. I could never let Loki rule Asgard. Partly because of his heritage and his ambitions. Loki drew to power like plants to sunlight. Father, what happened to Loki? I was afraid how Loki could control Thor without him even trying. His influence over Thor's actions were to the point that even with any machinations from him, Thor would still play a part in his plans. A true god of mischief he was. Nothing happened. His soul sustained a little damage from a fight. And... who dares? That. The sky of Asgard rumbled with Thor's rage. And yet people wonder why I look down by the day. Even Zeus commented on it. But, I can work with this. He fought someone on Midgard. Someone strong. Midgard? Why would Loki venture to Midgard? He hates that realm. Well, he hates most things, but still, Midgard. For a few seconds that made me proud of him, Thor thought. Father, permit me to go to Midgard and bring back justice for my brother. But it was short-lived. A wise king doesn't settle conflict with violence. It would be imperative for you to learn that, Thor. I advised him. A king might not, but a brother will. He spoke with the same resolve and charisma he was famous for. If you say so. You may take your friends with you. This might be a perfect chance to hide him from them, the both of them. Wait till Loki wakes up. Of course I will, father. He walked out of the room, heading for his brothers. Alfathers, give me strength. Loki Odinson POV. How dare he? He struck me, a god, down. Such impudence was something you would only expect from a mortal. My plan had been going smoothly, I had even factored in that he might be accomplished in magic, but that fire and lightning, what even was that? It had scarred my soul, though it was but a mere scratch that would heal soon, the fact still remained that he had scarred my soul. I would make sure he paid for that. Though, even with this setback, my plans still continued forward. I'm sure that by now, information of my injury would have gotten to the brute's ears and he would have stormed his way to Odin's throne room in righteous anger. And father, being the old and weary brute he was, would permit Thor to go to Midgard because even with all of the idiot's pride, I'm sure the old man sees a bit of himself in Thor. Now me going back to Midgard with Thor would make getting my revenge easier, but why end it there? Thor might be a brash youth of pride, but what he was going to fight was a beast of rage. From what he showed against the other green monster, Thor should be a match for him, and if he takes the others with him, they should be able to win this battle. But that too wouldn't be much of a climax to the sequel, now would it? So to liven things up, what if we made the red beast so angry that he loses all form of reason and, I don't know, fell Thor in battle, or reduce him to a state that his life hung by a single thread? What if then I cry to the Alfather, the mighty Odin, to save my brother's life and punish me accordingly to my folly? What if the damage to Thor was so severe that it affected his soul too? Both mind and body reduced to an inch from death. What then would the Alfather do? Like the hypocrite and biased fool he was, he would use his very essence to heal Thor, drawing near the time for his Odin sleep. But who was I to complain when Asgard's Alfather was unresponsive and that this Odin sleep was different from the rest because his old age prevented him from waking up early? I was but a loyal son who would then shoulder the weight of Asgard on my inexperienced shoulders. With the Alfather and the boisterous Thor gone, I would have no one else to rely on but myself and bring Asgard to greater heights that it would eclipse the other pantheons. Truly unfortunate what would befall this prince. Poor mother, leaving in a castle surrounded by a brutish husband, a brutish son and his peers and the stupid maids who would do anything to get under said son's raiment. Only being able to rely on her only graceful family left, her poor boy who was too young to rule. A great tale that would be told to the future generations. 'Tis a wonderful plan if I must say, but first on my list would be getting the beast sufficiently angry, and what type of prankster would I be if I didn't know my victims in and out? Oh, whatever would happen to poor, sweet, little Yelena and her sister? I hope no tragedy befall them that would make the beast spiral out of control. Truly, this life isn't fair. Gracing mortals with misfortune as they strive to live their petty lives, all for them to crumble under the unforgiving master known as reality. Oh, how I am looking forward to the tale that would play soon. But first of all, I am starving. I can't believe I'm saying something Thor would, but I require a banquet. All this planning must run on something, it's a universal law after all. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 140, Chapter 138. A/N, last post of the year guys. I missed a lot of time to post this month due to school, exams and the ongoing holidays. Everything will go back to normal by next week. See you guys next year? Drawl Saint Cross POV. After that unimpressive fight with Loki, if it even could be called that, seeing as I just one-shot the scheming god, I went back, figuring it was high time I looked for the soon-to-be mutant nation. All I knew about it was that it was swimming somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, which was 30% of the globe. Yeah, I had my work cut out for me. The other satellites will be launched in a few days, so hopefully that will quicken the search. I was still waiting for Asgard's revenge, but I guess we would have to wait and see as the day goes by. But seriously, what the hell does Loki want with me? I had in no way made any connection with the Asgardian gods, except maybe with the Berserker staff. I wasn't the only sorcerer who studied Norse runes, and I definitely didn't pray to any of them. So even if someone had discussed me in Odin's chambers, it should not be a reason for Loki to actually take the initiative to look for me, should it? So now I had to beware of Loki's return, because he would return. He was just as vengeful and petty as the next megalomaniac was. Yelena had sulked for a bit when I told her that I had made Loki go back to Asgard. I don't know why she was that adamant about shooting a god. Was it some sort of prestige or a new rave nowadays that I didn't know about? Whatever it was, it got her in a funk for a while before she came out of it. Well, I had to let her drive around in my car and let her have fun with it for the whole day before she got it out of her system. Apart from that, I went back to absorbing the cosmic energies of the Space Stone, and I was finally making some progress. I couldn't actually quantify my progress since I was basically absorbing the infinity of space. But suffice it to say, I was at least finally able to hold in an iota of the infinite space inside the Space Stone. Unless my rate of absorption increased, it would take me years before I am finally able to move ahead to the other stones. Hopefully the rate of absorption would increase the more I adapted to it, and for that to happen, I considered just taking the stone and trying to see what I could do with space under my control. Opening a portal was the basic thing the Tesseract could do. I would have to draw more power if I wanted to create a black hole or compress space to a point to create a singularity. Thankfully, the Tesseract acted as a medium that decreased the toll of using the Space Stone. But it also acted as a crutch. If I wanted to use the stone to its limitless potential, then I would have to shatter the Tesseract, but now was not that time. I needed the crutch the Tesseract gave. I don't think my body would be able to handle the strain of heavy use of the Space Stone. While I might be able to use portals pretty easily while holding the stone itself, trying to do so while collapsing space or creating a pocket dimension would just eat away at me. It was the reason why I did not quickly jump at the chance of owning an Infinity Stone or more. It would just sit there collecting dust until I was able to use them well, or would have to devise a gauntlet like the one Thanos used. But I don't see that happening, given that Odin would probably tell the dwarves not to and they would obey him. Thanos was only able to procure the gauntlet from the dwarves after Ragnarok happened. Which just goes to show that even the Mad Titan knew who not to cross. It was due to the reputation of the war-loving Alfathers that Asgard was feared across different universes and realities. Back to the stones, regarding space, I would have to understand what the concept of it encompasses to get a full understanding of the capabilities of the stone. Space was a very broad concept, and holding the crystallized essence of the space in an entire universe ought to do more than just opening portals and magnetic push and pull. The Infinity Stones together could propel the being capable of wielding them to a universal being. The caveat was being able to wield them and not just using them as pieces of jewelry on a bracelet and testing your finger muscles with a snap. The stones were so much more. Unlike Thanos, I had an extremely adaptable physique, and if not for the cosmic components of the stones being what created the universe in the first place, I would have adapted to it to a far milestone. While the Space Stone had its fair share of complexity, the reason I went for it first, other than its convenient location, was that I needed it in order to get the Power Stone, and sure, I could just go take it now. Highly plausible, but it wasn't like the stone was going anywhere, and even if it was, the stones acted as some sort of sonar to each other. The Power Stone was one of easier stones to absorb since its domain worked in tandem with others, a multiplication of sorts. I figured that after I was done with the Space Stone, it would be wiser to go for the Power Stone. Though I assume the Power Stone would be harder to use than the Space Stone, in the context that it destroys the body faster than any other of the stones out there. It was a very simple concept, but within it was something overbearing. It encased the concept of absolute might, though I doubt it was absolute. Or rather than absolute, it encompassed the concept of power in this universe. It was a very simple analogy, and it was because of that particular reason that made it a very important part of the stones. The reason why space was more harder to absorb was due to the broad concept of it. Same with time and reality. I held the Tesseract in my hands and focused on trying to stack the space between the rock in the middle of the desert and me by folds. The Tesseract shone blue while the space around me rippled like water. It rippled for a while before stabilizing, but this time it had some sort of glass-like ephemeral state around me. Trying to test the state it was in while grunting from the strain that was coursing through my body, I walked towards the rock and placed my hands on top of it, and the most astonishing thing happened. It felt as if the rock was being submerged in water as the space rippled and it started disappearing into the ripples. If someone were to look at me from afar, they would see a brown stain in front of me. If I were to draw the rock further to me, they would stop seeing since the distance between me and the rock was so far that it would not appear visible to the naked eye. As far as trials went, that was a success, but it wasn't a full one. Instinctively, I could feel that the space between me and the real world was not stable. If it were, the stone would not have been able to travel through it that easily. For more clearance, if a projectile, a very fast-moving one, was to be shot at me and I increased the distance like I just did to stop it, it would travel at its normal speed into the distance between us, and if I wasn't as fast, it would hit me without me being able to react. But if the space were to be stable, unlike right now, I would still exist in the material plane and any projectile shot at me would stop before getting to my skin. Not that the space between us was thick enough to stop it, but that the distance between us was so large that it would appear that it wasn't moving at all. That was what success would look like. But like I always say, all in due time. I could no longer handle the strain of the tesseract, which prompted me to cut my connection with it, which resulted in wiping out almost 10 kilometers of sand around me, which left more sand. All my innards shook as space refolded itself with me at its center, and I can safely say that if I were not holding the tesseract, then I would have been refolded with the space, which would have splattered my body parts around 10 kilometers. Props to adaptation. Because of it, I was able to take my experiments with the tesseract a few notches ahead after every use. I wonder what I should try next? Maybe I should try to perfect this first before moving on to something else. I went back to keep the tesseract back where it belonged. To be honest, the reason why I still left the tesseract back at S.H.I.E.L.ds storage was just because the government had decided that it was high time they put their best weapon to use. They wanted to use the tesseract to power some sort of sentinel super soldier. It wasn't a biological soldier but rather a technically advanced sentinel. Oh, how I was waiting for the day they finally finished building the thing around the concept that the tesseract would power it, only to have the damned thing and the robot disappear the moment they insert it inside their killer droid. That was hundreds of millions of American dollars gone down the drain with nothing to show for it, along with all their research stored inside any digital drive scrambled and gone. They never did stop trying to outsmart the meta-humans and trying to put them under them, so I was not in the least feeling any sort of guilt. Add that to the fact that I hated them, and the sum total would be me fucking with them at every chance I get, and the moment any one of them blows a top, bam. Dead. I think they don't understand that they were actually some people that were above their laws. Years, decades, and centuries of being in power would never allow them to believe something like that. So they would try until they were beaten down at every point, even when they resort to open violence only to be trampled on would they behave and leave me alone. This wasn't like last 2 years with Councilman Pucker when I was still a little bit apprehensive about running from the government. If one of them were to pull a shit like they did then, all I would need to do was flick a finger and they would be way too dead for it to even matter. Was I thinking like typical villains? I think not. My moral spectrum had always been broad, and while I would never go around terrorizing innocents, the same story would not be true if they ever decided to terrorize me or any action towards me with the intent of harm. I don't care if I was stronger than them, the moment they decided that my limited peace and quiet irked them and they needed to destroy it, I would be the first to break every one of their limbs before tossing them in a volcano. I was already stressed out as is with dealing with demons and dark dimensional beings. I don't need the pitifully weak government of Earth adding to my strainfully peaceful days. What happened to the days when all I did was jog around and mix some drinks? Hydra happened. Aeon, those were the good times. 141, Chapter 139. A/N, Happy New Year y'all. Another year, another milestone, and another year closer to death. I'm starting the year with a banger, so don't none of y'all say I didn't give you a New Year gift. I was out testing the space stone like I have been doing for the past months, and I could say that my progress was coming along swimmingly. I had tried to stabilize the space barrier that I had erected the day before, but I couldn't even hold it for more than 2 seconds after I did. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as the strain I felt yesterday. Whether it was because of the residual energy that was always in my system after each usage of the tesseract, I am capable of recovering faster from the toll it exerted on me. I took it as a sign of my steady progression. With that same train of thought, extended use of the tesseract was no longer as hard as it used to be. As long as I did not try to make a pebble out of space, it worked out fine, but I was not doing that again unless I was sure of my safety against black holes, or I am not in the area I fired that thing at. I was still in the middle of testing out when I sensed powerful energy signatures a kilometer away from my mansion from the runes and wards I had installed. They were in no way familiar with any of the people I've met, so with a frown on my face as to who the visitors might be, I warped the tesseract back to its storage before warping myself to the front of my uninvited guest. And lo and behold, I was met with the tallest person I've ever come face to face with. Long blonde hair atop a face that was oddly familiar to me. He wore some kind of form-fitting armor and had a thick red cape that hung from his shoulders. The others were a fat, red-headed/bearded man, not as tall as the blonde, an Asian-looking guy, and a French man, if his mustache was given credence. Lastly was the only female in the group, but my senses told me that she didn't lose to any of the men here. Oh, and someone that I was entirely familiar with, Loki. Thor, the Warrior 3 and Lady Sif. Plus Loki. I withheld a groan as Thor marched forward, over a head taller than me, with a raised brow, hammer already in hand, as if he owned the place. I will ask you this, human, are you the one who slighted my brother? He asked as he stood in front of me without any hint of caution or fear in his face. If you mean your brother, I assume you are talking about Loki. I could already see where this was going to go from a mile away. You assume well, but you still haven't answered my question. Being a gentleman was hard. You'll find that people hardly resort to talking a problem out, instead they opt for throwing names and fists. He attacked me first. And besides, I didn't do anything that would hurt him that much. All that happened was that he fell out of sync with his astral form. A tiny scratch, if you will. I looked him directly in the eye, knowing fully well that all this was useless. You lie. Your wretched attacks had hurt my brother badly and I seek recompense. Thor harumphed. I reiterate my former statement. Arrogant Thor was harder to deal with than trickster Loki. Listen man, I don't have any compensation to give someone who wanted to hurt me. Do you know who you are talking to? He asked me as he brought his face closer by an inch to my own. Thor and Loki Odinson. Along with the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif. Is that correct? I replied. Ha ha ha. So you do know of us. At the very least you are not ignorant, but I tire of all this. Answer me this Midgardian, are you going to comply or not? He sported a smile that promised pain while I looked at him with disinterest. I thought I made my choice very clear from the beginning. He looked at me for a second and nodded to himself before turning around. Very well. He hadn't taken more than a step before he flung his hammer at me, but what he hadn't expected was for his hand to be stopped, held by the arm of the man he wanted to strike. I've never fought a prince before, most definitely not a godly one. Don't disappoint now, Odinson. I didn't put much hope in the last part for obvious reasons, but Thor seemed incensed at my words. You will pay with your head for those words. He dropped his hammer and caught it with his free hand before hitting me square in my face with that thing, and boy does that hammer hurt. I drew his hand that was still in my grasp forward and drove the elbow of my other hand to his face, making him stagger backwards, but his hand was still in my hand, so I drew him forward and threw his over my shoulders to slam at the ground. The others were startled at the sudden escalation and drew out their weapons as two people, Steve and Bucky, came out of sparkling blue portals in front of them. They didn't inquire about anything and rushed at the four people, leaving Loki alone for me to keep an eye on, which would be a problem. Thor got up and twirled his hammer at impressive speeds, which caused the sky above us to rumble as lightning crackled. He grinned at me and brought his hammer down, causing lightning to rain down on me. Unfortunately for the god of thunder, his smile was wiped away as he saw lightning crackling around the man who looked for the most part unhurt. That stung a little. Thor Odinson, god of thunder POV. That stung a little. I stood, rooted to a spot, in astonishment as the mortal man who Loki had claimed injured him, nourished himself with my lightning. What made me reel back in shock was the way the lightning around his form turned red as with his eyes. I could feel my body trembling, with excitement. Finally a worthy foe. One that would be added to the list of enemies felled by the mighty Thor. Come! I shouted at him as thunder roared, showcasing my excitement. Well, whatever. He moved, faster than I could, but not that fast that I couldn't react. I swung my hammer at him, a hit surely given the speed he came at me with, but... Clang! An axe appeared out of nowhere in his hands, which he used to block my hammer. Thine weapon shall crumble before my Mjolnir. With the fury of a god, I brought my hammer on his weapon with all the force I could muster, hoping to break or crack his prided axe, but all that I received was a boom of the air splitting as his axe stood strong. How did the Midgardians forge such a strong weapon? I halted such thought as I saw him spin his axe before slashing at me with it. I brought Mjolnir to block it, but this time, I found myself losing in the contest of strength as I sailed through the air before crashing into the hard floor. You are strong, but at the same time pretty weak for a god. Why so? The man asked, axe against his shoulders as he stared at me with an unbothered expression. Weak? Did he just call me, Thor, Odinson, future king of Asgard, a god, weak? Did you just call me weak? Mayhaps I misheard. Yes. That's what I said. I looked at his blazing eyes and could see deep within them contempt. Not just for me, but for my friends also. I see. Calm words left my mouth, but I had never raged like this before. I stretched my hands and Mjolnir found itself resting comfortably on my palms. I could also feel its rage. He called us weak, partner. He called us weak. I held my hammer up to the sky and drew upon the lightning at my beck and call, and as if to mock me, the foul lightning around his form intensified. All it did was stoke upon the simmering rage that brewed within me, with which I would bring down mine hammer. I slammed down my hammer and the sky was split asunder, worthy of the call of a god. Lightning danced and danced, joining together under my command, and came down to strike the man who insulted me and my friends. I saw him erecting magic barriers as the lightning came down, but unfortunately it was too late. There was no escaping this one. Smoke filled my surroundings but a wave of my hammer blew it away, letting me see the visage of the burnt to cinders man. You were a worthy foe, but you were ill-fated to come across me. Will you tone it down? There in front of me was the man with smoke coming out of his body while his lightning still danced around his form, his hand outstretched with the glow of the barrier he erected. But the barrier wasn't protecting him, but rather his comrades who were fighting against my friends. I'll give it to you, Thor. That last strike did hurt. He said, but I had the feeling that he was lying, seeing as how he was fine after taking the full brunt of my lightning strike and at the same time protecting his friends and mine. But, that was reckless of you. My instinct screamed at me to dodge, but before I could heed, his axe had impacted Mjolnir, which I had brought upwards for a quick block, sending me deep into the ground. You just destroyed my lawn with your spark show. I heard his voice above me as a hand grabbed my head and flung me away from the crater I was buried in. I tried to use the force he threw me with to fly away, but something caught my legs. A rope made of magic. I was disoriented because of the way the rope jerked me back, so I didn't see when he approached me that close and summoned a staff out of a blue portal and slammed my head with it. Enough. I refused to be a punching bag, for a mortal no less. Instead of being on the back foot, a shameful scene for one such as I, an Asgardian prince, I rushed at him and threw my hammer. He dodged the flying hammer and rushed at me, probably thinking I was weaponless, but Mjolnir turned around midair and flew back to me, aiming at his back. I had almost let a grin plaster on my mouth when he slid and Mjolnir sailed above his head. If that was all he did, then I wouldn't have been that surprised, but he caught on to Mjolnir and let it drag him to me. Usually everyone who I fought would do their best to avoid my hammer, but he hitched a ride with it. My brain blanked at that moment, only for it to be jolted when staff met my head and caused blood to drip from my lips. This is it. This is it. More. Fight me more, mortal man. This was a fight. Yes. Finally, a battle I can enjoy. One where the threat of losing would propel me to new heights as I awakened more power to defeat the unsurmountable foe before me. I think I broke him. I heard his voice ringing in my ears. Don't be conceited in your thinking that you could break me. I don't know if I said those words aloud because he looked at me warily. Yes. Fear me. You might have broken a bone, and maybe a tooth, but you haven't broken me. Alfathers. Give me strength. The sky rumbled in answer to me. Okay, now that's just cheating. He said. I was displeased at his utterance. How dare he? You think I would cheat in a fair fight? How lowly do you think of me, Midgardian? Oh. Oh. Sorry, I did not mean that. I see. 'Twas a mistake on his part. What is your name, Midgardian? Drawl. Drawl Saint Cross. Very well then, son of Saint Cross. Our battle will be legendary. Oh boy, here we go again. Ha 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 ha. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. 142, Chapter 140. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenus. Bucky Barnes POV. Someone has to tell Drawl to chill out sometimes. What was up with him attracting every bad guy in the vicinity left and right? I mean, how bad would one's luck need to be to attract the ire of a god? His luck should be down in the pits of hell, whichever version of it exists. Steve and I had just finished our workout when the security of our house picked up some people who were dressed rather funny, making their way towards us. Steve had wanted to call Drawl, but he had appeared before them the next moment and started talking to the guy with the bright red cape and a hammer in his hands. Seeing Loki beside them clued me in on who the blonde might be. Thor. A real mythical god of thunder from the Norse pantheon. Who were the others though? Guys, I might need you to get ready. His voice echoed in our head. Those manuals he gave us to practice chi helped a lot. That Drawl said that with further mastery, we might be able to talk with each other with only our minds. I get the Thor guy, but who are the rest? I asked. Oh, that's Sif and the Warriors 3. Are you guys ready? Steve's shield flew from somewhere around the house and landed in his hands. Ready. A blue portal opened in front of us and we walked through to come face to face with Warriors of Legends. Let's see if the legends live up to the tales, shall we? You know of us? The biggest one with the flaming beard asked. Heard of, to be more precise. So who's tag teaming with who? I asked, which surprised them. Surely you don't think of fighting two of us at the same time, do you? The Asian-looking guy asked. It's more efficient that way. The skin of my arm went back to its black color as the knuckles protruded outwards a little. Very well then. Flamebeard said and drew out his axe while the Asian held a spiked mace. Leaving the other guy and the one named Sif to fight Steve. Steve, don't you dare pull your punches. Sometimes he could be that way, which was very annoying. Don't worry. Wasn't thinking of it. he said and strapped his shield tighter to his hands. Ha! Flamebeard shouted and brought down his axe at me, which I met with my metal arm while I withdrew a blade from it and used the other hand to parry the mace that was swung my way. Not yet. My arm shone purple, but I held it in and continued fighting them both. They were skilled, that much was very clear from the beginning, and the synchrony they had with each other reminded me that these guys have been fighting alongside each other for centuries, which made the fight that much harder. Not really. Whatever I lacked in their century-old experience, I made up for in overwhelming strength. If a comparison were to be made, then I would literally fold the super soldier me combined with Steve in half. I ducked under the axe swipe from Flamebeard and delivered an uppercut with a kinetic energy-filled arm which made him soar through the air like a golf ball. I was about to tank the other guy when a barrier, one of Drawl's, covered all of us. A second later and a huge bolt of lightning impacted where Drawl was and exploded forth and crashed against the barrier. Well, fuck me. I muttered. Looks like Thor is angry. You guys really are strong. Wonder whatever it was that Loki did. But that doesn't matter now. Now we fight. He brought down his mace, but I dodged it and sent a blow to his head, which he dodged by moving his head sideways at the last second. He made a leg sweep which brought me down to the ground, but before he could gain any footing, I punched the ground and made it erupt where he was, which sent him copying the same acrobatic moves as Flamebeard. Flamebeard was already up on unsteady feet and held his axe in front of him with disheveled hair. My goodness, you punch really hard, he said, but there was a smile on his face. Fucking Vikings. Drawl would have loved to fight this guy, if he was as stupidly strong as Drawl was. He rushed at me, axe swinging, while I parried with my short sword or my metal arm. He seemed to realize that my metal arm hits harder than my normal one, but in my humble opinion, if it were not for the vibranium it was made with and its ultra density, my arm would hit harder than it could. But whatever, I guess. Steve. Steve backed me at my call before breaking off and showing me the front of his shield. Already knowing why I called him, he positioned it so that it was facing the Asgardians and invited me to go ahead. Without missing a beat, I punched the shield with my fully charged arm and watched as the resulting force hit the Asgardians and threw them off. Alfathers. Give me strength. Drawl Saint Cross POV. I don't know what it was that Thor did, but I could feel that he got a little stronger than he was before, not that it mattered. Though I wondered what it was he did, was it based on belief or did the Alfathers really strengthen him? Well, whatever it was that prayer meant did not in fact change the outcome of this battle. I looked at my lawn and seeing as Thor was charging up, the next fight might make my house casualty. Reaching that conclusion, I opened a portal and let it swallow everyone here, including Loki, who thought he could sneak inside my house while leaving an illusion outside to watch the fight. This is better. This way you won't wreck my house, I said. Thor channeled his power through his hammer and raised it to the sky, which just made me roll my eyes. Die. The entire sky blackened as lightning strikes came alive and descended on Thor, who then pointed his hammer at me, and I knew that was the moment to brace for impact. The lightning blasted my form and carried me as I slid on the ground even as the sand changed to glass and melted. The attack continued for a while, but all I felt was that I was recharged to peak state. Although it did hurt as the billions of electrons entered my body while I absorbed the ones I could. Impossible. Thor muttered and looked at me with disbelief. Right, the reaction of every arrogant prick. Not just Thor, but even his friends were shocked at what happened. Lightning shot forth from my hands and bound Thor before dragging him towards me. I slammed him out of his shocked state into the ground, hard, making him cough blood. So much for a god. He was strong, sure, but not enough that he could threaten me. None of them could, which made it even more pitiful as they realized that. Thor tried to say something, but I choked him even further, causing him to gurgle in his own blood. It made me cringe as to why I had to deal with the arrogant Thor of all people, and here I thought dealing with Loki was more troublesome than anything. Well, I wasn't done with his beating. If Odin allowed them to come here and find trouble with me, or Loki tricked them into coming, it was up to me to teach them a lesson that they would know, so that they would think hard and long before trying to come before me again. I couldn't kill them for obvious reasons. Odin would just smite me, and my only hope of escaping was the Space Stone. But even that would prove useless, as he had his eyes and that of Heimdall and the Bifrost. In layman's term, I was fucked if I killed any of them, but no one said I couldn't beat the shit out of them. And by them. W-wah. Loki found himself before me, and before he could react, I choked him as I did Thor and raised both of them up and slammed them on the ground. You didn't think I would forget about you, did you, Loki? He wanted to say something but ended up screaming as lightning coursed through his body. Stop! Thor screamed, but I didn't relent. His hammer flew to his hand and he used it to summon lightning, but all it did was drown Loki into a quagmire of pain, so he stopped. I let go of both of their necks and they immediately staggered to their feet, Thor shielding Loki while his eyes scanned his comrades who were fighting Steve and Bucky. Don't worry about them. You should worry about yourself first. I called for his attention and immediately his eyes snapped back to me. Are you okay, brother? He asked the weary Loki behind him. I've lived better days. Loki replied as two daggers manifested in his hands. When we get through this, brother, you and I will have a long talk. Thor said, to which Loki nodded. They both communicated with their eyes and commenced their attack. Loki threw his daggers at me while Thor rushed behind. I tried to catch the daggers, but as soon as my hands touched them, they disappeared, only for me to see two daggers lodged a few centimeters into my chest. Thor tried to attack me, seeing as my focus was on the daggers, but what he didn't know was that I did not need to see him to react to him. If I wanted to, I could paint a 10 km 360 degrees visual inside my head with ease. I could stretch it further, but there was no need for me to. I used the staff to stop Thor's attack, only for two Loki to appear behind trying to stab me, while the one behind Thor threw another dagger with accurate precision at my head. Two red spears appeared from the ground and skewered the Lokis behind me, while I just tilted my head to avoid the knife coming at my head, all the while keeping my eyes on Thor. He switched the hands with which he held his hammer to the other one, which gave him freedom to send a kick to my stomach, only for said stomach to turn crystalline. I headbutted him, but he was quick on his thinking and wanted to use the chance to escape, only for me to yank him back with his cape. They never learn. No. I spun Thor above my head before slamming him back on the ground. Capes. Loki seemed like the intelligent one of the two as his cape dissolved into lights and disappeared. He sent me a weak smile as he saw me nodding in satisfaction. Not this time, Loki. Beams shot forth from my hands and hit the Loki in front of me, making him fizzle out, but I didn't say anything and just turned around in a circle, causing the real hidden Loki to be hit. Heim. D-doll. I heard the choking sound of Thor behind me trying to call for a bailout, but I wasn't having it, so I kicked him, making him fly away with a grunt. Heimdall. Great, and now it's Loki. Eldritch Vines grabbed Loki and drew him towards me despite him shaking his head, but that did nothing as I charged into him while he was in motion. Heimdall. And it's the Warriors 3 and Sif. Any time now would be greatly appreciated, Heimdall. The one that was probably Fandral shouted with urgency. I saw the clouds spinning, cueing me that my time against the two spoiled princes was up. I teleport Bucky and Steve away from where their opponents were, and the three of us watched as the Bifrost carried back the beaten Asgardians back to their home. You owe me one. I muttered under my breath, and it might just have been my imagination, but I heard what sounded like a snort before the sky cleared. 143, Chapter 141. Bifrost Dome, Asgard. In a flash of light, Thor, Loki, and their entourage appeared, sprawled on the ground, beaten and battered after their journey to Midgard. The once boisterous god of thunder kept taking deep intakes of air and brought his hands to his bloody face. He had lost, and badly at that. The enemy was stronger than he imagined a Midgardian would ever be, that he could match him. The wounds on his body were numerous, and despite already healing, he could still feel phantom pains. They had been toyed with. The enemy didn't even try to kill them, but managed to crack his unshakable will. This was no immortal enemy or an ancient, no. These were men from Earth. He looked at Hagun and the others, and he could tell that they too received beatings if their bruises were anything to go about. Thanks for the wonderful timing as always, Heimdall. Loki was the first to snap out of it and called out to the stoic-looking man in golden armor from his head to his toes. I am simply doing my duty, my prince. He neither accepted or declined the compliment. And a marvelous job done, as always, deserves some thanks. Heimdall only bowed his head and said nothing, which made Loki finally relent. I think I speak for everyone here when I say that father should by no means find out the result of what happened here. Loki said, keeping his eyes on Heimdall. I will speak no words of it, my prince. The man spoke. The rest of them pulled themselves off the floor and supported one another as they left the Bifrost. Are we going back? Sif asked as they crossed the bridge. Definitely. And this time, we will win. Even the words felt painful as they left Thor's mouth. You know that they did not try to kill us, right? Only made sure we were beaten. If we were to press it forward, they might kill us. Are you afraid, Fandral? Disappointing. Sif sneered in disgust of her fellow warrior. On the contrary, I have a few strikes to deliver to that man who broke my nose. I'm just making sure we know who it is we are fighting. Fandral defended his pride while thinking about that distasteful man with the metal arm who struck him one too many times on his face. It wasn't his fault that he was that good looking, was it? I think you are just making excuses. Sif wasn't buying it. Why do you always find a problem with everything I say, woman? Can't a man say his woes in peace no longer? Because I loathe you. Sif was unapologetic with her rebuttal. Thor, why are you so quiet? And you, Loki, why do you look like a smile is trying to force its way into your mouth? Whatever do you mean? Although he said that with a smile, what he was feeling inside was entirely something else. He wished nothing more than to tear that pretentious man's limbs from his body while he watched as everything he ever held dear was burned to cinders. Yet, whatever it is, do keep in mind to leave us out of it. Loki snorted at that. As if they had a choice to choose otherwise if he wanted them to play pawns. Thor. What? Oh, nothing. Meet me in the sparring area, friends. I have to tend to something right now. Without waiting for them to say anything, Thor spun his hammer and flew away. Something is definitely wrong with him. Volstagg said. Yet. Of course something is wrong with him. He just got his royal ass kicked, all of us did, and he had to ask Heimdall to bail him out. He's probably feeling like crap right now. Fondrel replied sarcastically. Now that you say that, they were quite the warriors to be able to defeat 6 of us with being half the size and numbers. The silent Hagon made a comment that drew all their attention. By Odin, this just got more depressing. I need a drink. Volstagg grunted and dragged himself off the bridge and into a flying boat. The warriors 3 and Sif sat on the boat and thought about their most recent loss as a team in the hands of 3 men, from Midgard no less. While Loki carried on with no one knowing what was going on through his head. Drawl St. Cross POV. Why? Yelena wailed after she finished listening to what happened while she and Nat were away from the house. Why did it have to happen when I was conveniently not at home? If anyone asked me, I would say she had an almost damaging obsession with wanting to shoot Loki. I had repaired the ground and lawn that was destroyed with a little transfiguration while I made a path where the lawn used to be. You think they would be back? Nat asked, still on the fence about us beating the shit out of the godlings and their entourage. It's a probable possibility, most likely. I really wish I could just kill them and be done with it, but I really am not strong enough to deal with Odin's wrath. It was the issue I was thinking of when I thought about how my hands were tied when it came to the Asgardians. If it were up to me, I would have cleaved off Loki's neck the first chance I got and then take all of Thor's limbs and eyes before sending him back to Asgard, regardless of how I liked the 2 brothers. Right. So apart from Odin's wrath, we have nothing to fear from Asgard as long as we don't kill their princes. Nat asked, and it was only when I nodded that she released a sigh of relief. So in comparison to you, how strong was Thor? Tricky question given as I don't know how strong I currently was. I did beat the Hulk, but none of us went all out, which I still would have won if we did. There was no evolution for him this early on. From what I experienced, this Thor was stronger than the one in the early stages of the MCU, not the one in the Infinity Saga though. He was strong. Maybe he could contend with Bucky and Steve in terms of strength, maybe. So I far outclass him in that, speed too. To be honest, the only thing notable about him is his hammer and lightning. That thing really hurts, and the fact that he can easily summon hundreds of billions of volts makes him a hard opponent if he wasn't fighting me. To be honest, it was depressing how weak they were, Thor and Loki I mean. The first has nothing really going for him except his identity as the god of thunder and wielder of Mjolnir, the second is the god of mischief. He is so well versed in his divinity that he even deceived himself to the point that he's not even strong. I don't even know which of them is worse. Odin owes me and I don't care what his one-eyed ass says. Well, his lightning would have little to no effect on you, so that leaves him with just his physical strength, which... Now I feel pity for him. Yelena said. Though I knew this would not stay this way for long. Thor was strong, pretty strong even when taking the heavy hitters of the Marvelverse into consideration. But that would be years from now. So how would Bucky fare against Thor? The man seemed mildly irritated at the question. Now that's a valid one. Bucky should be more than enough when contesting against Thor in pure physical strength. But he would surely lose against him. He has no way to guard against Thor's lightning. Same with Steve. They'll just get fried before they can put up any meaningful fight. It was true. As they were, they had no chance of beating Thor. Well, that was helpful. Steve muttered to himself. There was nothing for me to gain from this battle other than a few billion volts of pure electricity. Maybe it was time that I tried harnessing more of my energy. Sure, I could harness a lot of it at once, but that was when I was firing off destructive blasts. The amount of energy I was drawing when using abilities like telekinesis and electromagnetic kinesis and even telepathy were insignificant in comparison. If I were to make an analogy, it would be as if each of my abilities had specific pipes that connected to my reserves of energy, and the ones to these abilities were the smallest, so they could draw smaller amounts of energy at the same moment in time compared to my abilities like pyrokinesis. Unlike Thor and his brother, I was not a one-trick pony. All Thor could do despite being a 1,000-year-old demigod was shooting lightning and swinging his hammer. Without those two, he would be a slightly stronger Asgardian. The saying that peaceful times breeds weak men was definitely true. There were multitudes of ways he could use lightning to strengthen himself like he did in Ragnarok. Speed was easily the easiest one to achieve. His body could conduct electricity arguably more than mine, so he should have no trouble using them to boost whatever godly cells he had to ridiculous degrees. To be honest, he didn't need the hammer to fly, as he was also the god of storms. His divinity granted him vast control over the sky. Odin was right when he called him the god of hammer, because take that away and even the current Bucky would hoop his ass. Loki on the other hand was just disappointing. Let's be serious here. This guy had reality warping powers. That was what this guy's domain was when it was taken to a high enough point. And he was a god. Whatever the MCU made the Asgardians look like didn't matter, they were gods. They ruled over domains rather than the semi-aliens they were made to be in the movies. Loki was more brain than Thor, but even then he paled in comparison to Thor in their strengths. He was too absorbed in his illusions to the point that it was the only thing he could do. This guy had one of the strongest sorcerers in the 9 realms as a mother, and the only thing he excelled at, or loved doing, was illusions. Was Odin that much of a terrible father, or was Asgard that peaceful that even after centuries they were still weak? They had no reason whatsoever to be as weak as they were after all the time they lived. What the fuck were they doing all the time? If anything, they were supposed to know of the threats that Asgard could face in the future and use that as a driving force to become strong. Or maybe it was just the way their characters were made. Who knew? Anyway, forgetting about the Asgardian princes until the next time they came to my doorstep, I focused on what abilities I should first experiment with. I was through with my Space Stone experiment for the day, so I could spend the rest of my time focusing on myself. Maybe I should work on Magneto's ability. That thing was very Hax-like and would work well in conjunction with the Space Stone. With my new assignment received, I left the others at home and opened a portal to where was becoming my private training ground, a desert in the middle of nowhere. I could pretty much control and shape metals to my liking, so there was no need for me to work on that, and if I wanted to work on that, a desert would be the last place I would go to. What I wanted to do was learn how to manipulate the magnetic polarities of the Earth. And what better place to learn that than a fucking desert? Right now, what I sought more was control that came with power-ups. And I believe trying it in the middle of nowhere, considering I still had tiny bits of spatial energy in my system, was the best idea. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 144, Chapter 142. Electromagnetic manipulation was a very broad power, ability-wise. The little mastery I had in it already gave me nice multipliers to my constantly improving arsenal. The things I could do with the ability ranged from removing the magnetic or destabilizing the poles of metals, generating electricity by vibrating the M fields, generating force fields, and it also came with a significant boost to my telepathic abilities which correspond well with the ability to sense bioelectricity. Now that I think about it, Ororo had virtually the same powers as Magneto, but it was their approach that differed. While Magneto came from the direction of controlling metals, Ororo started with the electricity part of it. That being that, I was trying to see if I could control the Earth around me since geomancy was linked to electromagnetic manipulation. Magneto did it a lot of times during our fight. Magneto must have been a natural of meta-human powers, or it came within how to do it. Sticker note: because whatever it was that I was doing definitely was not working. I sent out a magnetic pulse, basically a lightweight EMP, towards the Earth and around me and tried to hook it to the reverberations that were sent back, but it felt as if I was trying to catch fog. It just escapes my grasp. Maybe I was looking at it the wrong way. Maybe instead of jumping straight to control the Earth's polarity, I should first maybe, I don't know, learn how to manipulate gravity first, or maybe something like electrokinesis, which was something I had already learned. Times like these made me remember how hard it was to control simple elements like fire and ice when I first started. Right now, I could make ice constructs that were stronger than most metals, and I could create magma if I wanted to. I could even increase the heat around specific persons or drop the temperatures of their body. I would try to practice my abilities in that vein. Sure, I knew all there was to know about electromagnetism, but trying to use that knowledge and applying it were two absolutely different things. That didn't mean it would take me as long as it did when I was learning my dual element, it wouldn't even take me half the time. So foregoing trying to learn how to control the Earth's polarities, I tried increasing the gravity around me. I was able to do this with the Space Stone without much stress, so it could be said that I had a bit of familiarity in manipulating gravity. I controlled the magnetic waves around me and used it to weigh down on the polarity of the Earth's influence on the space around me. It was pretty weak compared to what Magneto had done, but I was just getting started. I kept at it even as the gravity 10 meters around me fluctuated, rising and falling. The distance increased ever so slightly as it expanded to 50 meters of a 4x Earth gravity. The problem, however, was that I couldn't do it in an instant. It took roughly 6 seconds to get it to 4x gravity. It took some getting used to, but I was able to get the time down to 2 seconds and increase the radius to 200 meters. All it would take was some getting used to, and I would be able to stretch it to over a kilometer. Manipulating gravity was a bit tricky given that I need to use more of my psychic strength than outright energy from my body. Guess I might need the Power Stone sooner than I thought. The Power Stone was basically a multiplier of sorts. It worked, in basics, to increase the power of anything you could do. Conversely, it was also the stone that had the greatest toll on the body. Power comes with a price after all. The Power Stone was just a convenient stone to have. I could just use the ridiculous amount of energy in my body to boost whatever ability I was using, which also covers my telepathic ones, and it wouldn't make a difference, but having the Power Stone was different. I could bypass the limits of energy I could direct and just increase the potency of my abilities to whatever limit of the Power Stone I could reach. I continued experimenting with what I could do, which included large-range EMP, manipulating gravity. I could already fly seamlessly with M-energy, which was actually something I learned to do way back. Right now, I have different modes of flying, such as using flames, using magnetic energy to propel myself forward, or use a magnetic barrier and propel that forward. I could also make M-constructs, which was admittedly something I didn't know I could do. It was as if I was forming a Green Lantern construct, but it was as if it was intangible, a state I could change if I wanted, and I could also change the property of it whenever I wanted. I wonder how the space stone would work with my electromagnetism. I could use it to increase the gravity of my surroundings, which meant that I could use it in tandem with my abilities. Same goes for some of the other stones. Next thing I wanted to learn was teleportation rather than opening a portal. The idea of moving from one point in space-time to another in an instant was the ideal method of traveling rather than opening a portal. I had a rather extensive knowledge when it came to the mysteries and theories about space due to my time learning magic. The space stone ought to be able to do something like that, though I could guess why everyone would like to use a portal, as it added to the badass factor. Not like I needed one. Anyway, my arsenal was steadily improving to the point that I wouldn't even be able to use all of them in a battle, but I wasn't one to say no to more power. It actually made the number of ways I could take care of an enemy that numerous. Take Thor for example. If I had used my abilities, then Thor would have been heavily scarred by the time he was beamed back to Asgard, and Loki would have had a foot in the grave at the same time. Ororo Monroe POV. Ororo had been in a very good mood for the past few weeks, which was something the other two women took note of, but none of them made a comment on it. They all had their good and bad days after all. So Ororo, are we clear on his support? It is imperative that we know how willing he is to help our cause in regards to planning forwards. Emma asked. I would say it's a guaranteed one. Ororo said. Very well then. Now on to more pressing issues. We need to find a way to house them. We also need to find a way to chaperone them, as we can't leave them unattended to. There might be volunteers, but we can't count on that. She laid down what should be their primary target moving forward. I have some people who might be willing to help from those who deserted the Brotherhood. There are a scant few that I can trust. Raven gave her 2 cents. What about you, Ororo? None of Xavier's philanthropic students feeling up to the task. She asked with a blatant teasing tone to her voice. I haven't told them yet, I will eventually, but not now. I will ask them if they are willing to help when the time comes. Came Ororo's reply. In other words, you are taking precaution against Charles knowing what you are doing this early on. Raven interpreted, to which Ororo remained silent. That aside, another problem we would face is relocating the metas when we have somewhere to keep them safe. Our movement is bound to be found out, since word would eventually get around. I might be able to erase their memories, but I can't do that for every single person and their neighbors we encounter. And from what my sources had found out, the international warfare is now shifting. Different agencies around the world, Russia, China, Germany, England, South Africa, Congo, Korea, etc. Even our very own, are now stealthily recruiting metahuman for special forces, turning them into armies. There was a case I was recently made known to about how 2 children of 2 mutant couples were abducted by some shadow organizations while the parents were killed. Emma Frost was angry as she recounted the horrific things in length that people would go to for power, especially what was being done to metahumans. Though she wasn't any different, she had her own bottom line, something to keep her grounded and make sure she knew when to step back. Not to mention organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D taking notice of our movements. To be honest, we have quite the work cut out for us, and we can't afford to make any mistake this close to the start. We will have to move very slowly, and it might even take years before we make any tangible difference, but we all know that, so I won't get into it. Evading authorities might prove to be a problem since they currently have their sights on metahumans. I do have a way to evade them, so there's that. We'll have to find metas with a particular set of skills if we are to continue moving efficiently. Right now what we need is information and how to access it, rather than blunt power. Raven shared her thoughts. I know someone who can create illusions and also read minds, also with someone who can see through walls and any construct. They might not be strong individually, but they'll provide very crucial help. They continued their meeting for a while before Ororo left them and went back to the mansion. On getting there, the first person she met was Logan, who was working on his car. Chuck's been asking about you for a while now. The man said while under the bonnet, already knowing who it was from the scent. You might want to give him a long-lasting excuse if you don't want him to keep asking about you. Thanks for the opinion, she said and made to turn before Logan called back to her. So, about that Drawl guy, you guys going out of something? He pushed himself out of the car and faced her this time. I don't see how that's your concern, Logan. She rolled her eyes at him. Just asking, nothing else. He raised his arms up in a show of peace. You need it. Being cooped up inside the house all day ain't no way to live, he said before he focused back on his car as Ororo made to ponder on his words. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all, was it? Apart from a few key differences, nothing had changed. She walked through the halls, greeting her students by the way as she made her way to her office, thinking about how she could help with what they discussed today. Right now her help was very limited due to the fact that she was a lone party. She hadn't brought this up with Charles because she knew exactly how that particular conversation would end. She also didn't want to involve her other teammates and students, at least not at this point. It was something the three of them agreed on that for the time being, only they would be privy to what it is they were doing while anybody that was brought in to help would not be given the true reason for whatever it was that they were brought in, and she intended to keep it that way. She knew how they would react and try to snoop around if she told them, so they too were on the blacklist. She resisted the urge to sigh as she knew that it would be even harder going forward. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 145, Chapter 143. Thor Odinson POV. He had been beaten in fair combat, and by a human no less. It was something he had ever thought was possible. He had asked Loki why he had focused on Midgard and Loki had told him that it had been on a noble mission to retrieve a lost Asgardian weapon. He didn't know if he could believe what Loki said but that in no way took away from the fact that he had lost. He had scored no more than 3 hits throughout the entire fight. What a shame to his name, the prideful prince of Asgard. He had been depressed due to the knowledge that the enemy knew who he was and it was for that sole reason that he was spared. The same grace was extended to his friends. It was a crushing defeat. A defeat that only the glory of his father had saved his life. When had Thor Odinson been spared? He was infuriated with such thoughts that he pushed himself in training and his friends, seeing his resolve in enacting his revenge, joined him in training and battle. For Thor, this would be his greatest enemy yet. The Jotuns could wait, they couldn't go anywhere apart from roaming their barren world. He could still go to war with them and end them once and for all, but not yet. He had a foe to crush under the mighty weight of his hammer. Thor was frustrated. Never before had he faced a foe that he was completely powerless against. His lightning did nothing but empower his enemy. His hammer couldn't strike his enemy down. And his strength paled in comparison. He refused to believe all Midgardians were like that, because if they were then Asgard couldn't have conquered the 9 realms. He had been to Midgard centuries ago and the people there could only worship his divine strength and bow before him. But this son of Saint Cross. This man was different. Was he the champion of Earth? He had to be, for there was no way he would have lost otherwise. A champion to a champion, and he had lost only to be spared in the name of Odin. The rightful king of Asgard was sent running back to his mother's embrace. How disdainful! Then he would battle. A battle that would shake the foundations of the realms. A battle worthy of his name. He had found a worthy opponent, one which none of his powers could affect in any way. He was that surpassed. But who was he if he couldn't crawl back and have his opponent acknowledge his prowess? He wouldn't be Thor, son of Odin Alfithor, if he couldn't do it. So he trained like never before against every worthy warrior of Asgard and against his friends. Helping them grow, as this revenge was as much as theirs as it was his. He had asked his father for advice on how to grow far stronger than he currently was, but all his father would tell him, or rather ask him, was why he needed more strength than what he currently possessed. He had told his father there and then, "I need power to strike down my foe. One far stronger than I am." His father had released a stressed sigh and told him that all the power he would ever need was already with him and it would be his determination that would draw them out. Dejected, he had returned. Heeding his father's words, he threw himself into training to draw out more of his power, which he would say have been a successful venture but not a monumental one. He knew this was still not enough to triumph over that, and so he pushed himself harder. "You think he will stop any time soon?" Fandral asked the trio that sat with him resting while Thor decimated the poor Einherjars. "I don't think so. Don't forget that he wishes to fight us next, so probably not any time soon." Hagun said, which made the others groan. "Now you shouldn't be lazy," Sif said, which earned her hard stares. "Easy for you to say. You get to enjoy the view of Thor's sweaty body, we don't." "We won't." Fandral shot back, to which Sif just scoffed. One warrior from Midgard was able to beat 2 of Asgard's best with relative ease. One used a metal arm while the other used a shield of all weapons, and they forced us to retreat while the man named Draal defeated Thor with unbelievable ease. That alone should be more than enough motivation for you to work your behinds out. So stop your whining, it's distasteful at this point. At Sif's reminder, all their faces turned ashen. It was a defeat that they would rather not recollect. "To me, Thor!" Volstagg shouted at the top of his voice and rushed at Thor, who just decimated his nth Einherjar. Thor smiled at that and rushed at Volstagg, sword in hand, as he returned Volstagg's enthusiasm with fervor. "Don't go slow on me now. Fight me till your legs become weak, my friend." Thor slashed at Volstagg, the latter blocking the straight slash and parrying it with his axe. Thor used the momentum from the parry and spun round, bringing his sword back to Volstagg, who hastily brought the axe to his chest and stumbled back from the force of Thor's blade. And of course the battle-drunken idiot would be the first to jump in, nicely played Sif. Fondrel spoke as he watched the battle that was going on between Thor and Volstagg. Whatever do you mean? I simply pointed out the fact, and unlike you, he seems properly motivated. Hagun. She said and got up from the bench she sat on before calling to the other person besides Fondrel. The man in question nodded and took his weapon and made his way to one for the free sections of the large training field they were in, leaving Fondrel alone to spectate the two battles going on. Odin Borson, the Alfather POV. Are you sure this is the way? My wife, Frigga, asked. One of. They need the push, and what better whetstone than being near the fulcrum of change. It was going how I predicted it would go. Thor and Loki were still far from being that mortal's match, but this disparity would be what would push them to strive for greater heights and maybe teach them a valuable lesson. I'm just worried that they would get too caught up in the spinning web and it could spell their doom. She sure worried a lot. They are no longer children, Frigga. Cuddle them too much and they would no longer know how to walk. I told her. I know that. But they are still my boys, and it's my job as their mother to worry. Alfathers help me. I groaned at that and peered through the distance and walls to find Thor and his friends still battling each other, trying to grow stronger, but they were doing it wrong. They are doing it wrong. I heard a soft mutter by my side, making me aware that Frigga too was watching them. Loki had been distraught as none of his usual trickery proved anything of worth, as he too was dragged to a shameful state the same as Thor and had focused once more in his mother's books. They are. I concurred. You don't just grow stronger after one defeat, not to a plateau of strength that mattered. What they needed was to be broken down to the point that they understood that they had no chance whatsoever to win. The reason holding them back is because they were assured that whatever should happen to them, they had Asgard backing them. Hence their pride and arrogance. It will change soon though. We can't always help them. I said. You could always help them, you know. Show them how. It would be 10 times easier that way, wouldn't it? Frigga asked, and my answer was a displeased grunt. And then what? Have them embarrass my name in Asgard? Have them showcase their strength that they by no means earned? I would rather die than do that. By the end of my rant, my voice had risen to a point due to my frustrations. I can't. I won't. You of all people should know better why. She remained silent at my words, knowing how true they were. They weren't ready to wield the power that was their birthright. Not Thor. Not Loki. So you'll just sit back and watch? You really intend to leave it all to them? She asked with a soft voice this time, which made me feel even guilty about the path I had set them on. I'm too old, Frigga. I can't be Odin Alfather forever. The times were rapidly changing, and if they couldn't adapt to it quickly enough, then they would get washed away with the waves. You say that, but you still meddle without their knowing. This time there was a pleased smile on her face as she said that. Every good king should provide a suitable heir. I said. But you still won't tell him. If he finds out on his own, it would crush him, you know? He fights in his own way for your approval only to find out that he's been lied to his entire life. He will loathe you, even his brother will not be spared. If there was any topic in which I could be found totally stumped, then it would be this. Loki was obsessed with the throne far more than Thor was, it was just that he hid it very well. His heritage would never allow him to sit on Asgard's throne, and his ambitions would be his downfall if he ever was king. It was for these very reasons I remained undecided on whether I should tell him, but I knew that one day down the line he would find out. You know, for all your wisdom you can be quite foolish sometimes. I didn't deign to reply to that statement, and she seeing that left me alone to ponder. Loki Odinson POV. Now then, what would be a proper recompense for such a treacherous act? This needed a lot of planning. This was the king piece. A single piece that would enable me to take Asgard by the roots. I could use him to kill Thor and his friends, or maybe just render them handicapped, which would then in the same vein weaken Father. But I needed another option. The first one was botched by that madman before I could even enact the brilliance of my plan. Even now I could feel his phantom hands wrapped around my neck. It was sickening. Not even Thor could provoke such a reaction from me with all his power. Father continues to be the senile fool that he was, but I would not stand to be disrespected, not by a mortal no less. I would not stop until he pays for the treacherous acts he performed. And Thor would be key. A little magic combined with his strength would be the perfect trump card. I had to go back to my books. He was a master of magic and also outclassed Thor in strength, which was surprisingly believable. Unlike what Thor might want to believe, what it would take to contest against the man with the name of Draal was more than just strength. I had never seen Thor so powerless against a foe before. All his strength, and he couldn't even bring discomfort to his opponent. While I would never admit it to any loving soul, he had scared me. A primal fear I never thought one such as I could feel. A man who could contend with a god. I wonder what if he was a pawn of mine, how much easier would my ascension be? Maybe that might work, after all it's not every day that a deity graces the humans with his presence. But that would be the second option. After all, he must learn to fear his betters. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 146, Chapter 144. Draal St. Cross POV. 4 months had already passed since the whole Asgardian debacle, and I was glad that I didn't have to deal with their shit before I lost my patience with them and did what I would normally not do in such a situation. It was currently March of 2005, and between me and anyone interested, nothing happened on Christmas Day. Though I would not admit it, I already had a timer on countdown inside my brain, waiting until someone decided to run my fade. Thankfully, both Christmas and New Year passed by peacefully without me having to almost or fully destroy an entire city. The first thing I did after the New Year was give Ororo the location of Krakow. That decision though might not have been so bright on my part, as it turns out that the island apparently had something against me and Ororo due to the little stunt we pulled in the Pacific that one time. I had left her alone with whatever group it was that she ended up forming together with Emma Frost and Raven Darkholme. I didn't know how they ended up taking care of the island, but I didn't care. All I did was just cut out a part of the island as my private property, and before anyone could say anything, I had already teleported back to my house. Raven and Emma had been pretty skeptical of my intentions and supposed help to them, but a simple reminder that I could kill them and their little riffraff motley crew was everything they needed to stay out of my way. I'm pretty sure they ended up hating me since I kinda trapped them in an illusion where I ripped out their hearts, but in my defense, they were being annoying. I could have taken ownership of the island, but I figured that it would end up being trouble, and the only reason I took a piece of land was for a vacation with the others. As it currently was, there was hardly any place we couldn't go on planet Earth, even the restricted Antarctica was a portal away from our exploration. I don't know how they would start developing Krakow, but I made it clear that I wanted no part of it. Heck, I didn't even want to have my name mentioned in whatever meeting they held regularly. I had done the most that I could for them, and the only thing I asked was land. A couple of acres and nothing more. Everyone at home had already decided that we would build the house ourselves when it was time. It was a bit too sentimental for my liking, but I moved along with it. Fury and I also had a few talks these last few months. He was pretty adamant about me being a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. in one way or the other. A decision that none of those at the top favored, including me. One of the first things I did when my satellites went fully functional was erasing all my information from any digital device on the planet, including the Wakandans. Turns out that they too keep an eye on the outside world every once in a while. As long as the device that held my information could be plugged into a network, had Wi-Fi or even Bluetooth, they were all gone in the next 2 hours. All the digital files that were related to me in any way, even those having a mention of my name, were gone. To the whole world, Draal St. Cross, the mutant, the Dragger, did not exist. The only thing that existed was my former documents, but even those were suspicious to anyone who looked at it for more than 5 seconds. Oh sure, they went through a fuss, even Fury had looked at me with blinded eyes, but who cared? I for sure didn't. It was a slap to their face that I knew what they were doing, as I was able to even erase all the files they had on me inside the Pentagon, S.H.I.E.L.D. and all the other organizations that had a whiff of who I was. I had become something of a second Doctor Doom to them. They finally backed off, knowing fully well that with those satellites under my control, I could dig up the deepest darkest secrets they had that even they didn't know about. I could shut down a country's economy in a day if I wanted to. It wasn't until I made that point clear to Fury that finally stopped trying their futile efforts to get in my way. That aside, the second most important thing that happened this last year would be my relationship with Ororo. If I was being perfectly honest with myself, I didn't even know when it was agreed that we had started dating, but I wasn't complaining though. I liked her enough that I would willingly date her if I had the chance, which ironically I had. She was a bit of a tomboy, but I was cool with that. Nat and Yelena were tomboys, mostly the latter. I find it surprising why they actually cheered when I told them about dating Ororo. It was as if I was the old man in the room who finally found something precious. We didn't rush into it, why would we? My relationship with Ororo was a mix of her being my female best friend, Nat was like a younger sister to me at this point, my girlfriend, and someone I could just chill with. She's visited me on numerous occasions during these past few months, and I also took the time to visit her at the mansion when I was bored. I didn't do it that much though, since I still didn't like Xavier. Ororo knew that much, so at least she wasn't trying to make us acknowledge each other. All in all, I was content with what I currently had, both at home and with Ororo. The most important thing that did happen to me was the Space Stone. I might or might not have shattered the Tesseract, which meant S.H.I.E.L.D. has finally lost it. Fury gave me an earful and a stink eye for that one, but on whoever was most high, I did not budge an inch. I denied ever knowing the existence of such an artifact, and even if he didn't believe me, like at all, there was nothing he could do. It all happened when I had finally figured how to teleport without having to open a portal. Unknowingly, I was overflowing with spatial energy from the stone that I had shattered the Tesseract, something like a spatial quake, due to exerting force on it because of my excitement. I had learned a lot while working with the Space Stone. I could exert gravity on over 100 kilometers without using the Space Stone, and with it, well, the entire North America would feel it. And that was being generous. I also perfected my spatial barrier. To be honest, it was the perfect defense against almost anything. Stacking a large distance of space into a 10 cm barrier, one able to stop almost any attacks as long as they couldn't cut through space. It made the attacks look like they stopped in front of someone when in reality they are moving though the distance stacked, making it appear as if they stopped moving altogether. I also learned how to phase. A bit tricky, but I got the hang of it soon enough. My experiments with Space Stone made me learn a few things like folding space and blasting it outwards, splicing it in a whole slew of other things like warping, area shifting, which was like exchanging the location of X and Y or interchanging them. Meaning I could exchange my location with a pebble 10 kilometers away. And I could finally fly without using any of my powers. To be honest, it was much easier and had less restrictions than any other form of flying. All these were things I could do as easily as breathing without the Space Stone. With the Space Stone, everything was magnified to at least on a continental scale. At the very least. It still made me wonder how a stone could enable someone to do something like this. I was at the point where I could use the Space Stone without any strain. At my current strength, I felt like I could shatter the Earth core with just the Space Stone, and that wouldn't even be the hardest thing I could do. Thanos with only one stone was considered the most powerful warrior across galaxies. But even then, he hadn't tapped into what the stones could really do. Maybe it was because of his obsession, the fact that the only reason he cared for power was to erase half of all sentient life. If he had been someone like Doom, long story short, Dr. Victor Von Doom would have conquered the multiverse in its entirety. It wasn't even such a hard thing for him to do. 2 decades tops and he would have been on the same standing as the abstracts entities of the Marvel multiverse. A shame I had to kill him though, otherwise I would be one of the few people actually rooting for him for the simple fact that it would be the most peaceful multiverse in any reality. Doom was that much of a competent leader. Imagine the free time and life I could live. Anyway, moving away from the thoughts of one of my few regrets since coming to this universe, the Space Stone was like a second part of me right now. I was able to create small pocket spaces that I bounded with runes and added to my axe. I didn't have any particular reason for doing that other than the fact that I actually could. I once tried a very risky experiment with the stone that if not for who I was, I would have died that instant. It was something that came to mind after I perfected the spatial barrier. I thought about what if I could hide between spaces, the void between the material plane and what was not. What I felt was a fear that was so primal that I didn't touch the stone for 2 days. I had mistakenly transported myself to somewhere that wasn't part of our known reality. The place had been so ominous that it encompassed whatever I have felt by a million folds and over. Whatever was there, whether singular or numeral, were so strong that I don't think having 6 stones would make any difference. I had a feeling that they knew I was there even though I did not stay there for more than 5 seconds due to the initial fear that had gripped me and the flight mentality that had taken over when I saw an assured death. Even till now, I was still wary about stepping into the space between realities. I did not think that the Space Stone would be able to even bring me to somewhere like that. Due to my adaptation with the Space Stone, I was able to know instinctively that that place was not part of the known universe or any pocket dimension within it. I was thankful that they didn't attack me the moment I appeared there because I was completely sure that they knew. It felt as if eyes were everywhere and it even grew on my body and was blinking at me as if I was a part of it, or rather it was a part of me. My brain had taken the most part of the next day, even with my absolute, well not anymore, control over my emotions, to help me come to terms with the fear I felt. Whatever type of entities that resided there absolutely could not be let into any universe. As someone who could use the Space Stone anyhow he currently wished, I knew that whatever that dimension was, it was definitely bigger than this universe. Way bigger. Having the Space Stone in one's possession erased the concept of distance, direction, and space within the universe. But I felt like I was blind when I warped in there. It felt truly endless. It felt like space didn't exist there. Just another day in the Marvel multiverse. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraHulTheoMenus. 147, Chapter 145. The new year did bring a few surprises with it, but nothing phenomenal. The least of things that happened was my net worth increasing to $300 million, but I couldn't care less at this point. Money truly had lost its value to me. I had over $25 billion in ghost accounts from my past year heist and when I massacred an auction full of crime lords. All across the world, people would think that I was the most lucky entrepreneur of the time, since all the success was attributed to Marky's genius in strategizing and business know-how. Poor Sap was over the moon with his newfound fame and worked even harder to bring more fame and renown to his name. All according to plan. Aside from Marky's lifetime misfortune, and the movement on awareness of metahuman in the media nowadays, everything else I took with disregard. Ororo finally made the decision to move out of the mansion after one of our recent dates. Apparently, Emma had been discreetly teleporting some metahumans to Krakow and having them help make the place habitable. The amount of workforce and money needed to make it resemble even a backwater city was astronomical that not even Frost Pharmaceuticals could handle. This had driven the White Queen to actually disregard the earlier threat I gave to both her and Raven, to come to my doorpost after she found out that trying to reach me through my company had absolutely no chance of working. I didn't even know how many floors the building had or how many workers were in it. Hell, I didn't even know how many members of the board of directors I had. I don't know how she got my address because I was sure Ororo didn't give it to her since she would have told me, but I can't say I was surprised given who she was. The reason for her visit had been to see if I could help them, sort of like a monetary aid. While she made it abundantly clear that the island was a very big help, she alone with just Raven and Ororo would not be able to do anything that would amount to something substantial. They were trying to build a city and then expand from there, but the problem was that she was the only one with enough financial capabilities to even think on the matter. I had two choices then, one was to be the usual asshole that I was on a cranky day and the other was to be the mellow person I was gradually becoming. It's not like I had any use of money and I doubt I ever will, so I gave her a whopping $20 billion. She had been quite surprised that I would do something like that, but I made it pretty clear that what I gave her was synonymous to hush money. What else could I give them? I already gave them an island bigger than most countries for free and $20 billion for the initial development. My basically donating the living island of Krakow to them wasn't a stupid choice on my part, but rather an absolute genius move. I was not leader material and definitely did not give enough fucks about what happened to them to want to care about their general well-being. That was the prime reason why I did not take any sort of helping stance when it came to the metas. I like the limited peace I had, thank you very much. After driving out Emma, which was me warping her back to her office in Manhattan, which I think scared the crap out of her based on what Ororo told me, I finally closed out the chapter of the meta-human from my life. They were better at solving their problems on their own. They had numerous groups like the X-Men, Raven's Brotherhood, and Emma's Hellions. That was more than enough for any army on Earth. Closing the page, one of the few things of interest was what happened to me. As it currently was, I had a feeling that I wasn't actually human anymore. The amount of energy in my cells were all working together to keep me in my peak state. Other than a few defining features on my face such as my new haircut and how I styled my beards, I didn't look a second older than I did 2 years ago. Yelena had been the one to point it out casually once, but when I looked into it, I found out that my cells were constantly rejuvenating. The amount of energy I gained every day was easily twice the amount of energy I lost on a stressful day. And I could feel it. All I needed was that final push and I would evolve. This would be my first major evolution and I knew what catalyst was needed for it. I could forcefully evolve if I wanted because the amount of energy in my body, if each and every single unit of it was used, was enough to sustain the entire Earth's power supply for decades. The reason I didn't push forward to evolve was because I had a feeling that it would not be worth it and would actually make the next plateau that much harder to reach. I had been delaying my evolution for weeks now because I knew exactly what could and would go wrong. It was the reason why. So you finally decided? Why now? I sat in front of the Ancient One after I decided to rip the band-aid off. I have nothing to do. I've pushed it far enough. I said as I poured tea for the both of us this time. Do you understand what the consequences of your actions would bring? She looked solemn as she asked me that. I am fully aware. I can grow strong, yes. But it would take too long. The reason why I even grew this fast in the past 6 months was because of the Space Stone, you know that. Why most of my abilities grew at a steady pace as they always had, my spatial abilities alone made me that much stronger that I could defeat the me from any point in last year with just using space manipulation. Having the Space Stone in hand would magnify that to planetary at least. I know that. But what I don't know is why would you insist on doing it when you know what could possibly happen? There are other ways. There are other ways, but none of them are this fast. You of all people should know that I am running out of time. We are running out of time. I said. But what about the universe? It might end up being destroyed due to your actions. She asked flatly. I chuckled as she said that. Since when did you care about the universe? I care about it very much, Mr. Cross. No, you care about it when it affects the Earth. It was the truth. She wasn't a messiah that would care for all. The Sorcerer Supreme's duty was protecting the Earth from threats. It was only when the safety of the Earth was in danger were they concerned. A healthy way to live if I was ever asked. They were almost as reclusive as the Wakandans. As long as you are prepared, then I have nothing to say against it. I nodded at what she said and stood up to leave. I stopped and turned to her. I'll be needing your help. I know. She said, this time with a smile. I held the Space Stone in my palms as the countdown kept ticking. Remind me again why you are absorbing an Infinity Stone. Strange looked as if I had grown another head. Because I need to, Strange. I replied. That's not an answer. Do you understand what it is that you are doing? Have you even read the books at all? This is mass genocide. On a very rare occasion, Dr. Strange lost his cool. I assure you, Strange, I am perfectly aware of what will happen. Wang stood to the side and remained quiet after chiding me against the actions I was about to take. The Ancient One remained calmly seating, foregoing her beverage this time. Why? Why do you want more power than what you already have, and why are you even siding with him? You of all people should be against this. He looked between me and the Ancient One before giving up and retreating. It's time. Better get this out of the way and focus on other things. The three masters, the only ones I had some degree of trust in, stood around me and started a spell. You can proceed. At the Ancient One's call, I started. I must have been crazy when I first thought of absorbing one of the Infinity Stones, but there had been a flaw in that plan. I couldn't absorb the infinity of space, there was no way that was possible. So instead of trying to drain the energy from the stones, how about I fuse with the stones? The stones were crystallized essences of an aspect of the universe. So rather than absorb an infinite amount of energy, it was more easier to directly fuse with the stone. Basically, I was swallowing it rather than eating it. And to do that, I needed the Ancient One's help. I couldn't just swallow the stone and expect myself to fuse with it, as there was no way that something like that would work. I cut open my palm and put the stone inside the wound before closing it. The moment the wound closed, the Ancient One along with Strange and Wang restarted their spell. I felt as if a cool breeze blew past me, but I pushed that aside and focused on the energy that was entering my body. The way this would work according to what me and the Ancient One theorized, was that I would draw out the entirety of the energy in my body, down to the last unit, and fuse it with what was entering my body. Since I was the one fusing with the stone and not the other way around, and also the fact that my energy was negligent compared to the energy of the stone, it was rather easy. Another plus side was that the stone didn't have any sentient mind inside it. Sure, they all had some sort of intelligence, but it wasn't what would be called sentient but rather instinct. Concentrate, Mr. Cross. Try not to lose yourself. I heard the Ancient One's warning in my mind, but before I could ask what she meant, I felt as if I was dumped inside a vat of viscous liquids. I tried to crawl my way out, but the more I tried the more I fell in quicker, so I just stopped. As I submerged in the feeling of sinking, I felt as if I was endless. It was a new feeling. With the Space Stone, I had the feeling that the rest of the universe was just a thought away, but this was different. It felt as if I could feel and see the vastness of the universe. Before I could try to do anything, I found myself in a rather familiar place. My mind. Compared to the last time I was here, which was 2 years ago, what I was seeing was way different than what it was. The stars, almost looking like a galaxy millions of light years away, were all lit. Back to the basics, I guess. I had an infinite amount of energy at my disposal. There was no way I could fit them all in, so rather than have them be their independent star, I drew all of the energy from them and proceeded to create what was essentially a black hole in the middle of space, where I would dump all of the energy and have them mix together. Pretty efficient that way. Guess I'll be here for the next few hours. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 148, Chapter 146. Odin Borson, the Alfather POV. So it has already begun. I see it has started. I muttered to myself in the empty throne room. I was half of the mind to go down there myself and stop what that human was doing, but energy flowed from me, and using my connection with the Odin Force and Yggdrasil, I erected a barrier that covered the area around the man, blocking any leakage of cosmic energy from him that was projected towards the wider universe. I see you made a decision. I saw the astral form of the Sorcerer Supreme, which made me scoff. I still wonder if I made the right choice. Well, if it is any consolation, then you are not alone in that thinking, she said, and we both descended into silence, watching what was happening below. This is something that has never been done. How do you think they would react? She asked me. I knew exactly who she was talking about. The Celestials. Overwatchers of the multiverse. They were the judge, jury, and executioner of every universe out there. How would they react indeed? They will have their hands full. I burst out into laughter as I thought about what they would do in the ensuing chaos. They could and would not waste their time coming for the ignorant fool who fused with an infinity stone. I stopped my laughter because I knew that it was the same reason why the Celestials would not come for the human that I should worry about. Beings that even Celestials are wary of would once more roam the universe. Nowhere would be safe. Why do I feel like I just made a terrible mistake? Even with saying that, I knew there was nothing I could do unless I wanted to break through infinite space, all in order to kill the human, which was something I don't think I can do. The time is here. I grunted at her reminder and looked into the wider universe, and then I saw it. The phantom crack that was not visible to mortal eyes started appearing in different places in the universe. This was the result of the absence of an infinity stone in a universe. It was also the reason why I wanted to kill him in the first place. The process of fusing with the space stone, even the notion of it being ridiculous, according to what he was doing, was replacing the space stone as an aspect of creation in this universe. It meant that the space stone would be gone for a few minutes before it reappears as the boy. A few moments was more than enough for those dark beings to crawl back into the living universe. What do you know, Yao? You would never agree to something like this, not even if you could survive your imminent death. So what is it that made you agree with him in this crazy endeavor of his? My body blazed forth with power as I pressured her to an answer. She stumbled but held on before an artifact on her shone which shielded her from my pressure. I guess that would be for me to know alone. And with that she was gone. I directed my gaze at my sons. I guess they felt something after all. Different from other gods from the other pantheons, they were more connected to Midgard due to being my sons, but that didn't mean anything in the times that were coming. I felt something. Something changed. It feels wrong. Frigga hurried into the throne room in a rare moment of discomfort. The Midgardian boy did it. Sigh, he might as well have brought an end upon us all. I scratched my beards and thought of the headache that would soon come to my doors. I hope you know what you are doing, Odin. The end of an entire universe is no matter that should be discussed with Mead. Be careful. She kissed my forehead and left me alone to think. By the fathers, she was such a blessed soul. My king, Hermes of Olympus, has arrived bearing a message from Zeus. The trouble was already at my doorpost. Let him in, Heimdall. I guess another meeting of godheads is nigh. In a random planet in the universe trillion of light years away from the Solar System and the Milky Way, the sky started darkening, which confused the extraterrestrial inhabitants about what was happening. They all stood frozen as a face was made visible through the clouds. What could be said to be a giant that dwarfed even the planet, floated in outer space with a hand stretched towards the planet as he started to devour everything it had, down to the tiniest life forms that exist within the crevices of its core. Halfway from completely devouring the planet, he paused and looked in the direction of the Milky Way. The universe is changing. It does not matter, all would become nutrients before me. With that he continued devouring the planet until nothing was left of it. After he was done, he looked back in the direction of the Milky Way before turning his head away and disappearing from there. In other places in the universe, there was chaos as a galaxy disappeared without anyone even knowing. It all happened in less than 10 minutes, which made even the most advanced civilization in the universe confused as what had just happened. Something like this had not happened for millions of years. This was just the prelude to what would befall this universe. It was such that everyone could feel that something had changed in the matter of an hour. Every sentient being capable of thought knew instinctually that the life they lived 2 hours ago would be vastly different than what would come down the lane of their lives. In a floating ship in the middle of nowhere, a purple giant man sat on a throne with a thoughtful expression on his face. "Ma, report." His voice boomed through the halls that every one of his subjects that were already on their knees shook even more. "My lord, 3 galaxies have been lost. There was a sighting of him devouring a planet near the lost galaxy, but we don't think he was the one who did it." It seems like we have to push our plans forward. The Purple Titan said. "My liege, forgive my impune self for asking, but why now?" The one identified as Ma asked with reverence seeping through his voice. "Something just changed. The universe has grown darker and we can no longer afford to delay. Scour the galaxies, my children, and bring me words of the stones." The kneeling subjects stood up at attention, bowing once more again, before they left the sitting Titan on the throne. Resting against the Titan's throne was a staff that emitted a soft blue glow as the Titan caressed it. "Very soon. Balance will once again come to the universe because it craves it so, and I will deliver it." The staff flashed for a few seconds before dimming, which made the Titan's expression change for a moment before it was back to its rigidity. "So someone else has an Infinity Stone, I see." Drawl Saint Cross POV. I might have underestimated the amount of energy in my body by a huge margin because after what felt like hours had passed, I still wasn't anywhere near fully draining it. I guess I was finally becoming endless after all. Fusing with the stone and being the stone were two entirely different things. For all intent and purposes, I was the one that encompassed the space of this universe. I was nigh endless. I don't even know what I would be when the evolution was complete. Right now my senses of the outside world were cut off and the only thing I felt was the endless space around me that threatened to pull me in. Could I even be killed? I wasn't entirely sure. Trying to destroy me would be akin to trying to destroy an Infinity Stone that could fight back. And besides, there were very few things in the universe that could destroy an Infinity Stone. Would I even get injured? I don't know anything anymore. I guess I would have to find out after I was done evolving. It was at that moment that I felt it. It was as if a sledgehammer struck my brain. Before I could reorient myself, I felt information being pushed straight into my brain, bypassing my mental shields with ease. Locations, areas, hidden spaces, coordinates, resonance, structure, distance, space-time flow and a whole lot of information were directly embedded into my brain. Becoming one with space, especially one that covered an entire universe, meant having space as an extra limb. I knew how to work it, how to fix it, how to make it and how to travel through it into it. It also didn't help my now calm mind when I started seeing flashes of different locations in this universe. Some caught my attention, some I remembered, and some I vowed never to go near unless I evolved again. And let's not forget about the guy who looked back at me as if he could see through infinite space. Just another day in Marvel. I started processing the coordinates in my mind, sorting them out rather than leaving them all jumbled together. One of the coordinates that was imprinted on my mind was the location of Morag, where the Power Stone was kept. Looks like my next stop has already been decided. I kept the knowledge at the back of my mind and proceeded with multitasking. I would check them later when I was finished with the main task at hand. And so I continued mixing all my energy with that of the Space Stone while at the same time sorting the new library of information that I had. Outside Drawl's mind. The three sorcerers kept watch since the spell they had erected for Drawl's fusion was autonomous for the most part. You know, I still don't know what you were thinking when you decided that we should go along with whatever Drawl thinks he's doing. Strange said, staring directly at the Ancient One. I agree with Strange, Ancient One. I think this is beyond the realms of recklessness. It could very much end reality as we know it, and also extends to the multiverse. This is pure and utter madness. It was rare for Wong to show so much emotion or even talk like this, but it just goes to show how this situation affected him. The target of the questions and reprimand continued staring at the matrices of spells that were covering Drawl and ensured that his fusion was successful. Do you know that no being has ever fused with an Infinity Stone? It is frankly impossible. She started. Oh great. So we just helped him commit cosmic suicide? Strange asked sarcastically. No. We just helped him destroy what was once considered an impossibility. She said without missing a beat. And in doing that, we might as well have doomed every living being. This is madness. They out of everyone else understood the significance of what they had helped make a possibility. Strange, Wong. Dark times are coming. One so dark that even the blackest of nights would be a beacon of light compared to what will come. What we have done today is the greatest bargain or the greatest taboo that had ever been committed since this universe came to being. All we can do now is hope. She spoke softly. Strange looked pensive, thinking about what Dormammu had told him, not that he could ever forget. He didn't know which course the universe was moving in, all he knew was that he was on that course, and if he was to believe the Ancient One, then what had happened today was something that would be likened to a necessary evil. Time will tell, I guess. He muttered to no one, but he got a reply he wasn't expecting. Time won't. Not even it knows where we are heading. He saw the Ancient One looking at him with a small, almost depressed, smile. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenews. 149, Chapter 147. Drawl St. Cross POV. After what felt like an eternity later, I finally was able to deposit the last of all the accumulated energy into the endless well. The only thing left with me was the mental representation of all the cosmic spatial energy, which was the Space Stone. The moment it entered the black hole, I felt my body being filled to the brim and over with power. All I needed was a grasp of my hand and I could destroy the earth, was the sensation that was flowing through my body. I felt powerful. Like I can do anything powerful. This must be the reason why megalomaniacs were the way they were after every power-up. After my power trip subsided, I was finally able to open my eyes and the first thing I felt was everything around me. The unstable space that shrouded my form, the three sorcerers a few meters away from me, and power. Endless power. Would you mind putting on some pants? You constantly flashing us isn't doing much good for our mental health. Strange's voice brought me out from immersing in the all-encompassing feeling I was experiencing, which was looking like it would take some getting used to, which was something I was good at. I finally looked at myself, standing there and flashing the world. I conjured a pair of pants and a white shirt. The space around me stabilized itself as soon as I took a step forward, which startled the sorcerers in front of me. Actually, it was just Strange and Wong. The Ancient One remained unfazed, even managing to show a soft smile. Welcome back, Mr. Cross. You are saying that as if I was long gone. Well, not that long. You were only gone for 3 days. Well, that's not surprising. How do you feel? She came forward and asked me. I feel different. There was something fundamentally different about me that I couldn't quite figure out. I waved my hands and it emitted a dark blue glow as the space in front of me cracked. We should leave before we draw any more unwanted attention. She said and beckoned to me. Heeding her words, the space around us changed and we were back in Kamar-Taj. I believe there are some things we need to talk about, Mr. Cross, now that you have completed your evolution. She said and signaled both Strange and Wong to leave us. I would start first as I believe congratulations are in accordance. Don't worry, I know what you are talking about. It's not as if I am going to start going on a personal mission to possess all 6 Infinity Stones. I waved off her concern. But you will go for them, am I right? She asked. Yes, I will. But believe me, while I will try and gain all 6, I am not about to start a conquering contest of the universe. You should know me better than that. She chuckled as I said that before nodding. I will take your word for it. Now on to other matters, what did you see? She finally asked the main question that she wanted. I don't think I can explain all what I saw, but I think I saw the Big Bang, or at least what caused it. It's all in flashes that I could not understand what they meant. I told her honestly. She sighed at that and didn't press the issue further. I take it, you know where the other stones are. I know where the Power Stone is and also have a few clues on where the others might be. I did not see the reason to hide this from her since she was one of my supporters, and when you are in a world like Marvel, you don't want to lose your supporters. I assume you will be retrieving them soon enough, do I assume correctly? No, you're not. I do plan to start stone mining very soon but I first have to know what I am at least capable of doing. I said. Then I won't hold you back any longer. Finished with my talk with the Ancient One, I teleport back to my house. Inside the living room was Steve and Yelena, watching TV while Bucky and Natasha were out in the city. Welcome back, Drawl. How did your evolution go? Yelena was the first one to hit me with the questions. They had learned about my abilities last year and also about the Infinity Stones. Thanks Yelena, and yes it was successful. I said and sat down which made her scoot over to my side. So? Are you like uber strong now? You fused with the space stone right? So can you breathe in outer space? Or what about going to other planets? Give the man some breathing space, Yelena. He's barely sat down and you're already bothering him with the questions. Steve gave a light-hearted chuckle as he chided the young girl. What? Tell me you don't want to go to outer space. Yelena gave him an exasperated look. So, Drawl, are we? Are we what? Are we going to space? Maybe see some aliens. She was adamant about seeing anything other than humans. Maybe that was why she wanted to shoot a god. What's this about some aliens? Oh Quack, you're back. Just then Bucky and Nat came back with groceries. Just came back. Man, everything still feels trippy. It still felt as if I was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah. It's just that I'm still acclimating to the new sensation. Even my sense of direction is all out of order. It felt like one of those weed trips, the ones that you mix cocaine with. How so? Nat asked. Well, for starters. Are we in the living room or in the kitchen? The question seemed to confuse them but Yelena did answer. The living room. But we are not. Before they could ask what was wrong with me, we all found ourselves in the kitchen with tea already brewing. What they? Yeah, that's the reaction. It's like the concept of distance is just a misconception of the mind. My mind. God. It feels like that time in school when I took my first puff of weed. Dude, that's not what being okay means. Faster than they could react, we all found ourselves back in the living room. Okay, that's trippy as fuck. Can you please stop doing that? So now that you've fused yourself to a piece of the universe, what now? You just raised the bar, so I'm guessing whatever comes next won't be the regular troublemakers meta, right? Bucky asked. You're right. Hopefully we have time on our hands. Worst case scenario is that we are caught unawares. So what's the plan going forward? I'll be finding the other stones scattered out there in the universe. Shouldn't be that hard since I know where most of them are. The Time Stone wasn't going anywhere except being kept on a pedestal inside Kamar-Taj. The Power Stone was in Morag. I already had the Space Stone. The Soul Stone is hopefully in Vormir. The Mind Stone is the only one that I don't know where it could be. Maybe Thanos does, he did give it to Loki in the movies after all. The Reality Stone is hidden in a forgotten realm. Odin definitely knows where it is. So do I. But since I had the Space Stone, there was nowhere in this universe that I couldn't go. In fact in any universe. So that means you'll be traveling to outer space, right? Guess that little tidbit didn't escape her notice. Yes, I will. Then I'm coming with. You can't breathe in space, not to mention other planets. Well, you could breathe in some but that is besides the point. So which stone are you going after first? Steve asked. The Power Stone. It's on a dead planet called Morag. But I won't be immediately going for it. Maybe in a week's time. I shrugged. So I know that the Space Stone grants your power over the universal space for as much as you can handle, but what does the Power Stone do? There's nothing tied to power anyhow I think about it. Nat said. That's because you are thinking of it in basic terms. From my point of view, the Power Stone is the most crucial of the Infinity Stones as it can act as a multiplier to anything. You can use it in ways that would require you to use specific stones. Nat still seemed unconvinced. But it takes the most strain, doesn't it? And being a multiplier isn't all that special compared to the others. Well, think of it this way. You could consider Charles as the strongest telepath on the planet. If someone like him was to wield the Power Stone, then he'll be able to control everyone's mind on the planet. He could even stretch it to the entire solar system. With the Mind Stone? A galaxy at his whims would be the least he could do. If he can handle it, that is. Oh. She finally realized the stones weren't just stones of power. And not to mention the hypothesis I had of the Power Stone. Bestowal. The ability to impart an ability in someone. The Mind Stone gave Wanda and Piotr their powers, or rather boosted it in Wanda's case. In the MCU, I saw no reason why the Power Stone couldn't do the same. It was also why I was going for the Power Stone next, apart from the reason for it being the easiest of the stones to get. If I fused with the Power Stone, which I think I could, I should be able to give them the abilities I had in mind for them. The problem though was that I had to be quick. Having the stones meant nothing if I couldn't fuse with them. Fusing with the Power Stone was already pushing the limits of what my current body could handle. If I wanted to fuse with another stone, which was not even factoring the complexity of its nature, like the Reality Stone for example, I would need to assimilate its cosmic energies for a while before I could fully adapt to it. There were bound to be some powers in the universe that already knew that someone was already hunting for the stones, and if word gets out that Earth has one, then this little blue ball would be ground zero for a calamity that would make the Infinity Saga look like child's play. Looking at the people that I could easily call family, there was nothing that I would not do to preserve this picture. But in order for me to do that, they had to fight too. There was no way for me to do it alone. I was bound to die if I did. That was the reason why I wanted to give them what I think would be best and had a vast potential for growth, and what best to achieve that than the Power Stone itself. Enough about whether or not are there really stones that can grant omnipotent powers. Nad stepped in the middle of the conversation that was ongoing. I'm hungry. What's up for lunch? We could do Italian takeouts. I didn't go out for groceries just so we could order takeouts. And here I was craving some pizza. Why is it so hard to decide what someone should eat? I didn't know who asked that, but I wholly agreed. Anyone up for a stew? I could go for a stew. Don't see a problem with that either. Barbecue to go with it would be nice. I guess. Oh shit. What? I forgot the drinks. I'll get it. And with it I warped myself to the nearest mall, and went shopping for drinks and a few other things, all the while maintaining an invisibility cloak. I'll think about the troubles tomorrow. Don't forget to vote. If you are hungry for more chaps, read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 150, Chapter 148. Before me was a wide, near endless, black starry sky that expanded far beyond what I could reach, or it did, not anymore. I could see the sun in all its gaseous glory without any of the planets in sight. They were too far for me to see after all. I was still basking on the fact that I could breathe in space, anywhere in fact. After a few hours of rest at home, I could no longer take it and blasted off to space. One thing I noticed about my body, or rather came to terms with, was that I was the embodiment of space itself. I no longer needed to open a portal to go somewhere, as I was the space of the universe inside the body of a man. I was far from being human. Even my body was no different from a construct, something to hold the essence of space together. It had taken me mere moments to find myself in space, and that was me flying. I had tried to dodge a satellite only for me to find myself thousands of kilometers away from the satellite's orbit. The moment I fused with the space stone was the moment I stopped being human. Now, I was like a being made of energy. I could feel every part of my body and the nigh boundless energy that flowed through it. You could chop my arm off and I would be able to regenerate it immediately, since it was just an energy construct. That in no way meant that I was invulnerable to anything, as they were more than enough weapons and different types of energies that could cause me harm. But on Earth, apart from the future Scarlet Witch and a few notable sorcerers, I was mostly unkillable. But in the wider universe, there were people who didn't care about what type of life form you were. If they wanted to, they could kill you just as much as you would kill a chicken, and having the space stone didn't change that one bit. Even with everything that had happened, it wasn't as if there weren't a few consequences. One of these being that I was now tied to this universe in more ways than one. I might be able to leave, but not for long, reason being that the universe would collapse in on itself all to a singular infinitesimal point, since there was no space for it to exist. It would be like before the Big Bang. The Infinity Stones could not be taken from any point in time, as it would just make that universe's timeline fall out of order. Destroying the stone like Thanos did in the movies was way different. Thanos destroyed the stones, but not the energy inside, which filtered back into the universe. It was a simple law of energy conservation. It was for this reason that the Avengers were required to put the stones back at the same point in time they took it from. Imagine taking away the time stone from a universe. Past, present, and future would happen at once, colliding together until time collapses in on itself, and then back to before the Big Bang happened, as the universe cannot come into existence without a specific point in time. What happened during my evolution was, however, different. The space stone never disappeared from the universe, but what happened was that the container of the space stone changed. Which meant that at one point in time during my evolution, came a moment where the universe could not decide which was the space stone, and it was because of this lack of the identification of the space stone that caused a crack in the veil of this universe that allowed some forces to crawl back into the universe. To be honest, I was half expecting the universal police force known as the Celestials to come and punish me after what I did with the space stone, but I guess it wasn't enough of a threat since numerous people had wielded the Infinity Stones since the beginning of time. So with the threat of the Celestials out of the way, unless maybe I ran afoul of them, the only things I needed to watch out for were those universal beings who would be the ones that came for me. Sometimes I felt like those heroes who were trouble magnets as some way or another, trouble always had a reason to gravitate towards me. It was one of the reasons why I would be focusing on how quick I could assimilate the stones before moving on to the next one. If I were to go after all of them and hoard them together with me, I would just be painting a target on my back. My evolution, or rather what transpired during the transfer of the space stone, must have been felt by some people, and once the universe knows that an infinity stone has been found and possessed, it would fall into a mad drive for power, and me having all those stones without having something capable of wielding them for extended use, or without being able to wield them myself, would just be inviting death onto myself and that of my family. I would rather assimilate one stone at a time rather than start going for it all at once. And unlike everybody else who would want to come for the stones, I had a systematic approach for all of them. I doubt there were that many people who knew where all the stones were located, which puts me ahead of all others. Even if some people knew where the stones were, they would be so strong to the point that they wouldn't even bother with them. The Power Stone was next, as it was the one I needed, arguably more than the Space Stone. The reason why I didn't just pop a portal to Morag with the Tesseract was also because I didn't want to hoard them, and also because fusing with the Space Stone, which was more complex than the Power Stone, would make the Power Stone easier to fuse with and vice versa. With that out of the way, I teleported back to Earth. Before I could decide on what to do, I sensed someone who I had also grown very close to, almost to the point of how I viewed Yelena and the others. I somehow had forgotten that we talked yesterday and was coming over to see me. I did not tell her what I was doing or was going to do, not that I didn't trust her, which I did to a high degree, but it was just that I didn't see the need to let her know, not yet at least. Since I had nothing to do but try and acclimate to the changes in me, I decided that it might not be that bad to spend the day with Aurora while at the same time searching for the minute changes in my body. With that train of thought, I warped to her side only to receive a right hook which I didn't react to, and just watched it sail right through me. Aurora seemed surprised for a moment as her hand phased right through my body, but she quickly got over it. You could have given me a heads up before doing that. She hit me on the shoulders after getting over the fact that she just saw me use a new ability. I could, but I would have missed your reactions. Which honestly was not what I was expecting. She really did have a right grasp in her emotions. It's times like these that makes it hard to picture you as a serious person. She sighed as she saw the smirk on my face. Anyway, I called a few days ago, but Natasha said you were not around and won't be for a couple of days. What happened? Nothing much, just some magic stuff. I needed the help of some of my magic peers, which held me up for the past few days. I have told Aurora pretty much everything I could have about myself, not like there was that much about me to know, so the numbers of things I kept secret from her could be counted on one hand with fingers to spare. The main reason why I did not tell her about the stone wasn't due to a small loss in trust level. It was because of the fact that she had a lot going on for her. If she knew I was going around the universe, fusing with relics of creation while putting myself out there for threats of the unseen kind, then she'd want to help in any way she could. And why I appreciated that, I knew she had way too much on her plate right now. Trying to build a nation or even a small city from scratch was such a humongous amount of work and effort, and she was already putting in double the amount. And besides, I could always tell her when she didn't have as much to worry about without me bothering her with it. She had her own battles to fight, same with me. As long as we both knew when to ask the other for help, then all was good. And how does that relate to you suddenly knowing how to phase through things? It's like the more time passes, the more abilities you have. I think I lost count at 10. It's too absurd. I chuckled at her words because they were true. The substrata of one of my main abilities could be divided into many others that would normally be the ability of a mutant. Take for example, magnetism. I could control metals, gravity, force fields, sonic waves, and EMPs, generate electricity, etc. I think that's just what it means to be an Omega level meta. That aside, I'm pretty bored, so I'm quite glad you came. Need to get my mind off some things. You down? Sure. And you'll tell me about this magical trip you went on. We walked side by side for a while before the scenery around us changed. That wasn't you opening a portal. Is that teleportation? At this point, she couldn't be surprised anymore and just took it with stride. Yes, it is. Well, that's a new one. Was all she said. Hey Drawl. Yeah. How do you do it? Get stronger, I mean. That was abruptly out of the left field. But this is interesting. Aurora wouldn't ask this if she didn't need it, either for herself or someone close to her. Well, for me it's trying to strengthen the little parts of the abilities I already have. How so? let's take your weather manipulation as an example. As you know, I can do basically everything that you do, and that's not because I can copy abilities but because I can expand on what I already have. I explained further. Take your weather manipulation for example. Obviously, you are a master of your own abilities, so there's nothing I can say there, but it's what is under your weather manipulation that's the prize. That would be controlling the weather, the elements, and lightning. Bingo! You already have vast control over the elements you can control, but now it's time to branch out. Rather than just hurtling lightning, try imbuing it in your body since you have a certain level of immunity, or learn how vast the spectrum is. There is no meta ability that is linear. With lightning manipulation, you can create force fields, even tamper with magnetic poles. She looked a bit surprised at what I said. But that's just control. Believe me, control is better. It piles up rather than just having more energy in stocks and not knowing what to do with it. Trust me on this. I trust. Ah. Ain't that sweet? And that, kids, was how the lovely Mama and Papa Bear came together and lived happily ever after. CK. And that's it for Uncle Wade's story time. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DeeraultHeoManus. 151, Chapter 149. So what can you use your lightning to do? Me? Basically anything. Well, not anything, as I still can't become lightning, but at this point it's just an extension of my senses. Right now we are just walking through a random forest I teleport us to. I had first found it weird how she preferred places like these with lots of nature, but I had grown to not care too much about it, even finding it tranquil. I know you and everyone at Xavier's have learned how to control their abilities, but the control I'm talking about is different. What you learned back there was how to keep your abilities in check or prevent it from acting out when you are agitated, in your case. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you should forget about that. That kind of thinking is a limit on its own. Your ability should be like second nature to you, it's already a part of who you are, so normally you should have no problem controlling it, so why the crutch? We came to a clearing by a stream and sat down on the shore with the sound of running water playing in the background. I think I understand what you are trying to say. And why I understand the importance of control, I don't see how it would make me stronger. That's because you are looking at it in the most basic way. Okay, let's do it this way. What do you think is the maximum range of your current control over the weather? If you are actively controlling it. 100 kilometers or more. I don't know. I haven't had the chance to push myself that far, so what I gave you was Hank's estimate of my current ability. She said. That's a lot. Like a lot. But what I am trying to say is, you are already an Omega level meta, what you need to focus on after a certain time is control. Now imagine if you could stretch that range to the entire continent. How much more powerful do you think you would be? Her blue eyes lit up as if she was hit with an epiphany. Normally I would not have the chance to point this out if this had been an older version of her, as Omega level meta-humans grow stronger with time. But that didn't mean it was the only way they could get stronger. From both my and Essex's observation of the different classes of metas, what set them apart was the amount of control they had and how much said control came easier to them. Take Charles for example. The reason that he was said to be the most powerful telepath on Earth was because of the degree of control he had as opposed to his psychic prowess. Just because you were an Omega didn't mean other levels of metas couldn't beat you. If it came to the same abilities between an Alpha level and an Omega, the one with the highest degree of control was more likely to win. Thank you for pointing that out. Are you not going to ask why I wanted to know that? Despite already knowing the answer to that question, she still chose to ask it. It makes no difference to me. I knew you would say that. She laughed. Then why ask? Because I wanted to hear you say it. Her laughter died down, then she looked at me and spoke. I'm leaving the States for a while to go home. I feel that there's something I should do there. Nothing serious, is it? No. It just feels as if something is calling me back. It might be nothing, but I think I should at least make sure. This is something new. I can't be surprised by her intuition since she was, in a special way, connected to the planet as a whole, so if she has a feeling then it should be given credence. How long are you going to be gone for? A few weeks. A month at most. That long, hey? Do you want me to drop you? All you need to do is say the word. That at least got a laugh out of her. I would very much love that, thank you. She rested her head on my shoulders and we just sat there in silence and watched the running stream. I loved spending time with her because there was a calming effect on me anytime I was with her. We didn't do anything other than just sit there and walking around for a little while before we decided to go back. Are you leaving today? I followed her back to where she lived as the convenient chauffeur I was. Figured I should get moving since I just got myself a free ride. After she was done packing what little things she needed, it took me just 2 tries for me to warp us to where her family lived, which was across the planet. Admittedly, Ororo didn't know much about what it was that she felt, but she deduced that there were people who would be able to help her. We appeared a few meters away from a tribal settlement, Ororo's ancestral home. It would be quite rude if we just appeared in the middle of their community without even sending word of our arrival, so I figured at the gate would be acceptable. Our sudden arrival caused quite a stir as soon as they noticed us, with some pointing fingers at us. I remained as silent as Ororo went forward and started talking to them with enthusiasm, which she also received, though I could see some of them looking at me with wariness. Probably the same reaction when someone you know brings a stranger home. She talked to them for a while before someone who I could easily identify as the eldest, was guided towards her. I have to say, the way she was accepted almost made it seem as if she was worshipped by them. Well, time to pop out of here. That had been my thoughts before Ororo guided them to where I was. Should have zapped the moment they weren't focused on me, but I guess that would have been a dick move. I think I should look up and learn Kenyan because I couldn't understand whatever it was that they were saying, even when they were clearly talking about me, which was kind of annoying, not at them but at myself since I couldn't understand a language that I could learn in less than a week. Ororo introduced us, but then the elderly woman started doing some shamanic incantation which I recognized since I was well versed in the arts. I didn't react since what she was saying was no different than a prayer of protection. She was surprised when I made the symbol of a shamanic prayer that symbolized goodwill, which I think made her approve of me if the smile on her face and the continual nodding of her head was any indication. Ororo seemed pleased, so I guess it wasn't that bad. Seeing that I was overstaying my welcome, I bid Ororo good luck on her adventure and proceeded to warp away. Well, not before I left her a kiss on the lips, and given the way her people reacted, I'm sure she would be pestered soon about it. I could have stayed with her, but that would have been detrimental. Ororo was still young, hadn't been tempered by her leadership of the X-Men, and so far, all she could do was control the weather, with lightning manipulation being her ability with the highest proficiency. Sure, she could create storms on a scale that would devastate America, but that was just letting her powers run free. The reason she asked me, I think, was because she knew she was coming to a wall, or maybe she was doubting her abilities. Well, I did tell her about my little run-in with the Nordic gods and, yet, finding out that a god of the sky came to Earth to pick a fight with your boyfriend and he just sent them back might have put her in a thinking spiral. I didn't think much of it, but I don't think she did the same. I didn't base our relationship on strength. I would be a fool if I did, because only I knew about my plans for power. Finding someone who scaled equal to that would be an almost impossible task if I were to be looking for a relationship. What I think made her want to learn was because of what had been happening recently. First was the Sentinels, then Jean, then Christmas came, then John died due to Essex, and now she's trying to save an entire race from global stigmatization, only to find out that the man she was dating was busy fending off gods. Yeah, that sure would do a number on one's confidence. But Ororo was strong. All these things would only push her forward and encourage her to grow stronger. While she wasn't yet as strong as some of her counterparts that I knew, the potential was still there. She hasn't had the time to learn how to control the wide arrays of abilities her powers gave her, but hopefully in time, she would learn. Ending my thoughts there, I walked down the streets while contemplating that it was time I went back to my studies. My runic knowledge wasn't going to just increase itself just because I suddenly had vast spatial powers. It did, however, increase my understanding of space and time. While my knowledge and experience with space had a huge increase, my runes, however, did not. Maybe I should take up my favor with Odin. The overpowered geezer definitely owes me one. In my thoughts, I passed by a bank with a robbery in progress, but I didn't stop. The robbers made a decision not to kill any of the hostages, and besides, it was just some folks trying to earn a quick dough. Even if the circumstances pushed them over the edge, there was no kid and they definitely wouldn't target one, so if they did kill anybody, well, it was just one less in 7 billion. And yes, I am well aware that my thoughts process has been morally grey, but it's not like it's anything new. Well, that's enough reflections. And I was back in my lab. To be honest, being the space stone made me somewhat omnipresent, or at least that was the feeling that I always felt when I warped. My case study floated to me along with my parchments. Being a sorcerer made me weird. Who knew I would one day be writing on parchment papers and using quills and ink? Not me. I already understood how to make my axe ignore the pull of space, but then it would just be like Mjolnir, being unable to ignore time. But I will admit that trying to bypass the time strain was way over my current pay grade. I think rather than going for the Norse runes, I could just enchant the axe with magic energy, space energy. If I added that with my runes, then what the hell do I need the Norse runes for? If I created a strong spell matrix and power that shit up with too much space energy, as much as I can muster. Holy shit! Right now, my body could handle a large influx of the space cosmic energy, but I don't need a very large amount. It seemed feasible. But there was the issue of if the weapon could withstand all that amount of spatial energy. It was an instance of marvel, as the axe was one of a kind. It should be the only thing in this universe that should be similar to Steve's shield, or maybe even surpassing it. Even if it wasn't URU, it should be able to handle energy more than any other metals. What if I started making enchantments on the axe now in order to make it not just survive just one but all 6 infinity stones? That's an interesting thought. And speaking of thoughts, I did just visit Ororo's family, didn't I? Oh? Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoMenews. 152, Chapter 150. Ororo Monroe POV. We are happy that the goddess has finally returned to us. The elderly woman bowed to the white-haired woman. Elder, please stop. Ororo was exasperated. She had tried, since she was a child even, to get them to stop, but they wouldn't listen. Some of them even prayed to her at night, but no matter what she said, they wouldn't stop. But who was that the goddess brought with her? A favored? The elder asked a question that brought a smile to Ororo's face. Something like that. I sense a great darkness in him, kept under bay, no doubt by his efforts. He would do well to take the time to purge them rather than let them stew within. Her warnings made Ororo worry as she understood what it was that she meant. Though she worried, she knew that if it was something concerning him, then Drawl would have it under control. On top of being an Omega-level meta, he was also a master magician. Plus he was easily the strongest person she knew. So even if what the elder said did worry her a little, she knew that if it were something detrimental then Drawl would take care of it. But that's not why the goddess finally visited us, is it? Though she was embarrassed for being called out in that way, she didn't let it show on her face. I want to learn. My heritage. My power. The soft smile on the elder's face widened as she listened to Ororo's reason for coming back. For as long as she had known the now young woman in front of her, she had always been willful and headstrong, but this was different. Responsibility. Not just to herself but the people under her and her favored. She heard all what the young woman had to say about her years living in the outside world. The loss, the setbacks, the betrayal, the kindness, the love, the support from those around her. She had to say that her young goddess had lived quite a fulfilled life since the time she's been away. But even with all these things, Ororo still made the choice to come back because she felt that she was lacking something, and the only way to know what she was looking for was to come back and seek advice from the people who knew her the most. Her family. I am glad you decided to come back, Ororo. Get some sleep for the night, we will continue this tomorrow. There is a place I want to bring you to. The elder said. Ororo nodded at her words and left for her room. The next day, Ororo woke up early in the morning as was her normal routine for years now that it had become part of her biological system. She followed the elderly woman to a small groove that was ornately taken care of. What is this? She asked. This is a temple we built after you left us. A way for us to connect to you wherever you may be in the world. If you wish to know more about yourself and seek the truth which has eluded you for so long, then pray. The elder didn't wait for her to say anything and left her alone. Ororo was stumped as she didn't know what to do and kept looking around the groove. For some inexplicable reason, she felt attached to the trees and flowers in the groove. It felt different than what she had ever felt from nature. It felt more as if it was a place different from the rest of the world. Untainted and separated from man's world. It felt free. Instinctively, she knew what to do. Drawl St. Cross POV. After rectifying my short-sightedness in regards to my axe, I started drawing the matrix for the enchantment that I would later do on the axe. What I started with was a small spell that would let my energy in its entirety, though in small amounts, seep into the axe. Though vibranium and adamantium were in no way magic conductive like you, I hoped that soaking them in magic would change that in time. Maybe I should look for a way to craft runes into my axe like some sort of enhancements. I might have underestimated the changes in my energy as it almost shredded my house with spatial slashes as I tried pouring a fuck ton of it into my axe. Not even the Ancient One knew what kind of changes were present in my energy. I haven't even tried to gauge the destructiveness of my spells or offensive attacks. Not that I have had the time to do things yet. Maybe that's what I should do before doing anything else. And here I was telling Ororo about learning control. Thankfully, no one had been at home when I almost destroyed our house with a spatial collapse. Training on Earth wasn't going to cut it anymore since the satellites would pick up the spatial anomalies, and not to mention how it would affect the surroundings. And I also couldn't keep hacking their satellites to wipe out that information, so I went for the easier route. And the mirror dimension was too influenced by my magic power that it somehow gets unstable, must be from whatever magic I absorbed from Doom, and I didn't want to find out how it would be given that I had absorbed the space stone. Maybe I will try that later. Training on Mars. I don't think anyone has ownership of the planet, and while I did notice a few life forms, barely a sizable amount, they were at least thousands of kilometers from where I was. Taking a deep breath, I released the hold I had on the energy I've kept a lid on since my evolution. Boom! Crack! The sky above me changed immediately, the ground already searing hot, while the space around me became chaotic. I formed a red orb of destruction and sent it towards a mountain only for a giant hole to be blasted through it and the edge of it turned into magma. Stretching my hands towards the mountain, I compressed the space around it to the point that it was no bigger than a rock I could hold in one palm. Nice to know that I could turn big and small. I shrunk the mountain further until it was at a subatomic level before I stopped. According to the MCU, if someone was shrunk past the subatomic level to the quantum realm and beyond it, they will come across the time stream that crosses through space, and riding through it would allow them to time travel. But can the space stone time travel? In a bid to find that out, I continued shrinking the already shrunken mountain until I lost it. Guess the quantum realm is too small, way smaller than the atomic level, that or I can't go into it, or the plain fact that being the space stone does not allow me to time travel or access the quantum realm. It could be a slew or different reason, but these were my top picks. I tried my magic and I could say that I didn't even need a spell to use space magic anymore, at least for the easier ones. I also found out that I could power my attack with any type of energy now. I could use ice to power up a fire slash, though the effect will be greatly reduced if I used equal amounts. If I use more ice energy, then the effect would be something akin to a frost flame that makes the burning target get reduced into ice flakes. The most interesting combination so far was mixing ice energy with space slashes. I don't know the hell it was, but everything inside its radius had their speed greatly slowed down. It was as if I was actually freezing the space around it, not in a time freeze sense, that only things with sufficient velocity could move. Sure, the amount of ice I mixed in with the space slash was very huge, at least enough of it to turn New York into a city-wide popsicle. The fact that mixing it with spatial energy could create such an effect meant that I could, theoretically, use it in conjunction with the other stones and produce different effect. It might not be up to what I could do with spatial attacks, since even though I don't fully understand how it happened, I could however see how the effect came to be when we put it in basic terms like freezing space. It was shoddy workmanship at best when compared to what the time stone could do. I tried out different combinations of attacks, taking turns in mixing my most abundant source of energy with every attack that I could use or improvise on. I have to say, playing with space was a very tricky and risky thing. When it came to how to use it, there were a myriad of ways to apply it. The same could be said for its destructive ability. I say this because I managed to create something that was way too destructive for anyone that found themselves trapped in it. It was fashioned after a coffin, but within it was a turbulent space, an unstable black hole, that would rip anyone to subatomic shreds if their durability was below a certain level. The bad side of it was that it was slow in its formation. Anyone with keen senses and enough speed could escape it. Having enough of ripping space and blowing mountains apart, I then tried out what could be called my strongest form. Overwhelming amount of rage flooded through my body, and with it came more power. Unsurmountable. Omnipotent. The one. The peak. I was high on the feeling of strength that flowed through me. It made me feel as if I was the strongest being in existence. It was as if none could compare, and I alone, with no other as a worthy competition, was the one true God. The sky bled red while the ground cried out tears of flames. Dark energy spewed forth from my being and cloaked me in a red fog. My towering figure making me believe that I could hold back the heavens. The planet trembled as the chaotic space around me affected the whole body. The gravity on, at least half of the planet doubled, due to the pressure I was releasing subconsciously. I could feel it, the entire planet and even beyond it. It was as if I was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. All the space around Mars was an extension of myself that I could control as easily as breathing. With a thought, I was on top of the highest peak on Mars, the Olympus Mons, but even with that, I could still see everything that was happening on this planet and beyond it. Even the top of Olympus Mons started melting, as the heat I was releasing wasn't just heat, but also destructive in every sense. I had never felt this powerful in all my life, past and present. This was a feeling that not even my most expressive thoughts could emulate. This amount of power that made destroying a planet look like a small task. I could finally acknowledge that truly, I was strong. Sure, there were people way stronger than me, there were bound to be, but with this, I could finally afford the faintest sense of security. It was a very comforting feeling. I was a planetary level being, multi-planetary even. With this sort of strength, I could finally move out of my shell and grow stronger without always keeping a back thought of who or what would come for me if I mess things up too much. I looked at my giant palm and waved it about. Space was a very fickle thing, never steadfast. But now, I was space. The entire space that embodied this universe was all me. This was the least I could do. When I am finally able to draw out the infinite energy within the stones, then destroying a planet would be the same thing as taking a breath. All that was happening around me now was just a subconscious reaction of the world to my form. What would happen if I were to fight? A lot of questions in which only time could answer. But soon, I would become time, who then would answer my questions. Don't forget to vote. Can't wait to find out what happens next? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAulTheomanus. 153.